He was so wrecked by those books that he dropped into sleep on the table, and the caring girl tiptoed in and gently threw a blanket over him. The boy spun around in terror in that strange lakeside forest, and then, right behind him, something crackled like it was ready to pounce. He stared at his own hands shaking while the bag's contents stared back: a knife, a wallet stuffed with coins, and a pile of clothes he didn't recognize. Hunched over the water, the boy stared into the reflection and found a whole different face staring back. Then he breathed out a foreign name: Takumi Uruma. Right then, a worried goddess wearing a crown materialized before him, clasped her hands, and broke down into tearful apologies. She shut her eyes and kept blasting the guy with apologies, refusing to let him get even one word in. A towering deity hovered above the grand temple's high columns and declared, voice echoing through the halls, that it had been dragged to Midgard from another world. The goddess snapped a diagram onto the scene, broke down how the summons runs like a random lottery, and then the boy got hit with the consequences of someone else's mistake. A flicker of rage darkened the goddess's face as she remembered that the local empire still wields forbidden magic and gets away with it. Takumi tried to wrap his head around it, and the goddess admitted she'd spotted the violation and rushed in, only to find she couldn't fully shut the whole process down anymore. She led him to the holy empire of Sidonia's castle, then dropped the bombshell. The real targets behind the summons weren't him at all. There were 3 other Japanese who had already managed to reach that place. The boy stared her down and demanded she bring him back the moment she realized she'd made a terrible mistake. The goddess panicked again and blurted out the truth: she'd smashed the magical passage in a rage-fueled snap, so the way home is now sealed forever. The goddess snapped and told him his old body is gone for good, so there's no way back, nowhere to return to. Seeing his despair, the girl finally felt true regret, then vowed to grant him mighty divine protection and a fresh shot to start over. She lit up and gushed about Midgard, a world where magic ruled, then urged the boy to picture his gaming stats in his mind. The girl kept pressing him, begging him to finally say yes to being reborn into this brand new world. Right in front of Takumi's eyes, a glowing table of stats erupted out of nowhere. There was his name, first level, and those skill slots sitting empty, staring back at him. The boy spun around, baffled as he stared at his status screen, straight out of a computer game down to the last detail. The goddess watched his reaction light up with amusement, thrilled she'd finally hooked her guest. Right then, Takumi spotted 15 in the age column, and shock hit so hard he nearly couldn't speak. She rushed to make her case. Starting adventures at 40 would be brutal, so she chose to restore him, then poured in knowledge of the local language. The boy weighed his class choices, instantly shut down the idea of brutal frontline fights, and chose crafts and support instead. Right in front of him, a glowing menu of peaceful careers unfurled: healer, alchemist, even blacksmith and carpenter. He paused at alchemy and blacksmithing, praying for a calm, safe life finally. Seeing that list of craft classes only made his suspicion hit harder, that in this place, everything would run on the same old game rules. The goddess flashed a satisfied smile, snapped the teleportation magic into action, and blessed his soul with a brand new start, choosing the exact set of skills he'd need. The moment the goddess laid eyes on his new look, a blazing divine glow suddenly engulfed the boy's body, and her satisfaction practically lit the room. The Norn snapped that the moment he stepped out of the Holy Empire, death and disaster would swarm him. Then she shoved him into another world while everyone screamed in protest. Takumi jolted awake on the shore of a stunning lake, and the truth hit him hard. This was really his new life now. The boy checked his status and froze because the divine blessing he found wasn't just there, it was stamped as hidden. When he spotted the mudded multipliers, proof of mastery over every element of magic, his gut told him one thing: these trump cards had to stay hidden from everyone. For a split second, paranoia screamed that this was some hidden camera prank, but the world stayed painfully silent, so he finally dared to test his strength. The moment the boy even thought about being safe, the system snapped into action and handed him 2 killer abilities, one to search and one to detect enemies. With no foreign eyes watching nearby, Takumi shot out his palm and poured his focus into forging a water sphere. Water surged into a flawless, crystal-clear sphere hovering above his hand, and with a snap, it unlocked another ability. The magical sphere turned out to be warm and comforting, and the whole air around it burst into a glittering storm of tiny sparks, free magic crackling everywhere. He spotted a weird plant under his feet, chopped it down with a knife, and boom, right there he unlocked the skill to harvest. Overwhelmed with joy, Takuma nearly snapped and started grabbing every herb and mushroom in sight like his life depended on it. His loot wasn't just treasure, it was a jackpot. Rare healing ingredients for potions, deadly poisons, and even rare wood that soaks up and conducts magical power like it was made for it. Staring at hundreds of packed inventory slots, Takumi felt a sharp chill crawl in at the edges of his new power, yet the sheer convenience fit him like a glove. The boy triggered the goddess Norn's rare spacetime skill, X item box, and boom, he sealed all the herbs inside an infinite pocket where time had fully frozen. With a plain wooden stick clutched in his hands, he wondered, could his blacksmith magic turn it into something far better? In the blink of an eye, a homemade spear, sturdy blade, and barcrapped grip materialized in his hands, and the system instantly pinged him for unlocking a brand new woodworking skill. With his fresh weapon held high, he launched along the riverbank, determined to scoop up every useful thing he could find. Hustling down the forest path, the boy prayed a village would pop up soon. He had only a few coins left and he absolutely refused to spend the night out in the open. Then the whole world went dead quiet, and anxiety crawled up his spine like it knew his name. As he scavenged herbs and mushrooms, haunted by doubts about his own senses, his instincts screamed the instant danger crept nearby. On the virtual map, two blinking dots exploded into view, a human and a magical beast sprinting straight toward him. A terrified boy burst out from behind the trees, sobbing and pleading, "Please, somebody help me." Our hero snapped into action and threw himself in front of the little one. The second, a giant horned rabbit exploded out of the bushes. The little one clung to his vest like it was the only lifeline, trembling hard as a monster loomed, and sobs tore out of his chest. With one sharp, lightning-fast thrust, the boy drove his spear straight into the monster's head, and it crashed to the ground. Panting hard after his first real fight, he swept the area for what he'd won, a level 5 horned rabbit, prized for its meat and perfect for medicine with its horn. The rescued boy thanked him with real sincerity, but our hero was already reeling from the fresh blood, because that first defeated game hit his stomach so hard he couldn't stomach it. After the goddess Norn gifted him perfect command of the local tongue, Takumi grilled the rescued child for answers, and learned he lived in the village of Bod. The boy leaned in and asked straight up if the little one got hurt during the escape, and the kid waved it off, swearing he was totally fine. Relieved he wouldn't be forced to sleep under an open sky, Takumi spun up a tale about gathering herbs, and then boldly talked his way into his new acquaintance's village. Remembering how precious that loot was, Takumi yanked at the horned rabbit's carcass, but the thing was insanely heavy, so he shoved it into his spatial inventory instead. The little one stared in pure shock as his rescuer nearly lost track of such mouth-watering meat, and then the rescuer jabbed at the prey with one finger. As the baby stared in shock at the carcass vanishing like magic, Takumi's mind lit up with joy over how perfect his hiding spot was, and he made up his mind right then he'd learn to hunt. After what felt like forever, they finally burst through the gates into the cozy little village of Bod. The local men lit up when little Glaric showed up, and he sprinted straight to them, blurted out that his worried mom was out there searching for him. One hunter snapped his head toward the stranger, curiosity blazing, and demanded to know exactly who he was. The boy beamed as he told the adults how he got saved from the monster, and while everyone celebrated, Takumi, too overwhelmed by gratitude, snuck in a shy, "I'm Takumi, I'm just a traveler," like he couldn't help himself. After hitting adulthood, he cut ties with his hometown and now roams the world, hunting rare materials like a man on a mission. Hunter Banga and blacksmith Bobbin stepped forward and introduced themselves, praising the 15-year-old who had the guts to take on that journey. The blacksmith suddenly remembered this. Right by the village sits a forest and an old abandoned mine where the traveler can rake in all kinds of useful loot. When Takumi heard about the mine, excitement surged through him and he clenched his fist tight. This place felt like the perfect jackpot for rare resources. The local guide spread out the map, grinned wide, and totally blew Takumi's mind by promising, straight up for free, a brand new house in the village of Bod. The boy blurted the question in confusion, like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Still reeling from the shock, he bowed his head fast, pouring out his deepest gratitude. He waved it off with a grin, insisting that when the whole community pulls together, the job gets finished in a snap. Takumi blurted out in shock when they told him the construction starts right now. Then one of the guys bolted off to grab free hands. The young man tried to insist they didn't even know him, but the big guy just clamped a grip on his shoulders, grinning and swearing that the one who saved their friend had to be good. There was no point protesting anymore. These stubborn people had already stamped every decision into his life. Minutes later, they burst into the forest clearing. Takumi stood there squirming nervously, cheeks burning as that sudden concern caught him off guard. A fresh acquaintance led him straight to a stunning little scene perched right at the forest's edge, right beside the lumber warehouse. When a whole crowd of friendly peasants swarmed in, Takumi snapped into a polite bow and introduced himself. And inside his mind, he couldn't believe he was about to experience a warmth he'd never find back in his native Japan. Wanting to give everyone a real boost, the boy decided to do the groundwork himself, and then, in secret, he fired off the spell to set the foundation. Giant glowing circles detonated in the dirt, wiping the area clean in an instant, and drained, mangled with mana loss, Takumi could only shake and ask the stunned villagers, terrified if he'd gone too far. The conductor burst out laughing at the boy's childish fears, then patted him on the shoulder like it was all a joke. While the kids were splashing around in the mud, Takumi knuckled down and threw himself into getting ready for his new job. Banghai brought his wife Marta to meet the young man. His beauty knocked Banghai's socks off, and then he welcomed him with open arms, insisting he stay the night so they could kick off work first thing in the morning. There was no way this new journey could have kicked off any better. Meanwhile, the majestic patrons stared through the magical mirror, gaping as he took his first steps. The goddesses huddled together, whispering about their chosen one, so kind it felt unreal and strong enough to change everything. In a sea of countless souls, he stood out, radiating a kind of purity so rare it felt unreal. That's why the younger goddess reached out and handed the boy her special gift. The elder grinned as he teased her for that wild generosity, then dragged up the memory of the special body they'd assigned her, and the transfer he'd witnessed 3 years ago when the Holy Empire of Sidonia came calling. Her cheeks flared with embarrassment and she burst into a frantic scream, saying it was only insurance for emergencies. She spun around with a smug little smile, then marched straight to bed like she didn't care at all. To her, he'd always be nothing more than a tiny stone, tossed into Midgard's pond and forgotten. Only with that tiny stone. Deep down in her heart, she prayed that this little stone would unleash truly massive waves. At dawn, Takumi popped awake, stretched like a cat in his bed, and grinned. Getting up early was just natural for him. He spun around the room, still in shock that this place was finally his home, built in just days, and he'd even unlocked a whole bunch of killer second-level skills. That system status didn't just update, it slammed into place and turned into his new reality. He didn't have much at all, so setting up the pantry was fast, simple, and totally painless. No way he could have carried that massive workload alone. Those friendly locals stepped in and saved him. As he devoured Marta's mouthwatering pastries, Takumi snapped into the mindset that from here on out, every single move had to be dead on. With burly peasant Bobbin at his side, the boy burst into a massive quarry, where a glittering ore vein opened up like treasure waiting to be claimed. The man shoved him straight to the brink of a massive open pit and slammed the tools into his hands. Takumi bowed deeply and thanked them from the heart for the incredible generosity. Bobbin shoved a heavy basket into his hands and told him to swing those tools with total confidence. On the way, the man bragged that the old pickaxe still felt solid and dependable, then promised that later, Takumi would forge brand new gear straight from everything they hauled in from here. The young man grinned and swung that heavy pickaxe down on the stones like he was ready for anything. Bobbin burst into cheerful laughter at all that rush, then leaned in and told them to pick the perfect extraction spot, slow and careful first. That first strike rewarded him with a fresh digging skill and a chunk of top-tier iron ore. Then a sudden, eerie rustle snapped his attention and sent him scanning the area like he expected danger. The boy's eyes widened at the strange glow burning ahead. He stared at the ore deposits like they were right in front of him, crystal clear, same kind of certainty you'd have when you're hunting herbs. His partner instantly sensed the win, and Takumi sealed it with a grin as if to say, "Yep, you nailed it." Hedged in on the idea that he needed everything he could get, the boy started digging for silver and copper until, boom, he hit his very first level up. That insanely fast surge in skill right from the start left him staring in disbelief, like his own power was rushing past his thoughts. The system blared the news again: your extraction skills got way better, and it sounded proud about it. The sparkling points shot up and Takumi's eyes widened. This was a special welcome bonus just for newcomers. Under his partner's stunned stare, he went berserk with the pickaxe, swinging like crazy to pry up absolutely everything. Humming a bright little tune, he kept right on working, no breaks, no pauses, not even a second. Hours of brutal, back-breaking work have racked up and left everyone drained. Exhaustion crushed him so hard his tongue barely even moved. With his head buried in work, the boy kept mumbling to himself, dig, over and over, without even realizing he was doing it. Even with every ounce of strength drained, he kept pumping the bat on pure instinct, until his partner finally called him back. Dazed, Takumi finally came to a stop, while his partner could only gape in shock at the mountain of ore he just ripped out of the ground. Takumi tried to explain it away, saying he'd just been working for ages, while Bobbin kept staring, stunned, at that massive pile of extracted ore. The boy flashed an awkward smile and confessed, "I'm not tired at all," but then admitted it was time for him to stop. The blacksmith burst into loud laughter, groaning that after work like this, his arm felt so dead he couldn't even lift it. They grabbed a quick snack, and right then Takumi's mind snapped back to the lunch Mrs. Marta had packed for him with careful hands. Bobbin, mouth stuffed full, kept blurting that the digging had completely devoured him. The tiny bites hit like instant fuel, flooding him with strength again. Bobbin lit up and praised the boy for his mind-blowing beginner achievements, then thanked him for helping pull out rare magical ore. Takumi leaned in, eyes locked on a dark rock that had been soaked in natural magic for years. He sank his teeth into the bread and chewed like he was thinking through every bite. The system panel flashed, screaming that this ore was packed with sky-high magical saturation. The blacksmith leaned in and declared that once this ore is purified and forged, it'll emerge as magical steel, ready to forge enchanted weapons. Then he nervously scratched the back of his neck and confessed, "I'm just a field blacksmith. I can't teach anyone and I can't cast spells at all." Still, Takumi stepped forward with respect and politely begged them to teach him at least the basics of ore purification. When Bobbin heard that the boy could wield earth and blacksmithing magic, he didn't hesitate. He immediately agreed to start the first real lesson. The blacksmith rubbed the back of his neck, wrestling with how to drag those massive piles of scraped ore to the village, and then Takumi just calmly said they should handle it themselves. With fearless hands stretched wide, the boy snapped his power forward. Magic circles blazed under the scattered stones and in the blink of an eye, swallowed every last chunk of ore without leaving a trace. While Takumi pored over his digital inventory packed with hundreds of fresh stones, the stunned blacksmith leaned in and demanded to know if he'd actually got a rare spatial storage. When the blacksmith spilled the terrifying mana costs for even basic storage, Takumi froze, because the goddess's words suddenly slammed into his head, and he realized his unlimited inventory wasn't just lucky, it was a real divine cheat. Exhausted, the boy frantically flapped his hands to dodge the topic, but the smug man only chuckled, then joyfully handed him the job of carrying every last piece of cargo. As the boy headed back down the forest path, the blacksmith warned him to tread even more carefully beyond the settlement, because word was already racing through the village about his crazy skill hideout. The sun slid toward the horizon, flooding the clouds with golden light. When the crew finally rolled back into the village, everyone hugged it out, traded heartfelt goodbyes, and then scattered off in every direction to head home. In her room, Takumi dumped ore samples across the table and pushed herself to learn the basics of alchemy before she dared to start any experiments. Right then, a glowing virtual window snapped into view, and the goddess Norn's diagram laid out alchemy's core pillars: decomposition, extraction, and synthesis, straight in front of me. It turned out the main rule was brutal: you can't conjure anything out of nothing, and if you want it to work, you'd better understand the raw materials inside out, their structure and their properties. That secret training circle would light up the moment someone focused their magic power, making it the perfect arena to sharpen your skills. The goddess promised this craft would unleash endless power in him, and then, at last, the virtual lesson finally cut off. Once the theory clicked in his head, the boy grabbed the first chunk of ore with confidence and got ready to start the experiment. He daydreamed about flexing his victories in front of the goddess Norn, just imagining how glorious that would feel. But dreams stay dreams, and nobody pulled the plug on the work, so the guy had to sprint and crank out iron ore fast. Thanks to the assessment, he could suddenly read the stone's structure like a clear map, and everything looked way simpler. The boy slammed the magic circle to life, shattered the stone, and pulled out clean, pure iron with earth magic. The first gleaming ingot sat on the table, pristine and waiting like it had secrets to spill. The work demanded a level of focus so intense it felt like my whole mind had to lock in and hold on tight. Magic drained every ounce of energy, but the moment your wildest fantasies stepped into reality, pure joy hit like a rush. Caught in pure adrenaline, he hammered out tool after tool for hours without ever slowing down. But then the world smeared into blur, and he barely scraped out a shaky apology to the worried maid. His legs finally buckled under him. He went betrayed with embarrassment, blurting out an apology for getting way too carried away with the whole process. Marta nearly torched the tray with her own hands when she stumbled on the boy passed out on the floor that morning. The man snapped that he was crazy, yet his grin couldn't hide the pure joy he felt as he laid eyes on all those brand new axes, shovels, and pots. The man shoved a reward into his hands and told him it had pushed him up, level after level fast. The boy stared at the humble healing herb and let out a breath, because it could snap his strength back fast. The man flashed a warm grin and told Takumi, "You don't need to depend on anyone. Those ingredients we grabbed on the road, you can brew potions with them too." Suddenly, Martha slid in from behind, already lost in thought about every ingredient she'd add to the soup she was about to make. Their companion leaned in with a grin, totally hooked, and started guessing which ingredients could be hiding in that soup. She told him she'd grabbed some fresh bread, then warned him to go easy and choose something lighter for his stomach. Takumi gave Marta's sleeve a gentle tug and promised with a confident smile that he could take over the cooking all by himself. Their companion shot the boy a stunned look, and the girl fumbled for words, then awkwardly nodded and handed him the lead. He leaned in like he was sharing a secret, dropped his voice, and whispered that he, too, had daydreams about tasting Takumi's legendary soup. With a friendly pat on the shoulder, Takumi's face lit up like fireworks, and he practically couldn't wait to agree to grab breakfast together. Hot food finally hit the table. He tightened his guard and reminded himself to stay careful. That shared breakfast in a warm circle like that finally gave the boy real relief. The man chuckled at the doorstep, jokingly demanded the potion if the boy picked the work back up, and right away Marta snapped at her companion for making such a ridiculous request. Silence slammed into the room, heavy as a threat. The cheerful couple kept strolling down the road, trading playful jabs and laughing under Takumi's watchful eyes. The locals chuckled with bright smiles and dared Takumi, if he pulled it off, they wanted him to share the potion, and all he could do was awkwardly squirm and refuse. For one breath, the whole world went dead silent. A sly grin snapped across his face, and he hissed that he'd give nothing to anyone, then doubled down, promising he'd never stop brewing potions. Jokes off for a moment, the young man strolled through the afternoon, quietly clocking just how cozy this whole village felt. Because his magic powers came to him so effortlessly, he decided he had to do something that genuinely helped this friendly community. A few days just flew by. The boy rolled up his sleeves, dove into the task, and watched like a hawk as he stirred, until the water finally started to change color. He kept stirring the water, rhythm after rhythm, tossing in the healing herb drop by drop. In that boiling cauldron, the liquid churned and frothed. Then the very first ready potion burst into view right in front of him. By the stove, the boy stared into the flames and felt that same old childhood spark come rushing back, like it never really left. It blew past every expectation. This wasn't some ordinary broth at all. It turned out to be a middle-class healing potion. He slowly poured the scorching liquid into the round glass flask. It absolutely smashed, pure undeniable success. When the boy slid his bottle beside Mr. Banga's potion, he suddenly stopped cold, because his own tincture had turned a totally different color. He stared into the vial's blazing blue liquid, grinned like he'd just won, because his homemade potion was way purer than the store-bought one. The boy's face lit up. He couldn't believe how much cleaner his own brew turned out. To him, the recipe felt almost effortless. He'd dry the kairoku herb, stir it into water, then heat the cauldron with magic until it blazed and shone. Still, theory was one thing, practice was chaos, because magic restorers were flying off the shelves like hot pastries, so the boy seriously started eyeing rare books and dreaming up a trip to the big city. Right now, don't let far-off dreams yank your focus. Slowly, carefully pour those crushed herbs into the pot right in front of you. Even so, the great city library and its alchemical secrets kept clawing at his mind, and sleep never stood a chance. Suddenly, the guy ripped through the shelves and then froze in pure shock because every last glass bottle in the house was gone. Complete disaster. He crashed face first onto the table, his mind racing. Could he somehow melt those glass bottles with pure magic and turn it into the perfect upgrade for his skills? The young man clenched his fist, then took a reckless leap into the unknown. He took a deep breath and headed for the riverbank, hoping the fresh air would fill his head and help him collect the glass ingredients, while tossing out every useless worry for good. He took that first cautious step, bracing himself to kick off deadly training deep in the wild forest. The palm erupted in healing magic and the system flashed a green confirmation, first-level poison resistance acquired. The battered boy slid down the tree trunk, hit the ground hard, and desperate to pull one last drop of healing light out of his own body. Even though he built up resilience, the boy still teetered on death again and again every time that poison hit him. That wild grass bit his throat like poison, yet he clamped down on it anyway, swallowing the deadly plants and snapping the burns closed from the inside, right on the spot. In computer games, leveling up by constantly poisoning yourself feels tame, but in real life it's basically a twisted way to torture yourself. The next trial was the mamani mushroom. One gulp of its juice and your body instantly seized, paralyzed like a switch got flipped. His muscles got ripped apart by a savage spasm, his eyes about to rocket out of their sockets, and he barely choked out the healing spell before slamming into a brand new immunity. Then the real hell kicked in, endless doses of poison, mana drained down to 0, one brutal hour to recover and right back into another round of torment. At last, the magic of light surged into the third level and the boy tumbled backward, laughing with joy as he kicked his legs in the air. That cleansing spell instantly sterilized every object and shattered the chill on the spot, so all his brutal, hellbent work was finally proven worth it. Now he could purify any filthy vessel or potion on the spot, wiping out the effects of even the deadliest toxins. The young man shot his arms to the sky, soaking up his wind, until a brutal, ominous roar erupted from behind the bushes. Out of nowhere, a massive armored boar with iron tusks barreled straight at him, and just like that, the boy's joy got crushed as fear screamed, "I'm about to be lunch." That massive armored boar barreled toward him, and the boy lunged with his spear, only for it to snap with a brutal crack, sending him stumbling back in pure terror of the deadly beast. The boy bolted from the scene, realizing his absurd rapid growth meant nothing when a monster like that came for him. The beast's steel fangs snapped right in front of his nose, no room to dodge. His weapon was busted and all he could do was pray for magic. The beast roared like it meant to tear him apart, closing in fast, while the young man panicked, frantically mustering every last drop of mana in his hands for that one final, decisive strike. He somehow slipped past another fang-filled attack, and right then a notification screamed across his vision, evasion skill unlocked. In that forest there was nowhere to run, so the boy drove his mind to the edge of its limits, and right then, intuition snapped into place, pointing him straight to the only way out. Right above the enraged boar, he launched into the air, and boom, two fresh powers snapped awake at once, taijutsu and magical martial arts. Strapped to the monster's back, the young man emptied every last drop of mana into the deadliest spell he could forge, and launched it like a missile straight for the beast's head. With a brutal strike, the armored giant's head crumpled apart and the boy jerked back, disgust crawling all over him. The massive body slammed into the dirt with a bone-jarring thud, and the hero launched into the bushes, then took a rough hit when he landed. He strained to push himself up on his elbows, eyes wide in disbelief, until the system finally buzzed and proved it. the fearsome armored boar was dead for real. As the boy watched the enemy's body melt away inside the magical circle, he whispered a final wish, rest in peace. When the dust finally cleared, the forest path stood empty again, and the boy was left alone, shaking from the terror he'd just lived through. He sprawled on the grass, cursing his own carelessness and those rusty scouting skills until the panic hit. He had to snap out of it right now, or the villagers would start asking why he looked so wrecked. The young man's eyes widened, then it hit him like a lightning bolt. One insanely useful thing. Marching back to the village looking like that would have been a disaster, because the locals would have grilled him the second they laid eyes on him. Without wasting a second, he threw his cleansing spell into the air. The magic blew past every expectation, clothes and body snapped instantly clean, and the skin turned cool and fresh, like it had just stepped out of a steaming hot bath. The boy shut his eyes with a satisfied smile, realizing that with this kind of magic, he could finally ditch exhausting cleaning and never-ending dishwashing for good. Even with the spell hitting perfectly, he kept dreaming of a real hot bath and carried on down the forest path, steady and unshaken. He slammed to a sudden halt, sensing something eerie lurking in the thicket ahead. He shoved the bushes aside, and there it was, a gigantic poisonous spider from the 19th level sprawled on the ground, barely hanging on. He couldn't believe his reconnaissance skill had failed, and worst of all, it never warned him about the danger before it struck. The boy felt a gut punch of regret for the poor guy he'd spotted way too late. He remembered spiders are lifesavers, so he blurted out a healing spell and pulled that creature back from the edge of death. Staring at the deep gashes, the boy realized the spider had been battered just as brutally by the wild boar he'd beaten earlier. He checked that the spider was safe and catching its breath, then he was ready to move on, until the system pinged him with a brand new reward: taming skill acquired. A pop-up window blared in front of him, offering to tame the monster, while that giant spider locked eyes with him, radiating affection, practically begging to be his friend. The boy froze in total confusion, staring at the tiny monster standing right in front of him. Those huge, shining spider eyes practically begged the young man, "Be my friend," like it was burning with desire. Absolute silence swallowed the whole place. The boy snapped his hands up in pure shock. The baby lunged straight into his arms, the system flashed that the poisonous spider was tamed, and Takumi wasted zero time shoving it deep into a bag. With a heavy bag thumped onto his shoulder, the young man strode into the village, grinning like he owned the road. The tiny spider curled in snugly, tucked away from danger, and breathed a long, safe sigh. Right at the village entrance, a strangely opulent carriage sat there, way too rich for a place like this. Takumi stared at the sheer luxury, but before his thoughts could sink in, Banga's voice cut through the air. He was addressing some seriously important guest. The whole village lit up when the boy came back, and they rushed to greet him right at the doorstep like they'd been waiting for him all along. A mysterious guy in a sharp, expensive suit just wrapped up his business talk with the elder. Banga bolted straight back to the merchant and wasted no time. He introduced Takumi like a secret weapon. The guest leaned in and scrutinized the young man through his glasses. Babik, manager of a trading company, introduced himself and grilled Takumi about his weird magic, because the villagers had already been talking about it. Once Takumi came of age, he struck out to train his mind, but just as he was enjoying a calm walk, a local merchant stormed up, spotting a weird potion strapped to his belt. The man lunged in out of nowhere, blared his name at the top of his lungs, and sent the boy jolting back in pure shock. Terrified, Takumi trembled as he finally, reluctantly, pushed the bottle into his hands. Complete silence. The merchant's seasoned eyes snapped to the unusual bottle hanging from the young man's belt. He blurted in total awe that he'd never laid eyes on such pure, top-tier beginner's potion, then demanded an instant test of the prototype. A real masterpiece, in a pile of stuff that's barely even worth a glance. The merchant yanked the boy by the shoulders and grilled him, asking if he really made this masterpiece with his own hands, and whether he wasn't secretly tied down by some guild contract. Takumi just shot an awkward grin and swore he brewed those potions strictly for fun. Then the man dipped into a deep bow and pushed the boy forward like a prize, offering to move him through his trading company, Babik, selling goods wholesale. He lifted the vial to the light, stunned to realize this tiny sample just crushed everything they'd built. The merchant lifted the bottle into the light like he'd cast a spell on it. He couldn't tear his eyes away. "Hold up, don't bolt like that," the guy snapped, trying to calm him down, then promised he'd keep leveling up the formula even more. But once that merchant got hypnotized, nobody could stop him, not even the slightest bit. Merchant Babik broke down in despair, shouting at the young man to please overturn his decision. Takumi calmly told everyone he wasn't selling his potions for now, and that's when Manga stepped in, ready to shut down the pressure for good. The man grabbed the merchant's attention and demanded he stop, because he just shoved the boy into a terribly awkward spot. Babik snapped into a deep bow and begged, heart-pounding, for forgiveness. He stayed bent low, begging for forgiveness like it meant everything. Then the merchant let out a crushing sigh, and his whole body screamed total, hopeless despair. Suddenly, his mood snapped. He lunged up beside the stunned Takumi, grabbed his hands, and practically burst with excitement, demanding he show him the future potion. Sliding into the carriage, Babik grinned and loudly swore that he'd been waiting for the boy to show up as his guest. At last, the merchant beamed with real sincerity and promised he'd patiently and eagerly wait for the outcome. The carriage lurched forward and tore away from where it sat. Takumi gave the merchant a fair shake, saying he seemed decent, but his companion snapped the topic away in seconds, staring straight at that swollen bag. Then the guy yanked out the carcass of a giant armored boar, calmly demanded it be butchered, and left his friends staring in pure disbelief. The maid burst into a panic, throwing herself to check whether he was hurt, while the hunter quietly smirked inside, because his near-fatal clash stayed unspoken. Bewildered satellites still stood frozen in the yard, looming over the colossal captured monster. One of the men couldn't contain his joy, and he frantically grabbed at the giant beast's massive scales like he was in a fever dream. Takumi grinned at Marta and said that catch was way too massive for just him, so he wanted to share it with every single villager. The man couldn't hold back. He praised the guy for handling that terrifying monster with pure skill. He even pointed out that the tusks and skin would make top-notch gear material, and that blacksmith Bobbin would be so stunned by the quality he'd practically lose his voice. The hunter ordered Marta to team up with Bobbin as reinforcements, and the girl sprinted back to the village without a second thought. The news raced through the whole village, and everyone bolted outside to cheer the amazing catch with loud, happy shouts, while Takumi grinned like he had a secret, already thinking about chatting with Bobbin about the new gear tomorrow. The villagers swarmed in and tore the monstrous carcass apart plank by bloody plank. Takumi rushed back to his room, tucked the creature into a wooden box, and leaned in to gently inspect the baby as its eyes fluttered open. The boy leaned in and urged him, "Don't push too hard, take real rest and let your body recover." The tiny spider yawned, blinked slow and drowsy, and studied its rescuer like it couldn't believe it was saved. Takumi slowly traced the tiny head of that strange guest with his fingertip. That baby didn't make a single shred of disgust rise in him, so Takumi calmly stood up and moved on, ready to crush the next big task. He rolled up his sleeves with pure determination, ready to forge tough glass bottles himself for the medicinal potions that were coming. Ahead of him lay a mountain of work, and the boy hunched forward, staring at the tools like they held his future. Takumi snapped to work and with blacksmith magic instantly melted river sand into flawless glass, then poured it straight into a clean jar and sealed it with a springy cork carved from special wood that keeps moisture out. The blacksmith's magic snapped to attention at the boy's command, turning into the perfect tool to forge a flawless glass vial fast, then seal it tight with a wooden stopper. He stared at the finished thing in pure shock, blown away by how fast and effortless it all clicked on the very first try. At last, the homemade set was complete, solid, with a tough clear bottle and a cap you could trust. After tucking the fresh dishes aside to cool, Takumi grinned and launched into a wild experiment, mixing a potion from scratch. This time, he ditched the usual magical water and swapped in a totally different kind of magic, eager to see how it would twist the brew's properties. After testing every match in the mix and making sure his light magic wouldn't blow up, he picked a healing spell, then kept heating the liquid again and again until it came together. That whole process nearly broke him, but right when his strength started to vanish, bright light blasted the room. Takumi pulled off the synthesis, unlocked a brand new skill, and gained the power to bestow magic. Staring at what he'd pulled from the trial, the boy froze in shock. Right in front of him sat a top-tier, special medium-level healing potion, the kind only elite alchemists can craft. Still riding that win, he didn't let his guard down. He dashed the precious potion into a fresh jug and shoved it away where prying eyes couldn't get a single glimpse. But this one weird thing wouldn't let him sleep. the liquid in the cauldron kept glowing in a mysterious, steady light. With doubts tossed aside, the boy burst into joy and dove straight into mass-producing those basic low-level potions. Everything kicked off on a fresh, quiet morning that felt almost too peaceful to trust. Welcome to a sleepy little provincial village where nothing exciting ever happens, at least that's what everyone thinks. The boy spun around, totally lost, and stared at the room like, "So, what am I supposed to do now?" He muttered through clenched teeth about that cursed magical web, clutching his chubby little pet in his arms. The boy froze in the mess of a cramped room, staring at the chaos, completely unsure where to begin. Sticky thread curtains draped from the ceiling and walls, sealing off every path like a trap. Takumi stared down the tiny culprit with pure steel in his eyes and demanded to know, didn't he want to at least apologize for the mess he made? Right then, a glowing characteristic window popped up in front of the boy and he nearly choked on his own breath. His pet had morphed into a rare killer spider. Tiny Keed bounded onto the wooden floor with pure joy and Takumi nearly dropped the whole world. He couldn't believe it because the kid had grown up fast and was talking like a real human. He gently brushed one thread and the whole magical web answered with a savage snap, able to slice metal and even bend its strength the very first time its mistress made a wish. While the boy wondered if plain rice would fit her diet, Keed dropped flat on her back and whined so pitifully it was impossible not to feed her. Seeing her lively pawing, the boy let out a breath of relief. His new friend was totally okay. Keed suddenly leapt onto her owner with a squealy burst of joy and toppled him to the floor, until a loud voice from the hallway snapped the moment in half because someone was unlocking the door without a warning. The door inched open, and the moment it did, dead silence slammed into the room. Takumi sprawled carefree in bed, cuddled up in fluffy Spider Keed's embrace when, out of nowhere, someone went for the door and tried to sneak into the room. Marta yanked the door open, and the second she stepped in, horror slammed into her as a giant monster stared straight down at her from the boy's bed. The terrified maid shrieked and bolted down the corridor while Takumi just stood there, dumbfounded. Then it hit him. He'd totally forgotten to warn everyone about his new favorite. Meanwhile, Tiny Keed just fluttered forward, wagging her little paws like it was all sunshine and joyfully waved at Marta. A little later, Marta sat there, calm as can be, leaning in to grill the boy about that weird spider woman, while the boy awkwardly blurted out an apology for the chaos and swore he'd keep Keed locked in the room from then on. He leaned in and swore that his pupil was super obedient and sharp, so she'd never get anyone into trouble. Marta suddenly spotted those thin silver threads crawling across the room, and Takumi's face flared as he blurted out the truth about the wild antics of his beloved Marta. The maid snapped a hard look at the boy and asked if he truly grasped how deadly this situation was. Then her warning hit hard and terrified poor Takumi. Then, out of nowhere, Marta's cheerful grin burst across her face, and she practically ordered everyone to come see this fluffy cutie right away, quietly deciding she'd never let this wonder leave his side. The hollow spider spun in place with giddy joy, and the maidservants couldn't help but let out deep, heartfelt sighs. When the obedient spider girl stepped out, the whole place went wild with admiration, and the senior housekeeper was already bouncing Keed in the chair with a huge grin, thanking her for those incredible heavy-duty strands of web. The maids rushed in, praising this strange assistant to the skies, then insisted, straight up, that they were only repaying the guests for the priceless help. Before Takumi could even catch his breath, an elderly woman barked that she needed to measure his back right now and snapped orders for him to stay still. They decided to sew him brand new clothes themselves and turned it into a wild torture session, whipping out measurements and then mercilessly tickling the flustered Takumi while he laughed and begged them to stop. After hours of grueling work, Takumi slumped with a bitter sigh, still stuck on how stubborn the local women turned out to be. Time dragged on, and everyday worries piled up like a weight on his shoulders. A few hours dragged by and the boy trudged along the wooden fence, bitterly cursing his terrible luck. Right when his thoughts were about to run wild, Keed burst in grinning, thrusting a whole handful of brand new, super strong threads at him. Even with all their stubborn nagging, the village housewives wore the boy out, yet around the family table, they still managed to drill the local measures and weights into him. Takumi gently brushed Keed's hair, praising her hard work with real warmth. Then boom, Marta popped out from behind the fence and shouted for both of them to come to dinner. The girl thanked him warmly for the help, and Takumi, blushing hard, rushed to insist it was him who should be grateful for the shelter. Marta let out a shaky sigh over the bucket of demon entrails, insisting the poisoned miasmas meant it had to be tossed, but Takumi stayed cool and calmly pushed back, telling her purification magic would fix everything. The boy reached into the bucket, and with just a light touch, the meat instantly purged the toxins and turned translucent. Marta gasped and slapped a hand over her mouth, totally stunned by what she was seeing. She snatched up the bucket with pure joy and sprinted to get dinner going, while Takumi quietly made a vow to never cast spells in front of people again. Marta's face turned deadly serious as she explained that the light magic wielders were trapped behind temple walls because they're too rare. Then the boy's blood ran cold, remembering the terrifying spells he'd cast before. A tense, nervous silence suddenly snapped into place. As she walked him back to his house, the girl warned him, "Don't flex your strength outside the village," and Takumi nodded, feeling this huge wave of relief. Takumi couldn't shake the fear of eating the monster's entrails, but the girl just shrugged and said, "Easy, mix them into something else and call it food." The plan clicked into place, and it actually worked. Time was sprinting out the door, and it didn't plan on coming back. Night falls, and the entire village crowds around a roaring bonfire for a celebration so big it feels like the whole town is breathing as one. While the full Takumi was finally catching his breath, Bobbin pushed a drink on him, and Takumi refused. Then his mind flashed to the real adult life he used to live. Kanga, already plenty drunk, patted the boy on the back and poured out heartfelt thanks for the amazing dinner and drinks. The giant suddenly hauled Takumi into his arms, and the wave of emotion hit so hard it almost stole his breath. With drunken chatter rolling in the background, Hanga Bobbin leaned in and asked about the little spider, Keed, because she was out there, grinning and playing with the kids like it was the best day ever. Joy kept surging higher and higher, like a festival that wouldn't stop getting louder. Suddenly, Hanga erupted into tears of joy, and Takumi just smiled softly, doing everything he could to soothe his wrecked-up friend. In the end, the drunken giant crumpled to the dirt, completely helpless, and kept sobbing like it was never going to stop. The boy pleaded with him, "Please don't fall asleep on me right now." Later, Bobbin sat down with Takumi for a hard, serious talk, and somehow managed to talk him out of staying put, pushing him to leave the village and chase the world where his extraordinary talent could finally explode. In the end, the man let out a heartbreaking sigh, admitting they'd all be painfully alone without him. Plopped on the grass beside the blacksmith, the young man finally realized he had a mountain of lessons still waiting for him. He tightened his gloved fists, convinced the moment he'd been waiting for was finally here. The blacksmith leaned in and clapped the boy on the shoulder, promising that the fresh batch of materials would make them hammer so hard sparks would burst, while the young man's mind was already racing to his next departure. He marched right up to the master and demanded lessons on forging real weapons and armor, and the master lit up and agreed without hesitation. Just as things were getting cozy, their acquaintance burst in yelling for a drink, so the guy just chuckled, smiled it off, and decided to stay here a bit longer because lately these days felt like real gold. The blacksmith told Takumi to lace the craft with magic and forge on with the same grit. Takumi just nodded, confident as ever, and swung the hammer down over the workpiece. The mentor narrowed his eyes and studied every single etched line of the future blade like it might bite back. With the job finally done, the master broke into a warm smile and showered the boy with praise for his grit and hard work. Takumi thrust the weapon into his hands so he could inspect it up close. "Now the heat is on," the blacksmith barks an order. "Ignite the forge with magic and crank the fire as hot as it'll possibly go." The master swore he'd personally watch every step, telling the boy to lock in on the metal's color and time every beat down to the second. They pushed themselves to the breaking point, holding their breath, just waiting for that perfect moment to strike. The hammer crashed down hard, striking the blazing steel with a thunderous impact. Water hissed like a warning, steam swallowed the room, and the stunned blacksmith just blurted out a shocked gasp. In his hands, a flawless black knife gleamed, crafted from magical steel, the kind only a true expert could wield. To stop Takumi from burning through every last ounce of energy, the the coach slammed in a recovery break. Spotting the student's thoughtful look, the man grinned and asked if he was just too tired. Over a simple lunch, the blacksmith leaned in and demanded to know what the young man thought about their very first job together. Takumi finally admitted it. His magic sank into the steel, and the moment it did, that metal shut down, refusing every outside influence and locking his power inside tight. The blacksmith slumped in the forge, lost in thought beside the stone wall. The boy said he started out thinking metal was just tough, but the moment he pushed with force, it went silent, because the magic had already sunk all the way inside. The blacksmith swore he'd teach the young man the secrets of magical forging, and the kid said yes without even a second thought. The master lifted the cup, took a sip, and swore that given enough time, it would bend metal into any shape like it owned the laws of physics. The young man stared at the word charms, his mind racing. Could he actually weave a few spells of his own into that weapon? As he spun around, the blacksmith realized he'd already hammered out a stack of short swords, and every single one came out flawless. Already seated at the table, he leaned in and told the student that magical ore and crystals act like catalysts, supercharging weapons, just like he learned back in the Guild of Mages. The blacksmith snapped to silence, eyes locked on the blade he'd just finished, like he was weighing every edge and every consequence. When the boy asked if his swords would work, the blacksmith nodded and admitted he couldn't forge them himself. His own magic reserves were all but gone. The young man bowed in genuine gratitude to the master, then, boom, one sudden question about the armor's work hit like a cold splash, freezing him dead in his tracks. The master leaned in with sharp curiosity and demanded, "So how's the armor coming along?" A gloomy shadow swallowed the boy's face as he remembered how magic had made even tough leather and iron feel way easier to handle. But just like that, he steadied himself and reassured the startled blacksmith that everything was running perfectly smooth. In the end, the boy finally got it. Keed was meant to handle the fabric and threads, so he grabbed only the essentials from the master and rushed back to work. The blacksmith leaned in and told the boy, "If you keep casting magic non-stop, you'll learn nothing. So this time, you're forging the steel with your own hands." Burning with fatigue after a brutal day at work, Takumi burst through the doorway and shouted hello from the threshold. Keed, his student, practically burst out the door with bright, joyful energy, dragging along a mountain of mouthwatering food her mom packed just for him. As the Spider Woman straightened everything around the table so perfectly, Takumi couldn't help it. He grinned and told her she was a real grown-up lady. Even while he sat at dinner, the boy couldn't stop his mind from racing about what he was going to do with the armor he'd crafted. It was his first time and somehow it turned out amazing. But the real nightmare only kicked in when he went to get fitted. At first, the outfit looked like a perfect match. Then the guy's stomach dropped when he realized they'd completely botched how he'd look. He stared at his own reflection, baffled, desperately trying to figure out where he'd gone wrong. The armor felt snug and perfect, but its eerie gloom made it feel way too dramatic for an ordinary weekday. Staring at the mirror stood a truly terrifying Midgard killer, and 15-year-old Takumi never, ever expected that it would be him. The boy tried to pose like a total badass in a fighting stance, but with no real sword in hand, it somehow came out looking hilarious. He pictured himself showing up to a calm job interview looking like this, and then it hit him. They'd toss him out the second he crossed the threshold. As he worked his magic on the skin, it darkened on its own, and Takumi got so lost in childhood memories of online games that common sense slipped right out of his mind. Now he's forced to keep grinding, training himself to make normal, useful things that actually work. Takumi stared at the armor, jaw set in stone, and finally snapped that the whole thing would have to be rebuilt from scratch. He felt awkward jumping back in, but this armor was so loud and flashy he couldn't bring himself to detach from his precious craft. At first, he dreamed of heading to the big city to learn blacksmithing. But just as he was lost in thought, his little helpers burst in loud as thunder, yelling that lunchtime was here. Life in the village dragged on at a snail's pace. Day after day, Takumi battered the forge with grit, hammering hard under Bobbin's sharp, watchful eye. Finally, that brand new dagger clicked into perfection, and the thrilled boy bowed deeply, thanking his master for every hard-won lesson. Bobbin grinned so hard his cheeks hurt and announced that Takumi and Keed are suddenly the hottest names in their village. The young man bowed and apologized for wasting their time, but the blacksmith just smirked and brushed him aside. Everyone instantly got it. Takumi didn't just work on that weapon, he poured his whole heart into every move, desperate to forge it into something flawless. These were real golden days, pure joy every single one. Ahead of the boy stretched a brutal, endless road, so Bobbin, with a pinch of sorrow, warned him that Merchant Babik was about to arrive, and that Takumi would have to keep traveling with him. The blacksmith leaned in and told him to stop doubting himself. Then make sure you proudly show the guest your signature herbs. Out of nowhere, the silence detonated into a brutal scream. Someone was shouting for Takumi. So a few more days tore by in the blink of an eye. Days slipped by so quietly under the weight of everyday worries that no one even noticed them. The boy tore into preparations for the brutal long journey ahead. That goodbye hit hard. Marta called him son again. The men clung to him in tight hugs, and Keed pressed a bundled gift into his hands. She fumbled the words and nervously begged the guy to try on the new coat. A whole town pulled together to forge this special surprise for everyone, straight from the heart of the entire community. The outfit landed perfectly and Takumi couldn't believe it. Everyone had pitched in, even the shy Keed. He stomped forward in brand new sturdy shoes, like he was ready to take on whatever came next. Tears burned in his eyes from that sudden kindness, and only then did the boy finally understand why everyone around kept calling her his wife. With that insane gift in his hands, Takumi swore he'd treasure it more than anything else and keep it safe forever. When he finally understood he was blind, his pulse went wild and he stared at the flustered Keed, mortified. Right then, a stranger's hand clamped onto his shoulder and a shout ripped from behind him, the cart's already rolling. Crowds closed in, swearing this would always be his home, and the boy swallowed his nerves and quietly promised, "I'll come back for sure." Takumi bowed so low it looked like he might break, and through tears he thanked everyone for the love, warmth, and care that kept him going. With his friends' roaring encouragement, he burst into motion, pumped with strength, fueled by hope. He flashed a real, heartfelt smile and waved goodbye, then shouldered that huge bag and took off on his journey. Fresh adventures called, so the young man stepped toward the cart, and a man in glasses greeted him with a warm smile. The wooden wagon crept down the mountain road, and with every rattle, it left that cozy settlement growing smaller behind them. The satellite in glasses beamed and said the villagers had genuinely fallen for Takumi, and the boy just nodded, quietly but with infinite gratitude in his eyes. He snapped his eyes away, like he couldn't bear to look. The boy clutched the white bag to his chest like it might slip away. The roomy van rattled with noise as one companion jabbed his buddy for wiping sentimental tears, and the elderly mercenary leaned in, choking up, insisting that in just a little time the village had finally started to feel like home for the boy. The blonde warrior whipped around to the boy and fired a curious question. Was his name really Takumi, just like old Babik had been telling him? Grinning wide, the client proudly introduced the crew, these so-called Otter Fangs, a bunch of adventurers he'd hired to keep them safe throughout the whole journey. Then they rolled out the silent monster they called God. Next to her squirmed the restless Raylu, and he gave her a laid-back nod like they were old friends. The last one to step up and grin wide was Kai's, all emotion and lightning in his eyes. Staring at the young man's humble few belongings, one of the companions blinked in disbelief. How could he possibly be headed on a journey that long with so little? The carriage jerked forward toward Borton, and everyone in it shouted with pure excitement about how the ride felt, cool breeze and all. Clutching the secret of his endless magic stash, the boy grinned and swore he'd buy everything he needed in the city. Then, right as he finished, he blurted that he had a real little demon with him. The kid yanked the attention to his white bag and blurted that the baby inside was named Keed. So Rayla snapped, wide-eyed, and demanded why he was cradling the baby in there. The young man studied that contract with the little demon like it was nothing, while the adventurer nearly collapsed when he learned he'd be traveling with a giant killer spider. The fox giant stumbled through an awkward apology for the attack, while the terrified creature cowered in the corner and clamped its hands over its eyes to escape human cruelty. The adventure seeker slapped her hands together, squealing that she absolutely loved spiders, then demanded, right now, that they show her her favorite one. In the blink of an eye, the stern warrior scooped the massive monster up and cradled it to his chest, tender as a parent holding a child. The companion could only shriek in stunned panic, utterly baffled that anyone would so recklessly throw their arms around a deadly creature. With a guilty voice, he admitted that because humans were so cruel, his spider still trembles at the outside world and every stranger. That towering giant, beyond stern, held the monster close like it was made of glass, and everyone couldn't help but stare at the shockingly gentle way he was cradling it. The stunned girl couldn't make the whole picture click in her mind at all. They finally landed a new company and jumped in a carriage for Borton, while that spoiled kid flat-out refused to apologize. After days of non-stop travel, a towering stone gate finally loomed ahead like a promise of something huge. Right ahead, the travelers faced the towering gates of Borton Castle, and past them stretched the savage marsh forests of Avon. The young man rode beside the old merchant Babek, cradling his precious pet in careful cloth as the carriage rattled on. He leaned toward the window, eyes dreamy and wide. At the checkpoint, the guard handed Takumi a temporary permit for 5 silver coins and barked that he'd better register his monster with the city guild. The entrance guard greeted the trader Babek like he always did, but when Takumi showed up, there were 0 documents in sight. The guard said with a straight face that the boy had to cough up a fee and then register his pet at the town hall or guild if he wanted any of that money back. That massive iron grate rumbled up, and the cart burst through the majestic city streets while the young man's excited shouts lit the air. The wooden gate drifted up, hanging above them like it had a mind of its own. In a real fantasy world that was absolutely thriving, beastmen, sturdy dwarves, and graceful elves strolled the streets side by side, living in peace. Babek broke into a warm smile, soaking in the young man's heartfelt praise as the cozy streets lit up his whole face. The moment he smiled, it felt like the whole world turned and handed him back his childhood joy. At last, the carriage ground to a halt, and Takumi's breath caught as he realized he was finally living a real fairy tale. Ahead loomed the massive Stone Adventurers Guild, and Babek leaned in to tell the boy to team up with his companions and go. The adventurous crew jumped at the plan, then promised they'd escort the young man through the city the moment they wrapped up the task. The squad leader yanked the bewildered Takumi inside on the spot, demanding they get him a temporary ID fast. While one girl bolted off to take care of her own business, the other warriors locked in their plan with Babek. The merchant beamed as he bid Takumi farewell, then urged him to meet up later at the trading guild building. The companions shoved the boy onward with loud urgency, and he sprinted after them without looking back. The cheerful guild clerk beamed as they logged the report. Merchant Babek had successfully defended himself. Kai's introduced a boy named Takumi, freshly arrived in the city, and he was desperate for papers for himself and his pet. The comrade snapped his hand in a dismissive gesture, then bolted straight to the tavern for a drink, leaving the boy stranded alone with the registrar. The boy squinted and filled out the guild form the worker shoved into his hands. Takumi blurted, "I don't want to be an adventurer," and it totally blindsided the registrar. The young man fumbled through an awkward apology, panicking that the loud noise he'd accidentally caused had just shattered the calm in the busy hall. He quickly blurted out that he'd come to study magic and science, so he wasn't looking for just any school. He wanted something totally different. He just shrugged it off and warned, "Getting in is brutal, strict rules and crazy high fees make it almost impossible." The boy got blindsided when he heard the Alchemists Guild won't take new members, and that magic is banned there with 0 exceptions. The worker scooted in close and hissed in a secretive whisper that most folks only come here to get their identification card. This clever move let him dodge the huge city pet taxes. No extra hassle, no headaches, just relief. Takumi finally calmed down, nodded to fill out the papers, and snatched the pen, until the registrar suddenly asked about his ward. The moment he gently set a huge white bundle on the table and grinned, calling it a sleeping killer spider, the other man went completely still. A tiny, adorable creature popped its head out from the blanket, and the worker who spotted it snapped right back to the paperwork like, "Nope, back to business." They somehow pulled it off, and at last, fresh, brand new cards landed in their hands. Soon, they ended up in the reception of Babek's trading company, where a chubby merchant in weird little glasses greeted them with a grin. After sipping warm tea, the young man learned the admission rules had been slashed, because a huge wave of adventurers got recruited. Then it all clicked. He remembered their old deal and dug into his bag for a few precious potion bottles. The merchant leaned in, peered through a magnifying glass, and practically beamed as he declared the herbs flawless, while the young man just gave a quiet smile, because he'd brewed them on pure instinct with nothing but a standard mix of ingredients. Everything clicked into place, and it all went down without a hitch. When the merchant demanded the update on the new batch, the boy nodded and grinned inside, thrilled that his bottomless stash was ready to deliver again. The customer demanded 100 pieces of every type, and he priced each mana herb bottle at a generous 50 silver coins. The serious money math is officially underway. With lightning-fast mental math, he nailed the total 7,000 silver coins. What? The young man nearly choked on his hot tea when a jaw-dropping 7 million yen flashed into view, so startled he nearly sent his cup flying. The merchant flashed a warm, comforting smile. The young man nervously asked if a basic potion like that was too expensive, and then, wow, the flawless quality made every coin feel worth it. Once he double-checked that the deal was completely legal and safe, the tension finally snapped and he let out the biggest, deepest sigh of relief. Because it was their very first joint agreement, the manager asked, polite but tense, whether the terms worked for him, and the guy nodded hard like he'd finally exhaled. The boy gave a heartfelt thanks, now that he'd finally moved into the city, and that support showed up exactly when he needed it most. As they clinked cups of tea, the man leaned in, swore he could be fully trusted, and then shot straight to the point. Did you solve the housing problem yet? The young man shot back that he'd only planned to rent a hotel room during his studies, just a quiet little corner where he could secretly pull ingredients from his spatial inventory and whip up potions. Hearing that, the plump manager smirked and blurted, "I'll rent you the whole workshop building right now." And the boy froze because in a city like this, he had no idea why anyone was throwing out royal offers like that. The boy tried to get his partner to chill, but the moment the talk started, he already yanked out the papers and swore the herb sale profits would steamroll every expense. The manager's pressure slammed down so hard that no one dared to argue back. The boy went quiet for a beat, trying to wrap his head around where this kind of unheard-of generosity in the city could even come from. Doubts gnawed at the young man's gut. Was it really true they'd offer royal treatment just for a stash of herbs, or was some sneaky trap lurking behind it? So he shoved aside his unnecessary doubts for the moment, and decided to watch what came next. Meanwhile, inside the guild building, workers were frantically tearing through every document needed to welcome the new partner. This jaw-dropping 3-story building hid way more secrets than anyone could ever spot at first glance. By the office window, a mysterious golden-haired girl stood watch. Most subordinates barely ever laid eyes on her outside her own chambers. She watched the young man step into the yard, and somehow she just knew this new guest was about to flip everything upside down. With dark hair framing her face, the demoness spun the mouthpiece in her fingers and smirked as memories of her jealous partner, Babek, came crashing back, because he'd found yet another interesting someone. She flashed a sly smile, savoring every second until that meeting finally arrived. The beauty twisted toward the window, leaned in on her blonde friend and whispered, "Want a peek at the guest?" But she spun away with cold indifference, stuffing down her aching thoughts as if they'd never been there. In the opening of Chapter 7, Takumi clutched a massive bag in both hands, grinning so wide it looked like he'd just won the world, celebrating the task he'd pulled off flawlessly. That smiling, round-glasses merchant pitched the boy a bunch of killer cooperation options, and the system vouched for his honesty. But Takumi still felt the trap hiding under the charm. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying vision burned across the young man's mind. This kind old man would chain him up and make him churn out potion after potion for anyone willing to pay. One thought hit Takumi, and his face turned so grim the old man couldn't move, while the boy's interface erupted with security alerts. The scared businessman started shaking and blurted out apologies, and that's when Takumi stepped in, because it all lined up way too perfectly to be real. The old man exhaled like a weight had finally lifted, flashing his signature smile to crack a little light into the moment. Tightening his fists, Takumi mentally snapped at himself for letting paranoia get the best of him. With the tension finally cracking, the merchant leaned in over a steaming cup of tea and laid it all out. He wasn't just being generous for show. He wanted Takumi's trust locked in for what came next, because beyond the herbs he'd set his sights on the magical pump back in the village. He promised with his whole heart that he's in this for the long haul and wants to team up for real. The merchant had actually been to that remote spot himself, and he swore he'd seen that weird well with his own eyes. The merchant's glasses gleamed like a trap, sharp and predatory. The old man leaned in and insisted that this kind of structure would rake in massive profits for them. The businessman didn't just want success, he set his sights on a prize so massive it felt out of reach. Takumi just stood there, stunned. He'd built that pump purely for the villagers' sake, never once thinking about money. The merchant leaned in with burning curiosity, grilling the boy about his bizarre invention. This plain old hand pump did its job with zero magic, just raw, stubborn power. They sighed as the memory hit them hard, how ordinary folks had to struggle just to get water while the rich casually siphoned it up with magical gadgets. Suddenly, the man shot up to his feet and practically begged Takumi to make a pump just like this. The kid said yes, then slammed down one deal-breaker condition. The merchant froze on the spot, his breath caught in his throat from what he just heard. First, they'd just have to get an official permit from the people living in his village. That young man swore fame means nothing to him, so he's keeping his real name locked away. The merchant practically begged him to believe this. He promised he could be trusted with everything. So Takumi pushed for the absolute lowest price, so even the tiniest broke villages could finally afford the purchase. Even though the merchant played it like a pro, the young man felt the real sincerity behind the deal, and he nodded to himself, thinking, all right, this contract might actually be legit. They slammed the official signing of the documents into motion, and moved it straight to the settlement. At last, the guest threw up his hand with a big smile and jumped in to help set up the guy's living space. Refusing that offer would have been nothing short of a crime. The morning arrived in a hush, washed in calm sunlight that made everything feel still, right before the day started to heat up. Right by Takumi's carriage, the polished old butler Thomas was already waiting. He bowed and asked how the young man had spent his time, and Takumi answered with a bright smile, everything went wonderfully. Takumi thanked Thomas for the tip about the cozy hotel, then blurted out, what happened to Babik? And the cheerful, chubby coachman with round glasses grinned and shouted that their boss had hauled off to the village at dawn. The old man moved so fast with lightning speed that the boy could only stare, stunned into silence. He shot a grateful thought to the heavens, once again for that perfect shelter. Thomas yanked open the carriage door and waved the guest in, promising he'd ride with him to his new home. Then, when Takumi's eyes kept drifting, his butler's face tightened and he asked if something was wrong, and Takumi rushed a shaky nod and practically leapt inside. As the carriage tore through the streets, the young man leaned toward the window, lost in dreams, praying their new home would have room for at least a tiny workshop corner. Out of nowhere, the crew screeched to a halt, and the butler's talk about the arrival hit Takumi like a punch. Doubts snapped tight in his chest, and he hurriedly, fearfully called Thomas. Tension snapped higher and anxious thoughts burst and swarmed through the boy's head. Right in front of him, a gorgeous villa burst into view, and the boy's breath caught with pure shock. Sunlight blasted across the elegant columns, pouring down from that towering, high roof like the world itself was showing off. The steward leaned in with calm certainty and confirmed it. This massive estate belongs to their guild. Takumi braced himself for some tiny little room, but Thomas's bombshell, saying the whole building belonged to him now, nearly sent him straight into a shocked outburst. The steward casually jabbed a finger at the boarded-up door of the old warehouse and urged them to turn it into a workshop, while the boy's mind spiraled into panic at how unbelievably royal, how ridiculously huge, his new home felt. The boy sucked in a sharp breath, staring in disbelief at what he couldn't possibly see. The old assistant yanked the massive doors open for the guest, even as he stewed in his head about how a plain warehouse would have been more than enough. In the huge, empty hall, the boy spun around, utterly lost, like he couldn't find the first clue. When he stepped inside, the rooms were so massive he clutched his head in pure disbelief. The old man's warm smile beckoned the boy deeper, step by step, like he was guiding him into something unforgettable. Behind the next door, a sparkling swimming pool burst into view, and the guy just stared in shock, blurting out if this place was supposed to be a bath. He nodded in agreement and said the old wealthy owner didn't hold back a single coin for that jaw-dropping renovation. Even with purification magic in hand, the guest clocked the moment, and decided right then he wouldn't let this chance slip. That spot right in the heart of the city finally snapped it into place for him. This was the perfect move, and Keed would feel it too. The manager flicked through his records and with a cool voice that sent shivers announced the prices. The boy jerked back in terror and his mind spiraled into the wild, insane amount of money he'd be forced to pay. But the moment he stared at that magnificent estate again, the insane cost of all that luxury felt like pocket change to him. He shot the numbers into yen in his head, and the profit hit so hard he nearly gasped. At first, he swore the house was cursed, until the manager broke it down. The price was low because the place was packed with busted magical devices, and fixing everything later would cost a fortune. Thomas, the old guide, told him the guild is scrambling to fix the building, but every magical lamp in those rooms has been dead for ages, and the repairs are going to cost a fortune. The boy snapped his eyes over the scene, then asked the old man point-blank if it'd be better for him to handle the repairs alone. And to everyone's shock, the old man actually agreed. Then the hero grinned and asked which other places the guild member had promised to show him. When he heard the old owner was alive and just relocated, the kid finally let out a huge breath of relief. When the guide stuttered about the next house belonging to the baron, twice the size, the boy shot up in shock, picturing them offering him not a place but an entire castle. Even when Mr. Babik begged the hero to trust him, the hero snapped his hands up and flat out refused to take that luxury. Thomas' voice cracked as he begged, "Are you really good with the first option?" He shot back with total confidence there'd be enough money to cover the cost, and he'd handle the kitchen and bathroom repairs himself, no extra stress at all. The conductor leaned in and asked the boy right then when it would be okay for him to move. The moment he spotted it, his face burst into pure joy and he practically shouted, "This house was made for me." They nodded, agreed to sign the contract, swore they'd pay everything after they got back to the guild, and declared they'd move in a week. The boy took a long, serious breath and weighed every first step toward building his new home. Keed, his tiny companion, jolted awake outside and he grinned wide as he told her, "All right, kid, this is it. From now on, this is our new home." With the guild's delivery of building materials locked in, the hero grinned with total confidence, because now he finally knew exactly what to take on next. He'd leaned in and grilled Thomas, could they really grab clay and wood straight from the guild? The moment she heard about the house renovation, she didn't hesitate, she jumped in and volunteered on the spot. And finally, at least one of them locked in on the plan, because the savior was none other than Takumi himself. He clutched his little companion close, grinned, and told them they'd have a ton of running ahead of them. Chapter 8 kicked off in the library's warm hush, where a light-haired face you'd recognize instantly peeked from behind towering book stacks. He hunched over the paper, scratching ideas with his pen, cross-checking every mark against the magical circle diagrams sprawled across the ancient tome he'd cracked open. Just days after everything started, the young man was already standing right outside the Golden Grain Hotel, staring at that stone building like he'd arrived for something huge. The stone building greeted the new visitors like an open doorway, wrapping them in sudden warmth. A few days flew by after the young man finally settled into the hotel. Mori's daughter, full of energy, strode in with steaming hot tea, then flashed a sweet smile and asked what he had planned for today. The boy flashed a warm smile and sincerely thanked her for taking care of him. Mori reminded them, "Since I'm moving soon, you've got to hand back part of that deposit." "But forget the refund," this young man demanded a wild alternative. "Use that money to cook him meals for his whole journey." The girl gasped and agreed on the spot, but she shot them a warning. There'd be way too much food and they couldn't possibly cook it all at once. Then the boy soothed her, promising he'd stash every last supply in a magical bag, sealed tight so nothing would ever spoil. After he said goodbye to the hostess, he sprang up from the table and shot out the door into the open air. But instead of fresh air, a brutal stench hit him so hard the young man slammed his hand over his face to block it out. As he unfolded the city brochure, he discovered the underground sewage system the priests had tried to scrub clean with magic, but it was obviously never built to handle a metropolis this huge. The sun crept up over the calm, deserted streets of that cozy town like it was sneaking in secrets. The boy blurted out that their new home would be flawless, and Keed, his winged companion, cheered right along with him. The young man crouched down with a bright smile and asked the little boy, "Do you love our new huge house, crafted with space-time magic?" Keed beamed as she recalled how, just yesterday, they sipped tea peacefully at the same time, watching their host's face light up with a warm smile. Thin clouds drifted lazily across the sky, like they had all the time in the world. At last, the young man snapped into action. he cast a spell to melt the clay and forge his own pottery. A blazing spell tore from his hands, and a brutal, jet-black flame surged up around him the second it hit. By casting a spatio-temporal spell that could juggle temperature and shape, the boy finished the baking, but it drained his energy like a full-on battery drain. Worn to the bone, he collapsed onto the ground. Then Keed's sudden shout cut through the air. A bespectacled man was closing in on the house. His strength was bone-dead, so he slumped and let out a heavy sigh, crushed by how pointless every effort had been. The assistant kept calling him over and over to meet the guest, but the young man couldn't stop wrestling with the brutal truth. He was still critically low on magical practice. The second that bespectacled man came up, my brain instantly screamed Babak. And sure enough, he showed up in the city way earlier than anyone predicted. Even with his exhaustion weighing him down, the young man took that first sip from his fresh clay cup, and when the taste hit, he felt nothing but total satisfaction. In the end, he grabbed Keed and told her to keep the guest in the living room, promising he'd step out the moment he drained and refilled his mana a bit. He stared at the finished silk and a wave of satisfaction hit him, because what he'd made was nothing short of truly wonderful. No time to slow down, he had to keep moving. The young man burst into the living room with steaming hot tea in hand, only to find no guest at all, just empty sofas staring back at him. When Keed the tiny spider heard his confused question, she chirped, "Don't worry, I brought Mr. Babak straight to you." She shot a confident paw straight at a heap of white fabric like she'd already won. The boy surged forward, eyes wide, and gaped at the weird white scroll sitting on the bed. With one brutal yank, he tore the sheet away and just froze, stunned. Inside that webby cocoon, all bundled up like a newborn, the respected guest was fast asleep. Within minutes, the young man and the Spider-Woman were already down on their knees, choking back sobs as they begged the guest to forgive them for the disaster they'd caused. Babak only clung to the silky yarn, murmuring that the spider silk was so soft and cozy, it made sleep feel impossible. They shoved the problem aside, slid into their seats, and dug into the details of the trade agreement coming next. That trial booking ad hit like a spark. Within seconds, a massive crowd of customers swarmed the office doors. Babak grinned and announced that next month, right on schedule, they'd kick off full-scale production and start selling. Without hesitating, he shoved the official papers into the young man's hands and demanded he sign them. The boy reread every line about his cut of the profits, exhaled in relief, and then signed the agreement. A calm grin spread across the boy's face as he finally realized he couldn't just turn down this offer. The guy with glasses swore it was true, no official paperwork, sure, but every villager was adamant. This young man would still be remembered as an inventor. The guest slammed stacks of silver coins onto the table, every last coin meant for the potion, after the annual house rent was paid and the building materials were bought. As the guy stuffed money into a bag, the man leaned in and asked if he needed anything else to finish the repair, because it was going surprisingly smooth. The man blurted out, "Do you need slaves?" And the boy instantly froze, totally lost. The proposal blindsided him so hard the young man just stood there, speechless, staring at the guest like he couldn't even blink. Deep down, he admitted that getting an extra pair of hands on the job couldn't possibly hurt. The second his mind wandered, it conjured up a humiliating scene of beautiful girls weeping in chains. Then heat rushed to his face. His own thoughts terrified him, so he flailed his hands and blurted, "Wait, let's just hire a regular worker. That's way more dependable." To break the awkward tension, the guy shot the guest a quick idea, tour the house, and the guest jumped at it without hesitation. As he strode down the corridor, the host snapped to himself that it was finally time to get used to this world's weird little rules. That weird, unsettling aura from the guest kept him on edge before every single open door. They cracked the door to the cozy bedroom, then hustled downstairs into a big, spotless kitchen. At last, the young man unveiled his brand-new invention, and the guest leaned in immediately, fiddling with his glasses as he scrutinized every detail. Takumi's assistant was wrapping up the area inspection, practically beaming because the building was still in pristine shape, so his job suddenly got a whole lot easier. Strolling through the yard, the man bragged about his stuff, then explained how he turned the local stables into his very own workshop. Suddenly, the guest's eyes locked onto a weird ceramic piece that was still raw and begging to be fired. Seeing the old manager's shock light up his face, Takumi grinned and calmly told him, I built an ordinary toilet with my own hands." The old man stared, totally lost at this wild invention, while the boy stayed cool and casually said he'd install it with magic. Inside the device, a magical contour was meant to obliterate waste and purify the water to perfection. So when it finally got dumped into the sewage system, it'd come out clean. He just couldn't stomach that awful local restroom, so he decided to trade misery for the cozy comfort he was used to at home. Suddenly, the manager's face drained of color, because he just realized the young man had used legendary light magic to purify plain, everyday water. The moment it hit, cold sweat drenched him, because he'd totally blanked the one rule: never show rare light magic to outsiders. Takumi stumbled, hands clamped to the seat like it was the only thing holding him together, and with a shaky whisper he begged, "Keep this secret." Luckily he got the message fast, no extra talk, yet his eyes still screamed the same fear as his master. When the first panic finally died down, the steward steadied his voice, promised the estate would be protected, and then, out of nowhere, pushed the simplest solution at the boy: buy himself slaves. That choice wiped out tons of headaches, because the magical contract locked every servant's loyalty in place and kept his secrets sealed tight with total confidentiality. While Takumi tried to process everything he'd just heard, the man leaned in and demanded one more minute for something even bigger. The little round satellite gasped in shock, wondering where its master was headed. The second Takumi pictured owning slaves, disgust and shame flashed through his head, but the old man snapped him back into the present by urging him to visit the slave market. The cart's wheels screamed and clattered over the cobblestones. As the crew tore through the streets, Takumi's mind raced with the sudden twist, and he leaned in, asking his companion if he'd spotted anything weird. The old man snapped back that the only thing he truly wanted was that mysterious device the young man had invented, and he'd buy it right now without hesitation. Chapter 9 kicked off with Takumi sprawled on the sofa like he didn't care, while a mountain of papers towered around him. Soon, he burst up to the towering 3-story mansion where the Murano slave-owning company was operating. Sitting in the reception area with his buddy Babak, Takumi couldn't stop shaking with nerves, so he forced himself to breathe and cling to the belief that his intentions were good. The old man suddenly clapped a hand on his shoulder and demanded, "Tell me, are you okay?" The boy held his breath, praying he was finally getting everything right. While Babak was insisting that this business demanded real solidity, the door burst open, and his speech got yanked out mid-sentence by a polite apology for the delay. Every single person in the room snapped their heads toward that voice without a second thought. A tall woman slipped into the room in dark, revealing clothes, and the boy instantly turned beet red, mortified. She swept a graceful glance over the guests and greeted them with a soft, welcoming smile. Takumi bowed in a rush, and the old companion snapped into action, introducing the kid and rushing out an apology for the totally sudden visit. The hostess slid into the seat across from them and pressed, "So what's the real reason for this sudden visit?" She confessed she'd already heard from Babak. Then the guy basically spilled the whole truth. Takumi needs assistance, but he's terrified of the slavery system he's stuck in. The old man leaned in and said he brought the boy here on purpose, so he could finally see the truth with his own eyes. Red-faced with embarrassment, Takumi blurted out that back in his hometown they'd never used slave labor, yet the hostess just nodded coolly like it was no big deal. In a bunch of thriving countries, people treated slave labor like it was necessary because enslaved workers didn't pay taxes, and some broke families could even trade their own kids away. Mistress Murin grinned and said, "I bet Uruma's hometown is the kind of place where peace reigns like it's royalty." She slammed the documents onto the table and declared, loud and clear, that in Bajira's kingdom the enslaved are protected by law, no exceptions. The young man dove into the contract, and the moment he read it, housing, food, and full protection for the slaves, his whole soul unclenched in instant relief. The scrolls laid out every kind of slave: debtors chained for their dues, prisoners battered by punishments, captives taken from war, and even people snatched by bandits. With a grin and a deep breath, the boy flipped the page and sincerely thanked the woman for laying out the rules of this wild, unusual system. Then Murana locked eyes with him and demanded to know why he made that choice. After a brief pause, Uruma swallowed hard and said he'd rather meet prisoners of war, or people who'd been dragged into slavery for other reasons. Babek stepped in right away, snapping, "That young prodigy needs real trust, people who won't vanish and start leaking his secrets." He awkwardly admitted that he's still clueless about money and totally lost when it comes to running a household. He had to find someone with working hands strong enough to hold every secret of his master, no leaks, no exceptions. Inside, Uruma was in full panic mode. He could barely scrape together 3 measly coins from his savings to pay for assistance. While the young man was crunching the numbers, Murin cut through the tension and declared she'd make sure he had the best working conditions possible. But the real gut punch hit when Babek's ex fired off an exclamation with burning eyes, demanding she personally foot the entire bill for the purchase. The woman snapped at the old merchant Babek in a storm of anger, demanding he stop pushing and hauling up that awful habit of stepping in way too early. She made it painfully clear, no more outbursts, and barked at the old fool to cool down right now. She leaned over the silent Babek and asked Ice Gold who he thought he was trying to scare, because this wasn't some children's toy market at all. She snapped her gaze at the young Uruma and demanded to know if it wasn't that restless merchant who dragged him here, making the boy recoil and freeze in pure awkward shock. With a delicate butterfly pen fluttering in her hand, she urged Urumi to shut the old man down, because the second a new idea struck, his mind instantly went blank on everything else. The boy sincerely thanked her for seeing the old merchant's heart, even while he admitted that Babek's non-stop persistence had helped him big time in the past. Uruma flat out said he had no intention of buying anyone, then asked for a moment to think it all through and even suggested they end today's negotiations, and the hostess nodded along with a warm, smiling yes. She kept replaying the boy's weird words in her head. He wouldn't buy a person, yet he still nodded along when a slave was being sold. She flashed a satisfied smile, basking in the way they finally understood each other, while in the corner, Babek jabbed at the floor with his nose, mumbling apologies like he couldn't stop himself. The guests rose from their seats and the young man bowed with gratitude, thanking them for the hospitality before promising he'd come back with the solution in hand. The hostess guided everyone to the exit and let the guests wander the company grounds, smiling sweetly while quietly sealing their fate with a looming disciplinary talk with Babek. The door slammed shut with a heavy, dull thud that made the whole room flinch. All alone, she flashed a predatory grin, already plotting how she'd finally put that restless old fool in his place. Up ahead, the heroes slammed into nothing but grim iron cages and a suffocating silence that swallowed every corridor step. Locking eyes on that monster's dark, creeping aura and the demoness's predatory grin, the boy's face went paperwhite in an instant, pure panic. He didn't waste a second. He bolted away with everything he had, swearing he'd pray for his companion while the other one chased after him, shouting in shock and confusion. The little one bolted into the night in tears, never once glancing back, while a panicked man with glasses scrambled to grab him at the door. The boy suddenly found himself in this huge, lavish living room, and the silence in there felt totally wrong, like it couldn't possibly belong to the nightmare he just escaped. He inched toward the stairs, praying like his life depended on it that in a place this luxurious, no one was chained as a slave. The mansion's corridor looked almost homey, totally ordinary, no creepy surprises lurking anywhere. Out of nowhere, his eyes snagged on a yawning dark abyss, an open drop that dove straight down into the earth. On the wall loomed a sign so chilling it made your skin crawl, "Basement for criminal slaves." The little one stared in stunned disbelief. He didn't want to step into that place at all, so he ditched it and charged into the other rooms. Good news. Nothing blocked his path and the house went stone-cold silent around him. With Murano's words echoing in his head, "Asterisk, the house is empty, asterisk," the boy tiptoed up, eased the glass door open, and slipped out onto the terrace. After checking the house from top to bottom and confirming the only thing left was the basement, the boy slowly eased the glass doors open. A lavish balcony stretched out before him, wrapped in lush greenery, while soft pink petals drifted and spun through the air. Suddenly, tangled in that whirl of blossoms, he caught a stunning glimpse of an elegant woman's profile. The little one stood there like a statue, terrified to even breathe, frozen in fear. At the very edge of the terrace stood a stunning girl in a white dress, her long hair whipping through the wind like it was alive. The gorgeous elf on the balcony said, ice cold, that she had no clue where he'd come from, then boom, A loud shout cut the whole conversation in half. She snapped at him in a sharp hiss, "Get out now." The boy spun in confusion, hunting the source of that voice with wide, startled eyes. His eyes widened so hard, his face looked like it stretched from pure shock. Meanwhile, the blonde sagged against the stone balcony railing, head drooping like her hope just vanished. "Move now, there's no room for someone like you in here," she snapped, cutting him off hard. Suddenly, a young maid bolted up to them, thought the boy was a client at first, but the elf snapped back that no way, this kid couldn't be him. The maid stared at the boy, completely baffled, trying to figure out why the lady was snapping at him. The young man clenched his pride, tried to stand his ground, and boldly announced that he'd only just grown up. Hearing that, the girl burst into a genuine, playful laugh and blurted that she just crossed into adulthood yesterday too. But the elf wasn't laughing for a second. She snapped at the boy to get out right now, before that older lady laid eyes on him. She stalked right past them, a shiver of cold clinging to her wake, and the maid murmured that for her, he was still nothing but a child. As the maid guided the young man toward the door, she dipped her head in perfect respect, and the elf snapped at him to wait. Right in the blink of an eye, the maid snatched his hand and locked eyes with him like she was sharing a secret. Takumi finally exhaled and waved goodbye as the mysterious guest vanished without a word behind those heavy doors. The boy spun his head across the ivy-draped terrace columns, completely baffled, desperately trying to make sense of what he was really seeing. The company manager was drenched in sweat and begged for forgiveness, but the young man stayed cool and quietly told him that this whole mess taught him exactly how the mechanisms worked. The merchant's face lit up instantly. He promised full support right away, but deep down he was secretly praying he'd rake in a fortune off the kid's talent. Takumi said, dead serious, that his grand idea would need a special device. Then he mentally sketched the whole thing, right down to the design of a regular toilet. As the little familiar poured tea, they talked shop about rising profits. Then the young man suddenly snapped to and remembered he meant to buy a slave for help. The old man was buzzing with excitement to sell his brand new device, but Takumi couldn't shake his fear that the authorities would come down hard once they saw his delicate light magic. Your opponent didn't brush it off. Everyone knew that Church of Light keeps a tight leash on this kind of magic, and with the Sidonia Empire backing them, the threat only gets worse. The moment the boy heard that warlike states call for heroes, he froze, and his mind spiraled into serious thought. Even though Takumi tried to calm his nerves, telling himself that one little household invention couldn't possibly start another war, the merchant's sly smile practically promised it would. The old gambler tugged at his glasses, leaned in like a storm was coming, and pushed the young man to gamble on a shot at wild success, then asked, straight up, if he had a real plan. The young man swore he can't show every card just yet, but if everything keeps going their way, they'll trade with ice cold calm soon enough. The trader agreed, but he demanded maximum caution, allowing only a tiny batch of trial sales in that first month to gauge how the market would react. Takumi finally wrestled with purification magic and hunted for quality ore, realizing the tests piling up ahead weren't going to let them breathe. The guest understood it all perfectly, because Takumi's magical device was still dead and it needed more time to be refined. Then the man demanded a bunch of test samples with different cleaning times, and swore he'd ship every single material soon. They clasped hands hard to seal the deal, then promised they'd stay in touch. The client grinned, dashed toward the exit, and waved goodbye like it was the best moment of their day. Takumi lit up with a grin as he watched the guest step out and disappear. The old man finally ordered him to handle every magic job inside the house for safety, and the boy nodded, ready to start the work the instant the move was finished. He'd, the little assistant, even swore she'd pull out every stop to get it done. He stayed laser-focused on making the money, even as the secret got harder and harder to hide. Still, he swore it'd be a wild ride. Little Keed sat on the floor, surrounded by scattered candies, while his beloved plush spider Takumi gently stroked his head. A little wooden toy train rolled past in a hush, packed to the brim with sweets in tiny boxes. Suddenly, thick white smoke swallowed everything, and from the haze a soft, mysterious whisper slipped out. After a few agonizing weeks, a timid voice finally echoed through the grand estate's corridors. The tiny animated plush spider let out a barely there whisper of the word, "Master." By lunchtime, the toy was clawing for food with all its might, shamelessly ignoring the bento she'd already prepared. Sleepy Kid just lazily waved his hand in reply. The boy jolted awake, blinking in shock because the sun was already up, and there was Takumi sprawled on his stomach like he'd been perfectly comfortable all along. The lazy boy groaned, cursing that he couldn't possibly get up, while the faithful little spider snuggled in clothes and demanded, "All right, time to get to work." With one hand on his drowsy face, he suddenly remembered the same missing piece, both of them, always, and with a groan he forced himself out of bed. The spider shimmered with cheerful confidence, while Keed let out a heavy sigh and swore he'd take care of everything himself. The day before, he handed Babik a special decorative tile packed with cleansing magic, something you could slap onto a wall or set on the floor. The device worked like a charm thanks to a smart mashup of spacetime magic and purification, even if the creator looked at it and shrugged. Too simple, he thought. To keep anyone from cracking the secret formula, the boy split it into a bunch of layers and etched it down using ancient Elvish runes mixed with Japanese characters. She said the tech is locked down with total secrecy. Rip the device apart to study it all you want, and it still won't work unless you've got the exact right parts in the exact right sequence. She beamed and said, "Sure, it's not a normal toilet, but with the same kind of system, it'll all work out exactly how it's supposed to." The boy leaned in, clutched the box tight, and burst with joy over how rock-solid that copy protection system was. He toyed with making a test sample for home use, then realized the thing he sells needs wider features, so he decided to pester Keed for her opinion. She blurted back in offense, yelling that she understood nothing, and that snap forced the boy to scoop her into a hug and suggest they take a walk. She blew up into a full tantrum across the entire screen, screaming that she had to be fed right now. He tried to soothe his fussy companion with a soft smile, promising, "Come on, let's take a stroll through the city." But Keed kept twirling like a top, grumbling about boredom, and that empty stomach nagging her nonstop. Finally, they ditched everything and headed straight to the bakery for lunch, finally catching their breath. Soon, warm, cozy city streets unfolded right in front of them. The boy finally let out a breath of pure relief. After loading up on food and magical ore, he sprawled on the bench, calm at last, while the well-fed little ones dozed off sweetly right beside him. Greg. The moment he stretched, the wooden seat under him snapped with a loud crack, and he knew it was time to head home. The young man was trapped in the wreckage of the shattered structure, staring in disbelief at what had just exploded around him. The girl with glasses hugged a tight bundle to her chest, trembling hard, convinced the stranger was the terrifying master of the house. The young man rubbed the back of his head, totally baffled, because somehow he'd shattered the old structure into pieces. They bolted over to apologize, bowing like crazy and blurting out frantic excuses for every awkward second. The girl sprinted to calm him down, swearing that the old bench had been crumbling for ages. Then she snapped silent, gasping at the sight of the scattered belongings. Seeing grime on the packages, she snapped, "Hold on, wait in here," then bolted inside to clean up fast. Kneeling down, he scooped up the scattered white bulbs and promised the hostess that everything inside was still perfectly intact, even as she fretted over her dirty bag. Crossing the threshold, the traveler entered a towering temple hall, grand, silent, and abandoned, where a goddess statue loomed beside the altar. Not long after, the girl came back and softly asked if a simple, modest welcome like that would really work for him. The young man stayed frozen on the spot, stunned that this forgotten place was welcoming him with open warmth. As she guided the guest past the rows of wooden benches, she sighed hard about the emptiness. No people to help, no boards to fix the furniture, and no way to build a flower bed. Once again, she let out a breath of relief. No one got hurt, while he beamed with grateful joy, clutching the harvest that actually survived in his hands. With her palm pressed to her heart, she whispered that every treasure inside these walls was a special gift sent by their patroness. Even though everyone begged her to toss the old junk, she couldn't bring herself to throw away the goddess's gifts, because when she looked at the guest, she saw they understood. Takumi scanned the area and his gut feeling hit hard. This was no mistake. It really was an old, half-ruined church. The boy swallowed hard, his throat tight with nerves, sensing something terrible was about to smash into his life. This order was dripping with colossal wealth and power, and it stood like a fortress, protecting the whole state. Suddenly, it hit Takumi, this is the Church of Light, and he's not allowed to snoop around, even as his buddy cheerfully babbled about the goddess Noran, the one who forged this whole world. He shut his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer to the goddess Noran, even though he had no clue what he was supposed to ask for next. Not knowing a single thing to ask for, the boy mumbled a shaky, confused plea to the goddess Noran. Out of nowhere, a hand clamped onto his shoulder and the boy jerked back hard, stunned. Space itself seemed to explode in a blinding white glow. The young man froze. Right in front of him stood the goddess herself, draped in a lavish dress and crowned in gold, cutting straight through his thoughts like she was greeting a long-lost friend. She spoke in a calm voice and said she'd heard the call, while Takumi could only think, yeah, right, because there was no way the goddess would ever care about some worthless prayer like that. The boy stammered on the spot, completely lost, like his brain couldn't catch up to what was happening. Noran leaned in and said, right now, 2 big religions rule this world. She grabbed a juicy fruit, bit in with a grin, and snapped that she was done with his doubts, because neither the Church of Light nor Sidonia had the slightest connection to her. The goddess finally tore the curtain off everything. Turns out the Church of Creation started out praying to her, while the Church of Light had people worshipping gods they made up with their own hands. The boy finally caught his mistake, and the goddess calmly told him, you just went to the Church of the Creation of the world. The goddess sprawled over dessert, savoring every bite, then warned that the vicious Church of Light was growing at breakneck speed, and snatching their mages right out from under them. The girl fought back tears over the believers being crushed into praying in secret, while the boy stayed quiet, silently praying she wouldn't pull him into the fight. Sidonia opened its doors to the hunted, but even with safety right there, the locals still kept their distance from the whole mess. The girl snapped with fury and launched into a passionate argument, saying the believers can't just be left to fend for themselves like that. She snapped shut mid-sentence and he froze, heart pounding as he held his breath. The goddess jutted her finger at him and snapped, demanding he memorize her next words, no slipping, no forgetting. She was in full panic, thrashing her arms in the air and yelling that she'd reclaim her divine protection the moment he refused to help. The boy swore he'd pray for her, and that kind patroness promised to keep a close eye on him, telling him point-blank that he'd never be her servant. Her smile vanished and a serious look snapped back onto her face. The goddess shut her eyes with a soft breath and murmured, I need to tell you something just for you. She declared that from that moment on, every single victory of his, and every time they met, would steadily crack her defenses. Her welcome spell for new faces was finally running out. Those carefree days were gone, now his life and safety hung by a thread, and only his own strength could hold it. He stared at his past and realized none of it had really been about him, then realized being surrounded only by good people all along felt like a miracle. The goddess gave him a soft, knowing smile and said it was time to go, so the boy bowed and sincerely thanked her for everything. She nodded once, whispered a farewell, and prepared to vanish into that blazing glow. But just like that, the goddess burst out laughing and scooped every last scrap of his food into her arms, leaving the boy blinking and stammering in pure confusion. With a sweet smile, she said the snacks looked way too tempting to ignore, so she'd gladly take them as a gift, while the poor boy could only sob in helpless despair. The boy dropped to his knees in raw grief, and the local nun's eyes went wide with fear. Then he snapped himself back together and swore it was just the goddess's boundless mercy he'd felt while praying. Seeing the girl beam with real happiness, he just resigned himself to one brutal truth: nobody would ever fully believe how ravenous their patroness really was. With a heavy sigh of relief, he murmured that he was honestly grateful to be here, nowhere near the Church of Light, and that shocked his conversation partner. He scratched the back of his head, embarrassed out of his mind, then blurted out that he had no clue about the local customs, because he'd only just arrived in the city. The boy admitted he'd only heard a whole pile of brutal rumors about their rivals. The nun steadied him and swore that in their city the two religious communities coexist in total peace, but when he asked about the chance of priests being abducted, her smile faltered with sudden awkwardness. After he said goodbye, thanked them for the hospitality, and started for the exit, a little boy suddenly burst into the temple, shouting at the top of his lungs about lunch. The nun gasped and clapped her hands in pure shock, totally stunned that the little one showed up this soon. Right outside, the boy snapped to attention when a harsh voice barked, and he jerked his head back, curiosity sparking. Takumi beamed at the freshly repaired shelf. Now the local kids could play nearby without a single worry. Even while the city looked calm, a ruthless rivalry between two local churches kept the boy on edge every second. His little spider buddy just blinked in total confusion, clueless about why he was freaking out like that. The young man just grinned brightly back at him, like it didn't even bother him. He joked that the food would have to be hidden from this tiny, eternally hungry goddess, because once she gets her eyes on it, she's ready to wipe out every last crumb. Suddenly, Takumi froze, then a sly, mysterious smile crawled onto his face as the truth hit him. The smiling maid sprinted in, balancing a tray of scorching hot tea like it was treasure. A few days flew by and then, boom, another mysterious guest showed up at the estate wearing glasses like they were hiding secrets. Murin stared out the window at the guest in silence when her friend suddenly blurted, "Wait, are we getting another visitor?" The mistress snapped, "So why are you even interested in this?" She shot back right away, all dry certainty, insisting it wasn't a guest at all. Lately, the girl barely ever stayed home, and pure nerves practically crackled off her every time. The girl silently clenched her own sleeve tight with her fingers. The mistress leaned in and demanded to know if she'd ever wondered why anyone would show up here when there are almost no slaves left. The tea meant to smooth things over flopped instantly, and the heartbroken girl bolted right when Murano called out to the guest from behind. The guest wouldn't let up, badgering the hostess again and again. Murin watched in silence as the girl drifted down the corridor with her head bowed like she was carrying the weight of the world. The old man leaned in, asked if everything was set, and demanded an immediate spot to rest. She stared at the gray nape of his neck and whispered through silence, a desperate plea for forgiveness. The mistress shut her eyes, defeated, knowing deep down this nightmare was starting all over again. She snapped, asking if he wasn't ashamed to drag her into his secret deals. Then she let out a tired sigh, like all her energy just drained away. Old Babik let out a gentle smile and begged for understanding, because honestly he had nowhere else to go. In the end, she softened her heart, handed over a free room, and made one hard rule: don't even think about pushing for anything else. She stormed off, barking one last order into his ear: don't keep her waiting. Babik flashed her a simple, grateful smile as she turned and walked away. The hut's mistress grinned, and right then, the old man was left utterly at her mercy. Right after they stepped outside, Babik barked orders at his assistant, Thomas, to head back to the company, while Babik himself shot toward the estate. The carriage came apart mid-ride, splintering like it couldn't take another second. Meanwhile, in Takumi's quiet little estate, the peace got shattered when some unexpected guest showed up, glasses and all. When the boy laid eyes on him, pure shock ripped through him like lightning. Just a minute ago, he was sprawled on the couch, peacefully dozing away like nothing could touch him. Turns out, Keed's way too caring streak struck again. She'd wrapped the poor old man up in a blanket like he was a helpless baby. As Takumi showered his praise on the assistant for her hard work, the wrapped-up Babik could only blink, utterly lost and confused. The summer master leaned in and asked if the boy was worn out, and Takumi grinned back that every last bit of work was already done. They stood in the middle of the chaos, and right there on the floor waited the pristine white toilets. The boy grinned and ripped the tight cover off in one smooth, unstoppable motion. Takumi proudly handed over the very first fully finished test sample. But inside the bowl, Keed popped up out of nowhere. She'd even set up a bubbly foam bath just for herself. She obediently hurled the black magical stones into place, while a wave of encouraging shouts urged her on. Keed sank onto the bench like she owned it, clutching the bag in her paws so tight it looked like it might burst. In the next instant, the mechanism slammed to life, blasting a foul geyser that splattered everything in sight as the crowd erupted in wild screams. The boy snatched the wet troublemaker out of midair and firmly told her in no uncertain terms that this wasn't a toy. He shoved the assistant into the box fast, determined to finally get her to calm down. Then Takumi dropped to his knees and started scooping up the scattered magical stones from the floor. The old master leaned over the cup, stared into its crystal-clear water, and blurted in shock, "Did the system just add it all by itself?" The boy shot him a confident nod, then geared up to finally spill the secret behind his invention. He unveiled a wild device scheme that fused water, space, light, and alchemy, then instantly split the waste from the water and purified it in one shot. The young man flashed a grin and told the merchant that he'd first planned to just pour in purified water, but somewhere along the way he had cooked up a whole different idea. He broke down how a normal toilet works, then told everyone that for small villages you can just slap a water tank right on top and call it a day. He slid the fresh drawings to his partner and bragged that pure water made the magic way easier, and cut the costs too. But he couldn't just flash light magic here, so he scrambled to hide its glow as best he could. When the merchant asked why he couldn't just stick to the regular cleaning charms, the boy grabbed the bucket and snapped back that he'd handle it himself. Still, this device is doomed to land in countless hands that belong to other eager wizards, all clawing to uncover everyone else's secrets. That's why he's forced to move with ruthless caution. The interlocutor nodded, and the inventor immediately shut his eyes and pictured the protective runes that would keep the secret locked down from anyone nosy enough to pry. That magical seal clamped down tight, locking the protection in place for good. The boy asked, "Can I sell these to everyone now?" And the merchant snapped back, "Start with the reliable aristocrats first." And yeah, that earlier invention had already blown up the company's reputation, then flooded them with a mountain of new orders. The merchant narrowed his eyes with a sly grin, then fiddled with his glasses like he was hiding something. He burst out in pure joy. Somehow they'd won over a seriously influential person, and the mayor himself stepped in, reviewed the development on the spot, and right away slapped an order down. So yeah, the one running this whole city. Babik went wild talking about the mayor, and the mayor caught fire too over the idea of a magical toilet, while the poor shocked boy just stood there, completely unable to get a single word out. Hovering above him like a nightmare made of gold, Count Goodwin von Borton loomed, and the boy froze, stunned to the bone. Takumi's mind reeled when he learned the client's status was so high, but that restless merchant was already pushing for a fresh batch and demanding the numbers for the next round of expenses. The merchant was so swept up in the moment, he nearly grabbed the toilet and started begging the guy to name his price for a few new copies, right now, before he lost the chance. Babik's trading company flexed its power, and Takumi's stomach dropped, especially when Babik dangled the help of his top specialists. At the very peak of his tale, the merchant's glasses mysteriously flashed like they knew a secret. Suddenly, Babik crumpled to his knees right by the toilet, pounding the floor as he begged for forgiveness after bombarding the guy with questions. Takumi only gave a small, faint grin, and then he nodded and accepted the proposal. The pleased merchant shoved the cart down the road, then told the boy, "Take it easy, your contract's being written up right now." Then the merchant's predatory grin cut in, pushing the water column's profits like a threat, so he'd rake in enough money to buy his own slaves. After he sent the guest off, Takumi rubbed the back of his head, totally baffled, because he'd completely spaced on that weird local tradition. The door slammed shut, and the sudden quiet hit like a gut punch. He realized he wasn't alone anymore. With a yawn that tore through his fatigue, the boy started to doubt everything. Maybe he didn't even need these slaves at all. Gazing at the mess of the room, the worn-out boy groaned, pushed everything to later, and collapsed onto the bed like his will finally ran out. He'd the tiny spider huddled under the table, shaking with nerves, desperately trying to hide the stolen item from the boy's sharp eyes. Chaos erupted everywhere. Papers and precious items were scattered across the floor, and the whole room looked like it had been torn apart under their feet. Staring at the wreck, Takumi suddenly spotted something fishy on the floor. The boy grabbed the prize, and the girl instantly blurted out that it was her all-time favorite glitter. It turned out the card was his. Then, out of nowhere, it flared to life and flashed a brand new system notification right in front of him. Takumi pushed for the details, but the terrified assistant just thrust out her palm and shut him down cold, refusing to reveal what was hidden. The guild's official warning hit like a guillotine. If he didn't confirm his rank before month's end, they'd wipe his registration, and with it, strip him of his rights to the wards. Tears streamed down his face, and all he could do was admit, hands shaking, he needed help right now, urgently. That sealed letter finally landed in her hands. Those thin fingers slowly peeled open the message like it was about to change everything. A mysterious, predatory grin slithered across her face, while Ryoma froze in shock before the trading guild's sign. He stared in disbelief, like his brain refused to accept what his eyes were showing him. Spread out before him were glimmering rows of rare white coins, and the merchant grinned as he casually bragged about his massive fortune. While the old man laid out the advance payment for tile cleaning and future toilet work, the boy snatched one of the items up. And get this, the whole haul added up to a jaw-dropping 100 million yen. Ryoma's brain went blank. He was utterly stunned by the shock. He flailed his hands in total confusion, stunned that such simple household gadgets could rake in that kind of wealth. The boy swallowed hard and muttered that charging 5 gold coins for just one toilet was way too steep. But the merchant shot upright and barked a furious objection, because in this world, cleansing magic is treated like the highest treasure of all. Then their talk snapped straight to the horrid stench outside. This giant city was basically drowning in its own filth. The old man leaned in and said the church was demanding a fortune for purification, so the boy's bargain devices would be the real lifeline, saving thousands. The director's smile vanished, then his voice snapped with sudden hard seriousness. Then suddenly his grim face lit up. He swung his arms like a man possessed and shouted that an ordinary toilet was a real ray of hope, a miracle that could cleanse the whole city. The assistant burst into the director's conversation on the spot, snapping him back to the moment from back then. The old director leaned in and admitted they're only selling these devices to aristocrats for now, but deep down, they're desperate to slash the prices and get them into everyday families' homes. Finally, the director decided to handle it himself. He drove the guy straight to the slave trader's office. Irma shot back a heartfelt thank you for the help. Right by the carriage, it turned out the director couldn't slip inside after all. Some other stuff blew up his schedule, so he swore he'd catch up later. As she headed over, Irma rested her hand and steeled herself in her mind, bracing for the big purchase ahead. The carriage wheels hammered over the cobblestones, flashing by in a blur. Up ahead, the Murano Company's majestic building loomed like a titan, daring everyone to look away. In the boy's office, he found the company's sleek, lethal mistress in exotic black, and the second he saw her, she made it painfully clear she'd been waiting on him for ages. Irma snapped with instant fear and started blurting excuses, but the hostess just nodded back calm as ice. She flashed a mysterious smile, and instantly the scheme she'd heard about Babik came flooding back right in the middle of his latest moves. With one sharp glance, the woman yanked him into the truth and demanded to know why he needed illegal slaves and POWs. No lies, just the real reason. At first, all I could see were white bandages wrapped so tight around their body. Irma broke it down, telling them exactly what he needs. He's a craftsman who wants to go all in on his work, so juggling cleaning and household chores just won't fit. And the boy needs a steady guardian for every dangerous run for supplies, someone who can fight, keep his tech secrets locked tight, and never let them slip to the wrong people. Ms. Murin spoke coolly, saying he'd need not one but two, a manager and a guard. She suddenly remembered the special kid she'd chosen back when she was just little. Then she taught that one to write, read, and handle every household chore. The mistress said with total confidence that among all those illegal slaves, only one person is perfect for the job. At that exact moment, the door swung open, and a timid apology slipped out from the other side. A red-haired girl named Maria burst into the room with unstoppable energy, and Murana had paid a brutal 80 gold coins for her, so much that Irma just froze in shock. When she spotted the guest, the girl froze in shock, jabbed her finger at him, and blurted that she recognized the little one, right as her mistress snapped her across the back of the head for being so reckless. Irma rushed to tell him they'd only bumped into each other by pure chance on his last visit. Back then, he dismissed Maria as just a normal governess, totally clueless that she was a slave. Murin urged the guy to go talk to her, then slipped away for a little while, leaving them alone. Irma nervously asked if she could grill Maria with a few questions. After she flashed that quick yes, he suddenly found himself alone with the girl, staring at the situation like, wait, is this really normal? Maria blurted out that the guy was amazing and insisted no one could get into this place without a recommendation, and that sentence instantly left Irma squirming, dragging her back to her first failed visit. The girl shot back a big, excited nod, insisting that since he'd been allowed to buy it, he must be absolutely incredible. The boy gave her a gentle smile and leaned in, asking if he could fire one personal question her way. Then he introduced himself as Takumi and said he needed an assistant, someone to help him handle his massive house. Flushed with embarrassment, the boy scratched the back of his head and bolted to shove any serious talk off until later. Staring at that two-story mansion, he worried out loud, would it be too much for her to handle all alone? She promised in a rush of confidence that she'd tackle every household chore herself, and told the guest to ask anything at all, no second thoughts ever. Then Takumi straight up asked why a girl this lovely and beautiful still hadn't been bought, and the moment the words hit, she froze on the spot. The boy suddenly realized how weird it sounded, cheeks burning red, and he blurted out frantic apologies for asking such a silly question. Blushing bright red with shame, the girl snapped and screamed at the top of her lungs that she'd never, ever sleep in the same bed with him again. Shameful fantasies hit Takumi's mind like lightning, and he jerked his hands up, panicking as he vehemently denied wanting any of it. He just blinked, totally thrown off by what he was seeing. The girl stumbled over her words, trying to explain herself as memories hit. Her old mistress had shielded her from a truly filthy fate. She let out a heavy sigh and claimed that girls who can't fight or endure hard work are often treated like nothing more than pleasure for sale. But Takumi shot those ideas down on the spot. The boy earnestly offered her a calm job at his own home and leaned in, asking what she thought about the whole proposal. The boy dropped his gaze, insisted he hadn't even given it a thought, yet the sadness kept swelling in his chest. She muttered a quiet apology and backed away step by step, like she couldn't stop the damage from landing. When the red-haired maid straight up asked if he was really fine with not sleeping together, the young man's face exploded into a blush. Then he panicked and waved it away, insisting he didn't need it at all. After a quick chat, Irma marched back to Sophia and declared with steel in her voice that the girl was exactly what he wanted, then insisted he buy her. Maria found the split brutal, because even after Sophia snapped that this house had never felt like home, Maria still couldn't force herself to leave that fast. She clutched her apron with white-knuckle strength, feeling utterly helpless as she was forced to bolt from the only place she'd ever known. Sophia rushed to apologize to the guest for the girl's behavior, blurted that she wasn't used to being treated like a servant, and Irma, totally understanding, said it's always gut-wrenching to leave a place you've called home for so long. Staring at the heartbreakingly beautiful sight, the guy nodded again, totally at peace with this purchase. Sophia finally exhaled, shut her eyes with calm confidence, and urged them to move on to something else. They both went quiet for a beat, fixed their outfits, and then jumped right back into the conversation. For a split second, a predator's shadow tore across the demoness slaver's face. The young man pressed Sophia for even one slave among the former POWs, and she snapped back, furious that none of them were going to work for what he had in mind. She snapped that she'd take no captives. There are no prisoners of war under her control to bend to his demands. Sophia didn't waste a second. She snapped at Maria to pack up right now, and the poor kid just froze in total shock. The mistress snapped at the maid mid-sentence, demanded silence, and ordered her to get ready right now. As soon as the girl slipped out, the young man leaned in, nerves tight, and whispered whether anyone else was lurking anywhere on that estate. The woman finally admitted with a reluctant confession that she was keeping a POW chained as a slave. And right then, a dark shadow crashed across the maid's face. She insisted the prisoner couldn't fight a lick and was useless for his plans, but the boy felt something fishy the moment he heard it. The boy refused to back off. He pushed through every warning and demanded to hear more about this prisoner. Knowing this mess was complicated, he decided to bring only Maria this time, but the hostess shocked him by agreeing to show the captive. She spun around, flashed him a look, and beckoned him to follow her. As he stumbled down into the basement, a sickening premonition hit him hard, and the maid's terrified scream kept replaying in his head. They barreled toward the massive closed doors at the corridor's very end. The mistress jiggled the lock, ditched doubt, trusted her gut, and pointed straight at the figure lurking by the window. By the window, the captive Princess Yura from the kingdom of Toriatoa stood there, and the poor young man's voice vanished instantly. Chapter 13 kicked off on a silent estate, so calm it felt like the danger was holding its breath. The tiny spider popped out from behind the sofa, sparkling with happy eyes like it was grinning at the whole room. Takumi closed in beside the owner, and then, there it was, a familiar blonde figure in plain sight. With a steady smile, the owner called the girl Sophia and slapped a price on her 2 white coins. Sophia snapped with fury, screaming at the boy to get out, and her unexpected fearless boldness left him completely stunned. The owner said her grandfather snagged a captive during a savage war, but no one would ever buy her because her elven ears were mutilated. Takumi quietly absorbed the owner's bleak tale as he trailed through the dark corridor beside him. Sophia stepped back, staring at the ground as despair crushed her. Because of that brutal curse, the girl crumpled out of combat entirely. She couldn't fight no matter what. And from that moment on, she's permanently lost the power to wield spirit magic and the forces of nature. Her owner's grandfather had banned selling the poor soul for laughs, so now the guy got pressured to talk to her directly, one-on-one. The owner leaned in toward the elf, murmured the demand into her ear, and demanded she treat the esteemed guest with absolute politeness. Startled out of nowhere, Sophia spun around in shock and Takumi immediately nodded, ready to talk. The boy flashed an awkward grin and rushed out an apology for that last meeting, and the embarrassed girl's cheeks burned bright red. The elf girl's eyes dropped to the floor, and in a shaky whisper she admitted she was the one to blame for everything. An awkward silence crashed down between them, and both of them started to squirm with real unease. Then the boy snapped out of the silence and made his move. The elf girl froze in place, muscles tight, holding her breath as she waited for him to finally find the right words. He started to tell her why he couldn't grant her request right then. The elf girl snapped her head up in shock, totally lost at what he was trying to say. Suddenly, the boy lunged forward and cradled her face in his hands, and the girl's breath caught in terror. She snapped to a stop, eyes bulging wide with pure shock. Right in front of him, the status window for Sophia Surfid popped up, showing terrifying levels of spirit magic, plus a deadly curse and brutal injuries. He muttered that if her body healed and the curse finally broke, she'd awaken with power so massive it would shake everything. As he stared, spellbound by the girl, the guy behind him flashed a creepy grin, absolutely sure something wild was about to happen. He kept squeezing her cheeks, mumbling through clenched teeth about the insane power he could feel lurking inside her. The second he clocked just how shameless he looked, the guy yelped in terror and sprang back in a flash. He launched into a frantic, no excuses explanation to the bewildered elf, while his buddy just smirked and dragged him back under the rules of decency. Irma rushed to the hostess, blurting that his assessment power was only meant to learn more about the girl, but Murana just smirked, then shot back, "So who exactly are you trying to take?" The boy shot back his answer with zero doubt, and that confidence hit Maria like a panic button. She argued again, because she knew she couldn't fight at all. The elf kept protesting, but the boy bulldozed past it, insisting they settle it face to face. When she snapped back, furious at whether he'd lost his mind, Irma just stayed cool and said they'd figure it out, because deep down he was determined to get her into his combat unit. Hearing that, Murana leaned in and demanded if he truly meant to break the curse that's haunted the elf for 50 whole years. Then Irma wasted no time nodding and saying yes without hesitation. The hostess clocked his grit, then suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Since you won't quit, I'll happily sell you the girl." As Maria froze in shock at the chaos unfolding, Murana grabbed Irma's confidence and promised she'd absolutely make it. Then she whipped around to Sophia, the second servant, and pressed her for her opinion, telling Sophia she could speak up and argue back if she wanted. Watching the boy's confidence bloom, Murana cracked into a satisfied grin and admitted she finally got why her old man was so hooked on him. Sophia dropped her gaze in resigned silence and muttered that no one cares about a slave's thoughts. Then she went to grab her things while the mistress urged her to push straight into the paperwork. It's finally time to legalize the purchase. Murana swept her hand over the table, scattering papers like evidence, then slammed the final numbers down: 80 gold for Maria, 2 white coins for Sophia, plus the taxes and processing fees. The money clattered onto the table. Plopping onto the sofas, Irma caught the hostess's bright smile, and they both exchanged heartfelt thanks for the smooth, truly rewarding partnership. Ms. Murin let out a breath of pure relief, finally free from those two troublemakers, while Iruma fumbled through the excuse, sounding more awkward by the second. As Maria thanked the guest with all her heart, her friend, shaking and stammering, finally blurted out that the guy was her new master for the very first time. Sophia leaned in and whispered to her maid, "Are you ready for the journey?" And her maid shot back a quick, solid yes. For the maid, it was all about staying right beside Sophia, so she breathed easy, thrilled that nothing huge was about to blow up their lives. He couldn't believe the sheer devotion, until he realized this girl had been caring for Sophia since they were kids. Sophia steadied her mind as she locked eyes with that familiar face, right when the hostess snapped everyone into place to prepare for signing the magical contract. The woman thrust her staff upward and ancient magical symbols erupted in brilliant light, instantly flooding the whole room. The magical seals blazed on the girls' necks, snapping their loyalty tight to their brand new master. Magical butterflies danced through the air as the contract snapped into action, officially taking effect. The hostess spoke from the heart, praying this deal would bring blessings to both of them, and she promised she'd keep lifting their futures up in prayer. The woman ended the discussion on the spot and warned, "The carriage is already waiting at the gate, move." Uruma jumped at the chance to go out first, giving the girls time to say goodbye without panic, until it totally stunned even Murin, the veteran. He politely told them, "Don't sprint ahead, step out only when you're fully ready." The second that door shut, the restraint snapped in Maria, tears blazing in her eyes as she lunged into her beloved mistress's arms. The mistress of Murano cupped the girl in a gentle embrace, smiling sweetly as she teased her like a playful little child. She told her to give it everything from now on, swearing she should serve the new master with her whole heart. Sophia shut her eyes and let out a defeated sigh, convinced this move was utterly pointless. The hostess snapped her attention to Sophia and asked straight out if she had something on her mind. The silence stretched, then the woman broke into a soft smile and promised the girl she'd uncover every answer on her own. She hurried them out the door, warning, "Don't make the new host wait on day one, got it?" The maid beamed with joy, and Sophia shot her one last look over her shoulder to thank her for everything. The ajar door swung shut behind them and the mistress stayed there alone, softly whispering, "Don't come back here." Her dark silhouette seeped away, vanishing into the empty corridor's black depths. The crew finally slipped away, kickstarting a whole new life for the girls. The young master grinned at his companions and declared, "Let's head to my home together." The carriage finally screeched to a stop right before a neat little house, modest but brimming with secrets. Suddenly, the boy blurted out that he felt scared at home right now, and the girls immediately traded worried looks. He flashed a guilty grin and confessed that while the place was being renovated, he somehow turned every room into an absolute disaster. As the carriage thundered down the road, the young man hurriedly thanked Maria for stepping in to help, until a timid voice from the corner suddenly whispered, "Master." That one weird word, "master," snapped his focus in half and yanked his train of thought right out of the sentence. He told the girls firmly and kindly to take it easy today after that brutal long journey, pushing every chore, every cleaning job until tomorrow. Maria snapped another question in bewilderment, and her silent, white-haired friend, drained and worn out, shut her eyes as the carriage wheels rattled on in a steady, pounding rhythm. The young man gave an awkward little grin, confessing he still couldn't shake his new status, but the girls snapped right in, telling him he shouldn't waste time being polite to slaves. So he swallowed his pride, apologized fast, and rushed the conversation straight into daily shopping. The young man admitted straight up that he's clueless about most everyday stuff, so it all falls on Maria to handle every future purchase. He stared at her with a shaky, awkward grin and straight up asked, "Can you help me?" The white-haired girl cut in with icy certainty, snarling that even calling them "you" was off limits, so the boy panicked, blurted an apology and bowed his head fast. Maria practically glowed with trust, yanked out her notebook and pencil on the spot, swore she'd jot down every single detail, and right after that, a warm, cozy quiet settled over the carriage. She promised, with zero hesitation, that she'd give it everything she had and do it to the absolute best of her ability. Maria hovered her pencil above the empty page, ready to capture every single word like it was fate. Right then, the guy snapped into a new topic and called the girls over to meet his pet, a tiny white snake named Keed that slithered straight out of his sleeve. The boy watched his white-haired companion like a hawk, and he could tell she still hadn't shaken the fear she'd just survived. She kept staring forward, eyes packed with worry, and couldn't force herself to let the past go. In a hilarious sketch, that animated plush spider struck again, sparking a fresh wave of chaos and laughs. Just when peace was supposed to arrive, that pesky little toy swooped in and handed its owner yet another annoying problem. That stubborn plush spider kept yanking at its owner's attention, refusing to stop until it was noticed. The crew finally bursts through to the destination. Maria gasped in pure awe at the massive estate in front of her, even as the guy stood there looking painfully awkward about the renovations that were still left half done. The boy told the girls to hang back, but the instant he did, a creepy magical vibration started buzzing from behind the door. A brutal run-in with a third-rank spider streaked through his mind, so the boy decided to play it smart and stay on guard. Complete darkness. His hand inched open the door like something was about to leap out. Suddenly, a tiny fluffy spider burst out from hiding and with a cheerful little cry flung itself onto the boy's neck. The little one yanked the boy inside with sheer excitement while he scrambled to convince the guests, "No, this is just my pet." The terrified companions snapped into action, throwing themselves in front of Maria and shouting for her to stay as far from that unknown monster as she possibly could. The girls blinked awake and stared into a weird, patterned hall like it had swallowed them whole. That tiny spider scampered ahead with bright, unstoppable joy. Indifference smothered the air in a heavy, chilling silence. While Maria, wide-eyed, wondered if they could slip inside, the boy outside the door erupted into a cold sweat, terrified out of his mind. The magical symbols on the floor erupted in blazing light, and the boy froze, staring at his own hands like he couldn't understand what just happened. Just moments after the place looked like a trash-choked, abandoned warehouse, the room transformed into pure, spotless perfection. So clean the guests who stepped over the threshold couldn't even find words. Everyone gushed over Keed's spotless cleaning, and she just shrugged it off with a shy wave, like it was no big deal. The host kicked things off by naming everyone, then flashed back to how he'd met Keed in the village, before they both made their way to the estate. The master rolled out his newest assistants, Sophia and Maria, and declared they'd be living with him from now on, then pointed at Keed and ordered him to befriend the girls and that terrifying giant killer spider. The maid lit up and agreed without hesitation, staring at the new residents in the grand house with bright curiosity and a warm, genuine smile. She stepped forward with confidence and hit the guests first, greeting them with a bright, warm smile that put everyone at ease. Sophia froze at all that warmth, dropped her eyes shyly, and answered the girl with a whisper so quiet it barely made it out. Right then, a tiny spider crawled into the scene to say hello, but it spooked the gentle elf so badly that they recoiled in pure shock. While her companion was still trying to catch up, Maria shot up on her feet and blurted out, full of energy, that she was ready to follow whatever the head maid said. When Keed hugged that giant monster with pure tenderness, the girls froze, because the spider wasn't a threat at all, it was here as her beloved pet. The girls gasped as the tiny maid toyed with that terrifying spider like it was nothing. While the master calmly sipped his tea, Maria suddenly leaned in and called to him in a soft voice, ready to ask him something. He gently warned the girls to watch their step, because the estate cleaning was still in full swing. As the cheerful bustle filled the air, the young man grinned and urged Sophia to jump in with the others, because the house finally felt alive and warm. The boy called out to the guest and hurried her along to show off the brand new rooms. Halfway up the stairs, it hit him. He'd completely forgotten to get everything ready beforehand. The young man leaned in and offered her his hand with a warm, genuine kindness. He leaned in and warned me, "These steps are brutal, steep as hell." His open palm hung there, trembling with raw anticipation. She just smiled softly and calmly said she'd already lived the ordinary life for so long she could handle it all by herself. She strolled right past him, calm as ever, like she had nothing to fear. Up top, the boy flung open the first door and burst out with pure excitement. Maria's gonna be living nearby. The huge, glowing bedroom and that gorgeous bed left the former slave stunned, because former slaves never get their own private quarters. Seeing the confusion on her face, the boy cracked the door open, peeked inside, and told her the rooms they had would actually work out for her. He said that even with Keed, this giant mansion still feels far bigger than they can handle. With a warm wish for her rest, the young man made a vow, "I'll be back in the living room soon." At the doorway, he flashed her one last warm smile, and you could tell he was truly thrilled she agreed. The moment the door shut, she was suddenly alone, and a strange, glowing pattern erupted across her palm. For a goodbye, the girl beamed with total sincerity, and the boy only gave her a quiet nod back. The moment he decided to cook dinner, a thunderous explosion ripped through the corridor's shadows. The boy burst into the bathroom, skidded to a stop, and just stared. Right in the puddle of spilled water sat a stunned Maria, because she hadn't followed Keed's instructions at all. Turns out Maria still had no clue how to use the bath, despite Keed breaking it all down for her. He surged toward her, desperate to see if she was okay, while the maid fidgeted and admitted the bath only needed 2 magical stones to get it working. The boy just jabbed at the battered wall, then let out a defeated gasp at how badly it was wrecked. Suddenly, Maria's cheeks flared red, and with a trembling shyness she suggested she and the host take a bath together, so her words nearly knocked the air out of him. The boy froze on the spot, stammering, "Wait, you really want us to bathe together?" For one wild moment, a ridiculous thought flashed through his head. Agreeing actually crossed his mind. The boy flailed his hands, begging for mercy, but Maria's voice cut through his resistance. Slaves weren't allowed to bathe before their master. He flashed a soft smile and soothed her, saying he was slammed right now, and even better, the magical bath would cleanse the water all on its own. He calmly laid out the purification system's principle to her, cutting through the servant's final doubts until they vanished. The girl stared at her kind master in silence, her heart caught by the strange way he worried about her. Right after that, the boy leaned in and pointed his friend straight to where Sophia was, and she burst onto the second floor shouting with pure joy. The young maid glowed with pure joy and dashed to fetch Sophia, thanking her with every breath as she ran. The master tried to let his thoughts drift to a steamy bath with Keed, but the assistant snapped, called him a pervert, and bolted for the kitchen. Then he was left alone, still basking in that warm, clean, satisfied glow. Meanwhile, the girl sprawled in the warm water, basking in the rare, long-awaited calm like it was finally hers. A broken-hearted ally slipped beside her, and Maria shot an immediate apology, begging forgiveness for being a burden again, even though they were both trapped together. But the friend softly told her, "Don't apologize," then reassured her with a warm smile. She was honestly thrilled to face this destiny together. She couldn't resist, unfolded the magical document, and leaned in like, "Let me see what's in the data for our new master." His companion kicked forward in the water, straining to read every line in the contract. Maria jabbed at a section packed with personal details about the owner. Sophia gasped in surprise, and it took her a second to even register what her friend was pointing her toward. To everyone's shock, nearly every line about his past and rank ended up being nothing but pure emptiness. The girls couldn't wrap their heads around it. Free people don't usually cover up who they are or where they were born. Even when Maria urged her friend to dodge the spotlight, her friend snapped back, because in their world, hiding isn't privacy, it screams shame and a hit to your status. The blonde's worried eyes narrowed as she finally realized there's no way this story isn't hiding some kind of deadly secret. The girls started freaking out. How on earth could this just-grown, ordinary guy buy a lavish estate and even snag slaves without a shred of family help? As she sprawled in the steaming warm water, the red-haired girl practically burst with excitement, telling everyone that this fancy bath and dressing room were built piece by Irma herself. His work was so flawless it felt almost unreal. She couldn't believe it. Somehow a simple craftsman turned raw skill into pure magic. The girl looked him over and instantly knew he was truly wildly exceptional. Right before my eyes, their young master flashed back with his pet killer spider, something that could torch an entire city. And even in his grip, that monster looked weirdly tame, like a harmless toy. Sophia tried to speak up, but her friend cut her off instantly. She promised him there was nothing to fear, because the boy had truly won Madame Murin's favor. A friend choked up with tears and confessed how terrified she was of her own sale. Then, in a panic, she blurted out Sophia's name and got slammed with a brutal scolding from the mistress. Sophia went ice cold as the truth hit. Her former owner clung to her to the very last breath, treasuring her more than anything. She dug into her memories. The abandoned orphan Mrs. Murin had refused to sell for years until Irma finally showed up. And with only him, the old mistress handed the girl over with a small, honest smile, genuinely thrilled that it finally worked out. His fingers snapped into tight fists, shaking with raw, electric excitement. He got hit with a sudden shock that yanked the breath right out of him. Maria playfully pushed her friend to climb out of the water, and with that one joke, the tension finally started to melt away. Sophia snapped her gaze away, frantically trying to sort the whirlwind inside her head. She just flashed a mysterious smile and told him the answer would reveal itself to her too. But before she could do that, she had to make absolutely sure. "Go take a good look yourself, don't trust the rumors." Darkness. As he cooked with total calm, she spiraled in nerves, trying to figure out who he really was and what was ticking in his head, while something lurking in the shadows kept its eyes on him, ready to pounce the moment anything went wrong. With a huge grin, the boy barged into the dining room and asked the girls, "So did you love that hot bath?" He crossed the dining room threshold, still oblivious to what the red-haired maid was about to do. The red-haired maid beamed and thanked him for the care, but the master only stared in stunned confusion at the mess piled on the table. Her fingers gripped the hem of her skirt, nerves buzzing like crazy. Tension snapped into place the moment it happened, and fear stole the breath right out of her. Right then, the maid snapped into tears and begged him not to steal her job, so the boy panicked and hurriedly promised he'd hand back every one of her duties starting tomorrow. She was still shaking with sobs, refusing to believe the words she'd just heard. The girl still couldn't stop trembling from the shock, until the young master soothed her with a calm, gentle voice. When he invited them to eat, the elf woman shot back a hard no. She believed sharing a meal between slaves and their master was a legal line you simply didn't cross. The maid slowly raised a trembling hand to her chin, hesitating hard before an impossible proposal she couldn't even believe was being offered. Finally, they inched those chairs closer, and the boy lit up, suggesting they hash out every rule over a shared dinner. He admitted, "Honestly, I bought them for estate work." But then he shrugged, because he grew up in a place where slavery didn't exist and he just can't wrap his head around these restrictions. The boy smiled and said, "Eating together is way more fun, so let's do it, get used to each other and really draw closer." Those unheard words hit the girls like lightning, and silence crashed over them, melting the frozen weariness in their hearts. The boy gave a nervous half-smile and admitted he just couldn't get used to being called host, so he asked them to call him by his real name instead. Maria gave a quick nod and obeyed, while Sophia sat at the far end of the table, staring them down in silence, her thoughts burning bright. Then the maid brightened up and pitched the compromise, "Master Takumi," while Sophia, the serious elf, shot back with a tense question about whether it was now her new order. In the end, the guy turned the whole mess into a joke and practically herded everyone toward lunch, before it got cold. A little later, Takumi pulled Maria aside and promised he'd hit the city for shopping tomorrow afternoon, then gave her free rein to do the housework at her own pace. The girl shot him a confident smile, swearing that Sophia and she had everything under control. Then she paused and asked if he wanted her to come along, just in case. Takumi frantically waved his hands and demanded to go alone, then even ordered little Spider Kid to stay home, which made Sophia shoot him yet another suspicious look. The very next day, the young man was already standing face to face with the old merchant, Babak, thanking him again with all his heart for crafting an item so special it could genuinely help. The old man promised he'd pull out every favor for a client that respected, but he still warned him to watch his step with that weird, unfamiliar package. As Takumi strode down the corridor, he told me one thing. Once he realized this item couldn't be bought through a normal store, he immediately called his company. Buried in the roar of the street, the boy bolted to stash his precious find inside his spatial inventory. Then his eyes snapped to two familiar faces lurking in an alley. He inched around the corner, holding his breath, desperate to catch sight of the girl in that maid's outfit. Right behind him, a calm male voice suddenly spoke up, searching for the boy's name, and it made Takumi jump hard in shock. This mystery man kept grinding over his real name in his head, and Takumi froze in terror, like one wrong breath would expose him. A sudden call from behind made him jerk in shock, and he clutched the bundle to his chest like it might vanish. Behind him, a stranger grinned like he'd been waiting, and the second the boy looked over, he recognized him and dragged him back to that first meeting at the Adventurers Guild. That memory snapped into place, and right away there he was, Hans, the friendly registrar. They grinned and said, "Seriously, whoever shows up with a rare, funny animal crammed in their bag, that's the kind of client you never forget." Confused, Irma blurted out apologies for her long absence, then gasped, did he seriously remember every single visitor to the guild? They kicked back and chatted about normal life, scrambling to catch up for every second they'd missed. Hans couldn't believe it, this grown-up baby still squeezed into the bag, while Irma leaned in and bragged about how pocket dimensions could bend reality. Turns out the old registrar had only come to fish, but the moment that slipped out, Irma snapped to a totally different topic. The guild slapped him with an official warning, and the boy stammered in panic that he had to finish at least one task before the month was over. Terrified out of his mind, Irma folded himself into a trembling bow and begged for forgiveness for his laziness. The kid rushed in to calm the little one down, because the guild literally can't kick anyone out, not with a full-blown shortage of people. Hans launched into the story of how the mayor himself had slipped in secretly, right when the guild leader was one breath away from breaking. That high-profile guest didn't just show up. He bulldozed the staff with ridiculous demands, and with new faces flooding in and paperwork piling up every day, the whole office instantly spiraled into full-blown chaos. Because of that scandal, the establishment's name got battered, and Irma immediately tied the mayor's visit to the weird purification device sale coming from Babek. The dark-haired fisherman grinned at the young man, telling him not to stress the official warnings, then quietly warned that if he kept vanishing for a few months, he really could get expelled. He hammered the point one more time. These papers were just a formality, nobody should pay them any mind. The young man swore he'd stop by the first chance he got, then spun back and honestly realized just how open and trustworthy his new acquaintance really was. But then right when he thought he could keep moving, his steps froze as a soft voice whispered behind him. Just as the talk heated up, the fisherman snapped a cold order, forget it all. So the young man jerked into a nervous grin and blurted out a quick, shaky goodbye. Forget about our meeting today, the voice cut through the rustling leaves. The man spun around with a sly, mysterious grin and said it was for both their sakes, so the young man's heart plummeted, freezing him in terror. He clutched the package under his coat and panicked, terrified that this strange man already sniffed out his biggest secret. I didn't see a single soul today, the boy yelled, then bolted away as fast as his legs could carry him. The fisherman shoved the question back at him, demanding to know what the young man was going to say. He just waved his hands, swore he'd never met a soul, then bolted before anyone could blink. His desperate scream, "I forgot everything," ripped through the trees and echoed even farther. Breathing hard along the academy's walls, the young man replayed Mrs. Noran's warning about dangerous people, and wondered if this odd fisherman was hiding one too. The tension finally snapped and melted away. Still, all that was left were burning questions with no answers. The sun was slipping down toward the horizon, like it knew the night was coming. While the guild erupted in chaos, this weird guy just sat there fishing like it was no big deal, and Takumi immediately clocked him as a malicious slacker. Time blew past in a blink. At last, Takumi burst into his grand mansion clutching a wrapped scroll in both hands. He let out a crushing sigh, swamped with regret over all that time he'd burned on the road. Suddenly, the door blasted open and joyful Keed barreled toward him, hitting her trademark level 2 warm greeting. The guy who got knocked down sprawled on the floor, stunned that he was still alive, while the maid, frozen in disbelief, let the documents tumble from her hands. With a quick recovery, Takumi swept his scattered mess back into place, apologized fast, and then hurriedly asked the girls how the cleaning was going. The maid beamed and announced they'd cleared the abandoned rooms and hauled a mountain of junk to the dump, and Keed had pitched in the whole time. Hearing that there was an entire dump full of stuff blew the boy's mind, and before the shock even faded, he offered to jump in and help fix every broken item. The girl grinned and promised they'd decrush every last thing by tomorrow. But because Takumi had big plans packed for today, he ditched lunch and hauled himself straight to the workshop. Maria smiled and told him to call her the moment hunger hit, while that restless maid bolted straight for the kitchen to start feeding everyone else. The boy flashed a grateful smile, then jumped right back into his day. Maria swallowed her pride, apologized, and called for a break, while her friends kicked into gear and started prepping their joint lunch. Suddenly, her mind snapped back to that mysterious bundle she'd found earlier. This special magical seal was forged for one job only: to trap deadly poison where it can't escape. The girl went stone cold the moment she realized this wasn't some threat talk. The boy had real danger coiled in that room. She remembered how fiercely he tried to clamp down on everything he'd done, wrapping it in powerful restraining spells. Maria's need to get to the truth burned so hot that she slipped out in secret, darted into the yard, and headed straight for his workshop. Her fingers clenched the dress so hard the fabric shook under every violent spasm. Silence slammed down over everything. Breathless with excitement, she charged straight for the door. Out of nowhere, muffled noises started bubbling from deep inside. The girl hesitated, knowing spying was wrong, but the rush of anxiety slammed harder than her morals. The moment her own name rang out from behind that door, Maria's heart slammed so hard it felt like it would burst right through her ribs. She leaned in like a shadow, peering through a tiny crack with bated breath. Behind that door, a boy with eyes blazing clutched his cut hand over a glass jar, scrambling to finish his bloody ritual before the moment slipped away. Racing back to his workshop, Takumi froze in pure shock. His house was left in shattered ruins, and every single thing he owned was gone without a trace. The boy snapped back to that moment. The maid grinned and bragged that she'd hauled all his stuff out to the trash. His skin broke into a cold sweat the moment he realized just how massive this general cleanup really was. Unable to hold it in, Takumi erupted in a shout and slammed the restoration spell down. Massive magical runes exploded across the ground beneath him. That brutal spell finally hit, and the whole building snapped back like it had never been broken. Then the exhausted boy crumpled onto the grass, fighting for breath. After catching his breath, he stormed inside and snatched the leaves of the deadly Nenumu poison plant. With his eyes squeezed shut, the boy drove a knife into his own arm, slashing hard as he screamed in raw agony. And then he snapped healing magic into action right away. Tears exploded from his eyes, a desperate scream tore through the room's silence, and the glow wrapped around the bloody cut. Sweat poured down Takumi's face as he cursed his ridiculous plan, forcing light magic to happen by constantly poisoning himself. The whole house shook as his moans tore through the walls. To stop himself from collapsing under that brutal agony, he started pacing like a maniac around the room, muttering non-stop nonsense about Maria and somehow hauling trash out, anything to keep from fainting. Right on the workshop doorway, golden-haired Sophia crumpled, her strength draining out in a single, sudden collapse. He heard heavy breathing at the door, yanked his eyes off the stove, and froze, staring at the guest like something terrible was coming. Takumi shot up instantly, scooped the girl into his arms, and swore that everything was going to be okay from this moment on. Sophia lunged in and yanked Takumi by the collar, her fury blazing as she accused him of trying to poison the maid, Maria. She wouldn't let him get a single word out. She shrieked about poison and her own death, while Takumi stood there completely helpless, trying to explain himself. Suddenly, Sophia's strength vanished and she crumpled helplessly into the boy's arms, while a system message flashed in front of Takumi, warning her critical exhaustion and a brutal arm injury. Takumi froze in disbelief at the status screen, scrambling to figure out why the girl's strength had suddenly crashed. He slammed his light magic down again, but no matter how much his spell level shot up, the elf's condition didn't budge even an inch. The girl could barely breathe out his name while he frantically tried to patch up her bleeding wounds, and it still wasn't enough. The boy couldn't believe it. Why the simplest spell still wouldn't heal even a tiny scratch. Right then, the door swung open, and there was Maria, blinking in pure confusion on the threshold. Spotting the maid, Takumi blurted out a desperate plea for help, scooped the unconscious Sophia into his arms, and sprinted her out of the kitchen. After tucking the elf girl into bed, he finally exhaled when Maria told him the truth. Her life wasn't in danger, and all she needed now was calm. The maid leaned in and whispered that Sophia's body is so fragile she tires the moment she moves, or even feels too hard, and that her wounds heal at a painfully slow pace. Takumi got it all instantly. Then he froze when he caught the maid staring at him with this weird, painfully awkward look. At that exact moment, both of them pictured just how this girl could have gotten so wildly excited standing right next to him. Maria's eyes went dark and icy in an instant, and when she demanded to know exactly what they were doing there, Takumi jerked like he'd been struck. Takumi scrambled to explain himself, but Maria's face instantly flared red. She clapped both hands over it, buried in pure shame. In her head, she rewrote the whole romance, Sophia and her closing their fingers together softly, sharing every feeling without saying a word. She dropped to her knees, sobbing like her heart would break, cursing that their date had ended up in such a wrong place, while the guy erupted into another scream of pure frustration. Once the storm of feelings finally died down, Takumi leaned in and told his assistant, dead calm, that the elf wasn't judging his healing, she was just terrified of it. With one story about light magic, he smashed every doubt, and as Sophia slept, he lifted his hand and went in to test his brand new power. A cleansing spell detonated in the room, blasting it with scorching, powerful light. The sick person's body jolted as the very first magical wave crashed over them. Then Takumi snapped on his super healing and launched a massive magical circle that lit up like a summoning star. A blinding flash detonated across everything around, swallowing the world in pure light. When the lights died, the exhausted boy sagged his hands down under the maid's frozen stare. He let out a relieved smile and told her he'd shattered the heavy curse clinging to her, one that was stopping her from getting normal therapy. The final magical sparks hissed one last time and faded into the air. Maria stared at him in pure disbelief, then barely got his name out in a shaky whisper. Now Sophia drew a steady breath, calm as steel, then locked in, ready to move, ready to fight again just like before. He gently pulled a blanket over the girl, knowing that after everything that just hit her, all she needed was quiet, steady rest. The maid swore his admiration was no different from a priestess, and he just stammered, awkwardly waving it off, insisting he was nothing special, just an ordinary person. The boy bowed in gratitude and thanked the maid for stepping up to care for the sick person in her spare time. Just a few days later, he was already in the yard with a shovel in hand, swinging it like he could beat back the storm of anxious thoughts in his head. While Sophia was laid up recovering, he unleashed magic to crank out a loud, backyard porcelain toilet factory. Maria stared out the window, watching this miracle unfold like it was calling her name. Right out of nowhere, a soft voice breathed from the bed and the maid jumped, spun around on reflex. Sophia was finally awake. The maid bolted over to check on her, and when Sophia told her she was perfectly fine, the poor woman just broke down in tears of pure relief. The elf girl stared at her own tears, completely baffled. Maria quietly thrust the mirror into her hands, and the second Sophia saw herself, her eyes locked in stunned disbelief. She brushed her own face and gasped as the missing magic finally surged back into her, warm and real again. She reached out with trembling hands, desperate to grab Maria. Maria clutched her hands together, tears streaming down her face, and then burst out, joyful and shaking, "It's real, I'm fully healthy. It's not a dream." Even so, the elf girl stayed frozen in a daze, whispering to herself that it had to be a dream. With happy sobs pouring out, the girl plunged face first into the bewildered blonde's chest, joy swallowing her whole, while down below, a creepy carnival erupted with dancers swirling around toilets. The absurd toilet show finally hit full speed, white toilets spun through the air to cheerful screams, and a tiny singer on top joyfully hucked her hands up like she couldn't contain her excitement. Chapter 17 kicked off with a sweet little moment. Tiny yellow toy ducks wearing sailor hats floated calmly in a perfect line on a huge leaf. Right then, the piece shattered as a weird round projectile zipped past at point-blank range, right beside a capsule. In that bright bedroom, an elf jolted awake on the bed, then froze solid, confusion crashing over her as she struggled to find her senses. The girl jolted upright, terror blazing in her eyes, clamped her hands on the maid's shoulders and shrieked that they had to run, because that man was pure death. She grabbed Maria with everything she had, shaking her hard and pleading, "Please save my life." Then she dropped her hand to her face like she couldn't fight it anymore and whispered just one broken question: "Why did it all happen?" The elf girl shook with urgency as she swore she'd witnessed the horrors this man committed with her own eyes, and then she pointed straight at him. "Takumi Uruma." Maria just smiled, slipped her hands into his and soothed her, because this wasn't some trash heap at all, it was a studio and it was Takumi who pulled her out. This news hit the guest like lightning, and she froze, stunned, wide-eyed and blown away. Maria's face lit up with a real smile as she swore their great master was nothing but good. The maid grinned and promised she'd call Takumi immediately, then swept out, telling them to quiz him for every last detail. Soon, a soft knock rattled the door, and after she said, "Come in," a guest stepped right onto the threshold. That elf girl sat on the bed, clutching the blanket like it was her lifeline, and her fever-pitched mind raced, trying to figure out what the heck was going on. Takumi offered a soft smile, leaned in, and asked how she was doing, trying to break through her guarded, wary stare. With a shaky exhale of relief, the young man thanked the gods for saving her, while she just stared back at him, saying nothing. He slid into the seat beside her, stumbled through an awkward apology about the tiny studio, and swore he'd break it all down for her soon. Through the cracked window, you could see their conversation sailing along, calm, steady, and unshaken. The horned maid sprinted up the stairs in a blur. A suffocating silence slammed into the room, hanging there like a threat. After she listened to Takumi's story all the way through, the girl went quiet and whispered, shaken, that she couldn't wrap her head around that brutal truth. "I could barely believe my ears the first time I heard it." The boy's voice shook as he pleaded, worried sick, asking if she truly didn't trust him at all. The girl fumed at the church's filthy, holy tricks and panicked that he was throwing himself away. But the boy just told her he hated their rules more than anything. She couldn't wrap her mind around the danger he'd thrown himself into just to chase the truth. Takumi spoke in a calm voice, telling Sophia that her noble bloodline would swing their future battles in their favor, then reminded her of the promise, no matter what it takes. His soft, unshakable smile hit her like lightning and she gasped, completely caught off guard. Tears brimmed in the girl's eyes, shocking the boy, and then, without hesitation, she yanked off the blanket and sprang out of bed. Kneeling at his feet, she vowed she'd stick by her new master forever, Takumi Uromi. Takumi beamed softly at Sophia, coaxing her forward while she still kept dodging eye contact like it burned. The girl clutched her chest with both hands and let out a heavy sigh, trying to wrestle her frantic, pounding heart back under control. Then he reached out with his open palm toward her, like the moment demanded it. Sophia lit up with joy, blurted out that he was her master and squeezed his hand hard like, "That's right, I choose you." Behind the door, the maid leaned in like she was sharing a secret, flashed a thumbs up, and looked totally thrilled with the deal. The boy just blinked, utterly thrown off by the sudden, shocking sight. Meanwhile, darkness crashed over the estate like a curtain dropping in the final act. The maid burst in and told Takumi, grinning, that Sophia finally cracked. She'd started eating again, even if it took a ton of effort to get her there. But no matter how she tried, that one gut-wrenching thought just wouldn't leave her mind. She snatched up the filthy dishes in a rush and shoved the boy off to rest. Right before her eyes, Lady Sophia's breathtaking, enchanting presence came blazing back into view. Takumi just stared, totally baffled, as the maid's cheeks burned bright red. The maid had already dreamed up glorious chivalry stories with the lady. But when the boy suggested they have breakfast together tomorrow, her joy burst into the room instantly. Finally, Takumi spilled his game plan for tomorrow, praying he could blaze through the last delivery and wrap it up fast. Takumi beamed and suggested, "Let's all eat together starting tomorrow." And because her appetite was back full force, the girl nodded happily on the spot. When the maid begged, the boy froze because his job demanded raw muscle, but her non-stop pressure broke him, and he finally handed her the weird knitted suit. She stared at the gray fabric, completely baffled, because she had no clue what kind of strange outfit that was. When she realized this was a trial training suit crafted by the owner himself, her face lit up with pure delight, while he just got stuck reliving his school days. She giggled as she sprinted to try on the gift, while Takumi strolled up to his tiny spider, Keed, flashing a warm smile as he tried to coax it awake. He gently brushed his hand over his pet's round head, calming it in an instant. The sleepy baby slumped and resisted, but the boy teased him close and promised, "If you don't come, the demon won't play with you," dragging him into the bath anyway. The hot water hit and it instantly melted the tension out of both of them, then they shut their eyes tight, floating in bliss as rubber ducks splashed softly. Right in the middle of the bathroom, a blinding holographic screen suddenly blasted into existence with a loud bang, and the guy jumped out of his skin. The golden-haired goddess on screen calmly unveiled a brand new update, reshaping the spider's body into a rounder, comfier form. Takumi stared in stunned disbelief as his protege's new powers erupted, stronger, bigger, and completely out of this world. The virtual assistant kept firing off every detail about the changes it had made. On the screen, a diagram popped up and showed exactly how Keed's body was shaped, built with rounded form to keep her perfectly balanced. The hologram vanished in a flash and the bewildered boy just sat there in the water, rocked by the soft cries of his baby. Hot water drained all her energy, so Keed mustered a tired good night and hobbled out of the pool to finally collapse and rest. The little helper felt like it was boiling up inside him, like a spider scuttling in hot water. All alone, the young man stared at the system update prompts, until he froze when a silent figure slipped into the bath. He spun his head in shock, scanning the room like he could catch the mysterious guest hiding in plain sight. He scanned the area for anyone at all, then slipped back in to pick out the upgrades he needed. The boy splashed water across his face, then forced his mind to lock in, because picking the right upgrades was everything. The water temperature shot up and the young man tried to scramble upright. Then a hand underwater clamped down hard on his wrist, And before he could breathe, Sophia shot in from behind, blushing red as a lobster, wrapping him in a fierce hug that made his heart hammer like crazy. His eyes practically blasted out of their sockets from pure shock. Her fingers clung tight to his hand, gentle in feel but strong enough to never let go. Water exploded upward with a thunderous splash, and the boy froze on the spot, stunned. Sophia clung tight to her master, burying her embarrassed face against his back. She leaned in and breathed it out with fierce urgency. Now there was no hiding from each other. Her bare body pressed too close and the boy's thoughts scrambled. Then a thick fog billowed from his head. Ears burning red to the very tips, Sophia poured out her deepest feelings and swore she'd carry out every single one of his whims. So the poor, stunned young man could only beg her to stop, because he couldn't stomach a promise that heavy. While an inner war raged in him, he silently clenched his fist as she pressed in from behind and begged him, pleading for just one chance. She pressed her palm to his chest and boom, his face flushed so hard he could barely breathe, whispering her name like it slipped out on accident. The young man rocked a fresh tracksuit and beamed, grinning like he couldn't wait to step out, right by the restroom. Heed, his tiny pet spider, has already crawled in and made the toilet her cozy little throne. Sophia replayed his reckless words, how she always had him in her head, and pure rage shot through her so hard she shuddered. She clapped her hands over her face, shaking hard with shame so brutal it felt unbearable. Her eyes blazed with rage, and her clenched teeth screamed that she couldn't hold it in anymore. The girl let out a piercing scream as she dove into the pool, furious that hearts were meant to merge at all. And that stuff was only supposed to happen after marriage. Before anyone could blink, the boy was already sprawled out on his bed in total calm, while a furious Sophia raged that he had to kill her right then and there. Shame crushed him as that teen body stole the wheel again, dragging his adult mind under with it. Meanwhile, the spider tiptoed up onto the blanket toward him. She pressed that goofy little face of hers into his hand, and rubbed like she was begging for more. The boy softly stroked his favorite pet, then blurted in shock, "Where did you learn those words?" At 15, he shoved his face into the pillow and groaned, calling himself a hormone-fueled troublemaker like some kind of real monster. Sophia stood at the window, eyes fixed on the dark garden beyond the ivy-covered glass, lost in deep thought. The next morning at breakfast, the room fell into a deathly hush until the worried maid finally blurted out, "Did something serious happen between you two?" Maria stared at them, nerves on fire, and blurted out, "Did something happen between you two?" She finally confessed she was crushed with guilt, and that's why the host felt like a weight on her heart. Chaos exploded in the room. Sophia shrieked in panic that Takumi wasn't allowed to be approached, while the boy flailed his hands, yelling out he had nothing to do with it and trying to calm the terrified maid. He shot up from the table and started yelling that everything had somehow changed completely. The girl froze, staring at him with pure shaking terror. Her eyes shot wider as her brain scrambled to make sense of what she just heard. Sophia snapped into a sharp bow and begged for forgiveness, while Takumi rushed to Maria's side, insisting he was only confused the day before. Maria clapped her hands over her mouth, stunned speechless. Right then, the maid leaned in and admitted it was her idea. The elf was only acting like that because she told him to. She told him she wanted to help Sophia pay him back, and then, bam, she showed up with this weird book packed with men's secret desires. Maria smiled and promised the host would be blown away by her beauty, and that sent Takumi into a full blush, so he urged himself not to rush into anything too fast. The boy shot a suspicious look at the book, like it was hiding something dangerous. Sophia dropped her gaze and admitted it. She'd chosen this alone, ready to give him her heart and her body. Takumi leaned in and asked the elf straight out if she truly felt uncomfortable, and if she understood what she'd done. Then Sophia nodded quietly, right on the spot. Takumi flashed her a warm smile and told her, straight from the heart, that her real desire to help was more than enough, so she didn't have to push herself to the breaking point. Hearing those words, the maid's face burned with embarrassment, while Sophia let out a quiet sigh and kept her eyes on her master. Takumi just gave a confused nod, and the girl buried her face in her hands, groaning that it was getting harder and harder to keep acting like a fool in front of this total idiot. With the awkward talk finally done, Takumi shoved everyone toward work and even gave Sophia one more day to rest, though that tiny spirit perched on his shoulder kept grumbling that its master was still a real clumsy oaf. Work kicked off right away, riding on the cheerful singing of a silly little song about toilets. The warehouse overflowed with finished ceramics, and Takumi burst into gratitude, declaring the first shipments were ready. Then the maid leaned in, eyes curious, and asked if he was really going to keep hand-making toilets. When they asked him what he planned to do, the young man didn't even hesitate. He admitted he's chasing thrilling adventures, all while never letting go of his beloved craft. Maria leaned in with curious eyes and asked whether he'd then make something else too. Standing on a towering cliff, Takumi stared out at the breathtaking view and daydreamed of the travels to come, wandering ancient ruins, chasing unforgettable local flavors, and having his own lavish estate as the perfect home base. Learning about their far-off journey, the girl's hopeful eyes lit up as she nervously asked if she'd be a burden to him if she set out with him. The boy fumbled out that Sophia was already with him, so he begged the maid to stay and guard the house. Then his words crushed her all over again. Caught by the heartbreak in her sparkling eyes, Takumi caved, apologized, and begged her to take his hand. Their fingers softly laced together, palms locking with quiet intensity. The boy mulled it over hard. An ordinary maid could barely survive a long, brutal journey, but he couldn't bear the idea of leaving her alone for all that time. He couldn't even process it. There, right in front of him, stood an ordinary maid while the girl beside him froze, holding her breath like embarrassment had tied her tongue. Right before his eyes, the maid's status window blossomed open, and he immediately realized she had insane potential just waiting to explode. He'd begged with her whole heart to let her take care of him on the road, but the boy kept trying to slam the brakes on her excitement with tales of deadly danger. He gave in to her insistence and agreed with a grin to go together, and the happy girl bowed low, grateful as anything. As she looked down, she softly confessed that losing both of them would shatter her heart. Keed's eyes lit up as she hauled the heavy part in her hands, swearing she'd corner Sophia for every last detail, while the guy just stood there, baffled, urging her to think hard about which weapons and armor she should pick. The boy kept reassuring the tiny round pet that the girl was coming with them, then watched Keed, so happy, jog in circles with a toilet plopped on her head, belting out a ridiculous song about their bathroom trip. The little boy beamed and asked, "Can I come too?" while the girl bounced around like pure joy had taken control of her. While everyone else was cheering, the boy was on edge, replaying how Mulan's cunning plan was going to exploit Maria's bizarre new status. Once the toilets were done, the team didn't waste a second. They sprinted straight into the next crucial job. They shoved the drawings into the craftsmen's hands and kicked off a whole new phase of their preparations, officially. Next morning, they all crammed around the warm dining table, trading breakfast bites while plotting their next move. Soon, the girls were hammering away in the yard, whipping long spears around with deadly skill as their comrades watched every move like hawks. Meanwhile, the boy hummed a cheerful spell, whipped up a brand new weapon, and snatched the prepared fabric from his round assistant. The boy spread fresh blanks across the workbench, calmly pointing the curious round assistant to the spearheads and mapping out exactly where the next swords would be forged. The little familiar leaned in, staring at the iron laid out in front of it, while the young blacksmith grinned and explained those markings were the exact tips meant for spears they'd make later. The assistant's eyes snapped to the longer blades, and the boy nodded, saying those were the blanks meant for future swords and daggers. He forged the whole arsenal from special magical steel, but locking down the carbon during the blade's transformation demanded insane mana reserves. The thought that he could reshape that metal so easily sent real satisfaction through him, and the boy grinned as he announced, "Once we're done building the weapons, we're finally moving on to the armor." From this angle, the future project's details looked straight up unreal, like they were beyond outstanding. Trust me, switching angles was the move. Suddenly, the future product's shape started calling to him like it was about to blow everything up. He froze dead in the middle of the room, staring at two fresh mannequins, trying to wrap his head around just how huge this job was about to become. That boy gulped hard, cheeks burning as the blurry night replayed in his head, while the beauties behind him chimed again, begging their master to come. He shoved aside every distracting thought, then got to work staring at the materials list. The skin of a giant armored python and the heavy, strong threads Keed had nearly finished spinning. A flashback hit him out of nowhere. Back in his past life, he'd camp at the computer every night, burning money from his card, praying he'd finally pull the character he wanted. So the moment he stared at his flying friend, the boy dug in his heels and vowed to forge armor that was both rock-solid and drop-dead gorgeous. He still remembered that electric rush of being a gamer, the kind that hijacks your brain, until all he could think about was owning beautiful gear and every bit of savings vanished from his mind. That's the plan he's locked in for his new work. He's chasing a masterpiece so hard he won't think twice about pouring his last coin into it. With a guilty rush in his head, he grabbed the master's privileges and, in a predatory screech, lifted the pen over the papers, ready to rewrite every word his way. In that giant workshop, everything went silent, and fresh marks from the last job still streaked across the floor. That tiny helper spider slipped under the table like a pro, yanking wooden boxes across the floor. A few days after he kicked off the armor, the boy sprawled on the couch with a magical book in hand, praying it all finally clicks. He prayed with everything he had, then the door burst open, and a girl's silhouette stepped into view on the threshold. Two brand new companions stood right in front of him, twirling like it was a victory lap before the mirror, grinning because the outfits fit them flawlessly. The young master beamed with satisfaction and asked whether they liked the design he'd built, totally from his own tastes. Both of them were buzzing with excitement, and the warrior urged them to slap those magical charms onto their weapons too. Suddenly, the red-haired maid shot her hand up like, "Hold on, I need to clear something up." They took a few steps in the new boots, testing every stride, and thanked whoever made them for the amazing materials that let them move freely and stay protected. A girl tugged up her skirt and demanded why knives were strapped to her thigh, and the boy just smirked like it was obvious, saying it was the key detail every combat maid needed. She snatched one of the daggers with a playful grin, then the very next second her eyes caught something weird hiding under the fabric. The red-haired girl blurted out her question about the find, and the moment it landed, the master's composure snapped, unleashing a full-on panic scream. With a wild scream, the boy dove into the corner, then the girls pulled out a whole stack of frilly lingerie he'd secretly sewn, and his buried wants finally crashed through the door. It all crashed down when the creator collapsed on the floor, gasping and begging for mercy, like they'd gone way too far. Sophia fumbled her brand new clothes in shaky hands as the maid called her name, clearly baffled. She clutched that rose-covered dress, tried to swallow its beauty, and begged him, "Please don't look at me." The girls agreed it'd be rude to turn down the host's gifts, so they teamed up and dragged Sophia along to try on the outfit. One simple fitting instantly exploded into a wild little fashion show, and everyone started flexing their one-of-a-kind style. After that dazzling performance, the young man finally kicked back, sipped his tea with a smile, and mapped out his next move. He was heading straight to the Adventurers Guild before the real journey kicked off. The companion shot a question, "Are we headed there right now so we can make registration in time?" He shot a quick nod of approval and locked his eyes onto his mug. But that friend's warning about how deadly the guild could be hit him like a shockwave, and he froze for a beat. She rushed up to him, tried to calm his nerves, and told him that during morning shopping she'd spotted a weird, deathly silence creeping around the guild. The boy nodded, ready to check it all, then before he even stepped outside, he made Sophia strip down from that weight-to-revealing school uniform. Soon, the whole company marched up in a tight line beneath that gloomy sky, standing in front of the guild's towering 3-story building like they meant business. Sophia shoved the heavy door open and whispered, "Host," like she was afraid the whole place might wake up. He leaned in, then froze, because what he found inside was dead quiet, absolute silence. Right before their eyes, the scene turned into total chaos. Furniture splintered across the floor, walls torn apart, and workers frantically scrubbing up the wreckage. Hans stood right in the middle of the shattered guild hall, staring down the wreckage from that brutal riot with a heavy, crushing gloom. His diary was a non-stop rant, packed with rage at the unruly visitors who smashed the furniture every single day and drained him dry with endless work. Uruma fidgeted, begging to get the details straight, but Hans just swatted his questions away with lazy, dismissive waves. The young man offered his help with pure sincerity, but the registrar was already whipping out a magical scroll like, "I'll fix this all at once." He ranted about the surprise closure, but Uruma clocked his total indifference in an instant. Magic Flare ripped the debris off the ground, snatched it into the air, and slammed the furniture back together in seconds, while Hans just stared, clapping a hand over his mouth in total disbelief, wondering if that table had ever even looked like that. Right then, the drained registrar crumpled to the floor, and Uruma's panic exploded into a terrified scream. Just then, a massive stone fist burst out of the dark, slamming straight into Uruma's life and scaring him half to death. Good news, the scary threat was a total fake, and it turned out the real culprit was Barak, the guild's leader, who rushed in and blasted everyone with a loud, heartfelt apology. While the men sorted out their drama, the battered Hands was hauled to the couch under the maid's watch. Loud Barak finally admitted that at first he mistook the brand new guests for the very troublemakers who'd just blown everything up. Barak smiled and told the shocked guest, "That boy didn't get cursed, he just chugged too much magic and now he's paying for it with a brutal hangover." He promised that the poor thing would bounce back soon and be back to normal in no time. Hands was crumpled in the corner, letting out a weak groan as darkness swam in his eyes, overwhelmed by the brutal alchemy that had totally intoxicated his untrained body. Takumi's magical power ripped into the air, spiraling into a savage storm of mana, and poor clerk Urumi immediately felt sick to his stomach. While he struggled to stay standing, Takumi's boy just stared, baffled that everyone else wasn't firing every magic circle at once. Uruma gave a warm smile and rushed over to calm his friend down, saying only he's got this weird condition, so there's no need to freak out, because now that he knows it so well, he'll handle it without a problem. Takumi froze, bowed hard, and apologized with real sincerity, insisting his magic wasn't meant to hurt anyone. Then Uruma just flicked his hand like it was nothing at all and waved it off. The elf blurted to her master that the clerk's magic sense is unreal, past 90 points, and the guild leader practically burst with loud, shocking excitement, making poor Uruma slap his hands over his ears all over again. With the guild shut down, Takumi was ready to bolt out, but Uruma snapped into action and urged him to jack up his adventurer rank, right now. Even the tough-as-nails guild leader backed it with a sharp, emotional lecture, warning the kid that he'd been pulling in way too much unwanted attention. Clutching the registration card, Uruma smiled and declared that if he were in Takumi's shoes, he'd 100% back the move to raise his rank. The guild leader roared across the room, demanding everyone drop everything and seize the chance by starting the promotion procedure right now. When Takumi snapped about being called a baby, the boss shoved his giant thumb straight into Takumi's face. Crossing his arms, the man shot a stern look and barked that the boy stood out way too clearly among run-of-the-mill adventurers. The guildmaster knew the danger plain as day. Those thugs would snatch any pretty they saw from a scrawny kid and tear him apart, so he wasted no time and pushed to fast-track Takumi's rank promotion right now. Rumors tore through the town like wildfire. People swear this brand new nobody, the lowest of the low, is roaming around with 2 lavish slaves, even throwing out bizarre spells. Barak decided that if this guy was drawing attention everywhere, then the only way forward was a high adventurer rank to match. The maid demanded a raise too, plus the elf told her to take it, and the chambermaid snapped that she was done living under those nasty, disdainful stares from everyone around her. After weighing every pro and con, Takumi finally snapped into a decision. Promoting the rank was the right move and he was going all in. The dark-haired boy flashed one last goodbye and bolted off to get ready for his part of the job. The fox giant promised to man the counter, so the boy just smirked and nodded, because he was about to unleash his weird magic at full power. While everyone else cheered at the quick fix, Sophia fell deep in thought, and the young man couldn't hold back, so he stepped in to ask her about his weird, impossible abilities. A tiny spark erupted like it had a mind of its own. He honestly couldn't figure out why his charms weren't working, but she waved it off like it was nothing. "Sophia," he blurted, and her whole body jolted with surprise. Rather mysteriously, she slowly traced her lips and stared at his face like she was about to uncover a secret. The boy pleaded for the truth, and he couldn't shake the feeling that she, since she had magic too, was hiding the real answer. That alchemy comparison didn't clear a single thing. This tangled, hated science felt to him like a pitch-black forest. Sophia just shrugged, and the young man grinned as he told her that this wild way of casting spells was totally awesome. She cracked an awkward smile, and somehow it still hit with pure warmth. Amid the wreckage and rubble, the boy stared around like it was a miracle, because he couldn't believe his luck. Even with all that mystery hanging in the air, nobody on the team dared to switch gears, so the moment the decision hit, the work exploded into a whole new level of intensity. A Fox coworker snagged slacker Hands in the archive clutching a pile of papers, stunned by his wild, never-before energy. Then Hands just smirked and said the mustached man's visit here really was a miracle. Meanwhile, that fair-haired kid clutching a wooden bucket and his big-eared sidekick just stood there, wide-eyed, dying to see what chaos was coming next. The fox-faced man crowned the boy a one-of-a-kind gem, and Hands grinned right back, because even now nobody has any clue where Takumi's strength truly ends. In the warm guild room, Takumi teamed up with the dark-haired registrar, poring over thick scrolls like their lives depended on it as the first case loomed. Meanwhile, in the reception hall, the girls finally wrapped up their document checks and the staff burst into warm smiles, officially welcoming them into the ranks of adventurers. Just as the girls were thanking her for the help, the beast woman snapped her eyes into a furious glare at the portrait of her lazy colleague, then swore he'd be made to work. The fluffy registrar let out a sly chuckle, and it instantly freaked out Sophia and Maria the moment they walked in. Right then, the conference room doors burst open. Takumi was hashing out the details with a guild member when the guy grinned and blurted that they'd already picked their very first task. The moment the girls showed up at the doorstep, the guild worker smiled and kindly asked whether they'd finished registering. A sealed official document sat on the table, daring anyone to open it. A guild member laid out exactly how to hunt goblins and kobolds, and then where to snag healing herbs growing near the city. Maria blurted that she was still at the bottom, but the guild member shook his head and reassured the girls. Turns out Takumi had already climbed up by submitting a whole stack of collected herbs ahead of time. Now it all hung on Sophia's say-so because the leader plus Maria couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. Takumi fixed Sophia with an intense look, waiting for her to make the next move. When Sophia heard the goblins were around, rage detonated inside her, dark, sinister energy curled around her like smoke. Then she swore with a bloodthirsty vow that every monster daring to get near would be wiped out. After snagging the magical cards that officially registered the murders, the squad finally headed back, only to find Keed already waiting at home like she'd been counting the minutes. The boy urged them to finally head back, because Keed was already waiting for them and they had to gear up for their very first mission. Before them, strange papers lay scattered, packed with symbols that made zero sense. Tension snapped tight in the air, and a cold sweat burst onto his forehead. The companions shouted for Sophia to come with them, but she froze, stared into the void, and murmured that destruction was coming. The very next day, after they slipped back home, the whole team huddled up and studied the area's map with laser focus, searching for the next move. At night, the boy calmly sank onto the terrace and sharpened his spear, grinding it into deadly shape for tomorrow's outing. Morning finally broke, flooding everything with light. They sprinted half an hour southwest from Bolton and slammed into the monster's lair, only to find Keed already firing off a telepathic report. But something felt off in the worst way. Just 4 goblins were lurking ahead, so the boy slipped around the ruins and circled them from the other side. That first look lied to you, and Elf's eyes snapped to a trap the second it hit her, while her companions gawked at the rabbit-masked monsters like they were adorable. These goofy little creatures were just wobbling down the road, looking totally helpless and defenseless. The elf snapped into action, swore he'd wipe out the first 2 without delay, and then charged straight ahead. She snapped her blade through the air so fast it looked like lightning, cutting down the enemies while her friends just stood there, jaws dropped at her insane speed. Right then, the forest went death quiet until a blood-curdling scream tore through it, and a colossal stone monster exploded into rubble after one crushing hit. He just dropped his palm down, cool as ice, and finished the spell. The girls snapped into action, charging ahead in a heartbeat, ready to back up that attack. After the dust settled from the battle, the white-haired warrior confessed she was shaking with nerves, while the boy kept thinking that both of his companions were unbelievably strong, so strong they practically intimidated him. He beamed again and loudly praised his colleagues for their perfectly coordinated teamwork. Snatching a glowing crystal off the dirt, the boy instantly understood those magical shards monsters drop and knew they'd sell for a fortune, so he charged back into the forest to keep training. The next enemies didn't get a second to breathe. Maid slammed the monster into the ground with a brutal kick, and the white-haired warrior immediately whirled and cut down another with her blade. The young man wasn't about to stand around. He snapped several magical circles to life and drove a razor-sharp stone spike straight through the next monster. At last, he snatched up the final shard from the dirt and announced, loud and certain, that this part of the forest was fully safe. Exhausted allies finally dropped for a breather, and the boy just couldn't hide his awe as he praised the girls' combat skills, then groaned that he'd burned every last bit of mana only keeping them going. While Keed kept pushing ahead to scout, the rest of the squad sprawled on the stone boulders and breathed easy, ready to recharge their strength. The girls waved off his grumbling with bright smiles, then burst into praise for the armor he'd forged, strong as iron, and it never once slowed them down in battle. Hearing that, the warrior clutched her axe even tighter, because for a true master, praise like that was the greatest compliment. The boy's cheeks turned bright red from that blunt praise, and he just grinned sweetly while rubbing the back of his head like he couldn't believe it. The boy snapped to the horrifying truth. He wasn't wearing a shred of protection, just the same rags he started with, and under Keed's shocked stare, terror hit so hard his face flooded with cold sweat. It hit me like a club to the head. My own foolishness finally crashed into my senses. Panic slammed into his face as his eyes bulged while his companion just stared, completely lost about what on earth was happening. Panic hammered his mind as the chilling realization hit. There was zero protection in place. A brutal battle loomed in front of him, and when the enemies came into view, he was totally naked. That equipment list didn't care, it basically slammed the verdict down. Only ordinary shoes were left. The boy replayed how he tore apart his old armor for parts to upgrade the girls' gear. Now they were sprinting into battle with bright, fearless smiles, while panic clawed at him, terrified that his confession would crush their fighting spirit. He froze in pure terror, mentally screaming at himself for forgetting. In her wild nightmares, the girls were already poking him with their fingers, cackling as they called him a weakling for forgetting to get dressed. That old online game trauma crashed back into his mind, dragging him straight to those humiliating days when he got kicked from groups for showing up with bad gear. He snapped under the pressure and let out a blood-curdling scream, leaving the elf utterly terrified. Keed shot a glance away, hurriedly dodged the topic, and blurted out that the number of goblins nearby was weirdly, dangerously huge. Yet another panic attack ripped through him, and the boy screamed even louder than before. The elf finished her sentence with a cool smile, dead sure that somewhere deep in those thickets, a whole hostile settlement was crouching and waiting. The boy stared at the goblins crowding the streets and muttered how damn weird it was that so many had suddenly shown up near the city. The maid clutched her shovel and blurted out, practically bouncing, "Tell me we'll wipe out the enemies without hesitation, right?" The elf calmly said there was no point being polite to those little monsters, and that cold truth hit the boy so hard it left him stunned. While the team argued about keeping Keed safe, a ruthless horde of goblins suddenly surged out ahead, and the danger hit fast. A choking, expressive silence swept over everything, like the whole world was holding its breath. The elf calmly urged him to rush back to the guild before they could run into any high-ranking monsters, and he immediately chose to return to Keed. A tiny spider sobbed in pure ache, because she'd busted her tail trying to make her master happy. Suddenly, the whole forest shuddered as a weird, deep rumble rolled through the ground. The boy let out a shaky breath of relief, finally feeling that the chaos inside him over the failed armor had blown over. But the calm didn't last. An enormous fluffy ball plowed onto the path, and the happy spider yanked it behind her. Keed beamed and bragged that she'd collected a ton of them and carried them all along, while the others stared at the weird ball, completely baffled. The wild screeching erupted from inside the cocoon, and the heroes recoiled in horror when they realized Keed had stuffed an entire horde of goblins, alive, inside it. The boy shrieked in pure panic, begging them to undo this nightmare, only for the colossal web to start tearing at the seams right then and there. With a savage snap, the ropes tore apart, and a colossal, furious monster burst into the wild, clutching an axe, blasting a thunderous roar like it was about to tear everything down. A terrifying high-level monster suddenly crashed onto the hero's path, itching to rip them apart piece by piece. Sophia snapped into action and blocked the enemy's strike in an instant, throwing herself between the attacker and her stunned companions. The blast slammed the girl backward, but the boy shot magic into the ground, blasting the monster's feet free the instant he hit. Seeing it, Sophia shrieked in terror, pleading for him to stop right then and there. The boy ignored every warning and ordered his ally to rush to Sophia's side, while he stepped up alone to take on the toughest enemy. He had one shot, distract the beast and claw back a few precious seconds. In front of him stood a rage-soaked goblin leader, snarling like he could burn every last thing to the ground with pure fury. His heart was hammering like crazy, and one question kept screaming through his mind: could he really survive this monster? Sophia snapped her focus into place, then screamed a magic command and slammed a huge glowing circle into existence behind her. Kazuya stared from afar, locked in, as the girls held the line and stalled the enemy's first savage strike. The boy shot forward on instinct, yanking the creature's gaze onto him just long enough to buy himself a breath of time. A brutal enemy strike slammed into Sophia and drove her stumbling back as a sharp, unexpected pain ripped a cry right out of her. The ground lurched under her and the terrified maid clamped both hands over her head, like it might stop the world from breaking. Seeing her friend hurt, the furious spider kid exploded forward and lunged at the enemy, shrieking like a war cry. She shoved the cough aside, clutched her weapon tighter, and after the maid's shout to move, she finally acted. "Disappear," she hissed, then carved through the air with a blade of pure darkness. Exhausted Sophia could barely stay upright, and the maid kept pleading for her to bolt to the master, right now. They bolted forward together, shoulder to shoulder, like they couldn't afford even a second apart. The maid's breath caught in her throat when Keed crumpled to the floor too, utterly spent and powerless. A furious steel whistle screamed through the air like a blade. Kazuya barely slipped out of the orc's devastating strike. One hit and it would have been over for him. "I'm telling you, this is dangerous," the boy snapped, then instantly swung his blade and slashed straight across the monster's shoulder. Rage boiled in Takumi as he yelled that the enemy had pushed him too far. Now he'd have to battle completely without armor. The boy clamped down hard on his sword's hilt and snapped his blade to life with a surge of magical light. He surged ahead and slammed into the giant monster with a furious storm of lightning-fast strikes. The monster shrieked like it was being torn apart by pain. As a claw shot toward him, Takumi dodged in a flash and drove his blade straight into the giant's chest. The battered enemy crumpled, slamming to his knees like all strength just vanished. With one brutal final strike, the young man ended it for good, sending his opponent down and shutting the fight to its final beat. Suddenly, a flood of messages screamed about the rising level, and from the bushes, Maria burst out in tears and yelled at him. He snapped his head around, stunned by the sound of her voice. She burst into loud sobs, choking on her own tears like they wouldn't stop. Takumi tried to laugh it off, but his nerves hit hard. He blurted out, "Where's Sophia?" Maria cradled her small, stone-still friend in her hands, barely daring to breathe. The boy let out a breath of pure relief the moment he heard the goblins were finally wiped out. But the maid yanked the little one closer to her chest and burst into loud sobs, and the poor kid just froze, completely thrown off. While Takumi soothed Maria's sobs, Sophia finally closed the distance and showed up. Keed's body suddenly betrayed her. Those first signs of evolution hit, and she went unwell fast. Then they rushed to bandage their wounds, dragged the monster bodies away, and Keed curled up tight and peacefully evolved, right there in hyperspace. The whole squad staggered back to the guild, bone-tired and barely able to stand, and right there, like a wall of trouble, was the registrar, Hans. Hans blinked in shock at how fast it was done, but Takumi only sagged with exhaustion and snapped that he had to rush to report something huge. Hearing the news, the registrar went completely still, shocked beyond movement, like the whole outside world had just vanished. Takumi tried to shout at the boy, but he didn't even blink. Complete silence. Finally, Hans snapped back into reality with a chilling smile and politely ordered Takumi to rush straight to the guild leader's office. In the conference hall, a terrifying guild master was already waiting, radiating pure fury because they'd cleared the entire area. The boy's stomach dropped like he was a guilty student standing before a strict principal, scrambling to explain that he was only doing his job. Then the giant's rage collapsed into understanding, and they admitted, right then, that wiping out the threat completely was the only choice that mattered. He told them the guild had secretly suspected a hidden goblin settlement for ages, because monster attacks in that area kept happening way too often. The master snapped with rage and lunged at Hans, screaming that he botched the paperwork, Then Hans's assistant slammed back, steady as stone, and insisted he'd handled everything perfectly. Takumi beamed as he bragged he'd finished the job, flashing his registration card with those raised levels, plus his prized trophy, the cursed sword. The registrar went red with rage, slamming for answers as he demanded how those green newcomers somehow cut down the elite goblin knights, right alongside their terrifying leader. Closing in on the terrified boy, the giant hissed at him to listen straight and hard to every word. He told them, dead serious, that to wipe out monsters like this, they pull together massive squads of battle-hardened fighters, never below D rank, because the danger is so brutal that they have to team up across multiple guilds. The man shut his eyes tight, jaw clenched, as the chaos of the whole situation hit him like a wave of madness. Even if Sophia was an insanely powerful elf, what she pulled off still didn't add up to an experienced leader. He kept yelling that not a single person in the guild would ever believe how yesterday's newbies crushed a monster far higher ranked than them on their very first try. The guild master walked right into a trap. By the rules, he had to rush to the higher-ups the moment a dangerous creature showed up, but if he made that report, they'd think he'd completely lost his mind. In his head, the worst image snapped into place. Those higher-ups just laughed at him and danced their fingers at their temples like he was nothing. The imaginary boss let out a scornful laugh, basically telling the master, "You're spouting total nonsense." In despair, the poor man clutched his bald head so hard he almost broke into tears. All at once, the office door slammed open, blasting through the silence and yanking him out of his misery with a loud, shocking greeting. Keed showed up at the doorstep, reborn as a cute spider girl, and with a playful bow, she apologized for being late, leaving Takumi staring like he couldn't believe his eyes. When the guild master spotted the boy's brand new girlfriend, his voice vanished. He just froze on the spot with his mouth hanging open. Maria practically tackled Keed with joy, peppering her with hugs as she marveled at how unbelievably cute and tiny Keed had gotten after her evolution, while everyone else just stared in stunned silence. He couldn't even process it. Keed was a girl, and she just evolved into an arachna. In the center of the room, Barak-san was sprawled out, and when the shocked Takumi came sprinting over, the guild worker grinned at the boy, praising him for beating the master. Exhausted, Takumi sagged onto a chair as the polite administrator smirked and told the heroes to hang tight. Paperwork still needed to be finished. The boy's eyelids went heavy with pure fatigue, and right in the middle of the girl's lively bustle, he started to doze off. The administrator snapped back an apology for the mess they caused, promised he'd soothe a furious Barak later, and the drained Takumi only let out a quiet nod. With a soft thud, the guild card finally slammed onto the table. While he was still recovering, Mr. Barak wasted no time. He promised to slam the heroes with a brutal interrogation right away, even as his colleague kept fretting over the report they had to deliver to management. Barak demanded a full report on the clash, and his assistant just kept whining about how anyone could possibly even explain something like that to the leadership. When the registrar came back with the documents, the words got stuck in his throat, because the entire company had already dropped off to sleep right there in their chairs. The door creaked open and a gentle voice slid in like, "Just let everyone go home." Barak snapped his head side to side in shock, staring at the sleeping boy with no hind legs at all, while his assistant froze, wondering if they should even wake anyone. "Don't let them sleep," Barak hissed, right after the guys survived that brutally impossible mission. Right in front of Takumi stretches a brutal road to becoming the strongest. But for now, the whole team is tucked in fast asleep. While the kids giggled nearby, the elf abruptly went still, panic flashing across his face. The boy yanked open his jacket and snapped his hand up like, "Hey, look at me for a second." Staring at that shining artifact, Takumi clenched his resolve and swore off any more risks, no more dangerous missions. He said everything's been piling up so fast lately that it's time to step back and steer clear of dangerous games for a while. That new level paid off big time. Now he could forge real, useful magic from a fridge that handled everything to a ring that supercharged his speed. Soon, a timid maid slipped to the doorway, peeked inside, and asked, soft as a whisper, if she could take the leftover fabric nobody needed. Takumi told her to hunt down quality scrolls from Keed, but the girl's hands shook the moment she even imagined asking. He rubbed his chin hard, squinting like the answer might pop out of thin air, trying to remember what, if anything, was still left in his supplies. The moment she heard it, her cheeks flared red and she stammered that she wanted to get brand new underwear sewn, so yeah, that's why she couldn't bring herself to face the seamstress. Takumi warned that tiny scraps are brutally hard to work with, but the maid still snatched the pen with total confidence. The maid closed the distance and promised, with a confident grin, that those scraps would be handled in no time. She flashed a confident grin, brushed off his worries like they were nothing, and shoved her drawing in his face, so hard his eyes practically flew out of his head. On the page, these wild, ridiculous sketches popped up with bra scribbled on them, and they looked nothing like real clothes. Taking one look at the local fashion scene, Takumi pitched a comfy modern sample he'd make by hand for her, and the moment he said it, embarrassment flooded her face. Alina fumbled as she handed Takumi her brand new sketch, genuinely clueless about the weird little tricks of this modern style. She blushed hard, shook with pure excitement, and begged him to check her work, then tell her the truth, no sugarcoating. Takumi shot up his hands and squeaked that that bold design felt way too close to harassment. Then the girl's face instantly tightened, like she didn't expect him to react so sharply. As Alina choked back her tears and begged the master to take her work, Takumi suddenly remembered Babik, the frightened merchant who'd shown up out of nowhere. The spider girl shrugged it off and said the traveling merchant just fainted on the spot the moment he laid eyes on her. Sister Sophia roughly yanked the terrified guest into the living room with a kick here, a shove there, as the residents' happy chirping filled the air. That little one felt genuinely crushed by the reaction. Alina had worked so hard to make her cute and irresistible. Alina's face lit up with a smile so satisfied it practically glowed. Both girls strolled down the corridor, grinning like they owned the place. In the living room, the merchant slumped in defeat, swearing his nerves were already fried, because that sudden proposal for a meeting hit like a punch. Sophia and Alina traded wide-eyed looks, scrambling to uncover the mysterious visitor's name, the one who somehow carried so much power. The moment word spread that the Baron had demanded a meeting, the whole company froze in stunned panic. On the table, untouched treats sat there, cold as ice and starving for attention. The merchant couldn't stop bragging that the Takumi flush toilets they helped build left the Baron absolutely stunned, and now he's desperate to meet the inventor face to face. The old steward groaned that he'd fought tooth and nail to keep the Baron from taking this meeting, yet somehow it only stoked the Baron's curiosity even more. Those little glasses sprinted to reassure Takumi that the holiday still kept their promise. His identity stayed hidden. The old man sobbed as he remembered begging an outsider alchemist to examine the boy's goods, only for the ordeal to turn into daily terror, where questions rained on him non-stop. That merchant hooked the boy with a fresh rumor, but Takumi only flashed a smile, because he'd already set everything up so nobody could ever crack the secret of his goods. A weird report hit the guild. Some brand new alchemist had already smashed high-level monsters, and the Baron seized the chance. He handed out a reward, then demanded the kid dig into dangerous magical tools. A dead quiet hush swallowed the room as the manager slowly sifted through the facts in his head. The girls cheered as they shoved their leader aside with sheer guts, and Takumi just stood there, blushing hard and awkwardly. The white-haired companion flat-out said what everyone feared: this kid wasn't dodging the Baron's meetings anymore. The red-haired girl yelped in shock, and the poor old steward just sagged onto the sofa, gasping like the blast knocked the breath right out of him. She tossed out the idea of grabbing the award first, then walking away from her job, and it sent Takumi into sheer panic. The boy blurted out a stunned shout at that kind of audacity. When she saw his panic, the girl finally caved and urged him to come clean with the aristocrat, every last truth. The allies fell silent, staring at each other like, all right, what's our next move? Meanwhile, in the divine halls, Goddess Norn stared at them through a magical screen, until her companion snapped, demanding to know why Takumi was thrown into this world 3 years earlier than the rest of the summoned ones. The maid clutched her jug and hurriedly blurted to her mistress, "Do you feel any danger from those 3 brand new heroes?" The little mistress grinned like a hunter and pulled out the disc, packed with the secret recording of the exact moment the summoning happened. She took a slow, careful sip of tea and said with quiet certainty that the future shifts every single day. The disc glided into the device and vanished like it was swallowed whole. A countdown blared across the screen, and the very first frames snapped everyone into the middle of an ordinary school day. The schoolyard burst into view right in front of my eyes. 18-year-old Akin was seconds from heading home when two classmates, Yamato and Akira, caught up to her and urged her to skip the tests and hang out. The girl snapped back so hard she wouldn't even hear their excuses. The guys just burst into careless laughter, bragging that those exams would never be a problem for them again. Suddenly, right beneath Akin's feet, a massive magical circle detonated with a thunderous roar. A blinding burst of light detonated out of nowhere, tearing the world open for a split second. The magic yanked both boys in the blink of an eye, right where they stood. The trio suddenly found themselves standing in the heart of a majestic ancient temple, giant columns towering above them, and they stared around in pure, stunned disbelief. Yamato snatched a chunk of stone off the floor, then blurted out, almost naively, whether this game had gotten so real that it didn't even feel like one. The boys stared in stunned silence as a strange, glowing crystal lit up the air, and a massive magical summoning circle ripped open beneath their feet. The dark-haired boy scratched his chin, brow furrowing, still refusing to believe they'd been dropped into some unknown place, just like that. He snapped in disbelief, demanding answers, because he couldn't wrap his head around how they'd just been dropped into this strange place out of nowhere. Akin snapped around the moment her friend mentioned a parallel world. Tension snapped tighter with every single second. A stunning white-haired girl in royal robes stepped into view and sweetly called them esteemed heroes. The boys started bickering loudly over who was the bravest, and Akin just sat there in silence, watching the whole ridiculous show unfold. Suddenly, a system window lit up in the boy's eyes, new skill unlocked, and a brutal warning screamed that this woman can't be trusted. That wild vision vanished in a blink, and the friends just stood there totally stunned. Akin stepped forward with steel in her spine and demanded they take her home, right now. As the queen begged for her country's survival, Akin spun on her heels and strode for the exit, no matter how her friends lunged to stop her. The girl's eyes shimmered with tears as she begged for help, but right there, straight in front of the boy, those grim warnings slammed back into the air again. Akin tried to storm out, but her friend yanked her hand back and begged her to wait. The dark-haired boy flashed a bright, carefree grin and offered to spin a story, then swore he'd bolt at the first whiff of burnt fat. Takumi dared them to take the risk, swearing he'd bolt the second trouble showed up, just run and vanish. She grumbled but agreed to just listen, and Elizabeth, finally catching her breath, bombarded her with heartfelt thanks. With her head bowed, Elizabeth introduced herself and called meeting the heroes a true honor, even as the person across from her watched her with sharp, wary eyes. From the sidelines, they kept a sharp eye on them because the guests looked like nothing more than ordinary kids. Norn snapped that she had no secret schemes at all, yet all she got back were nothing but sarcastic giggles. The maid flashed that sweet smile and swore she'd only feel truly happy when her mistress's plans finally succeed. The goddess quietly took the cup of tea, like she'd been waiting for it all along. The assistant's smile vanished in a blink, and suddenly everything felt terrifyingly uncertain, these kids' futures and even Takumi's. Staring into the tea's peaceful surface, Norn swore this was her boldest gamble, the stone she hurled. And deep down, she truly believed the children she'd blessed could flip this world upside down. Their eyes locked across the distance. The circles raced across the water, kick-starting irreversible changes. Once they hit, nobody can stop them. Takumi Uruma swept in with Sophia and Maria to demand an audience with the district governor of Bolton, Lord Godwin. That aristocrat's towering grandeur crushed down on the boy, and pure excitement sent his head spinning. Godwin kindly urged the girls to sit together with Takumi, and Maria instantly flinched like she'd just been thrown into danger. Suddenly, the ruler shot to his feet and dropped into a deep bow, thanking the boy for his massive contribution to building the city. Takumi was left completely speechless by the sheer shock of it. For the sake of his people, Godwin swore with all his heart that he'd bend to anyone, again and again, no matter what it took. Flustered, the young man rushed forward and bowed hard, then stammered a heartfelt thank you through his nerves. He slid back into his chair, seethed at how stubborn Babek had been, never a word, and then threw the spotlight to his assistant. Sylvius kicked off a report on the hand pumps the boy had invented, machines that cut the peasants' labor in half and let the villages grow at an insane pace. When Takumi heard his village friends were finally thriving, a bright smile lit up his face. The manager gave the green light, saying their borders are now officially stronger than ever. Then the assistant shifted to the toilet design and brand new magical tools, meant to slash the cost of water purification and keep the poor from getting stuck with all the dirty work. Godwin also thanked the knights for stepping in, then confessed that at first he'd totally dismissed the guild's tale of how 4 heroes cleared out a goblin den as nothing but a made-up rumor. Guildmaster Barak went bright red with guilt and hurried over to apologize for his old distrust. One of the knights said that because of Uruma's inventions, the whole place got way cleaner, and wiping out all that filth became a whole lot easier. The Dorn Knight's captain slammed his hand to his chest, thanked Urumi from the bottom of his heart for his whole squad, and admitted the knights were disgusted with their own reckless mess. The boy stumbled through a nervous excuse, insisting it was just luck, but the captain only grinned and clamped his hand tight, urging him to trust the knights next time. Lord Godwin fired off a serious warning that they couldn't afford to lose a genius like him, then urged the boy to team up with them again, demanding he never take those reckless risks ever again. In the end, the Lord promised a huge reward and treated the guests like royalty. And while the celebration rolled on, Uruma's friends scrambled to wrap bandages around his wounds. Uruma just grinned, cheeks burning as this sudden, sweet avalanche of praise hit him out of nowhere. The moment the guests slipped out and the door shut, the servants hurried forward, bowing low to their master, and their whispers snapped into tense little scoldings as they tore into the miserly manager, Babek. Silence crashed into the big hall like a thunderless storm, pressing hard behind the window. The Lord and his mysterious companion traded silent looks, and all the warmth of their old friendship had vanished from their faces. A heavy, exhausted sigh poured out of the luxurious estate like it was holding its breath too. In the boys' room, chaos erupted. This tiny spider raged and hurled rolls of fabric around, snapping at everyone for all the needless grumbling. The girls rushed in to soothe the offended spider, scolding her for whining nonstop. Keed the maid tried to soothe the chaos with tea, but the fussy assistant instantly started whining for sweets like he'd just earned them. Uruma gratefully thanked his friend, flashed a determined smile, and with everything finally set, he was ready to kick off his next big adventure. Takumi jolted awake, stretched in bed with a sweet sigh, while his buddies cheered nearby and cooked up special treats for Keed. He went bone pale with shock, because in that instant the order for fabric to sew women's lingerie came rushing back to him. In that old photo, 3 best friends grinned like they'd known each other forever, like familiar faces pulled straight out of a long-gone past. They burst onto the grounds of Bolton Castle, right as the adventure kicked off. The seconds before Takumi met the Baron had her so charged with nerves that her stomach twisted into a tight, sick knot. Babek tried to steady him, but the office clerk couldn't shake his vivid panic. Back when even a plain director terrified him, and now facing the local ruler felt like pure madness. Those fresh scales hit him like a nightmare, and pure terror slammed straight into his chest. Babek flashed a warm, gentle smile. The elder leaned in and told me this castle once stood on the front lines of the ancient war between the empires of Triaria and Jugur. The massive tower loomed over the residential neighborhoods like it owned the skyline. The boy pushed for one answer. Was this the very same legendary showdown between the two states? The satellite gave a sharp, approving nod. He confirmed that 50 years ago the Triarii launched an assault on the elves for their magic. Then the fighting spilled into nearby lands because their supply lines couldn't hold. Takumi leaned in, eyes sharp, replaying every historical tale he'd devoured from those old books like they were right in front of him. When the talk slid into past battles, Sophia just shook her head, eyes heavy, and whispered that the war still wasn't over. She said the neighboring empire just cut its advance and held back for now, so yeah, there's a lull, but make no mistake, the states are still simmering in hostility. When Takumi saw thoughtful Sophia, everything hit him at once. She'd been dragged into slavery because of this conflict, so he clamped down and decided not to poke at those old scars again. Suddenly, Maid Maria shook with thrilled anticipation, her mind racing as she wondered if she really had the right to show up for such a huge meeting with the master. The kind old man rushed up to calm her down, then started breaking down the local system, making it crystal clear she wasn't in any danger at all. Turns out the city's slave work is being run by the Baron's old friend, a a powerhouse woman named Mulan. When they heard that Mulan and the Baron were close friends, and that the fancy aristocrat kept dropping by the factory, Maria and the others just froze. Then Maria shot a breathy, shocked gasp. As Sophia held the terrified girl close, the old man's voice cut through the air, reminding them of the kingdom's hard laws that keep slaves' rights locked down and protected. But Takumi and his companion just froze, eyes wide, mouths hanging open, blindsided by details they never saw coming. That news flipped everything. Now they couldn't ignore how the Baron stayed at a distance, yet never stopped watching the workshops work. Then the old man grinned and confessed that he and Mr. Babek once roamed as part of the legendary Three, the Dawn of Bolton. And even though the humble pensioner frantically waved off his old days, back then this union genuinely became the turning point that saved the city. Now every weird little clue finally clicks into place, making their sudden toilet sales partnership feel totally inevitable. Suddenly, the living room door swung open and an elegant maid bowed with perfect grace, beckoning the guests to finally step into the Baron's study. Lord Godwin sank into deep thought, and from his still figure, a deadly threat quietly simmered. When Godwin was introduced to the same Takumi Uruma, she froze, pure panic swirled in her eyes, and her heart hammered like it knew it was hopeless to calm down because the shock was already too much to handle. Maria was cozily asleep, clutching her plush cat, while her tiny neighbor beneath the blanket was nearly suffocating, and she didn't even notice. At that exact moment, enormous black spider legs jerked and twitched in the pitch-black night. The monster's fat body jerked and convulsed again, getting hammered by yet another ruthless toe kick. Meanwhile, in the next room over, Sophia the elf stared in shock as a brilliant glow suddenly blazed to life in her own hands. She wiped a tear from her cheek, remembering that brutal goblin fight, where her weakness nearly got her master killed. That special gift flashed on her finger, a magical ring her beloved master had handed her with love. That terrible mistake wouldn't leave her alone. Night after night it gnawed at her heart and drowned her in guilt. Holding something this priceless lit a fire under her, and she pushed forward with unstoppable zeal. She shut her eyes and vowed she'd guard her master with her very life. Then a familiar, thin voice snapped her back to reality. The elf sucked in a deep breath, bracing for the brutal training ahead, because this shared future depended on it. Crying, Keed burst onto the doorstep, furious, shouting that Maria was at it again, wrestling and talking in her sleep, so there was just no way anyone could get a wink of rest. The gifted artifact snapped to the size of his finger, turbocharged the power he gathered, and made his combat techniques snap into perfect control. Sophia grinned and let the little one stay. Then the satisfied spider shot beneath the cozy blanket in a quick, happy rush. Snuggling in a little more, Keed yawned through her exhaustion and muttered that the master had banned her from resting in hyperspace today, because after spinning those kilometers of brutal web, she was completely wiped. Little Keed was out cold, blissfully snoring away under the cozy warmth of her blanket. Right before she finally drifted off, the girl grumbled to her companion that the master had locked himself in the workshop again, and he wasn't heading out anywhere. The girl carefully pulled the blanket close around her, murmuring that the child wasn't sick, just wiped out from the whole day. She strode up to the window and shot a worried look at the workshop tower. Its lights were still blazing. A horrifying memory snapped into my head about what happened last time. This guy almost lost his mind from sheer exhaustion during another experiment. Even Maria's promises that he ate like a normal person couldn't shake the dread settling in everyone's chest. She couldn't take it anymore. She fired off levitation magic and drifted straight to the laboratory window, expecting chaos, but all she heard was a happy little tune singing about women's panties. Turns out the young alchemist wasn't plotting anything. He was just hammering away at his desk with pure energy, humming goofy little tunes to keep his spirits up, the same way he used to while crafting weapons and toilets. The boy forced an awkward smile, praying nobody would ever catch him doing something this weird. His first real success in this world. No magic, just ordinary guy's boxers, and that's exactly how he'd already gotten his feet wet in underwear. The boy took a sip of tea, squared his shoulders, and braced for the no-joke showdown over how his future masterpiece would look, feel, and be judged. Keed showed up during the day with a mountain of bouncy elastic threads and cozy soft fabrics, stuff the girl had stitched up in pure, non-stop abundance. As he sifted through those scrolls, the alchemist stumbled on a translucent fabric, and his eyes flared like a creator spotting a miracle. His imagination sprinted straight to seductive outfits for the girls, but he snapped his own head back, slapping himself hard, so his brain would focus on the basics first. He shoved away the weirdness of what he was about to do, then poured hours into hunting the perfect materials, using only his own sewing skills. His hard work finally paid off. Right there on the table sat the very first basic set, white panties tied with a red bow, snug and easy with a comfy elastic top. Right when he finally exhaled with relief and thought this would be over fast, a brand new, terrifying problem snapped into the picture. Because that stitched underwear was just a first draft born from pure imagination, the guy had zero clue whether it would even fit. To pull off the project, he needed the perfect cover, and after endless thinking, he cracked the plan that let him proceed without dragging any unwanted witnesses into it. Naturally, Maria the maid couldn't defy her master, but he was determined not to turn into the last creep and force her to blush. Even with the glaring mismatch in anatomy, the only move that made sense was to try on women's lingerie anyway. That hit him like a tidal wave. His heart tangled in a storm of feelings, and the boy couldn't decide if he should burst into laughter or collapse into despairing tears. Swallowing any doubt, he told himself this was for the cause alone, then he snapped the thin fabric tight in his fist like it meant something. The sun was already slipping off the horizon, and we had to move fast, no second thoughts. Usually, Maria's the only one who drops by his workshop with food, but today he ditched the usual and crashed the communal dinner as an alibi. Everyone at that table knew he'd been slammed for days, so dinner slid by in total silence. No one dared to ask anything. Now it was just a countdown to the deep of night, when the whole estate would finally drop into silence and fall asleep for good. Finally, he yanked Keed's access to his spatial storage, so she wouldn't accidentally stroll into a wildly awkward nighttime visit. Late at night, he slumped in his cluttered room, surrounded by books, and kept running his fingers over the new work fabric, like he couldn't wait for tomorrow. Total darkness swallowed everything around him. The boy paced a few steps around the room, convinced that if he did this right, he could soften the rubber. But when he stared into the mirror, it hit him like a slap. This woman's outfit made him look exactly like a real dirty pervert. Right then, the room's roof came crashing down, smashing everything into a storm of broken tiles. In shock, the boy roared at the top of his lungs, without even a second to worry about what his words would unleash. Sophia crashed onto the floor, moonlight blazing in from the hole in the ceiling. She bolted straight to her master, yelling about his safety, while he panicked and tried to smother his humiliation under a blanket. The armorer slammed through the door so hard she blew the whole shop into chaos, sending everything skittering everywhere. The girl yanked the boy in close by his shoulders, gripping him tight to make sure he was still there, whole, unbroken, unharmed. She scanned the room with sharp, ominous eyes and demanded, "Tell me any enemies lurking in here." In total despair, the boy started denying outsiders were around, despite knowing full well that the moment he stepped out dressed like that, he looked wildly suspicious too. He flailed his arms in desperation, scrambling to explain himself, and shame burned so hot it felt unbearable. Cocooned in a blanket, he spun a laughable tale, fatigue, and accidental bump to the head, the whole mess. But Sophia's icy silence said it loud and clear. She wasn't buying a single word. That suffocating silence slammed into him like a weight on his chest. Sophia stared at him with icy suspicion, and there was zero way she was buying that ridiculous excuse. He scrambled to dodge the topic, blurting out excitedly that it was totally awesome. He scrambled to break the tension hanging in the air. Then he spotted that razor-smooth cut in the ceiling and stared in awe at the wind magic, only for the flustered girl to start panicking and blurting apologies. This hole looked like someone sliced it clean with a razor-sharp blade. While Sophia begged for forgiveness, he praised her jewel-bright magic skills, then boom, he sneezed so loud it shook the moment. The caring maid hustled him into the manor to warm up. Then he finally worked up the nerve to creep over and ask her for a delicate favor. He struggled to find the right words, like his mouth was fighting him at every turn. The moment he asked her to fetch dry clothes, her face flared betrayed, and she spun around and bolted out of the room like she couldn't breathe. Seizing his chance, he finally slipped away and discreetly disposed of the cursed women's panties. After getting the outfit, the boy rushed back to the mansion, and still weirdly tense, he and the others split up into separate rooms. Meanwhile, in her room, another girl in the estate slept like a baby, clutching a fluffy plush dog with both arms. After that whole underwear blow-up, he shoved the topic aside for a few days and threw himself into fixing the workshop, while Sophia jumped in to help, acting like nothing even happened. Sophia hid her knightly spirit like a secret, while the boy just wanted to enjoy her kindness and finally got every measurement he needed to craft women's lingerie. Deep into the night, he sank into his chair at his desk, praying with every ounce of hope that this time, everything would finally fall into place. He poured every ounce of passion and burning desire into this development. He carefully sketched out every step. First, he forged a flawless sample and showed it to Maria, and only after that did he finally kick off the last phase. The notebook slammed shut with a sharp final snap. After dropping off the first finished samples on the dresser, the exhausted master finally crashed into bed. Meanwhile, Sophia leaned by the open window, lost in the night's deep black, staring like she was trying to solve a secret. She snapped at herself for how imperfect her magical cut was and swore she'd train even harder from that moment on. And her roommates were not about to train. At night, it turned into a savage tug-of-war for the blanket and the last inch of free space on the bed. Right at the start, Takumi got attacked by some underworld spirit out of nowhere and the poor kid just froze, gaping with pure terror. They sprawled on the cushions, stretched their legs like they owned the place, and lounged in the cool shade, utterly unbothered. Keed shut her eyes, savoring every bite, purring to herself like she couldn't believe lunch had finally come. The girl kept munching those treats like she couldn't get enough. Everyone in the company sprawled out on a soft blanket in the heart of the lush garden, munching sweets and sipping steaming hot tea beneath the leafy tree canopies. Takumi suddenly went still with shock as Keed, right from behind him, pinched his cheek and ignored her friend's protests. While the girls moaned about how drained he looked, the youngest girl snatched his share of pie like a pro. Then one of the others watched the host like something was seriously off. The friend flat out admitted that the young man had just pushed himself way too hard while working in the workshop. As soon as Keed heard nobody was allowed to touch her slice, a mischievous grin lit up her face, and she vowed to eat every last bite herself, nice and calmly. The assistants spotted something off with the master, and in an instant they traded panicked looks like, "This can't be normal." The boy nodded his thanks, taking that steaming hot tea as it was offered to him so carefully. Sophia gently called him out, reminding him not to burn himself out, and insisting that sometimes the best move is to just let go and relax. He awkwardly brushed it off, but the elf girl kept staring at him, terrified he wasn't feeling well. In the end, the boy finally admitted that this kind of peaceful day felt downright nice, and it sent praised Sophia's cheeks burning with embarrassment. Watching Maria rack up wins after taking over the sewing production, the guy clenched his jaw and swore he wouldn't get left behind, while the magical blade was still crawling forward for now. That massive trophy sword was handed to him after a brutal showdown with a goblin general, but when he tried to smash it down for materials, it utterly refused to break. Every time someone tried to force their own mana into it, they got hit with brutal backlash. Then the elf woman sipping tea made it crystal clear, that kind of weapon isn't meant for everyone. It demands total focus and smashes your body like crazy, and at first the guy still naively thought he could quickly wrestle that magical steel under control. He was itching to grab fresh resources and forge something new, but he didn't know a thing about rare minerals, and his ignorance led to a total wood disaster. And just as I tried to focus, a sickening memory of that creepy pervert slammed into me. He was still right there in my head, staring me down and killing my concentration. When she saw him looking crushed, the elf girl leaned in and demanded to know exactly what he needed. Because he couldn't track down rare resources by himself, she told him to reach out to the trading company Babek. The elf wasted no time offering to tag along, and that cheerful friend immediately scooted right beside him, itching to go together. The plan sounded brilliant, so the guy wasted zero time and sprinted straight to Babek's office right there and then. But before any of that happened, the elf with a predator's grin leaned in and told the girls she was going to test her combat moves on them, and that promise hit them like a nightmare. The young man smiled politely and refused the escort, insisting the office was just a hop away and he'd get there just fine on his own. With his friends in the rear view, he swallowed hard, waved goodbye, and hit the road by himself. Taking in the sweet weather by the company, he vowed to go all out, because he refused to let his girlfriend worry one more second. The boy burst into the office, grinning genuinely at the host. Turns out it was none other than the respected Babik, and the moment the guest arrived, he welcomed him with open arms and swore that the sudden visit was absolutely no trouble at all. The merchant bragged that magical toilets and all sorts of gadgets were already rolling off the line, then shoved a fat catalog straight into the young man's hands. The boy tore through the pages, eyes wide as he gaped at everything on offer, everything from healing herbs and magical goods to renting full carriage rides pulled by enchanted horses. But the second he opened that minerals page, pure shock hit him like a wave of amazement. His eyes went wide in pure shock. This catalog even stocked rare mithril and adamant, and the prices were way lower than he ever dared to hope. Babik snapped him back to reality at once, saying that smelting and processing metals like this is brutally complicated, so the finished weapon ends up costing double. He stepped in and urged him to hunt down top-notch craftsmen in Chorus, the city under the rule of the Kingdom of Bakil. Even the most seasoned blacksmiths have to learn special, rare techniques just to work those materials. The man jabbed a finger at the map of Chorus and told him how it's a dwarven city straight beside those jackpotrich mines. In that young man's head, a plan snapped into place. Go there, master blacksmithing, and pry open the truth behind forging a magical blade. Yep, those gnomes cling to their secrets like a locked chest, guarding every last one from outsiders, so Babik pushes the only play that works. Sign up with the Adventurers Guild and get into the mines from the inside. The boy just stared, blinking hard, completely thrown by the sudden shock of it all. Babik smirked like he had a secret plan, then finally leaned in and demanded a visit after the trip, so he could sell the mined ore to him in one massive bulk haul. Takumi asked politely if he could take the catalog with him, and Babik immediately said yes, letting him go with it. The moment the guy suggested prepping the samples later, the merchant's eyes practically glowed, and he shot back that he'd reach out immediately. The merchant was beaming from ear to ear, cheerfully insisting over and over that he'd definitely reach out. Leaving the cheerful hosts behind, the boy smiled and waved goodbye, and they kept bowing to him as he burst into the corridor. Strolling through the jam-packed streets, Takumi got clipped by a towering, bearded gnome sent stumbling for his life, and the jerk barked that he should watch where he's going. The boy froze in the middle of the road, staring at the giant's massive back like it was unbelievable. Even after Babik warned Takumi that the local blacksmiths wouldn't exactly welcome him, Takumi refused to back down. He was dead set on training with real, top-tier pros. It was his very first run-in with the legendary crowd. Moments later, he burst into the Adventurers Guild, desperate to sniff out a few helpful rumors, only to find the grand hall weirdly empty. Then, out of the half-dark, Hans's voice snapped, and before the boy could even blink, strong hands grabbed him and yanked him inside. Takumi burst out with a terrified gasp when the attack slammed in out of nowhere. The massive archive door slammed shut so hard it shook the whole room. Hans slammed a finger to his lips for total silence, and Takumi scrambled to make sense of what was happening. The office door slammed so hard it rattled the whole room. Hans crept around the corner, eyes sharp, then shot a frantic hand at Takumi. Come on, deeper into the room. Hans yanked open the archive door and stormed at Takumi, screaming that he'd bolted from his workplace, while the terrified boy stammered that he only decided to clean up during lunch. The boy stayed shut tight, guilt gnawing at him as the angry official stared him down. He couldn't find the nerve to argue. Takumi froze in shock when he spotted freshly brewed hot tea sitting on the wooden barrels, and an entire plate of warm, mouth-watering cookies just waiting for him. Hans offered to pay, but the boy froze, then confessed he only wanted to ask one thing. Hans shot his hand up and demanded, straight to the point, what brought the boy to the archive. This awkward young guy forced a shaky smile, shoved a box of tea into the hands of someone nearby, and asked, straight up, if there was any way to reach the Horus mines through the Adventurers Guild. Hans broke into a bright laugh, grabbed the brew, and insisted they talk about the documents right then, over a fresh cup of tea. Hans dunked the brew into the boiling water and said, mostly, the Blacksmith Guild calls the shots, but adventurers can sneak in too if a blacksmith hires them for escort duty, monster protection, or secret digs. The boy couldn't wait to brag about the trip the moment he got the chance, but Hans clocked his game instantly and cut straight to the question, was he trying to head to Chorus? Takumi pressed the man on how long the trip from Bolton took, but the guy only went silent, lost in thought. Hans snapped back to his senses, apologized for the wild idea, then crunched the numbers. Getting there by ordinary cart would take about 6 days. The boy smiled like he was lost in a dream and said he had all the time in the world, so he planned to dig into everything first. Hans said those magic horses could haul them to the destination in just 3 days, but before they even got the chance, the horses were already taken and their own company's horses got snatched by another client. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the room, books and heavy barrels blasted into the air, and Takumi's scream tore out of him as Hans just shrugged it off. The dark-haired official frantically tried to soothe the furious Himas, but she was still raging and hurling things until Ira finally burst into the room. Amid the wreckage of the ruined workshop, Himas kept the argument blazing with his friend, and his stubborn pride started to threaten his bond with the city of Horus. The blacksmith roared that nobody in their right mind would ever choose that wilderness. Then his friend shot a finger straight at the boy. Ira just froze, blinking in pure confusion. Then the friend snatched the boy by the shoulder, grinned, and declared, right there, that the one who wished for them was already standing before their eyes. Himas shot up right beside the boy, pinning him in place with a heavy, scorching stare. Without a single word, the blacksmith yanked frightened Irina by the collar and dragged her off somewhere, while her friend just waved and smiled like it was all perfectly fine. As the boy fought back and screamed for answers, Himas stayed cool as ice and told him with a steady smile that he'd finally found the perfect companion for him. But in the very next heartbeat, Ira froze, terror screaming through him. Standing right in front of him was a real giant, eyes blazing so hard they turned his blood to ice. The tall man loomed in silence as he hauled a massive axe onto his shoulder. Right now, the adventure gets yanked to a stop, leaving the boy stranded face to face with a brand new, deadly stranger. The battered adventurer let out a heavy sigh, his mind racing back to the worn-out man Takumi once saved. The giant hammer's shadow suddenly swallowed the terrified Uruma. A fiery argument was exploding inside the guild. This burly, bearded man flat-out refused new assistance, and he bulldozed right over the young man's desperate pleas while the mustached administrator looked on helplessly. "Stop, I didn't ask for some replacement," he barked. Zidorovany stubbornly spun around and refused to look back. Uruma snapped forward, roaring for everyone to shut up. The administrator fumbled through a shaky explanation, saying the previous performer had vanished without a trace for way too long and there was still no word. Without a word, the blacksmith slammed the anvil with everything he had, smashing it into splinters the moment it hit right in front of the boy's magical barrier. The young man snapped that violence fixes nothing. Then, right on cue, the bearded man suddenly went stone still. He frowned hard, staring at his instrument and the tiny one beside it like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The debris suddenly burst into sparks and shot skyward, yet the alchemist still swore he'd fix everything as long as he could finally get himself to calm down. A dazzling magical circle unfurled from his hand, and that shattered block snapped back together on the spot. While the guild worker kept pushing for more tricks, Uruma shot Baraku a stern look and ordered him to shut down the hysteria and spill what was really going on. The fearsome blacksmith just blinked, and his fierce energy vanished like smoke. The gloomy, bearded Diganbo snapped and grumbled. Those mercenaries never came back from the hunt, and now his trip to the mines of Horus was ruined. The Fox Guild's administrator curled mustaches and all kept rubbing his neck, clearly freaking out. Turns out that missing crew swaggered into the deadly Death Forest, and then vanished without a single trace. Johanbo sank back into his chair, jaw tight, furious that the guild only handed him some random new adventurer. Vusin defended his choice, because the day winter arrived, every hunter swarmed into the forest of death, flat-out ignoring Chorus's orders. The blonde Uruma sat in silence, his worries gnawing at him as he realized just how dangerous things really were. The young man sank into stunned silence, replaying every word while the crafty administrator leaned in and reminded him he'd been craving a trip to Chorus for ages. Suddenly, the administrator flashed a sly grin, shrugged like it was nothing, and gleefully declared he'd send Uruma to Chorus himself. The verdict hit with zero hesitation, no conditions attached. Right then, the door swung open, and a battered, dark-haired kid stumbled in, staggering, gasping, and fighting for every breath. The dwarf erupted in outrage at the sudden shift, while the boy swayed on his feet, drowning in a violent burst of magical intoxication. Layla came barging in after him, blurted out a flurry of loud apologies, and the second she spotted the familiar warriors in the office, she erupted in joyful squeals. Layla gasped in pure joy when she spotted familiar faces from her past in the office. Uruma's whole body locked up, jaw hanging wide, because right in front of him stood the veterans of the legendary crew, Lion's Fangs. That shadowed look on his face screamed one thing: our warning never even landed. The armored giant grabbed Layla by the shoulders and shook her hard, roaring that he wanted to know where his and Bosa had vanished to. The fox snapped to attention. The Lion's Fangs really was the same gang that vanished. The Horus branch sat eerily quiet, and Lyle snapped that it wasn't mystery. It was chaos from the massive wave of reinforcements pouring in. The bearded man turned into stone, and Bosa and I bolted into action, snatching people right out of the monster's jaws. Lyle let out a heavy sigh, and the dread hit. Those monsters were finally awake and moving. While Takumi tried to recover, the young man clenched his resolve and sprinted back to the heart of danger at dawn. His power was screaming at the edge, but he refused to back down, not for a second. The forest of death was turning into pure hell. Poisonous miasmas roiled through the air, twisting the monsters until their minds snapped and their bodies warped. The air reeked of mass death. Right now, clueless fresh recruits were stumbling through the forest. Takumi shuddered. Surviving a meat grinder like this takes the kind of skill only Lion's Fangs level pros can pull off. The fox leader snapped every forest mission on the spot and raced straight to Horus to scout ahead. When Takumi's eyes filled with terror, Lyle leaned in and softly promised him, "You can still get out of here alive." The keys rattled through the air, and her partner gave Layla the green light to snatch whatever gear she wanted from the storage for tomorrow's outing. Her father shot down her words with a grim wave, and in that instant he knew he'd have to bury the old mission for good. The alchemist scoffed at the thought of digging for clues in the city, but the girl beamed, waved him off, and sprinted straight to the workshop. Zdorovany turned away in silence, the crushing loss of purpose weighing him down. That boy refused to just stand by. If seasoned adventurers stumbled into danger, he'd whip up a plan and jump into action. The blacksmith's gaze snapped tight as he barked at the alchemist to follow, sure this kid's magic was finally going to pay off. That quiet apology crumpled and vanished in the rustle of leaves. The young man tried to break the tension with talk, but Diganbo said nothing as he hauled that massive tool along, already plotting how to pull the boy into forging. The master clenched the handle so hard it cracked, and in that instant he knew the boy had real, unstoppable potential. They halted at the workshop door, and the blacksmith hit them with the same reminder again. Turns out their simple craft is anything but. The boy went stone still in shock. Right in front of him loomed a massive stone forge, Diganbo's pride and the work of a lifetime. The young man spun his head around, eyes wide with awe, but he still couldn't quite wrap his mind around what they were asking him to do. The situation was absolutely unhinged. There was no time, the stove wouldn't even light, and by morning they had to forge every piece of gear for the expedition into the forest of death. Digambo charges straight ahead. He's betting on his own power to forge steel, so the kid's magic gets stuck doing all the soul-crushing smelting work. The alchemist froze in shock when he saw countless baskets packed with black ore, and realized it all had to be processed in just one night. The bearded master locked onto the runes with a grim stare. If anyone dared to crawl back to Bolton for supplies, then pure hell was waiting for them, and the young man went still with dread. The blacksmith let out a heavy, aching sigh over the battered armor, knowing it was built so solidly it shouldn't break this fast. The boy squeaked that Layla had looked totally fine lately, but the big guy bulldozed over him. He'd built that gear with his own hands, and in the blink of an eye he clocked exactly how badly the metal was wrecked. Determined to pull out every last option, the man grabbed the young one and called him in for help. Those thick brows shadowed a fierce gaze that demanded an answer, no words needed. The young man clenched his fists so tight his knuckles ached, swearing he'd pour every last ounce of strength into this cause. The master grinned, unbothered, no need to panic about that mana shortage, because he'd stocked enough magical potions to last him for ages. Only then did the giant finally turn to his assistant and demand his name. When Takumi stepped forward, the giant nodded, satisfied. Takumi stormed into work, eyes lighting up as he studied a spotless chunk of ore. then wasted no time starting the preparations to smelt it. A massive magical circle flared to life, lighting up the whole room, and Takumi, before anyone could stop him, raced the process forward, pouring magic into every piece of ore at once. Then he froze, eyes wide, because the spell actually worked. Suddenly, boom, an explosion shattered the air and a soot-blackened blacksmith bellowed at the stunned boy. "You told me to melt it all down, but nobody's taking this insane amount in one go." The blacksmith straight up admitted that even this jaw-dropping enchanted steel still fell short, but he couldn't hide his shock at how insanely talented the boy was. Johanbo let out a heavy sigh, realizing there was no rescue coming, so he had to roll with what he had while the battered Takumi wheezed, catching his breath right beside him. Spent to the bone, Takumi's cheeks flamed with shame as he trudged through one last sip of the magical healing potion. And even then, he still knew the steel they had wouldn't be nearly enough. He dropped his eyes to the shattered stones beneath his feet. With trembling care, his hands reached for the strange weapon, and awe slipped out of his lips like a breath he didn't know he was holding. His fingers clamped down hard on the wrapped handle. His eyes flared with wild excitement as he hoisted that massive black blade like a trophy, blurting, "Yes, is this the one? Can I try it?" Sophia gripped her chest so tight it hurt. Takumi still hadn't come back, and in her head, a ruthless monster was already ripping him apart. While she painted nightmare images of his captivity in her head, the young man was sitting in total safety. With the dwarf blacksmith at his side, he stared down that giant cursed sword, wrestling with how to melt it into fresh weapons. The master finally confessed that he'd fought this steel a dozen times and still come up empty. But then the boy's massive reserves sparked real hope. The gnome's eyes narrowed in shock when he heard Takumi was about to pull energy from the outside. Tension froze the room, and the silence felt like it had teeth. Koval wouldn't buy it, not even for a second, until the very last moment when the little one finally dared to unleash pure magic. He flat out warned that straying from the traditional forging methods was way too risky. Takumi was locked in. He could feel the magic currents around him flow straight into his body like they'd been waiting for him. When the dwarf saw the boy couldn't be stopped, he snapped that they had to steer the artifact's power from the inside. Because if they didn't, its horrifying backlash would rip him apart. All he had to do was spot the wedge's weak seam, then slam it with magic at that exact spot, and watch the whole thing split open. The master swallowed his doubt and asked one final time if the young man was really ready to gamble everything. He warned once again that the second power gets infused, the backlash is going to slam back with deadly force. Then he slyly slipped a heavy blacksmith's hammer into bewildered Takumi's hands, so Takumi wouldn't risk showing bare skin and could safely land magic hits through the tool. The master thrust a colossal hammer into the boy's hands and barked, "Hit it now!" then urged him to take one quick look and aim first. The student clenched the handle like their life depended on it, then shut their eyes and poured every ounce of focus into the moment. He plunged into the currents of magic, hunting the brightest sparks, and then bam, he finally threw his swing. Lock onto the target and don't blink. The hammer slammed into the workpiece with a bone-rattling thud. A sudden flash, then a violent burst of energy slammed straight into the boy. The weapon exploded into shards, blasting him backward like a cannon hit, and the master roared that he'd lost his vigilance, while the student just froze, staring at his stunned hand as the brutal recoil finally sank in. He grabbed the new tool and launched back into strikes, pushed and shouted at non-stop by his mentor to stay locked in and hunt every weak spot. "One more time," the blacksmith roared, and the worn-out young man nodded, trembling with fear. A thunderous punch rattled the forge, yet the master kept on berating him, furious at the shaking in his hands. Under non-stop pressure and furious orders to redo everything, that mug of water finally tipped over and spilled everywhere. The mentor snapped again, furious that everything was wrong, and shoved the boy back to square one. A brand new brutal attack tore through the sky like lightning. Zapped dry like a squeezed lemon, he panted for air, but when someone mocked him for wanting to quit, stubborn fire sparked. He snarled that he wasn't done and he'd keep fighting. Magical runes blazed through the air, and Takumi finally realized it. This was the moment he would break through and rise. Spent to the bone, he wiped the sweat off his face and broke into a grin, because this was turning out insanely awesome. Meanwhile, night draped itself thick and heavy over the entire estate. The girls couldn't settle their nerves. Sending the master alone into that crushing darkness was straight-up madness. They were in full panic, yelling, "Where is he? because Babik's company shut its doors long ago. Keed blurts out that she'll definitely feel the master's death through the contract, and the moment the words leave her mouth she just snaps to stillness. And what if, the elf blurted, terror snapping through his voice. Keed, choking on tears, swore once more that their master was alive and kicking somewhere while the terrified girls begged her, please don't jinx it. Her hysterical scream tore through the quiet estate like a thunderclap, waking every corner of the place. At that exact moment, Takumi swung his arm and slammed his hand into the gleaming circle. Space itself got ripped open by a blinding burst of pure energy. Rage ripped from the anvil in a thunderous shockwave, blasting a violent whirlwind into the air. Once the glow finally faded, a flawless magical crystal hovered in midair, floating smoothly above the metal like it had a mind of its own. The boy froze, eyes wide, and stared at his creation like it had stolen his breath. Takumi burst out in pure joy, staring down at the finished crystal in his hands like it was magic. The boy practically burst with joy because he finally pulled it off. Right as his triumph landed, a burly, bearded blacksmith erupted into a loud laugh, and Layla, who just stepped into the workshop, couldn't make heads or tails of it. The girl blinked, still lost as urgent order hit her ears until the master dropped the truth with a shock. She'd go straight to the forest of death with this boy. Koval proudly bragged that they twalled late into the night, and at last, they cracked the perfect, safe use for the cursed sword Takumi. Layla snapped back at the idea as absurd, because every magical horse was already out there ready and stacked for the elite fighters. She groaned through the exhaustion, admitted she'd missed her crew because of a doctor's visit, and said she'd have to wait way too long for the next one. An awkward silence slammed down in the workshop. Takumi hadn't even considered the heavy equipment, and the old man never thought about how they'd move any of it. With the smashed cart still haunting his mind, the boy swallowed his fear and quietly admitted he'd spotted the rental ad he needed right at Babik's shop. The blacksmith scowled, pure dark tension twisting his face. Seeing no way out, Layla brightened up, clapped her hands, and chose to stay for a few days, swearing she'd check the shop first thing in the morning. In Takumi's head, that parchment with the offer to rent magical horses suddenly burst into view. An unexpected call yanked him out of his head and right back into the chaos. The master promised to fix Layla's battered gear while she was in town, and the grateful girl practically skipped away to knock out her errands. Layla stretched out, kicked back in pure calm, and started plotting how she'd be back at Babik's tomorrow. The gnome went stone still, eyes darting away as if it took every ounce of courage to look anywhere else. Takumi begged the blacksmith to keep teaching him weapon forging, and the moment the smith realized he'd earned that chance, he thanked Takumi with real sincerity. With night creeping in, Babik suggested they bunk down right there in the workshop. He bellowed with laughter at the kid's wild enthusiasm, then nodded and promised to put in even more work. Suddenly, Takumi erupted in a wild scream, yanking his hands to his head. He had to spin back right now. The boy admitted he'd slipped off from his girlfriends, and now terror had him trembling with dread. The blacksmith wouldn't let the worn-out kid leave on his own, so Layla stepped up and rode beside him. Suddenly, her whole body went alert, like she'd just heard the world change. A jolt of icy panic snapped across her face, her cold sweat breaking out as that anxious sound echoed through the darkness. She awkwardly tried to dodge the topic, and it totally scrambled Takumi's mind. Up ahead, a cloaked figure loomed in silhouette. Layla felt a savage, animal rage rolling off him, and she hissed for silence so quietly it barely made a sound. The girl yanked her companion by the arm and bolted, cursing the fact her gear was nowhere to be found. The enemy struck like lightning, and they barely dove into the dust just in time to dodge the blade's brutal sweep. Fists tightened around the knife handle until it snapped. With a feral scream, the attacker shot forward in a full-on lunge. The blonde lunged in and blasted him off his feet, throwing his body between her and Layla to shield her. He slammed the enemy into the ground. Then, out of nowhere, an enraged Sophia burst in beside him. The elf girl snapped her sword up in an instant, dead set on cutting that thug down right there on the spot. The boy flailed his arms in panic, pleading for her to stop. In the blink of an eye, the blonde and Sophia dropped to their knees, faces full of guilt, and hurriedly apologized for vanishing without a word. The elf girl's cheeks went crimson as the realization hit. She'd cooked up terrifying horrors for absolutely no reason. The girls looked down and admitted they couldn't find their footing after the host vanished, and fear hit them hard. A familiar from the guild chuckled like it was nothing, smugly saying Takumi could stroll right into any place with strangers. Layla told her he'd mentioned the Adventurers Guild, so she tore through every corner, cornering people and demanding to know where they'd vanished. Layla let out a shaky breath of relief and urged everyone to crash at her place for the night, right there until the cold finally got serious outside. The girl grinned with real joy, determined to repay her rescuers by giving them nothing less than a cozy roof over their heads. Sinking in a steaming hot bath, the woman narrowed her eyes, suspicious as hell, because she couldn't figure out how he pulled off getting all of this. Right ahead of them loomed Takumi's brand new, massive estate. The company rolled in with two stunning slave girls in tow. In the bath, he was panicking, scrambling to prove he'd earned it all the honest way, while his partner stared at him like something was off. The girl praised Takumi with a calm smile, and even though a tiny sadness flickered in her voice, she admitted, under her breath, that their buddy had finally turned into a real cutie. She flicked her hair back and burst into bright laughter. Anyway, the mansion's luxurious interior did all the talking. With tears streaking her face, she blurted out that she liked it even more. Then a horned girl lunged out of the water with a terrified scream. Enraged by the suspicious Takumi, the horned one burst into the bedroom, then snapped to a stop, terror flooding her as her older friend's presence sent shivers straight down her spine. The little horned kid fumed, jabbing a finger at suspicious Takumi while the rest crowded around her, panicking, begging to know if she was okay. The guests were swept into a massive, blazing bright hall, and after that scorching hot bath, they finally sank into real comfort. Takumi shot out and yanked the girl by the hand, and the moment he touched her, he saw it. The wound she'd been hiding made her cringe in agony as she sucked in a sharp, painful hiss. Her eyes lit up instantly, and with a dreamy grin she confessed, "I wouldn't mind having a Takumi robot like that at home." The boy just calmly held out his palm, promising to heal her wound on the spot, and it hit her like a punch to the heart. Layla burst into hearty laughter, and you could tell Takumi had finally cracked her big secret. Her smile snapped away, she winced and confessed that, because of her injury, she'd become dead weight for her own team. She snapped her head side to side and with a bright grin, ordered everyone to find a ride back. The very next morning, the whole company stormed into Babik's office. A familiar face suddenly burst into view, and Takumi's rage flared as he snapped, outraged. This was Murano right in front of us, the whole world suddenly turning into chaos. Uruma stared ahead and confirmed the woman in front of them was the mastermind behind the human trafficking firm. Right now, she was only on shift, filling in for Babik. She crossed her arms in pure frustration and straight up demanded to know what they were here for. Turns out Babik personally sprinted to the Adventurers Guild before sunrise, like it was an emergency. An office worker swallowed hard and asked, eyes wide, if they really needed a magical carriage. Uruma dropped her hands behind her head in pure disappointment, because with all the chaos swirling around the forest of death, every normal option was already gone. Murin narrowed her eyes, then offered her personal crew like it was the last card on the table. She told me she keeps the horse right here, but that wild temper is so out of control that nobody dares to rent it. Uruma immediately caught the lie, snapped toward the exit, and Murana just smiled, calmly brushing off their distrust while reassuring a terrified Sophia that she was completely safe. The dark-haired worker just shrugged. Nobody would hire that stubborn mare, so she had to step in and soothe her herself. Her lips curled into a predatory grin, like trouble was already hunting you. She leaned in and told Sophia in a soothing voice that the animal was finally as calm as could be. But the moment they asked about danger, her eyes instantly turned heavy and serious. Sophia froze, dread punching through her chest. The woman shut her eyes for a heartbeat. Then, just like that, her smile returned warm and inviting, and she guided the customers straight to the merchandise. Right at the threshold, she warned the girl not to step any farther, but stubborn determination flared up, and the girl marched on to see everything with her own eyes. In the dim glow of the stable, a giant creature roared out its breath. There, rearing and blazing, was the fiery magical mare known as the Black Demon. From the outside, that building looked like any dull, run-of-the-mill stable, nothing special at all. Sophia and her partner tiptoed toward the enclosure, squeezing every step in silence as they ignored the newest warning. Suddenly, a violent magical blast ripped open the space around them, and it flung everyone flying in different directions. The moment people started talking about that adorable little animal cuddling up to its owner, the whole story collapsed into a pure illusion. The shockwave slammed into her, and Sophia felt the demon's full wrath crawling through her own skin. The ponytail girl shoved herself against the stable wall, frozen in shock, blinking hard like she couldn't process what had just happened to her. With dark hair framing her grin, she relived the unruly stallion's past. Kids would wail just at the thought of him, and even the toughest criminals would go meek the second they saw his eyes. The woman caressed the horse with smooth, careful hands, baiting everyone with a wicked little deal. Take it, if you've got the nerve to touch it. That threat about ending up disabled came flying behind them, and the guests jerked back with pure terror. The blonde knight's brow knotted as the memory hit him. This creature hated men and only tolerated Mr. Babek near it. The owner's carefree vibe only got creepier, and the short-haired companion still tried to whisper, "Maybe we should just try." The knight had one shot at escape. He had to dress the goat in the role of the one the horse had already picked. She was adamant, with a driver like that at the wheel, passengers won't be in danger, period. The short-haired girl lunged in to save her right away, but the ponytail girl just gave up with a resigned shrug, like, "Yeah, we're gonna end up killing each other faster than a horse can even run." A sudden candidate drought hit, and then bam, an ancient legend resurfaced. A girl who once battled a magical horse for a full week and shattered its will. The wild brawl with that animal left the crowd utterly baffled, like they couldn't even process what they just saw. "Such a person is," then the sentence breaks off like the truth just slipped through the cracks. Right then, a cheerful maid burst through the door, clutching a whole stack of fresh purchases. The moment they spotted their master in the distance, the girls finally let out a shaky sigh. He showed up right when they needed him most. The braid-swaying maid quietly hauled a crushingly heavy sack right past the stable doors. Takumi tore through the chaos, desperately hunting for a master, because they had to find a coachman and they needed one right now. Suddenly, the girl stopped dead at the doorway, then her hands slipped and the stretcher crashed to the floor. That sound hit the air like a slap and snapped everyone's attention to it right away. The heroes burst inside and froze in horror. The maid had been trampled straight beneath the hooves of a massive black horse. Instead of panicking, the girl sprinted straight into the beast's arms, and Takumi froze in shock, because the legendary Maria was right there in front of him. She grinned and snuggled right up to the horse's muzzle, totally brushing off the stunned crowd staring at her from the doorway. Every last out got obliterated. Already planted at the tavern table, Maria eagerly snapped, "Yes, I'll drive the cart," then demanded one thing: she'd ride with everyone. A sharp silence snapped into place. Takumi stepped up to protect her, even after the employer made it crystal clear this was a deadly rescue mission inside the forest of death. Then she burst into loud laughter, straight up admitting that once they rolled with a big squad, they'd be unstoppable, basically invincible. The moment the rest of the girls heard it, their eyes sparkled with pure excitement, and they all threw their hands up to volunteer for the hike. The woman could only stifle a shaky laugh, bracing herself as little Keed pinched her again and again, pain flaring with every hit. The crew kicked back at the table, swapping stories and trading laughs while they size up each other's battle talent. Everyone sat there stunned, remembering how Maria handled that magical horse like a pro, and they all knew her secret skills were about to become their unbeatable trump card. The maid beamed with a friendly smile and swore that Mr. Murin's crew is unlike anything anyone's ever seen. The dark-haired girl gave a sharp nod, satisfaction shining on her face. Takumi smirked with pure mischief, because at last he wouldn't have to sneakily haul that chest of artifacts around in secret. Everyone lit up because they could slide right into the crew with all that bulky luggage and not even break a sweat. At last, the trip was locked in for tomorrow. First he had to tie up things with Murano, then swing by Diganbo to grab the finished weapons. Every last detail of the plan has been locked in and agreed on. Outside at last, the girls stared at the horse-drawn carriage in stunned silence, completely blown away by how fate had just flipped the script. A grim, bearded gnome yanked the reins tight, and Takumi fumed as he kept shooting looks over his shoulder, desperate for something to happen. With one last goodbye to the guild worker, the heroes burst out into the world on a fresh quest, one that would force Takumi to level up for real. The girls took their time, gently brushing the massive horse's mane and getting it ready for the brutal long road ahead. Next morning by the guild, the registrar handed Takumi a smile, promising that once this mission ended, their team would finally level up, because they'd been trusted to haul the equipment. The young man just blinked, totally baffled, like his brain couldn't catch up. The fox-like giant Diganbo, dripping with guilt, shrugged anyway. He'd really wanted to back them up, but reality crushed that hope. As Diganbo roared with laughter, the blacksmith hurled a pouch to Takumi and urged them to ditch these stingy locals and get to work in the forge, until a nasty report crashed in, panic at the front, and not enough supplies to go around. The registrar barked strict orders at the team: stay on your guard and don't mess up. He said the only reason they dodged the absolute worst was because seasoned adventurers had their backs. Takumi beamed with a bright, cheerful grin the moment he heard those words. Digambo straightened up, lifted a finger, and told everyone the Forest of Death isn't a myth. It's packed with rare loot, so the guild will scoop up every raw material they drag out and pay top prices. The gnome smirked and told them, if you make it through the forest and reach Chorus, we'll meet there again. The young man bowed, deep gratitude blazing in his eyes, and swore he'd deliver that cargo with not a single scratch. When Takumi learned the blacksmith was about to hit the road too, he grinned and practically begged to team up. The gnome refused because he wouldn't be any help in the forest, so he hooked up with his own guards and raced back to the city branches to restore order. Takumi checked everything was packed, met the girls waiting by the door, and told his friends, see you at the next meeting. The young man flashed a warm smile and tossed out a quick goodbye as he slipped out the door. The bearded giant shot his thumb up, swearing he'd meet again in Chorus. Takumi waved to everyone and sprinted outside, because a special carriage was already waiting just for him. Inside, the carriage felt like a full-on spacious room, and the young man blurted out right away that they'd used magic to expand the space itself. Leilu vividly remembered a merchant's story, full of the same kind of mind-blowing wonders hiding inside slave-owning firms. Meanwhile, Takumi devoured the drawings, eyes wide at the magical mass reduction, and the way it forged the crew's structure into something unbreakable. He finally shut the girls' doubts down for good. This wasn't simple magic, it was a wild, twisted mix of time and space. The coachwoman leaned out of the cabin window, beaming as she checked who was ready, and the whole team finally hit the road. Leilu blurted out that he wanted to make something like it, and the kid's eyes practically sparkled, like he couldn't wait to try. Suddenly, the carriage jolted like it was fighting for its life over every bump. Passengers slammed across the seats, and Takumi snapped into panic, realizing his designs would have to crush those vibrations hard. The road to the Forest of Death swore it would take just a few days, and somehow the boy felt eerily calm anyway. Soon, the wild primeval forest closed in overhead, smothering them in a thick, dark shadow. The whole trip felt like a carefree stroll, until they finally crashed into their destination. In the forest camp, bandaged Kais greeted the reinforcements with a real, joyful smile. Then the second Takumi spotted those wounds, his eyes snapped open and all his old naivety hit him like a punch. A battle-hardened warrior ran into Takumi, and the shock in his eyes was screaming the moment he saw how fast he moved. The boy thanked them with a full heart, because this ally didn't just save them in Bolton, he also showed up here too. At last he finally let out that breath of pure relief. But as the monster battles finally ended, the camp didn't get a breather. Chaos swallowed everything, and the wounded piled up fast until they couldn't keep up. Takumi spun his head around, hunting for God's eyes. The warrior barked that everyone had to stay together and stay inside after dark, because the true danger wasn't lurking in the monsters at all. The moment the friends bolted to help everyone, a harsh command snapped them back into place. The man slammed a massive axe in their way and stared them down like he was daring them to blink. In those pitch-black days, everyone becomes easy prey. Takumi clocked the hint instantly, then barked at his girls to get back to camp, his jealousy practically sparking in the air. Sophia and Maria raced through and slammed all the leftover luggage into perfect order. And their little companion was already beaming, clinging to the horse as he led it straight to the nearest stable to finally catch its rest. Suddenly, Takumi clocked that someone was gone and snapped, "Where's Keed?" As the girls tried to soothe him with her spatial magic, a foreign cart suddenly screeched around the corner and slammed right into the guy. The maid leaned toward the window, eyes brimming with worry. She sprinted to the smashed cart, but a gloved hand from behind slammed over her mouth like a lock. The girl froze in pure terror. While the others stayed cool, they leaned in and studied that shattered wheel piece by piece. Right there in the bushes, the kidnapper was already hauling their companion into the forest, while nobody noticed a thing. The young man was listening to the apology for the delay when, boom, silence shattered and a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. He stopped dead in his tracks. The boy snapped at Maria to sprint there right now, and the knight shot into action without wasting a second. That tiny spirit helper mumbled in pure confusion, because just moments ago he'd seen keyed by the horses. In the thicket, the bandit yanked the captive down hard, planning to dangle her as bait to lure in the next victim. He yanked her cheeks with a cruel grin, mocking the tears as they spilled. That sudden punch ripped the villain off his feet like he'd been struck by lightning. He shot away from the magical flash, barely catching his breath with a shaking gasp. He'd exploded into the chaos, charging straight in with ruthless fury to protect everyone. Someone shouted at Maria from nearby, drowning her panic with one truth: those attackers were gone and they weren't a threat anymore. But Maria was still shaking with shock, refusing to believe for a second that the danger had really slipped away. That Spider-Girl grinned like sunshine as she sprang onto her neck. Maria trembled, and through her tears, she kept whispering the rescuers' names like they were a lifeline. Takumi bolted over to check if she was okay. Then the girl finally broke and tears spilled out in a rush. The moment he heard she'd been attacked by plain old petty robbers, his whole body went tight with dread. Sophia snapped her weapon up to cut down the enemies, but Takumi barked, "Stop now." He knew fighting those bandits was his duty, even while fear clawed at him at the thought of ending a human life. Then Sophia's sudden protest knocked him completely off balance. "No," she snapped, swinging her words like a blade and leaving no room for doubt. The boy's strength crumpled as he surrendered, dropping his eyes in defeat. Then his conscience erupted. He couldn't live with blaming Sophia for his own weakness, so he snapped, ordering her to step back. He leaned in close and whispered a trembling apology. The warrior woman stared at her master, worry twisting in her chest. Takumi gripped the handle with a brutal crunch. He was taking this sin on his own shoulders and wiping out the scum personally. Sophia froze in total confusion, her voice trembling as she whispered Takumi's name under her breath. A razor-sharp command snapped through the air: "Step aside right now." The kid gripping the halberd jerked back as a blinding flash detonated in front of him. Out of it crawled a ghostly figure that screamed, "Master." Right then, a hooded killer burst out of the darkness and slammed a dagger down toward the defenseless girl, just as the stunned boy watched in horror. A lightning bolt tore the space clean in two. Takumi clutched the staff with everything he had, straining with all his might to keep that brutal magical blast from tearing through. The horror hit his companion like a punch, and he froze dead behind him. With a thunderous crack, the young man snapped open his massive runic shield and swallowed the attack's full force in one brutal block. Instantly, his strength vanished, and he crumpled helplessly right at Princess Norn's feet. Waking up in the wreckage, Takumi shot upright in a panic, frantically scanning the area and catching sight of the girl, safe and unhurt. When he saw his adventurous friends were still standing, he finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Then Norn thrust out her hand and pressed a pulsing dark sphere into his view, and he jerked in terror, wondering if this was the moment he'd crossed into the afterlife. The girl barely managed to mutter a couple of words. Then she snapped in half out of nowhere and shrieked at the top of her lungs, begging anyone for forgiveness. The young man just stared, blinking in pure disbelief at how fast everything flipped. Right near him, his comrades were already catching their breath on the rocks, cool and steady, like nothing had happened. Later, over a quiet cup of tea, Norn finally spilled the truth. Because of a summoning blunder, Takumi had turned into a spirit and she had to build his new body from the ground up. He leaned in, eyes locked on the sound, trying to wrap his mind around what he'd just heard. While they sat surrounded by sweets, someone muttered that his condition was nothing more than a nasty side effect of the summoning magic. The goddess calmly told him she rebuilt his body from the ground up, keeping his true identity intact, and doing it by the local ethical rules. She cradled a blazing sphere in her palms, admitted she couldn't swallow what happened, and decided she'd fix everything no matter what. The young man locked eyes with her and demanded to know why that terrifying effect struck the exact moment she chose to take a life. He couldn't make sense of his own inner chaos, until the girl, voice trembling, confessed she had to grab control of his soul and step in with force. She dropped her gaze to the table, guilt twisting in her chest as she bowed her head. Her fingers clenched around the cup as that guy pressed her again, demanding to know what this strange effect was really about. The young man snapped up to his feet and yelled, And that's when everyone realized the all-powerful goddess had absolutely no clue what was going on. She awkwardly took a sip of her tea, then muttered that she wasn't required to know absolutely everything. The boy felt something dreadful creep over him, and his gut screamed that trouble was coming. The goddess snapped into a carefree grin and casually warned that summoning magic is, pretty much, illegal across the board. She snapped to her feet knowing nothing could be undone, and the young man blurted right away, "What happened to the other summoned people?" The girl shut her eyes like the weight of the world just hit, convinced this nightmare could really happen. But because nobody had ever touched that draft, there was zero clue about it, so the poor young man's mind just went completely blank. Takumi went rigid on the spot and straight up grilled the goddess about what happened to the other people who got summoned to this world too. That answer snapped him upright so hard he nearly fell off the table. Turns out the summoning magic hit 3 years ago, and there's no way to ever get that lost time back. The goddess told him she'd rewound his rebirth's axis to fix everything, but then hit him with one brutal rule. From this moment on, he's forbidden to kill. In the blink of an eye, the boy rocketed through that magical space, hardly even catching up to what was happening. As a farewell, the goddess just smiled like she had nothing to fear. Then she flipped open her pocket watch and set it in motion. The boy dove through the shimmering magical void, gasping only for a heartbeat before the fall swallowed everything. Finally, the goddess smirked like it didn't matter, then pinned him in place with her eyes. In Takumi's eyes, total silence turned into frozen confusion. He crashed out of the sky like a meteor straight into the forest, terrifying his companions to the core. But when he finally hauled himself up, he immediately blurted, "Are you all okay?" Once he saw his friends were alive, relief hit him, and a warm smile broke across his face. The girl kept sobbing, shaken to the bone by what she'd just seen, and he had to stammer out an awkward apology for bursting in on her from the sky. Suddenly, their eyes snapped to a mutilated body sprawled right at their feet. The whole team crowded over the corpse, and the silence snapped tight with tension. From behind the trees, swordsman Kissen burst into view and said those bodies were only worthless petty thieves. Then he genuinely thanked Takumi for saving him. Takumi bowed his head and thanked his son from the bottom of his heart for giving him his life. The archer grinned and waved them away like it was nothing. Those attackers were just run-of-the-mill petty criminals. The swordsman calmly swore he'd help. The squad finally exhaled, geared up to go home, and kept getting hit with the boys' non-stop thanks. Suddenly Takumi snapped around, eyes wide with surprise. His son snapped out a sharp shout and slammed the brakes on him. He straight up demanded to know why the guy froze right at the last second. The swordsman's eyes sharpened, heavy, piercing like he could cut right through anything. When Takumi got reminded that he could wipe the floor with everyone alone, a nervous sweat instantly broke out across his skin. His son stared at the wrecked barricades and realized this wasn't some joke. He'd been expecting a real ambush, so he didn't hold back and tore into his weapon without hesitation. Teeth clenched, the boy rasped out the brutal truth. His hand never lifted to finish the enemies. The swordsman admitted he'd already tried to pry Sophia open about what happened. Takumi's chest tightened with guilt as he dropped his head, scrambling to invent any excuse he could. But every single question the girl got, she answered with nothing but deafening silence. He admitted that he hesitated right before the strike, because the enemies turned out to be just ordinary people. But Takumi snapped in immediately, shutting him down and refusing to even talk about the goddess's possible meddling. The senior warrior snapped that those thoughts on the battlefield would get him and every one of his comrades killed, and the girl shot back instantly, furious, defending Takumi like her life depended on it. She shrieked that the boy was hers alone, and while she raged, he stayed calm, reminding her how everyone freezes the first time they square up against a person. Takumi swallowed the moment in silence, then made a hard promise to himself. He wouldn't back down again. The standoff snapped when Layla and Keed's hungry cries cut in, both of them pleading for even a tiny break. So he felt mortified and started blurting apologies for how harsh he'd been. Takumi's guilt swallowed him as he dipped his head toward his friend. And in the background, the girls kept whining at full volume, starving and begging for food like it was the end of the world. Seeing them, his broke into a warm, genuine smile. The boy snapped his head up and with real sincerity thanked him for his honesty. The warrior clapped Takumi on the shoulder, told him to keep his gratitude for the rest of the team, and right then the squad burst into the forest thicket. A deafening night has slammed down on the entire earth. By the campfire, Takumi kept grinding his secrets into his skull. He'd buried the truth about his reincarnation from everyone, only feeding them the story about his limitations, until the goddess Norn's hologram suddenly flared inside his thoughts. She said it would be a little difficult for him, and the moment those words hit, the guy's patience snapped, because this was a crisis and they needed a clear plan right now. Sophia snapped him out of his thoughts. Takumi's early arrival stunned the girl, but he brushed past the surprise, told her to rest, and took over the watch himself. Their camp was locked down tight. Keed's magical web snapped to life at every twitch. The lanterns read the outsider's emotions like a warning flare, and Shmet, that ever-alert horse, kept her eyes glued to the darkness. The boy promised them the camp was locked down for the night, then confidently said it was safe to finally fall asleep. By the campfire, the elf kept tearing into herself over the mistake she made that day, but the young man stepped in and calmly cut her off. Sophia's voice cracked, and she lowered her eyes with a heavy, sad defeat. He jabbed the coal with a stick, jaw tight, and admitted through bitter breaths that it was all his fault. Because of him and that mysterious master, the whole squad was in real danger. The young man waved himself off, sneering that his own words were nothing but a coward's excuse, but the girl shut him down, because she could feel the real weight pressing on his chest. The young man couldn't stop blaming himself for that hesitation, but Sophia kept leaning in, voice soft, insisting none of it was his fault. He clutched that thing in his hands until the bones went pale, cutting her off mid-apology and begging her to stop. Sophia, he barely managed to breathe. Her words hit him like a punch to the chest. She boldly proclaimed that his secret mission was nothing short of a miracle. The elf admitted a sneaky foreign power was tightening his moves from the shadows, and she made her choice. The girl slipped her hand over his and swore, "From this day on, I'll be your shield and your sword." Sophia couldn't forget that split second when the magical barrier saved them, so she grabbed his attention, begged him to stop shouldering it all alone, and finally let him trust her and the others. The shocked boy tried to turn it down, but she wouldn't budge, no matter how expensive the gift was. Tucked in his palm, the Sylphid's family talisman faintly glimmered, handed down for centuries, generation after generation. The woman stared straight at the young man, thrust a talisman into his hands, and swore right then and forever that she'd stay by his side no matter what. He froze for a beat, stunned by the raw sincerity in her eyes. Crouched beside the log, he flushed bright red, his heart hammering like it wanted out of his chest, and he shakily thanked them for the gift. She clasped his hands tightly and told him, right then and there, that from this moment on, the spirits of legendary warriors would guard him. In the warm, fading glow of the evening sun, the boy finally exhaled, smiled for real, and softly murmured heartfelt thanks. Behind that tense canvas, someone was already staring in stunned silence, shocked by the idol unfolding right in front of them. One of the spy girls could barely hold her excitement, swooning over how close they were, while her sleepy friend behind her mumbled, "SHH, please be quiet." He was totally drooling, completely melted by the sight of his idol. In chorus, a mystery woman stood over a massive cauldron, chanting a dark spell like she meant to make something impossible real. She beamed at him, warm and bright like sunshine. After a few days, the crew for Takumi was finally ready, and the adventurers hurried over to see him off before his journey began. The blonde beauty grinned and asked him to send her greetings to his father. The boy fretted about abandoning them midway, but a wave of reassurance hit, because the brutal part was already over. A hulking armored giant hauled in a massive axe and handed it over as a gift to the old master in Bolton. Takumi snapped his hand out and intercepted the weapon every single time. Around the site, work was humming quietly. People tore down the temporary tents piece by piece. The evacuation into the city is nearly done, and the last people are already slipping out. A local resident beamed and admitted that this jerry-rigged camp didn't survive. Takuma's quick thinking saved it. The team leader leaned in and thanked the boy from the heart because thanks to him, everyone could finally catch their breath and head home sooner than they ever expected. They slammed their hands together and then, boom, a warning hit. In just a few days, monsters could come crashing into these lands. Takumi nearly stumbled back when the crew flooded him with heartfelt thanks for every brutal night shift, and for pulling those injured men out alive. He nodded his goodbye, then calmly strode straight to his cart. Takumi confessed, all soft and hopeful, that he'd love to see little Keed again, and the twins lit up as they couldn't wait to round everyone up in Bolton. A tense silence snapped into place, like the world was holding its breath. The companion just stared back in stunned silence, blinking once and saying nothing. They ripped through the forest of death and finally burst into Gorusa, the city where Digambo was already waiting with bated breath. Takumi couldn't wait. He swept his eyes over the roaring streets of the Minoran blacksmith settlement the dwarves built. A local just walked by and the boy froze in pure shock, because the gnome was way tinier than he could have imagined. The maid couldn't stop herself. She darted up to the house's tiny doors, made just right for the local's height. The elf broke it down for him. Gnomes are just born short, but giants like Digambo are absolute rare treasures, monstrously talented, and everyone values them. Takumi, are you here already? A loud, familiar voice suddenly blasted through the air. Digambo snapped his frown into place, refusing to believe they'd wrapped up those dangerous forest troubles so fast. The girl beamed and sprinted straight for the giant's leg, even while he was still frozen, trying to make sense of them showing up out of nowhere. The elf flashed back with good news: evacuation was a success, and then hurriedly passed the soldiers heartfelt thanks to the dwarf for his flawless gear. Suddenly, the spider girl lunged out from behind and demanded, right there, right now, snack, while her friend calmly corrected her to the way nicer, have a bite. Takumi grinned bright as he backed the plan. No matter what, the first move after the journey was landing a damn good meal. Johanbo cracked a grin. His crew had his back and they absolutely didn't fail him. He urged them to duck into the peaceful tavern from his youth, and the little one practically bounced with excitement the moment he heard food was on the way. Soon, they burst out onto the cobbled streets of the city. The boy stared in awe at the massive mansions as the giant spun a wild story about how races mixed in that town. Right at the door of the Badger's Den, Nola, the hostess, popped up and chewed out the giant on the spot for blasting the deafening bass. The boy barely snagged the key just as it came flying at him out of nowhere. With survivors flooding the forest, only one room stayed open, and Digambo charged out to prove his crew was built for the top. The second they stepped through the doorway, a shocked gasp ripped the air, because the hostess had actually handed her own bedroom over to the guests. With a bright, grateful grin, the young man leaned in and asked the conductor if he'd stop the train just for them. With the big guy backing her up, Nola snagged them a room and dinner for just 10 silver coins, and the boy nodded politely like it was a done deal. All right, listen up, march to the table, the giant roared to the entire hall. He crumpled onto the bench and barked for borscht, and then the hostess shrugged it off, saying the youngest from their crew would spend the night at the blacksmith's guild next door. As the little girl yanked the giant's hand, Nola couldn't help but marvel at how he acted like a kid, and that grin on the young man's face said it all. For the first time, he truly felt like he belonged. A warm, calm hush wrapped the hall, and the evening felt perfectly cozy. A mountain of empty plates sat on the table like evidence this company had totally stuffed themselves. The young man grinned from ear to ear, sinking back in his chair like everything was finally perfect. The elf still couldn't wrap his head around it. This kind of lavish banquet only cost them 10 measly silver coins. Little Keed snatched the skewered meat and devoured it greedily, while the dwarf happily piled on more. The moment the talk shifted to something serious, the whole vibe at the table tightened like a spring about to snap. Suddenly, he went stone-cold serious, because deep down he didn't trust his gear or his own skills to handle what came next. He dragged his gaze to the ground and blamed his own brutal restrictions for it all. The gnome slammed a huge gulp from the mug, then barked with total confidence that the best ore had to be hunted down in chorus. Borodin didn't hesitate. He offered to ride with them to the mine right away, because he needed to restock his own stash of materials too. Hope flared in the young man's eyes, and with a breathless smile, the girl handed herself over to the seasoned master, finally feeling safe. They hatched the plan on the spot, packed it up, and decided they'd leave tomorrow. The gnome's huge grin sealed the deal like a final lock clicking shut. After stuffing themselves with a proper lunch next to their brand new ally, the squad finally burst into their hotel room. Those exhausting days at the camp had wrung the life out of them, so the moment night hit, the girls crashed into a deep, unstoppable sleep. The elf girl sagged as she shut her eyes, because all the team's strength had been ripped away by the non-stop prep for tomorrow. Her friend yawned so sweetly it almost felt cute, then confessed that after camp they were barely able to stand. The exhausted team crashed into deep sleep, totally oblivious to how brutally loud their awakening was about to be. Just before dawn, the sleeping city's silence got ripped apart by a blood-curdling scream. Someone was yelling Takumi's name across the entire street. The door blasted open. Right in the doorway loomed a bearded giant, roaring that he'd come to haul them to the mine, and the girls froze with pure terror. He roughly yanked the drowsy Takumi by the shoulders, yanking him awake, because for miners, time and preparation never wait. Takumi tried to remind him about the guild meeting, but the dwarf snapped his head and impatiently shoved him aside, roaring that they had to bolt right now. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the room. Diganbo's hostess snapped at him to shut up and not wake the other guests. She snapped at the big guy for trying to sneak away without breakfast, while Takumi just lolled there nearby, half asleep. With a sly grin, the woman finally dropped the big trump card. Today's the day they're serving his favorite boar soup, potato bread, and fresh grape juice. The gnome's eyes snapped open wide the second he saw it. Mumbling that he was doing her a favor, Diganbo tore into the dining room in a flash, while Takumi just rolled her eyes and called him a simpleton in her head. Then the hostess shot Takumi a piercing look and shut down his plan before he could even say he wanted to join breakfast. At last, she let the drained crew slump into a longer break, still grumbling that the dwarf had totally snapped and gone off the rails with his mines. The Badger's Den menu hooked the heroes right away, serving up a crisp fresh salad and a jug of mountain grape juice. Breakfast hit hard with a steaming bowl of hearty boar soup and fluffy potato bread that practically melted in your mouth. The girls chowed down like they hadn't eaten in days, eyes squeezed shut from pure pleasure. Takumi jolted and flinched out of nowhere. Sophia's eyes blazed as she launched into a fiery rant about how tough meat somehow melts in your mouth, and the guy immediately shrank back, clearly overwhelmed by her cooking obsession. She froze mid-breath, spoon lifted to her mouth like time itself had stopped. Takumi flashed a warm smile, already picturing the mine trip ahead. Then bam, loud footsteps cut straight through their meal. The boy jolted in shock as Sophia kept staring down at her soup, unblinking. Tension snapped into the air, and even breathing felt too loud. Near the table, a whimsical girl dressed in extravagant finery boldly grew up right in front of him and snapped his name, Takumi, leaving Takumi frozen, staring at her in pure confusion. The giant Digambo's face snapped into a tense, razor-straight stare. He froze. The blonde boy shot up from his chair, eyes wide, and stared at the girl like he couldn't breathe. He shot up to his feet, mouth hanging open in pure shock. She just let out a weary sigh like she'd seen it 1,000 times. Every new face reacted the exact same way. She dropped her gaze like she didn't care at all. The boy blurted his confusion to Diganbo, and then the big guy grinned, claimed the girl as his little sister, and invited her to breakfast on the spot. The young man froze in utter shock. The girl snapped a sharp, dissatisfied look at him. Johanbo nonchalantly said she worked at the Adventurers Guild, and the boy went pale at the idea of child labor. He ripped the air apart with a feral, full-throttle scream. Then the giant ended him for good. Turns out this kid was even older than Diganbo himself, and the girl shot back with a proud, immediate confirmation. The guy just froze, jaw dropping, and let out a stunned breath like he couldn't believe what he'd heard. The girl shut her eyes tight, bracing for the moment everyone's shock finally fades. Now the company finally got why Diganbo called her sister. Right in front of them stood Spica, a guild worker and a female dwarf who looked like a kid. She slammed her palm on the table, sprang forward, and lunged at the big guy, because the guild had kicked off work at dawn just for this mission, and the adventurers never showed. Spica shot a sly squint and threatened to report the brazen sabotage to the Guild of Blacksmiths. Digambo nervously barked a laugh, clutching his bowl, and insisted that hitting the mines on an empty stomach is a surefire disaster. Spica let out a tired sigh, like all the fight had drained out of her. She snapped back into focus and said, loud and clear, that we should knock out every last formality for this task right here, right now. Once she confirmed it was really Uruma standing there, the girl snapped the folder down against the chair with no hesitation. The boy nodded and agreed to the plan, because the guild was in total meltdown and the problems in the Forest of Death were only getting worse. He couldn't help but wonder, was it even legal to process documents outside the institution's walls? Spica's eyes did this playful little spin, and she grinned that they'd finish it all in a single minute. The dwarf girl grinned and lazily stretched her hand out to the side, like she was inviting the fun to start. She plunged her palm into her spatial inventory and told him right then and there that she always keeps her work forms on her. Spica shoved a stack of ready-to-go papers into Urumi's hands and wasted zero time, straight to the heart of it. The bespectacled girl snapped shut the last assignment, and right away, Takumi leaned in and demanded the next mission. A fresh order blazed across the magical screen: deliver weapons straight to the Forest of Death. To make sure the smiths in the Horus mines could finally get the support they needed, the team was promised a rank boost, though that temporary label, Takumi Weapon Magic, sounded downright jarring in their ears. The boy blurted out whether he should hand in the report right then and there, since he could do it at any branch. To snag that coveted D rank, he's got to haul himself to the city of Bolton and smash the exam there. The registrar told him don't rush, handle the paperwork here, and then added, now pick a real name for your squad. Takumi grimaced as the truth hit him. Hands had shoved that awful call sign on him, and he vowed to re-register the team the second he got the chance. At last, someone warned the boy to steer clear of the deadly iron moles lurking in the mines. As Takumi stared in disbelief at the thought of fighting giant rodents, a senior staff member suddenly snapped for little Spica, who'd been hustling in the hall since the crack of dawn. Little Spica practically bounced in with the news. All the formalities were finally done. With non-stop diligence, the smiling woman sent the girl off to breakfast, no questions asked. She leaned down and told the little one softly but firmly, that rest can't be forgot. Spica plopped into her seat, grinning as the signature dish tempted her with drool-worthy perfection, while frantic footsteps pounded down the wooden stairs. Sophia grinned warmly and said that in chorus, you can't step into the badger's den and walk away without trying the legendary boar soup. Takumi beamed and told the company that the blacksmiths guild would foot the entire bill for their order. He'd snapped from the table, fists clenched, demanding another refill. Their argument got ripped apart by a frantic shout. Right then, the friends had to bolt. The road ahead kept unfolding for the greatest alchemist of the future, daring him to go even farther. In the dungeon already, Maria suddenly snapped, tears exploding as she wailed about her tragic origins like her whole life had been a curse. She staged a dramatic one-woman show, pouring her heart out to the Count, then completely forgot they'd come here to mine ore. From the shadows, deadly spikes shot out like a trap, but the elf whipped her blade through them, slicing every last one out of the air. With her weapon dropping to her side, she coolly told Maria to keep right on talking, like the monologue still had to finish. As the actress threw her heart into that box, the gnome Digambo snapped at Takumi, don't you dare dig too deep right there. To make sense of this wild performance, you had to rewind all the way back to when the heroes got boxed in by an endless swarm of underground moles and bats. Right after Digambo led Takumi's team into the mine, trouble hit instantly. They crashed straight into a fight. Picking off monsters one by one was dragging on, so he slammed the cave with a burst of blazing light magic. Digambo threw a huge thumbs up after witnessing that brutal blow, pure devastation for the creatures of darkness. That blinding flash cut through the enemy like a sweep, yet it also slammed Keed's vision into darkness, leaving her reeling. The magical lantern flared in the third tunnel, slicing through the darkness and driving the monsters back like it had teeth. The team snatched up the leftover lights from the previous mission, tossed them back into place, and dove headfirst into the excavations with pure momentum. The boy's face lit up with real joy at the bright glow, while his companion quietly snickered at their missing friend. While Takumi and the giant Digambo kept smashing the rock with their pickaxes, Keed, the spider, casually picked off the last of the lone monsters. The defenders straight up got bored out of their minds. The bored girls could only let out heavy sighs, because there was literally nothing to do. Soon, Keed stopped pretending and started yanking at her master non-stop, shamelessly demanding some kind of entertainment. They had zero clue how to dig, and lunchtime was still nowhere in sight. The boy stood there totally baffled, his thoughts spinning like crazy. The young man froze for a beat, rubbed his chin, and then, bam, an idea hit him like lightning. He snagged his way out fast, even as the elf stumbled through excuses, claiming their vigilant supervision was why they'd been slacking. From her bottomless bag, Takumi ripped out a stack of romance novels, and the girls immediately burst into pure, unfiltered delight. Because of that blinding light, the terrifying cave has finally flipped into a comfy reading hideout for the laziest people alive. The boy let out a genuine laugh, and yeah, his backpack was stuffed with surprises nobody saw coming. Takumi froze by the eerie black deposits at the cave's bottom while the girls grabbed a quick break nearby. The boy dropped to his knees before that mysterious breed. The gnome nodded with unshakable conviction. Doravan pressed a shard into his palm and told him, "Feel the magic for yourself." Takumi's mind refused to process what his eyes were seeing. This tiny stone was blasting out a wild power he'd never felt before. He still couldn't shake the shock of how a tiny little chunk of ore packed that kind of raw, unstoppable power. It turned out to be adamantite, this insanely heavy, super sticky metal that clung to everything and hit way harder than mithril. The boy tossed out that he could melt ore with magic like it was nothing, and the dwarf froze, staring at him in pure shock. Borodin warned that this resource is basically a death sentence. Its hellish weight gives you almost no real payoff. Takumi confidently stepped up to help, and the gnome erupted in laughter, because with this weird little oddball it just might actually work. He ordered everyone to haul in the ore, then swore that once they reached Bolton, he'd cram every last scrap of the blacksmith's wisdom into the boy's head. Takumi lit up the whole plan. Suddenly, nobody had to worry about logistics or transportation costs anymore. The gnome grinned and aimed his pickaxe straight at the bottomless magical bag. The partners slammed the breed with wild, unstoppable enthusiasm, while far off in the distance, Urgil's fatal betrayal triggered Count Logmer's bloody downfall. With a deafening roar, those black blades tore into the stone, and an invisible voice mocked the doomed Count Logmer, then dropped the shocking truth. Urgil had been watching every single move the whole time. The book-clutching woman flashed a victorious grin. Claudia was finally fully under her control. Meanwhile, chaos erupted as they shoved the wounded Logmer to his feet, screaming at Urgil through tears, blaming his filthy lies for all of this. Meanwhile, miles away, the blonde boy crumpled onto the bed, exhausted but grinning, because the ore extraction had gone so damn well. Night had swallowed the entrance to Badger's den, and a worried voice demanded to know if the young man was okay. The boy barely muttered a complaint about the brutal fatigue before his little companion sprang onto his back with a joyful shriek, and he squealed, startled out of his skin. That tiny spider was still happily squirming on his back, flat out begging for his attention. He gave a warm, tight smile, clutching the pillow like a victory trophy, because in this town their mission was already done. After chatting with Deganbo, the bearded giant, the boy knew it was time to head home, because if he dragged his feet, monsters from the Forest of Death would catch them on the way back. Time vanished before they even noticed. That evening, the restless girls wouldn't let up. They begged the host to play again, using the stones they'd gathered. The very next morning, the blazing sun spilled over the stone roofs, turning everything into gold. The whole company huddled on the cobbled road by the carriage, buzzing with focus as they geared up to pull out. Dohanbo tossed the boy the workshop key and told him to go wild with the ore, free to build until Dohanbo came back. The boy beamed and waved goodbye, and the innkeeper and hostess urged them to return. So the travelers bowed with heartfelt thanks for the amazing welcome before they hit the road. The heroes kicked off their return to Bolton, shouting orders and driving the horses harder with every thunderous step. Takumi rode in the cart like he owned the road, grinning from ear to ear as he hugged a bucket of mind ore to his chest. Meanwhile, deep in the thickets of the Forest of Death, monsters were already hiding in the shadows, waiting to pounce on any traveler who dared to enter. A sudden, razor-sharp impact ripped through the air like a thunderclap. A deafening lightning blast tore through the forest, and with a thunderous roar, a massive, scaly beast crashed hard to the ground. A savage gust tore through the air, whipping dry leaves into a frenzy as the creature slammed down with a brutal, heavy thud. In the thick shadows, fresh enemies were already holding their breath. Chorus had wrapped up the mission, but Takuma still had one last brutal trial waiting. The gentle smiling girl leaned in and pressed her cheek right to the horse's muzzle. Their carriage inched through the Forest of Death, and the young alchemist beamed, spinning the whole adventure like a bedtime story over a cup of tea. The elf girl shot him a worried look and begged him to rest first, but the boy couldn't hold back. he was desperate to start processing the new ore right now. She let out a defeated sigh until the cart slammed to a sudden stop. A sudden blast ripped the furniture to pieces, and the panicked elf sprinted straight for the door. A monstrous wall of trees slammed shut the road in front of them. That elf girl snapped up. Every muscle in her body went tense at once. In this savage wilderness, the young man grabbed a jagged shard of branch, because out here, nobody had ever dared cut down a tree. His companion dropped to his knees before the fallen trunk. They weren't just any thickets at all, these were the shredded remains of torrents, like the world had been hacked and torn apart. These savage, meat-eating trees didn't just lurk in the shadows, they swallowed flesh and carrion whole, then stripped the forest clean. Someone went out of their way to lay a trap and turn their lives into a hunt. The alchemist stood stone still in front of a towering mountain of butchered monsters. Staring at the clean slice in the wood, he couldn't shake the question, why had the unknown wiped out only the torrents? The elf watched the torrents roll in, then grin, because after every regular assault, the useful resources get pulled out, every single time. The boy stared at the wooden branch in his hand, stunned like he'd just uncovered a secret. The second he stepped into this world, he still never stumbled across any torrents, yet merchants and craftsmen kept offering him a fortune for the leftovers. Meanwhile, the cloaked girl clung to the horse with white-knuckled fear, because the poor thing was absolutely terrified. The poem's little fairy hovers at the master's side like it owns the whole story. She told them straight up, met their horse panics for a real reason. The girl begged to escape the forest right now, so the fairy shot off to scout ahead and the boy was left to hack a path through the trees. With a grin, he rubbed his hands together, told his companion to stay on guard, and dove headfirst into the work. With eyes blazing, the boy charged ahead, crashing through a mountain of wrecked torrents, determined to grab every last drop of loot. The girls could only nod in awkward silence, because the supplies were just sitting there, abandoned right on the ground. The wind's whistle shrieked through the air, like the world was warning him. The fairy streaked through the tangled underbrush like lightning, vanishing and reappearing in a blur. She perched on a branch to scan the area, and all around her dead tree monsters sprawled. Then, right in the bushes ahead, a stranger's silhouette suddenly flickered into view. She stiffened instantly, squinting hard to spot that stranger lurking out in the distance. He'd spun in place, staring at the cleared glade, completely baffled. Out of nowhere, a giant shadow dropped onto her from behind. The girl snapped backward in a flash. She froze mid-breath, mouth hanging open. Then a real dragon's snout crashed into her view. The giant beast was sprawled on the ground, completely helpless. Keed's eyes widened when he realized he'd been badly hurt, and his body wouldn't move an inch. The moment she tried to calm him, a shadowy force crashed out of the thicket and hit them hard. The girl bared her teeth at the wood monster, snapping that he'd hurt the baby. She looked the dragon dead in the eyes and swore the master would heal him. And until then, she stood between him and danger, ready to be his shield. He'd unleashed a brutal explosion and slammed back with a surge of magic. A wild storm of ripped leaves and shattered debris whipped into the sky. Without a single second to spare, she slammed up a protective barrier. In the blink of an eye, the battered beast was suddenly safe inside a monster-proof dome of multi-layered webbing. Just as everything started to slip, those giant, spiky roots slammed down on them from above. He'd fought for her life, clawing her way through an endless wave of monsters. A thunderous blast slammed one of the monsters back, and the girl kept begging her battered partner, "Don't move." With trembling hands, she scooped up the scraps of the web, forged a layered fortress from them, and choked back tears as she screamed for the master. Her desperate scream ripped through the air. Suddenly, a brutal, sickening suspicion crashed into her mind. She remembered their last meeting. When the master got so hooked on gathering a pile of branches, he straight up vanished from reality. Then the whole company strolled home like nothing happened, and Keed was totally erased from their minds. Hearing it, the girl crumpled in helpless defeat, shoulders sinking as if all fight had drained out of her. She froze in place, curled up in pure despair like the world had stopped moving. Fresh monsters were already bursting out of the thickets like they'd been waiting for their moment. "Idiot," she snapped, bitterness sharp in her voice. The webbing ran bone dry, and the protective dome exploded into shards with a sickening crack. The monsters lunged straight for her, snapping toward her like they'd been waiting all along. Keed crumpled beneath a brutal downpour of shattered fragments, and that painful sigh tore out of her. She crumpled on the floor, powerless, curled up like nothing could save her. Tears of pure despair streamed down her cheeks, and in that moment she decided this was the end. Suddenly, that protective barrier exploded in the air with a brutal clang. She snapped her head up, stunned to hear that voice she knew. The master stood before her, smiling warmly as he gently stroked her head, while Keed sobbed hard. The girl erupted into loud sobs, pressing her face into her rescuer's chest like she couldn't breathe. Behind him, the whole squad started to swarm in, already falling into place under Sophia's command. The girl calmly slipped the sword into hiding. In his trembling hands, all he had left was a shred of torn web. Sophia finally confirmed it. This very shield ate the impact and somehow kept the girl alive. "I called you, why didn't you show up?" Keed clamped the master in a death grip and exploded into a scream. He leaned in and told her right after the web was spent, her own magic was drained too. The moment their link got severed, he blew through every last ounce of mana and came charging in barely in time to get the rescue underway. The boy flashed a gentle smile at the girl. Then, out of nowhere, she shrieked in pure terror and whipped her finger to something lurking off to the side. A massive black horse dragon sprawled on the ground, and Keed snapped that it had been savaged by monsters, while the young man's companion went grim, saying the rare beast's condition was dire. The boy snapped to it right away. The girl had been guarding the wounded beast this whole time, fighting through every tear, and when she begged him for help, he nodded on the spot. He inched his hand forward, tiptoeing toward the creature as if one wrong move would set it off. With a sharp crack of light, a brutal surge of magic blasted the young man backward like he'd been hit by thunder. He stared, utterly baffled at that shimmering aura, gripping for answers like, what the hell is this power? The boy narrowed his eyes, weighing that obstacle like it was about to strike back. The companion leaned in and said the unconscious dragon's automatic magic shield had finally kicked in. Suddenly, the thickets hissed and rustled like something was stalking. She stiffened in an instant, sensing the enemy's torrent closing in at full speed. The young man steadied Keed, swore he'd save the horse for sure, and then threw himself into position to make the first move. The young man unfurled a magic circle to pull the injured horse to safety, and Keed, terrified, came sprinting in. The girl shrieked in pure terror, and her companion barked, annoyed that without a contract from those magical beasts, everything was going to turn into a disaster. The boy snapped at the girl to stay close to Lunma, then bolted ahead in a heartbeat, drowning out her warning about the lethal weight on his body. But he couldn't get far, his legs crumpled on the spot, and the young man dropped hard to the ground as the elf's fate-soaked sigh sealed it all. Takumi rubbed his temple with tired hands, cursing the never-ending problems that just kept piling up. The boy was utterly spent. He folded over, groaned nonstop, and begged to be taken home right now. Sophia lunged for the escape, snatched her master right away, and while staying completely calm, quietly apologized. By the abandoned carriage, the world finally went still, like the long-awaited calm had arrived at last. The road is finally clear again, and it's safe to run it. Maria leaned in close and soothed the calm horse, pressing against it like she was grounding it with her presence. When she heard the footsteps, her face lit up as she spun around with pure joy. From the dark corners, her name slammed through the air like a haunting scream. Sophia strode into the spotlight, clutching Takumi in her arms, while he burned with shame, silently begging her to save him. When the night finally burst in with her princess, the whole story flipped on its head. Maria only managed a tiny gasp, staring like she couldn't look away at the couple. A brutally awkward silence slammed into the room and refused to let go. Takumi grinned at the brand new day, totally unaware that the connection he'd built with Keed was about to get slammed by trials far more serious than he could have imagined. Meanwhile, hidden in the thick grass, tiny Lunma pawed through the ground with fluffy, careful swipes. Inside the lavish mansion, Takumi slumped unconscious as Sophia, the blonde guardian, stayed sharp at his bedside, eyes locked on him. The maid trembled as she stared at her master's bloodless face, barely able to whisper his name. She leaned in and asked about Keed, even as the boy in his sleep clung to that overloaded hyperspace. Then Sophia snapped back no, with a bitter sting. The blonde suddenly clamped down on Takumi's hand, magic surging back into his body, yet every second still screamed that they couldn't waste time. Keed's the only hope, and they need her help right now. Sophia confidently declared, "I know the exit," and it left the maid utterly stunned. She pressed the boy's hand to her lips, poured magic through him, and then, like a whisper that slipped into another world, she called Keed with her mind. Sophia shut her eyes tight and poured every ounce of hope into the plea inside her mind. In hyperspace, Horned Keed leaned in and told them that little Lunma wasn't in trouble at all. She was just terrified of Takumi's brutal magic. So Sophia snapped, "Then return right now." Hearing that, Keed froze, totally baffled. A crushing, eerie silence pressed down on the mansion's bedroom, like the air itself had turned hostile. Sophia shoved her forehead into the boy's hand, begging him to leave, because if they didn't, he'd never recover. The black dragon slept like a stone, but the second he woke up in a strange place, danger hit hard. Fear could snap him into chaos and unleash havoc on everything around him. They didn't just wait, they struck first, then vanished him from the outside world completely. The Spider-Girl snapped her eyes open in shock when they demanded she weave that massive barrier again. The moment Takumi promised that familiar web magic would soothe the dragon, she lit up and jumped right in, eager to get it done. The plan was set, and the Drain Boy finally collapsed into a heavy, peaceful sleep. As the beast was hauled toward the garden, a deadly hush crashed into the bedroom. Elf Sophia let out a heavy sigh, and for the first time, she finally let her shoulders drop and let herself breathe. Recovery demanded healing herbs, and Maria, the energetic maid, sprang into action, volunteering to fetch them right away. Sophia sprang to her feet, ready to leave on her own, and told the girl to keep watch over the host. Maria shot the elf back down in the chair without warning. "Take care of him, all right," the red-haired girl purred, then shot into the corridor like a spark. Sophia stayed planted in her seat, utterly stunned that joy could hit this hard this fast. Outside the window, a snow-white cocoon stood massive already. Inside it, the dragon slept safe and sound. The elf flashed a warm, gentle smile at the Spider-Girl and begged her to stay close, right there with her, while Takumi clawed her strength back. A warm hand slid over Keed's head, gently praising her like every ounce of effort mattered. The girl beamed, radiating warmth like sunlight. The girl's eyes nearly squeezed shut as pure pleasure flooded her, soaking up every last bit of praise. Meanwhile, chaos simmered at work. Everyone pitched in, clawing for one last ounce of strength. Their fingers softly squeezed his palm, like they were promising something they couldn't say out loud. Exhausted to the bone, the elf girl crashed into sleep beside the bed, still gripping her master's hand like her life depended on it. In a half-dream, the young man suddenly felt weightless, warmed all over and brushed by a soft, gentle breeze. In the thick white haze, a familiar dragon's silhouette suddenly burst into view like it had been waiting for this moment. What? Confusion hit like lightning, and the thought flashed through his mind. Keed snapped his eyes open in his room, stared at his sleeping friend, and it all clicked into place at once, everything. He suddenly gasped, bolted upright on the bed, and jerked so hard he couldn't ignore the shock rushing through him. The elf girl snapped awake and spiraled into panic, blurting apologies for falling asleep beside him, but the young man soothed her with a calm, gentle touch. Staring at the glowing outlines of his friends hanging in midair, he finally snapped to it. This wasn't some ordinary dream. The boy lifted his gaze with a shaky, stunned calm, finally sure that what he'd witnessed wasn't just some wild dream. Sophia shot her gaze away, cheeks burning as heartfelt thanks poured in for the care she'd given. She insisted she hadn't done anything special, but the guy was already practically bursting out of bed, grinning like it was the start of something huge. The girl pleaded with him in panic to not push himself, but he only grinned, then slipped his cloak on like it was nothing. With a quick thank you thrown over his shoulder, Takumi shot straight for the exit, no hesitation. Outside, Maria kicked back with a cozy blanket around her and sipped hot tea under that protective dome, totally carefree. The whole night estate went dead silent, like it was holding its breath. Takumi popping up out of nowhere made her flinch. Then she broke into real, genuine joy at how fast he'd bounced back. From behind the magical barrier, the timid little horned one peeked out, trembling as they called out to their master. The moment he heard the voice, the boy snapped around instantly. Right there on the box, the tea was going cold, and Maria quickly told them she'd been standing guard the whole time, because the little one's safety couldn't wait. Keed stared at him, silent but trembling with tension. "Open the door, let me in," he snapped, locking eyes with her without blinking. A quiet rustle slid through the barrier, and the dark wall split open just enough to reveal a narrow passage. Takumi told his crew to get ready, then strode in with unshakable confidence. The girl threw herself in front of the wounded dragon, screaming for it to not fear her master. He answered with nothing but a dull, cautious growl. The young man flashed a warm, carefree smile like everything was perfectly fine. He calmly took a seat beside the bandaged giant as the assistant relayed the good news. The other squad members had recovered. Right then, a magical seal erupted above his palm, flashing like it had a mission, taming step by step. The boy reached out with a quiet offer of friendship, and the monster, after a nervous pause, suddenly pressed its snout into his hand like it couldn't help itself. The air got sliced by the announcement, "Lunmu has been conquered and everyone feels it." The young man flashed a confident grin, swearing the worst was already over and buried in the past. He gave a bold nod like he'd flipped the switch back to all good, and everything was finally fine now. His companion crumpled to the ground in pure relief, still not able to believe they'd actually pulled it off. Without a moment to spare, the boy triggered the higher healing and sealed the final wounds on his new familiar. A wild torrent of light blasted forward, and everyone watching froze mid-breath at the sheer size of that raw, world-shaking power. Magic surged through the dragon's body like a thunderbolt, blasting away every last bit of damage in an instant. As the bright glow faded away, leftover sparks of raw energy kept crackling and bursting through the air. The magical barrier and that bell ringing through it splintered into shards, and the girls froze, staring in total shock. From the shattered breach, a massive, horned dragon exploded into the scene, charging straight for them. Sharp shards of the shattered shield rained down onto their feet like deadly confetti. The danger finally blew over. The rescued animal turned out to be surprisingly tame, and it happily curled up with the team like it had found its forever family. Right from the young man's chest, a little spider girl suddenly poked her head out, making it clear she was still trapped there, nameless. Sophia let out a breath of pure relief, and her younger companion sprang up, bursting with joy. He didn't waste a second. He called the spider **keyed**, because her body pattern looked just like a Japanese maple leaf. Then he pushed the little girl to name the dragon herself. She dipped her chin and breathed the word "camellia" in a voice so low it felt like a secret. His gaze locked in place. Picture this in your mind. Watch a tiny bud burst into life and bloom right in front of you. Instantly, she snapped into action. She pointed straight at the dragon with total confidence and blared out that from this moment on, her name would be Tsubaki. Sophia softly brushed the beast's scales, and she figured that its deep green glow made the little one think of that plant. The girl beamed from ear to ear and with one look, confirmed her hunch about the evergreen tree. Exhausted, Keed crumpled into her master's arms, and her companions let out shuddering breaths of relief. She'd truly burned herself out to save the dragon, Tsubaki. The moment the tension finally broke, every last ounce of strength drained out of her like the lights going out. The dragon stared at the girl, deep in thought, and memories of how he'd once sprawled helpless, broken by brutal wounds, crushed through him. The young man pulled Keed into a warm embrace and spoke softly, like he was trying to calm her heart with every word. In her mind, the days before they ever met slammed back like a nightmare, pure, bone-chilling loneliness and terror, trapped inside a spider's body, frozen so she couldn't even move. But the girl was already knocked out cold, asleep as if nothing in the world could touch her, while the young man's smile softened, and in silence he swore to protect her like never before. He softly brushed Keed's hair, and even in her sleep her smile bloomed bright, while a tiny, barely audible thank you slipped from her lips. More chaos was waiting just ahead, but for now, together, they stepped down this road side by side. Usually Lazy Hand sat there like a statue, but today his eyes were locked on a strange report, staring as if it might bite. A terrified witness let out a desperate scream, and it bounced off the walls of the Adventurers Guild like a warning bell. A sudden blast tore out and slammed straight onto the street. The fox-headed guild leader gave a grim nod, again, because he'd heard those same reports for the umpteenth time. Right then, Takumi burst into the hall. At the counter, tempers ignited, management refused to raise the knights without proof, and the crowd screamed that they were failures. While the chaos raged around them, hands hustled through every last formal detail of the young man's recent mission. Takumi grinned as he calmly rifled through the cards he'd earned, Every brutal step of that journey had finally paid off in full. Suddenly, a terrified scream about a monster ripped through the air, and he froze in his tracks. He strode up to the worn-out hands and demanded to know what the hell was happening. The registrar snapped that residents flooded them with non-stop complaints about a monster that doesn't look anything like the usual magical creatures around here. On the table sat a drawing of a horned black silhouette, and somehow that elusive, lightning-fast creature still hadn't hurt a soul. Takumi went deathly pale and locked onto the paper, his mind screaming at what the hell he was even looking at. The young man froze, staring in terror at the ghastly thing inked on that paper, unable to look away. White-haired Takumi swallowed his fear and admitted that living near where that dangerous monster showed up was terrifying, yet the clerk just shrugged it off with an indifferent tone. The boy shot his gaze aside, nerves rattling, and admitted he'd be totally lost without the local rumors. The worker never even glanced up from his papers, just casually asking me if I'd noticed anything suspicious around the house. He laughed and pitched the idea of catching that wanted horned beast and hauling it straight here. Takumi let out a nervous laugh, waved off the goofy joke, and pushed forward, asking them to register his new pet. The clerk flashed a confident grin and swore that this total weirdo could outmatch anyone. In the next heartbeat, a giant monster erupted from the rumors right in front of him, and Takumi beamed as he proudly called it his little one. The registration journal slipped right out of his trembling hands, barely making a sound. The worker froze on the spot, eyes wide and blank as he gaped at the horrifying thing that stepped into the world. Then, without warning, he snatched the monster's tiny sidekick, and the girl let out an angry squeal while a flustered Takumi frantically begged her to let go. The clerk snapped his hand up, demanding the boy shut his mouth right then and there. A thick, impenetrable shadow swallowed his face as he clamped onto Takumi's shoulder with a dead grip and spat through his teeth, "Come on, let's go." Meanwhile, in the sun-drenched stables of the Babik Company, a cheerful girl brushed her hands along the horse's coat. In the dim glow of the building, a dazzling woman with glasses agreed to help the guests, then warned them fast that she couldn't handle it alone. Sophia pushed the idea of hunting for more assistance, then softly reminded him that Murano had changed big time. Maria nervously pleaded with Madame Murin, begging for permission to stop by Schmet now and then. The girl burst up to the elf at a dead sprint, gasping out an apology the whole way for keeping him waiting. With consent in hand, she burst into joy, leapt forward, and sprinted straight for the gates. The city's food and supplies are finally all gathered and secured, done, locked in, and ready to roll. Sophia couldn't stop obsessing over the magical bag Takumi handed her, though she couldn't shake the worry that it might not be worth blasting the butcher with an order for hundreds of kilograms of game. Maria shot it down hard, saying it wouldn't nearly be enough for their master or those little kids. That elf girl eagerly offered to help in the kitchen, then the moment it happened, the other girl felt like lightning had just ripped through her. Sophia didn't even clock it. She just kept talking like her daily cooking routine was still the saddest, most heartbreaking thing in the world. Terror drained the color from Maria's face as she yanked her friends straight into the golden grain tea house, gripping them tight like she couldn't afford even a second to lose. She barreled down the street at a sprint, totally drowning out the elf's baffled, babbling protests. Panic flooded her face the second she imagined letting Sophia anywhere near the stove. Suddenly, a familiar voice snapped, calling her from right behind her like it knew her for sure. Out of nowhere, a spoon piled with mouth-watering food slid right in front of my face. Inside the Golden Grain Cafe, the everyday routine was going full speed, loud and lively. Maria couldn't wait. She shoved another bite straight into her mouth. At the next table, a lone man sat in silence, digging into a quiet lunch like the world was miles away. Sitting on the plate was a towering strawberry cake, the place's signature dessert, and it left the girls absolutely buzzing with delight. They were ecstatic they snagged a takeout portion, something they knew would hit the spot for Mr. Takumi. Suddenly, Maria rested her cheek in her hand and realized the elf had changed so much. She leaned in and whispered her friend's name like a secret. The brunette shut her eyes, slowly swirled her tea, and flashed a sly grin, like yeah, that wasn't even the whole story. During the Lord's service, she suddenly blurted out praise for Sophia's stunning knightly look, and the moment it landed, embarrassment hit Sophia hard. The girl carried on in a daze, painting the knight's grace as he cradled his master in his arms. Maria clenched her fists and at last lost control to a fanatical impulse. In her wild, whirlwind imagination, Sophia turned herself into the blazing hero of a grand novel, then boldly carried Takumi in her arms on an endless trek through thunderous, dramatic lines. Maria drifted off, melting into a sweet dream that clung to nothing but the memories. Maria stared at those pictures with her mouth hanging open, practically drooling, while Sophia, shaking with panic, kept sweating through her nerves, desperate to figure out where the name Rogmer even came from and what wild nonsense was going on in her friend's head. His eyes drifted across the wooden ceiling like he was trying to crack the mystery, because the whole situation felt downright unreal. The light-haired warrior shut her eyes and calmly sold her next move as the same old duty, protecting her lord no matter what. In the assembly hall, the guild master leaned in, staring hard as his companions pieced together their messy, breathless story. He couldn't believe a word of it, so he shot a skeptical shrug, like the universe was playing a joke on him. That scarred, mustached man spoke through clenched teeth. Taming might work, but forging a real bond with the beast takes months of hard, grinding time. The girl stood there completely frozen, her mind screaming for words she just couldn't find. Taming a monster soaked in dragon blood with magic felt nearly impossible, even for the pros. That scream tore through the silence like a thunderclap, breaking every rule of what normal even means. The guild master snapped into a furious frown, demanding to know how that rare Lunma had ended up in the forest of death miles from its native steppes. In the bustling adventurer's hall, he slammed his weight onto the table, driving his palms down as he towered over the startled guests. Meanwhile, they suddenly remembered it, how that tamed beast started almost right away, happily trotting around the garden with everyone stacked on its back. Takumi fidgeted and waved his hands, insisting Keed was the reason things went so fast, while the others huffed that any real tamer would have crumpled on the spot into tears the moment they heard that. That dark-haired young man in his tie let out a resigned sigh, silently sending Takumi all the luck in the world, because that furious boss was already unstoppable. Then he erupted, the bald giant bellowed like a war drum, panicking for an answer in human words, shouting how the boy tamed that monster so fast. Tears spilled from his eyes and his whole body shook with nerves, but he still clenched his teeth and signed on, resigned to the deal. So Barra kept him there until the dead of night, smashing the boy's dreams of working in peace on the construction site. A sharp, bespectacled gentleman calmly flipped through the papers, swaying with the carriage like nothing could rattle him. Inside Daganbo's workshop, the bearded blacksmith squinted as he rolled the mithril and adamantite ingots in his hands, because Takumi had truly mastered the art of smelting them with magic. The gnome snapped his eyes open in shock. What looked like a total waste of time, the boy nailed perfectly in just a few days. Satisfied smile. That sudden crash made the blacksmith snap his head around the corner, only to find Takumi sitting on the floor, surrounded by shattered boards. Hey, what the heck is going on here? Daganbo's body snapped tense like a drawn bow. The boy grinned and bragged that he was building his own cart. Then the gnome calmly cut in, saying buying a ready-made one would be a whole lot easier. Takumi also wanted to personally test the magic of space expansion, so he pushed it too far, and now he crumpled, dead tired, onto the rubble as the blacksmith kept grumbling that they needed a break. Right in the middle of their talk, a bright, cheerful voice popped in from the doorway and cut everything short. The exhausted young man just collapsed onto the floor, arms out, with not an ounce of strength left to move. 3 girls burst into the workshop, searching for their master with their hearts racing. They stumbled on the funniest thing: Takumi was dead asleep, snuggled right inside the jaws of a thick wooden board. His face radiated pure, unstoppable joy. The girls and the blacksmith crowded over the sleeping young man in total silence, all thinking the same thing: he'd never known the meaning of enough when it came to his work. The girl beamed and told everyone, Takumi's still asleep, so we're going to cook up lunch while we've got the chance. The gnome narrowed his eyes at the young man, sure he was just putting on a show, and snickering under his breath at them. An elf girl fidgeted in silence beside the bed, her worry gnawing at her every breath. Then she snapped at him, warning that if he didn't slow down, he'd burn himself out before he even knew it. The gnome burst into roaring laughter and told me to wait till the boy woke up, then lay into him with a proper scolding. Takumi gripped the blanket in his sleep, jaw clenched, like he refused to unload a single burden on anyone else. Because he could do anything, the boy dove into every craft he touched, and just couldn't bring himself to stop. The gnome snapped his head side to side and set it straight, this young man had already pushed past the limits of what a single person can survive. With that, the gnome wrapped up his point and the elf just shut his mouth, dejected, lost, and scrambling for anything to say back. The elf gritted through bitter words and admitted that she and Maria couldn't possibly help him with projects that complicated. She dropped her gaze, guilt blazing in her chest. And the guild and the merchants won't stand in his way, they'll pounce on these talents and milk every last drop out of them. So the gnome slammed down the only answer. Get a top-tier assistant who will finally take the burden off the boy's shoulders and stop the grinding. The girl stared straight ahead and the truth hit her like a final bell. This step was unavoidable. The smiling maid served their dinner with a warm hand, already scratching her head, because their new master had hired a whole army of people, and it all felt like it came from his sharp foresight. The room erupted in chaos, little ones screaming their lungs out, big guy blurting out loud thanks for the advice, until everyone burst into total silence the second they saw steaming hot food. The elf girl just waved off the giant's praise with effortless, humble swagger. The company snatched dinner with greedy hunger, completely unaware that soon, yet another prisoner would crash into their ranks. Meanwhile, in the capital, right by the doors of the slave-owning office Parm, a young blonde scrubbed grime off the sign until someone yanked her attention from behind. The girl spun around in pure confusion, and there, on the stairs, stood an elderly stranger wearing glasses. The man calmly announced, "I've got an appointment with Mr. Barton." Barton was already rushing to greet the guest with his usual sugary smile, but inside his chest the tension was screaming. Why the hell was this guy all the way from Bolton showing up here? With smiles flying and urgency hammering his chest, the slave trader hurried up and demanded, straight up, what this sudden visit was really about, no matter what it took. Cold sweat poured down the master's face, and a shocked blonde raced up the stairs right behind the other maids. They were stuffed into a special guest room for slaves. Two girls were whispering and gossiping at full volume, because if the ladies in the capital laid eyes on Barton's twisted face, their perfect little fantasy would get shattered on the spot. Everyone leaned in, desperate to uncover the identity of that mysterious old man, because one visit from him sent their cocky host trembling with pure fear. "Don't call him your enemy," the blonde blurted with a sharp grin, then patted her book like she owned the moment, leaving everyone stunned because an old friend had finally shown up to visit Barton. The hooded girl flashed a bright smile and claimed the mysterious visitor was an old friend of their master. She flashed a confident thumbs up like she owned the moment. Turns out the owner once shut down his own company and went chasing experience with slave traders in provincial Bolton. The tall blonde gave a thoughtful nod like, "Right there, boom, that's exactly where we could have crossed paths." Rage simmered in a bespectacled man's chest as he couldn't believe the guest would haul himself all the way from that backwater straight to the capital. The brunette beamed and blurted out that this visitor was probably the boss of the Bolton company. The blonde only let out a heavy sigh, replaying the question in her mind. What kind of secret once drove that gentleman to storm out of his own home? A dark-haired woman ran the Bolton operation with a ruthless grip, then snapped a rolled-up paper up into the air and swung it hard. That single detail instantly sparked a wild theory. The gentleman might be hiding a secret romance. Everyone was convinced that this surprise guest would rip the curtain off the host's real past. The dark-haired girl glowed with her wild romantic fantasies, totally brushing off every desperate plea to calm down. Capterna shrugged and said she'd heard a pile of rumors only because nobody had bought her in ages. She glanced up at the lavish ceiling and swallowed her complaints. By slave standards, she didn't have the right to complain in a place like this. But she kept her face buried behind the book and a soft sigh slipped out, because all she could think was how badly she wanted to work and finally break free from this life. The woman kept Leva steady while the girl beside her bounced with excitement, waving a newspaper like it was gold, because the demand for debt slaves had skyrocketed and they'd find a buyer in no time. When she heard footsteps in the hallway, the girl lunged for the door, squealing with pure excitement about how her freedom was about to hit any second. Leva, the little fox, beamed with heartfelt warmth, praying her smile would finally slam the door on her slavery. Wheels screeched and the whole road shook with a sudden, terrifying rumble. The barrel-chested Barton, grinning like he meant it, swung the door wide open. The young man jerked back in panic and yelled for him to get out, but Barton stayed ice calm and said he was there on Lord Godwin's orders. The second that name hit his ears, the boy's body went rigid, and he let out a terror-filled scream. Complete darkness. From the shadows, a woman surfaced with a terrifying aura, and in a calm but deadly voice, she ordered Barton to fall in line. Right now. The loud, self-assured fat man suddenly caved in, backed away fast, and blurted out helpless apologies, shaking from pure terror as he stared at her. A razor-sharp whistle cut through the air. Her lips curled into a tiny, barely there smirk that screamed trouble. With a satisfied chuckle, Barton thrust the envelope into Takumi's hands, right from the Marquis Godwin himself. His fingers intercepted the message with razor-precise care. The glasses gleamed as he let out a slow breath, and it hit him. He really was right. In his hands sat a personal order from the king himself, one that would smash every hope Takumi and his loud crew had for a calm, peaceful life. The magical circle above them blinked out like it was never there, and a voice snapped, asking if the job was already done. Takumi flashed a satisfied smile, standing right beside the elf and the towering, burly dwarf. With the spell shattered, the boy finally dropped his hand, wiped the sweat off his brow, and exhaled in pure relief. With a proud grin, he hauled his friends in style, unveiling a brand new luxury carriage just for them. The gnome clocked the whole job in an instant. Every single detail was hammered from adamantite, mithril, and entwood. At first glance, the crew looked totally normal, like nothing special was about to happen. The gnome practically vibrated with curiosity to peek inside, and Takumi had to confess the carriage was cheap, because he hunted down every material himself and processed it all too. The elf girl nearly gasped, so even aristocrats didn't live with luxury like this. Maid Maria burst up to them, grinning like a sunrise, because the master had finally wrapped up the construction at last. Takumi handed her the reins, told her to run the crew like a pro, and ordered her to judge how they performed in the heat of battle. The first test drive invite hit, and the girls let out squeals of pure, heart-racing excitement. The boy shoved the cabin door open and waved his companions inside. Meanwhile, the gnome slid into the driver's seat, grinning like he knew the ride about to blow their minds. The mustached giant leaned in and nervously asked if he could take Mr. DeGambo with him. The maid flashed a bright smile, saluted with style, and then bolted off to smash through the assignment. The news about that carriage ride to the royal capital hit the boy like a thunderclap, instant, explosive, and impossible to ignore. And that girl, glowing with pure kid-at-heart wonder, leaned out the carriage window and let the wind rush over her. He dropped into his seat with a grim, darkened expression, utterly crushed as the truth hit him. This is exactly where they were headed. This whole trip kicked off because of a conversation that happened 10 days ago. Then the entire company poured into the mansion's living room, staring at the new shock like their minds couldn't catch up fast enough. Sophia gasped in total shock, then demanded answers. Why was all of this happening at all? A cautious lift of his hand froze the moment and slammed the brakes on every word coming out. The master swordsmith leaned in and demanded, "Is this truly your master's work?" And Babek nodded back with a grin that screamed, "Yes, and it's flawless." With a heavy breath, he folded his hands and started laying out the whole situation. Turns out Takumi's drawings kicked off a whole toilet magic craze, mass-produced overnight, and that shockwave even hit the capital, leaving the boy blinking in total disbelief. Babek's grin practically lit up the room, because the workshop had exploded in growth, and the Marquis of Devin even handed over several of these urinals as a gift to the king himself. The girl pressed her chin in thought, staring at the wild, unprecedented reach of their invention like it had just blown her mind. The guest dropped the bombshell on everyone. Turns out the king loved Takumi's products so much he ordered his team to set up full-scale production right in the capital. The guy with glasses knitted his brow and dug into his memory, remembering all the people who toss out those totally absurd accusations. The blonde stiffened the moment she spoke the threat's name, ***, the Holy Empire of Sidonia ***. Turns out the local church completely lost it. How dare someone unleash holy magic to scrub plain old toilets? The high priest demanded the inventor be handed over right now, and seized every right with him, ranting like a man possessed that the divine gift belonged to him alone. The merchant just shrugged. Those churchmen had already tried smashing the magical tools, but Takumi's protection snapped into place and held them back flawlessly. Even after the king brushed off their wild demands, the companion kept his eyes locked on the truth. those people never fold, not for a second. The guest sipped his tea like it was nothing, then calmly said the false accusations from Sidonia haven't stopped, even to this day. All those political schemes crushed Takumi's spirit to the bone. But the real nightmare hadn't even started. The monarch wanted a one-on-one, and now the talented young man had been dragged straight to the palace. Panic seized Takumi's chest, because if he feared the marquis this much, then thinking about the king was downright terrifying. The merchant slammed his fist to his chest and swore, "I'm an honest businessman, I'll repay the rulers," trapping the boy with nowhere to run. With fear rattling through him, Takumi learned he'd be facing an audience in just 20 days, and his stomach dropped. The stunned boy was still frozen in shock, unable to shake the devastating news for what felt like forever. The moment they heard about the joint trip to the capital, the girls erupted in squeals of pure joy. They pounced on Mr. Babik right away, bombarding him with questions about their assignments. Meanwhile, the young man crumpled onto the sofa, and a crushing, bone-deep groan tore out of him as exhaustion finally caught up. Powerful jerk. The crew charged ahead with the dragon blazing beside them, and inside the boy leaned in and whispered wishes of sweet dreams to the sleeping giant Daganbo. Sophia burst into hearty laughter, loving every insane beat of that wild speed. Turns out the carriage was enchanted too. It slid so smoothly that even a giant bed could fit inside without breaking a sweat. Sophia slid into her seat at the table and confessed, with a stunned grin, that she'd never felt this kind of comfort on a journey before. The guy bragged that he could stretch the space itself, and poured in a mountain of money to make it shockproof so he could run everything his way. Suddenly, Sophia dropped her voice, and worry seeped into every word. In the corner, their companion sat frozen in a mask, drowning the room in a brutal aura of pure despair. The young man snapped the conversation to his spending, silently admitting he'd rather never think about why they were even going. He forced an awkward grin, like a regular commoner in a room full of luxury that felt way too unreal to belong to him. The boy figured Sophia might be used to it, but the second she started waving her hands, she got just as flustered as he was. Sophia leaned in and whispered, "Are you nervous?" right before he faced the king's audience. The boy's voice cracked as he admitted darkly he'd been cursed by a chilling premonition. Meanwhile, the carriage inched forward along the dusty road toward the capital. The girl shut her eyes tight, her resolve turning iron. Every single one of their claims got shut down. Takumi slumped back in his chair, fighting exhaustion because negotiating with these people felt impossible, though the elf reminded him the monarch had personally made the call. The boy stammered through his nerves, and Sophia flashed a sly grin, "So why don't you go ask the king what he thinks," right to his face. Takumi went rigid as steel clinked behind him and a chilling voice hissed, "If the king turns out to be a fool." The elf calmly warned that the master's life was hanging in the balance, while he grimly admitted it all began because of him. "I'll kill him right on the spot." In her mind, the sword flashed with a brutal strike, and she looked ready to rip the ruler apart the second any threat even flickered. The tension snapped out of the air. Sophia gave him a soft, steady smile and told him they weren't headed there to throw accusations at him. She gently pressed her hand to her chest and, with a heartfelt calm, pleaded for every worry to be set aside. Takumi exhaled in relief, then boom, the door ripped open and a noisy maid burst into the doorway like a storm. Right from the doorway, the girl blurted that the carriage was already waiting, and the boy asked in a sharp, no-nonsense tone how everything had gone. The maid's face tightened with a sudden frown, and she let out a sharp breath like she'd just cracked the answer. Maria blurted out, all fired up, that she wanted to slap some cool armor onto their carriage. Then Takumi just smiled, calm as ever. In her imagination, the crew suddenly hauled a giant cannon onto the roof and snapped razor-sharp blades onto the sides like it was nothing. With burning eyes, she launched into a chant about the raid, so intense it freaked him out completely because they were really riding for the peaceful capital. With his companion beside him, he froze for a second, then leaned in and asked carefully where Maria planned to drive that tank. A sly grin flickered across the Marquis of Bolton's face like he already knew the outcome. Near the eastern gates, a roar of townspeople surged in, circling a majestic dragon horse like it was about to unleash destiny. The adventurers gave Takumi a heartfelt goodbye and burst back into motion, heading straight for whatever waited next. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head like he didn't know what to do with himself. Now their road pointed straight to the capital, and to keep the caravan safe, they hired hard-hitting fighters from the trusted Lion's Fang squad. The stern fox mercenary snapped at the coachman for driving like it was a death race, and the girls traded respectful, tense looks. Takumi grinned and sprinted off to round up the nobles for the departure. While the guards were hunting Lord Babik and Marquis Godwin like they were ghosts, the two of them still sat there, staring in awe as the carriage shimmered with magic. The second Takumi stepped in, the plump Babik practically tackled him, staring in awe at the cart's insane design. He blurted and demanded cooperation nonstop, smashing the young man with a nonstop verbal assault until he just stood there, stunned. Marquis Godwin towered over his friend, practically cornering him, and demanded he never disturb Urumi again. Takumi leaned in and quietly reminded them, "Relax, the security's already waiting for us." Babik snapped to attention the second the guard called, and with a burst of joy, he leapt straight for the door. Before he rode off, Godwin honestly thanked the boy for the cozy carriage with its expanded space, and when the Marquis praised him too, Takumi's cheeks flared with proud, bashful heat. Borodin flashed a grateful nod and thanked Urumi for the item she showed him. The moment he stressed how crucial the issue was, Takumi lit up and blurted out, "Hold on," to steal the floor. That suffocating silence shattered as heavy footsteps thundered in. The boy jolted forward in the middle of their talk, leaning in like a secret was about to explode, panicking. Was his trip to the capital really getting cancelled? But when he spoke up, he fumbled out some weird mumble about farmer carts, and everyone around him just stared, totally lost. Just as the conversation hit its stride, an assistant in glasses exploded into the room, and in one breath he caught Marquis Godwin red-handed in his lie. He jabbed a trembling finger at the stunned aristocrat, calling out his sneaky tricks and tearing him down for it. Godwin snapped, then shoved the annoying subordinate out the door like they'd overstayed their welcome. Outside, Takumi calmly sank into the carriage as the Marquis stared, stunned, like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Straight ahead stretched a grueling 10-day trek from Bolton all the way to the royal capital. A massive leap right into the unknown. With zero rush, the whole crew sauntered right out through the city gates. While the wheels rattled and roared, Takumi pored over the map, replaying every word from his latest talk with Lord Babik. They were forced to slam into detours because the Marquis couldn't ignore his noble duty. He had to personally visit and pay for those tiny settlements along the route. Once they spotted the route on the map, Takumi's crew went completely disoriented, because their little group got an official invitation to visit Count Rockford's estate, alongside a marquis. The boy smirked like it didn't matter, because real aristocrats are waiting for them before they even reach the capital. The elf girl dropped her eyes in panic, and he soothed her with one clear truth: you can't keep living in fear forever. She flat out confessed that the title Count terrifies her, while Takumi sat there sipping his tea like it was nothing. Instead, he practically buzzed with excitement, itching to soak up every second of their first big ride to the capital in a homemade carriage. Takumi kicked his legs up and sank deeper into the armchair like he owned the whole room. A sly grin snapped onto his face. He straight up admitted he'd planned for this exact twist long before it ever happened. That sudden confidence washed over her like a wave, and in the end, she finally broke into a warm, real smile. The crew cruised through the loud streets, and just like that, every ounce of the team's first jitters vanished for good. After only a few days, they finally hit the border villages of Bolton County, and boom, everyone greeted them like heroes, while that familiar girl practically burst with excitement, dying to get a look at the legendary carriage. A familiar voice blared his name, snapping his attention in an instant. Selvius, the Bolton family's old vizier, stepped forward with a deep bow to welcome the newcomers, while one local stood there gaping at their wild transport like it was magic. The man blurted out, unable to hold back, "Can I please take a look inside?" And just like that, there was a ton to feast your eyes on: an ultra-durable Entwood body, wild details forged from adamantite and mithril, and springy parts that swallowed every single jolt like it never happened. Two men stood shoulder to shoulder, trading intense words about the trip they were about to take. The old man narrowed his eyes in approval, soaking in the restrained luxury of the materials like it was a promise. The old man solemnly insisted that if they want loud glory, they've got to pour everything into building up their lands. In this world, every step carries light and shadow, good knocks on one door and trouble kicks the other. So yeah, Urumi had no choice but to see it all with his own eyes. The boy's hand clenched because the king's arrival was seconds away, and every man knew their strength wouldn't stand a chance against the capital's predators. Meanwhile, Urumi was just messing around, flipping cards like it was the most fun thing in the world. He was genuinely ecstatic at the thought of conquering new heights. The old man just sat there, wordless, watching him like he was waiting for the moment to strike. The companion clung tight to the little one's back, like letting go would mean losing them. Urumi already picked out the coolest carriage in the whole place, just to flex for an acquaintance from Rockford. The long-tailed man flashed a predatory grin. Now it was time to throw their morals aside and go after Marquis Godwin. She pinned them with a sharp, cold stare, like she was sizing them up for judgment. Her sharp, icy presence practically forced the guests to wonder what could possibly have chilled her so much. 5 days of non-stop travel finally paid off. At the estate gates, a cheerful, bearded host greeted them with a huge, welcoming grin. The guests stared spellbound as the massive mansion towered over them. His long-haired companion murmured a quiet thank you for the shelter. Countess Rose Rockford, polished as steel, welcomed them with full-blooded dignity at her estate. The host snapped a piercing look at the guest. Little Rod and Amelia Bode introduced themselves and somehow swept the whole company right off its feet. Borodin yanked Godwin into the room, and right then, by mistake, he left that scared kid frozen in pure shock. Right then, the girl with pigtails blurted, "I'm Mr. Takumi's slave," while the Countess was already ushering everyone to bed before dinner. "Isn't that so?" Rose snapped her head around and pinned them with a predator's stare. Every girl froze in pure terror. The Countess slipped away in quiet calm, clutching her fan to shield her face from sight. The maid dropped into a humble bow, then motioned him on with a quiet, knowing gesture. Outside, the kids were already tearing into carefree fun, right beside a giant horned insect. Takumi stayed locked in the office, grilling the Count over every last detail. The maids escorted the girls to the guest room, and Maria burst into a breathless gasp at the sheer luxury. They finally got to catch their breath. The maid slammed a heavy bundle into their hands, silky, exquisite dresses meant for the evening reception. After a quick pause, they both slipped behind the screen to try on the gift. The girls burst out in brand new outfits, and they couldn't even believe what they were seeing. Suddenly, panic slammed into Maria. She remembered Mrs. Rose's icy stare, and dread hit her hard, like they were about to get hit with severe punishment for daring to do this. No tricks, the Count treated them like honored guests, but in his wife's eyes they were still nobody at all. A sharp memory hit. The Countess crushed her subordinates with humiliating cruelty, then stared at the girls with pure disgust like they were nothing but dirt. The elf girl snapped into a tense, razor-sharp alert. She shuddered at Rose's predatory stare, like she was sizing them up as if they were nothing but something to sell. Right then, the door ripped open, and the Countess's overly sweet, polite voice came pouring in like trouble. Terrified, the girls jerked back, shouting for Takumi like hope depended on it. But right at the threshold stood Rose, chillingly calm, like the cold had learned her name. The elf in the dark dress offered a soft, heartfelt thank you, while her partner awkwardly cowered behind her like he didn't know where to put his hands. The woman across from them stared them down, then nodded like she just found the perfect fit. And then she snapped her fingers and demanded everything be stripped away. As the girls panicked over the demand, the hostess finally blurted the truth. She couldn't believe these spotless, polished beauties could ever be ordinary slaves. Her eyes turned icy, slicing through everything in their path. The terrified girl sobbed through her tears, swearing they weren't hiding any secret devices at all. Beneath the clothes, she snapped, leaving no room for doubt. The girls went stone still with confusion, totally clueless about what secret they were being teased with. The secret, the hostess leaned in and hissed it like a threat. Then she launched at them mid-scream, demanding they spill the secret to their flawless bodies right now. The elf and her friend were completely stunned by what just happened. Right then, all three crashed onto the sofa, ashamed and burying her face, the hostess still trying to recover from her hysteria, while the elf leaned in carefully and demanded an explanation. The woman wiped the tear from her cheek with a handkerchief, her voice resigned as she promised she'd finally tell the truth. She spent her whole life hating her body, swallowing hours of agony in tight, constricting underwear because she was convinced a fancy dress was useless unless she had perfect curves. Sophia confessed that when she was young, she fled home because men terrified her, until the Count's love finally cracked her fear and set her free. Now terror clenched her heart because the one thing she feared most was that Emilia, her daughter, would end up inheriting this pain. Suddenly, the elf girl snapped open her cloak and flashed her perfectly shaped chest, made even bolder by a brand new bra. Sophia froze in pure shock, staring at the strange shapes like they were impossible. She pressed for answers on where to find something like that. Then the elf shoved the blushing craftswoman right into her. Sophia's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. The girl fumbled for words and finally admitted that the work was hers. The very next second, the noble lady dropped into a deep bow to the plain maid, pleading for her to sew the same things for her family. The elf jumped in shock when the order list called out the Count's name and his son S2. The girl calmly cleared it up. This order covers both the Graf and his son. She blinked. I leaned in and told them that lingerie like this would be perfect for Lady Emilia, while men, I said, probably wouldn't have any use for it. The elf girl shot a confused look at the mistress, silently begging for help. She swallowed hard, nodded anyway, and nearly choked, because the idea of a proper count crammed into a women's corset was absolutely horrifying. The girl practically glowed with pure joy. Maria blinked, totally thrown off. Then the second she understood what she just heard, it felt like lightning had hit her straight in the chest. Meanwhile, the Count smirked and bragged like a king. This Takumi carriage was pure non-stop luxury with a real bath and even a toilet. That young man only smiled sweetly, until the door exploded inward with a thunderous bang and Urumi dropped to her knees right on the threshold. She screamed at the top of her lungs and clamped her dead-tight hands on Takumi right in front of stunned Maria. Cloaked in a terrifying dark aura, the woman begged for help as if her life depended on it. So the scared boy instantly nodded and agreed to everything she asked. The tension snapped away. There stood Urumi again, dripping pure elegance, while Takumi just stared, weighing his choice to sew her lingerie. He swallowed hard, nerves screaming as if his heart had just been slammed by an emotional avalanche. The happy customer yanked Sophia by the hand and dragged her off, barking that he wanted to see every other model right now. Stayed by Maria's side, Takumi begged her to handle the delicate women's talks, but the moment he asked, the girl froze and hesitated. Her cheeks burned with a bright blush, and she bowed her head to apologize for getting lost in daydreams. The boy froze, then blinked hard like he couldn't believe what he just saw. Maria leaned in and called his name in a soft, urgent voice. She spun around, the deep cut on her back flashing like a warning, and then she awkwardly dodged the moment by bringing up that promised lingerie. The elf calmly decided it was unisex underwear, because their master had been wearing the exact same style. Takumi went ice cold with a sweat, his mouth locking up so hard he couldn't even manage 2 words. A confident voice right beside him promised, "From this moment on, you've got nothing to fear." His hand clenched the fabric so hard it jerked like it was fighting for its life. With eyes sparkling like stars, the girl grabbed Takumi's attention and swore that from now on, she'd personally stitch the cutest things for him. The boy's face went icy white with terror, and his frantic scream tore across the estate, because the girls had seen every single thing. A few days after they took off, the company pulled up on a hill, and there the girl was smiling, passing out snacks to everyone like she'd planned the whole moment. The man took a slow, satisfied sip of tea, savoring that sweet, quiet calm right before the capital's chaos swallowed him up. He shut his eyes and inhaled that rich, luxurious scent like it was a promise. Suddenly, the little girl fidgeted and waved her hand like crazy, yelling for the master to speed up and look ahead. Everyone dropped onto the rug again, grinning like, "Yep, this carriage's got a mini kitchen and it's exactly what we need." Spread wide before them was Bakaratos royal capital, and the kids froze on the spot, staring in jaw-dropping awe. Sunlight blasted across the city's bright stone walls and towering palaces, making everything gleam like it was on fire. The friendly guide led them straight to the By the Lake Hotel, where they'd be staying for the night. This was the exact heart of the elite aristocrats district, where the powerful lived and everything else paled in comparison. Inside, the hall blazed under dazzling chandeliers, and the guide wasted zero time. She pushed Takumi straight to the registration desk. Takumi nodded once, then ordered the girls to storm through and check the whole room. The second she crossed the threshold, she launched herself onto the bed with a booming exclamation. She sprawled across those massive, plush pillows with pure joy, like she finally found her perfect place to melt. Meanwhile, her companion gaped at the brochure in total disbelief. Turns out their very own floor had a whole lineup of baths, plus cosmetic massages. The giant horned insect curled up like it was sleeping, while the kids stumbled and fumbled around it, too clueless to realize what they were waking. The girl snapped her arm forward and thrust her hand out. Sophia and the maid tiptoed over the threshold into the luxurious apartment. With red hair blazing, she burst out in pure joy and yanked the elf's sleeve like she couldn't contain her excitement. The room was so lavish that Sophia's jaw dropped, like she'd stepped straight into a real noble estate. Takumi pitched a trip to the bathhouse and the girls went pale, because that local spa was basically reserved for the upper nobility. The boy's palms drenched with sweat the second he realized the place he'd rented was insanely expensive. He stared at the brochure in stunned silence, like it was about to change everything. Even when their master was busy, the friends refused to chill. They stayed tense and restless until he finished. The stubborn maid clenched her fists so hard her knuckles screamed. Takumi leaned in and said, "I'm meeting Mr. Babek, so while we've got this free time, we'd better make it count." Then he shot his finger up and barked a straight command to take him to the spa. It worked. Those red-haired girls' face lit up as she threw her hands in victory, and Sophia finally caved in, exhaling with pure relief. At last, Takumi handed the girls his secret pet and they squealed with joy, promising to scrub that little thing spotless until it practically gleamed. Takumi shoved the girls some filthy slime into their hands and told them to babysit it. They beamed and vowed to scrub the baby until it gleamed like pure perfection. A huge, open hall inside the local bar, all lit up and buzzing with energy. Right at lunch, Mr. Babek blindsided the boy with the bombshell. His carriage is headed straight for the king himself as a gift. Marquis Godwin decided he'd personally bring the young man before the ruler, just to flaunt that insane talent firsthand. And at the same time, he snagged royal backup to turbocharge the transportation expansion. The merchant swore they'd pay in full for every material, and Takumi, still blushing, kept waving off the praise like it was too much. During the visit, the boy pressed the question with real logic. Shouldn't they hand the crew over right then? He didn't even put up a fight, he just went along with it right away. Babek worried they wouldn't be ready before departure, but the young man shot that doubt down calmly, straight-faced, and dead sure. He casually pointed out that he'd put the last carriage together in just a couple of days, and the other guy was left completely baffled. The only snag, there just wasn't an ounce of free space left to get any work done. Wrapping this project up right here is way easier than bouncing back and forth between the capital and Bolton. Once he heard that, the old merchant gave a sly chuckle, and Takumi instantly went rigid. Babek even broke into a cold sweat, the tension hitting hard as memories of Bolton and the royal capital came roaring back. He leaned over the table toward Takumi and blurted out a real apology, taking full blame for the material mess. Suddenly his eyes hardened, like he'd just cracked the key and found the way out. With a thunderous thump, the man slammed his fist to his chest, then grinned and promised the shaken young man, "Don't worry, I'll take all of it myself." Meanwhile, the girls sank into the plush hotel baths and kicked back in pure luxury. A blast of hot water melted the road-worn fatigue right out of him. One of the girls grinned and pushed back on staying in the hotel. She begged to ditch the rooms and take a stroll through the capital with the host. Elf Sophia flashed a gentle smile that seemed to warm the whole room. She confessed that she had a proposal, right for Takumi herself. Little Keed giggled as she splashed in the water beside the slime, then asked the elf, wide-eyed and hungry, what she planned to eat next. Meanwhile, Takumi blew everyone's minds by announcing he was heading straight to the slave traders to build a carriage for the king. Sophia dropped dead still on the couch, completely baffled that he'd drag her into some sketchy workshop like it was totally normal. The boy shrugged and said the Slave Owners Association was the perfect hiding spot, and Babek's powerful connections instantly got them a massive space. The elf woman's face went paper-white in a blink. She blurted, trembling, if this was about the notorious slave trader Palm. Sophia spoke in a calm voice about the trading house, while Takumi stared in shock, blown away by how massive their business partner really was. He'd shot up from the sofa in a blur and yelled, bright as a sunrise, that they wanted to go with him too. Takumi stared at the elf girl in shock like, wait, do we even know each other? He caved almost instantly, then smiled and agreed to tag along with them for the next couple of days. The boy smiled and said, Any help with even the tiniest stuff would mean a lot right now. Heed the warrior balled her fist tight and vowed she'd go all in. Sophia flashed an elegant smile and promised it wouldn't cause her a single problem. After thanking the girls, Takumi quietly earmarked one extra special thanks just for the way too proactive Keed. Dusk slammed into the sky. Near the estate, furious Babek, still in his nightcap, gasped in shock as he stared at the carts marked Palm Trade in Slaves. The bespectacled man stayed cool, then quietly but firmly reminded the old guy about the deal they made back when they first agreed to rent out the building. Late at night, the quiet around the estate got ripped open by a deep, bone-grinding rumble as they dragged down an insanely heavy crate. The armed drivers only flicked a lazy glance toward the chaos. Babek, seething with rage, yanked the tenant by the collar and demanded answers about the living goods, while the tenant stammered that he'd been too busy. The bespectacled man in that patterned coat loomed over the stout man like a storm, fierce and unshakable. He snapped that he wanted answers, then cut the conversation short like, "I'm not spilling anything about my business." Blonde-haired and bursting with fury, he yelled it out and shoved every last doubt straight onto Marquis Godwin. "Everything has its time," he hissed through gritted teeth, holding back a wave of rage. The portly brute snapped at the guest to stay put, snarling that the estate was crawling with slaves. Then he heard a shaky, understood, "Come right back." Then the man snapped his head and power-walked straight into the dark like he had something to outrun. In the end, he just flicked his finger over his shoulder and ordered the whole mess cleaned up. Then the other guy snapped back with a quick, obedient yes. Meanwhile, in the maid's bathroom, they huddled close and whispered that Mr. Barton was totally off, like something had snapped in him today. The girls stood there stunned because they couldn't stop thinking about what happened, especially since they'd been ordered to stay out of those chambers. Meanwhile, the fox girl clutched the cloak to her chest, and right then a sharp premonition slammed into her, one she couldn't even explain. It all kicked off with a flashback to young Barton, the respectable man himself, and the one-eyed beauty Mulin. The now mature owner of the trading house leaned toward his guest and slipped him a small, dangerous request. That young guy turned out to be Takumi Uruma, and he just burst into the Parma Slave Trade Association's building. The master bowed low with full respect because everyone already knew Uruma, the legendary alchemist who'd come before him. The young man flashed a careless grin, blurted out that he urgently needed a slave, and the moment the words hit, his conversation partner completely lost their footing. Barton's face twisted into pure, jaw-dropping confusion. That demand came straight from what happened the night before. Those elf maidens finally sat down with their master and demanded a real, serious talk. The girls bluntly said it because he's stuck grinding nonstop, he forgets to eat and just keels over from exhaustion right there on the workshop floor. Uruma nodded and admitted they needed fresh hands, and then the idea to reach out to the Parma Association hit like a perfect, game-winning move. But all that did was freeze the other person in stunned silence. The talk snapped back to the present, and an awkward silence crashed down in the huge trading house hall. Barton simmered with rage. How dare that genius alchemist, dressed like some kid, blow him away with a request the moment they met. The boy awkwardly froze for a beat, unsure what to do next. But the real gut punch hit Barton the moment he found out the elven companion wasn't just found. She'd been bought in Murana from a merchant named Bolton. The man fidgeted with his glasses and forced a calm, respectful tone, even though his nerves were screaming. Suddenly, shock twisted his face as he realized where the elf girl might have come from, but the boy beside him snapped his disbelief into stone. With a grimace, he spat out the name, the Murano slave trade from Bolton ***. The boy kept his cool and asked, straight up, where they'd bought the slave girl down to the exact spot. The merchant snapped on a slick business mask and started singing praises about the incredible selection in his shop. The young man stood there in tense silence, gripping every second, waiting for what happened next. With a charming, flattering smile, the host guided the elf upstairs to hammer out every detail of the deal, then left the poor thing standing there, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, in some other room, panic detonated the second key'd vanished out of nowhere. The maid's eyes were blazing with panic, and she was practically trembling as she begged everyone around her. One of the girls clenched her resolve and swore she'd track that boy down and drag him back. Maria got sharply chewed out and was ordered to lock herself in her chambers right away, because the dangerous part of the market could get her into serious trouble. Right then, another buyer slammed the deal shut. He didn't want that rare girl fox at all. he only cared about a ready-to-fight combat unit, not a kid. To the little one, the whole world smeared into a blur. She begged them, she swore she'd study like crazy, but under those icy stares from the adults, all she could do was hang her head and apologize, defeated. The girl sank into a gloomy silence as the employer shut her down. He didn't want a rare magical marvel. He needed a ready-to-fight combat crew with zero fuss. She came back with nothing, and the second she stepped over the threshold, her little sister latched onto her legs, sobbing like her heart would break. Drowning her worries in the library's dead silence, she jerked her head up like something had snapped. His stare locked onto that ancient book, and the world seemed to stop. Lately, strange, obsessive dreams kept clawing into her mind again and again, until a sour, burning hatred started to take root in her chest. The girl shot up in shock, snapping her eyes to the source of that sudden, loud noise. Suddenly, a brutal crash tore through the room. Someone cursed stumbled in and slammed onto the shelves, sending books and pages exploding everywhere. The girl shrieked in panic, clapping thick, heavy tomes over herself to block the rain. From beneath the crushed wreckage, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed for her. A worried warrior stepped in front of her like he was an enemy by accident, and the moment she locked eyes with him, he blushed instantly. Rage and panic hit at once. His face flared red, and every word of fear and confusion jammed shut in his throat. The stranger blurted out, panicked about the wounds, and the girl shot up on her feet, flinging her arms wide as she insisted she was totally fine. The warrior and her Arachne companion hurriedly begged forgiveness for the ruined books, and the hostess awkwardly dropped her ears in embarrassment. When he heard nobody got hurt, the intruder flashed a small, relieved smile. The blonde dropped her eyes to the open book, and guilt hit like a punch as she saw the pages were ruined beyond saving. Leva froze in shock as Arkin suddenly dropped to his knees and bowed deeply to her, roaring out a heartfelt apology. In the library, the girl lunged at the old alchemy manuals, tearing through the pages like she was hunting the exact formulas she needed. The second she grabbed that book she'd been craving, her eyes lit up like wildfire. Meanwhile, footsteps thundered down the corridor, echoing like a countdown. The peace shattered in an instant. Mr. Barton snapped and urgently summoned Leva. She stood there, utterly stunned, watching everyone stride toward their next brutal challenge. The dark-haired girl clamped onto Leva's hand and yanked her forward without giving her a second to think. The door slammed open with a roar, and the girl standing there wasted no time, blasting into a loud protest. In the hall, dread hit them. News came fast. A mysterious buyer had shown up, and now all three of them were lined up as candidates for slavery. The long-haired woman let out a slow sigh, already guessing her client wasn't much of a talker. Instead, the blonde head sank with heavy gloom as she clutched her clothes to her chest, painfully, like she couldn't breathe. Leva inched to the door crack, held her breath, and nearly slipped up, because the buyer's face finally clicked in her mind. The dark-haired woman gave a crooked smile like she couldn't believe it. Respecting a slave's will inside these walls was a rarity so wild it almost didn't exist. Mr. Barton rounded up 3 slave girls and told them the rules had changed. This client was different, and he demanded the assistant agree to every term himself. The customer wasn't a customer at all, he was a guest from Bolton, staying temporarily inside the trading house. The tall girl calmly pressed for the gritty details of the deal. The client demanded a very specific kind of mage adventurer, one who'd also help in the forge and handle alchemy, then uproot their life and permanently settle in Bolton. The maidservant swallowed the shock in complete silence, like the words had teeth. The short-haired woman shot down the offer on the spot. Her family was right near the capital, and a far-off move wasn't happening at all. She shot him a confident smile and said no like there was no arguing. The tall girl hesitated too, then dropped her gaze like she couldn't bear to look up. Barton calmly told them to speak the truth, no hiding their real thoughts. While the merchant braced for rejection after rejection, Layla, the little beast girl, suddenly found her voice, hesitating but determined to speak up. Her cheeks flared red, and the excitement hit so hard it almost overwhelmed her. The high priestess claimed her magic is no match for anyone, but she made it clear she's no producer at all, so she had to refuse too. Suddenly both girls whipped their fingers at Layla, remembering her fiery love for alchemy, and Barton stared at the beast woman with hungry expectation. Layla's doubts snapped in half. She clenched her fists, declared she'd handle it, and begged the client for a meeting, no questions asked. The entire company hit hit the brakes, eyes wide, staring at the open doors like something terrifying had just walked through. The bespectacled man stayed cool and told the cat girl he'd take her to her master right now. Her companions trailed behind her, and instead of worry, they just smiled, calm, easy, and totally unbothered. A polite voice drifted from behind the door, thanking them for the wait. Leva clenched her fists so tight her knuckles went pale, trying to calm her nerves and swear to herself that this time it had to work. She snapped into a sharp bow, reciting her memorized words like a vow, "I'm Leva from the Beast Folk tribe," then declared she was ready to become the loyal servant assistant to the alchemist. Her confusion hit so hard she jerked up and sprang in place. Her eyes bulged with pure, stunned shock. Instead of some terrifying master, a friendly young guy stood right in front of her, Takumi Uruma, and he wasted no time, offering to hash out every single detail face to face. The girl beast softly wiped the child's face as they burst into carefree laughter. Inside the estate, tension snapped higher and higher. Aristocrats pressed in, demanding to know about the young client, while Leva panicked, babbling excuses as she tried to justify the elf's connection. Uruma behind those glasses went stone still with a dark chill, and the girl jolted back in fear. The young man calmly gestured the guest over, inviting him to sink into the luxurious sofa like it was his throne. Leva frantically shook her head, trying to kick those inappropriate thoughts out of her mind. That young guy stepped forward and told them he was a Bolton craftsman, then wasted zero time. He needed help in the outbuilding right then and there. He made it clear the next steps are inseparable from magic, alchemy, and blacksmithing. When they mentioned alchemy, Leva shot straight up like he'd been zapped, and everyone in the room went wide-eyed. Her eyes lit up like fireworks, wild with curiosity. Suddenly, the elf cut in mid-conversation and demanded permission to speak. A deep, hidden pain crawled onto her face like it had been waiting to break free. Uruma let out a heavy sigh, staring at the flushed Leva as excitement crackled across their face. The elf leaned in and admitted it in a hush. Arno's things had alchemy books, no doubt about it. Now Uruma finally got the full picture. This girl wasn't just here to watch. She was secretly gulping down sorcery and magic like it was knowledge meant for her. The cat girl lit up with joy, gripping that book like it was the greatest alchemical base of all, and Aaron just calmly asked, could it be the main encyclopedia of Arnold? He smirked like he knew the ending all along. The girl snapped that this perfectly sensible book was getting axed just because it felt old school, and Aaron shot back that letting the basics slip was unforgivable, though deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling he was nothing more than a tired, fading copy of Arnold. She let out a frustrated sigh when she realized that easy-to-get book was gone for good, and she promptly scoffed at the idea, calling it outdated. They were both swept up completely and totally by the same all-consuming passion for alchemy. Takumi's sudden visit shattered the sweet calm, and the couple yelped in panic, bowing non-stop with rushed apologies while the man just stared in stunned confusion, thinking, how are these two so painfully similar to me? They stayed locked in a shaking deep bow, pleading for mercy like their lives depended on it. Finally catching his breath, he dropped back onto the couch. Then it hit him, Leva wasn't just bluffing, he really did use alchemy too, but the moment the idea landed, doubt surged in. Could a couple of basic trials even count as real skill? Leva shoved a sheet at him, stamped with a hexagram, and demanded to know what kind of magic it was. Aaron snapped into action, read the material restoration formula instantly, but his gut erupted into panic, screaming no, as he lied to her right to her face. He blinked innocently and swore he understood absolutely nothing at all. And right before my eyes, that cursed circle of transmutation flickered, like it was answering a silent scream clawing from inside my chest. Leva clutched the sheet to her chest, fought back tears, and blurted out that in her region it's just a plain recipe for bee honey, while Aaron froze in total shock. His eyes blazed with fury and hope, and a huge, unstoppable smile burst across his face. The young man suddenly offered Leva the job as his assistant, so the fox girl just froze, staring at the paper like she'd lost the power to speak. She couldn't hold it in, she blurted out, shaking, "Why would you make a call like this?" The boy flashed a soft smile and pressed his request again, like he wouldn't take no for an answer. Leva stared at the paper, baffled. She didn't recognize the sweets at all. Then, out of nowhere, a young man conjured an entire plate of real cream pastries in front of her using alchemy. The girl snapped her mouth open in shock, staring like she'd just seen the impossible. The young man beamed and kept right on talking, sharing the recipe for this beloved traditional snack. Leva's eyes softened as the memory hit. Rainy days, her and her younger brother hunting honey to make these sweet treats. The moment he heard honey, his whole body snapped awake. He blurted out where she was from so fast the girl flinched in shock. Then he straightened up, faced his senior colleagues, and calmly said he understood it all the moment he saw it. The elf and the old alchemist both snapped with tension in the exact same moment. Suddenly, Leva dropped into a deep bow and blurted, desperate as a storm. She pleaded to be accepted and swore she'd throw her whole strength into the work. She froze in place, heart hammering, hope glowing, and a shy blush creeping up her cheeks. The boy burst into a big laugh and shot his hand out to her, grinning like, "Welcome to the team." When he laid out the deal, big daily pay and bonuses, Leva's brain totally blanked, and when he tried to tack on more, she snapped into panic, flailing her hands like, "No, no, no." Leva didn't just say it, she declared loud and clear that she's sending her entire paycheck to her parents. The boy warned her she'd be trapped in slavery forever, but she didn't flinch. In her village, women actually chose these contracts to keep their families alive. She vowed, above everything else, to yank her little brother out of poverty and get him the education he deserved. The girl begged for permission to visit the house at least once a year, and the young man nervously turned to Sophia for advice. With Master Leva watching over her, the blonde knew she'd snap her instincts into place and learn how to earn her own way fast. Sophia backed this request with her whole heart. Leva's face flushed crimson, her mentor's smile turned warm and steady, and the boy fumbled for the right words, sounding instantly nervous. The bespectacled man cut in mid-conversation, tossing out the idea that they drop the stiff formalities and finally sign the contract. A burst of light exploded, and in the blink of an eye, magic dressed Leva in a brand new, elegant hooded dress. She stared in shock, lifting those fluffy ears like she couldn't believe any of this was actually real. Right as she was about to step into the hallway, a brutal scream tore through the air. Leva recoiled in pure terror. The dark-haired boy barreled toward her neck, grinning with pure excitement as he welcomed her, because she was the first out of their nest. That sudden hug slammed into her so hard it nearly sent her tumbling to the ground. Kara stared her friends down, voice shaking with determination, begging them not to let go of the chances she needed. She dropped her ears in shame and blurted that she wasn't being mean, she was just terrified for them. And the girls, they've already snatched up other big, pay-worthy offers. The short-haired friend leaned in and promised, "Once we sign that contract, we're out of here fast." Her partner tossed off the rough work with a proud grin, and her friend just stood there flapping her arms like an awkward little bird. Kara genuinely thanked everyone for everything, but the girls waved it off, begging her to cut the formalities and tell them straight what her next plans were. They plopped on the bed and basically dared the moment to last a little longer, because they wanted to stay together. Kara beamed with warmth, swearing she'd never forget him, but before her breath even settled, her friends were already bombarding her with, "So, how old is he? And is he married?" The very next day, Kara stormed up to the separate estate where her new life of service was about to begin. She froze, nerves screaming, like the moment had just slammed into her chest. The girl knocked with trembling care, remembering every whisper about the master's other slave, so stunning it felt unreal. The door blasted open and out shot a jittery Leva, no elegant lady in sight. She rocketed straight at Kara, beaming, shouting that she'd just landed a new job. The master calmly snapped everyone to attention, and Leva, tears streaking her face, blurted out an apology for the noise she'd made. Just like that, another girl stepped in to watch over the little one, and Kara stood there blinking, completely thrown off by all this chaos. Spider-Girl Maria squared her shoulders, puffed her chest out with pride, and declared that this whole house and everyone's care rested on her alone. The fox froze, blinking in total confusion as the spider blurted out apologies all over again. Right on cue, an excited shout burst out, while the girl once again launched into non-stop apologies. Her companion cut in coolly, shutting down the idea that they even needed to bring it up. All he gave back was a thoughtful grunt, like his mind was racing under the surface. Maria sank into a deep bow, her guilt crashing down, and begged for forgiveness for showing up out of nowhere. The spiders hyped Demoness keyed as Takumi's most seasoned servant, and the newcomer lit up like a kid on first day, ready to learn from her mentor. The master cut them off and laid out the whole situation. Then loyal Keed shot forward and offered to hunt it down right away. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He was desperate to make the intro, but the person just vanished without a trace, swallowed up by subspace. As he tried to explain himself, the girls erupted into excited chatter about that gorgeous carriage, all while the bright, bustling city roared around them. Takumi refused to drag his feet and kicked things off by putting this promised crew on full display first. A sharp command to keep moving forward echoed across the stone steps. The 43rd chapter is here. Our thrilling journey to the title of the greatest alchemist is about to kick back off. After that brutal night shift, the master and the apprentice looked exactly the same, dead tired, so they both crashed out on the spot at their workstations. Just 2 days after joining the team, Leva was already happily out there sweeping the yard, flashing warm hellos at Uruma like it was no big deal. That boy was finally about to take a careful look at Marquis Godwin's lavish royal carriage, until the girl up before the sun had already beat him there. Uruma beamed at Levi and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. He knew exactly how brutal it was for her to adapt, and he praised her hard-earned effort so boldly that her cheeks flushed bright red. He scanned the crew, then nodded hard, because this presentation carriage was finished way faster than he ever expected. The shy girl swallowed her nerves, then genuinely thanked him for giving her the chance to be here. Uruma soothed her with a gentle smile that felt like a warm blanket. He kept hunched over his work, studying every detail like it was life or death. Leva beamed and basically confessed, "I'm insanely happy working in this workshop." She practically radiated energy, flashing back to every new technique, and the way those masters welcomed an absolute beginner with nothing but warm, open arms. Uruma nodded, fully agreeing with that idea like it hit the mark. With a confident grin, the girl swore she'd give it her all to be useful to both the king and the marquis. When Uruma flicked his eyes to the wheels of the ready carriage, a heavy sadness hit him, because saying goodbye to his own creations had always been painfully hard. Takumi stood there with chest puffed out, soaking in the sight of the luxurious carriage his team had forged together. Riding in the carriage toward the castle, the boy slumped in total exhaustion, and his bespectacled companion kept blurting out apologies for piling on too much work, until Takumi calmly shook his head and quietly refused. He stayed there, head bowed low, like he was bracing for impact. A tense hush dropped over the carriage, like the whole ride held its breath. The man praised the new workers' skills at Barton, and Takumi lit up with a cheerful grin as the carriage rolled out, turning out perfect. Just last night, he looked like a walking corpse. Panic and adrenaline hit after he finished the project in a flash, and sleep wouldn't come. With a confident grin and his arms stretched out, Takumi boldly said he can't wait for whatever new tasks are coming next. The satellite told him he'd march straight to the king for an audience himself, then urged the boy to just shut his eyes and rest. He added that Leva would stroll through the capital with Sophia while their crew closed in on the castle at last. When Takumi saw those towering walls, his whole body shook and his mind screamed, "I need out right now." Meanwhile, in a different room, Sophia was slipping into a fresh outfit when her heart jolted. She swore she heard her master's voice calling from somewhere nearby. The girl's smile collapsed as she dropped her eyes, because deep down she knew he wasn't here. She let out a heavy sigh, then blamed it all on her own imagination, like her mind was making everything up. But right as her mind drifted, a sudden tug jerked the curtain. Her friends were already pounding on the door, shouting for her to show the dress. The maid fidgeted behind the screen, peeking out and demanding, "Are we all ready yet?" The girl with wolf ears crept out in a brand new hooded outfit, all flustered as compliments hit her like fireworks. She still couldn't shake the doubt that she deserved all that beauty, but the maid perked up and snapped her out of it, saying it was Lord Takumi's direct order and caring for them was her job, plain and simple. She promised Leibai a whole stack of new dresses and non-stop dress-up games, then it hit her fast. Keed had been starving for ages. His eyes swept the bright, sunlit street, like he was hunting for something. The maid flashed a bright smile and barked, "Move on." The tall swordswoman ground to a halt and stared in total silence at the roaring city crowd. The second someone suggested they check out the cafe, the whole company erupted in happy cheers and clapped like crazy. Meanwhile, in the nightly camp's courtyard, Marquis Godwin strutted up to Takumi and unveiled a jaw-dropping, brand-new luxury carriage. The boy's mouth fell open as he nodded, then blurting out, once this mess is finished, can I see you? The Marquis snapped into a grin and declared that Takumi's personal crew was finally fully done. The old master with glasses bowed low and commanded the room's attention with quiet respect. Godwin swore he'd deliver the transport the very moment the audience with the king ended. Takumi stared at the door's razor-fine patterns, already picturing himself here, tapping Tsubaki's power and making it perfect. Uruma declared that he's going to personally take his brand new carriage out for a test drive himself. He beamed as he proudly said it was a gift for the king. Then, right out of the blue, an old knight nearby snapped, asking if it was really his handiwork. The boy gave a quick nod. He confessed he just wanted to make the ruler happy, and the old man praised the crew's simple, unshowy design like it was exactly right. The knight was busy praising the carriage when nobles, faces contorted with terror, barreled in and screamed, "Your Majesty." One guy panicked mid-breath and blurted that the meeting was meant to happen in the conference hall, and that showing up here on the street was straight-up disrespect. But the old man just smiled calmly and told him straight up he loved everything more than anything. The officials snapped to stillness, like someone hit pause mid-chaos. The man snapped that sitting in a stuffy room just to follow formalities was insanely boring, and stunned Uruma started quietly snapping the pieces together in his head. A dead, suffocating silence slammed into the air like a weight. Commander Galahint and Prime Minister Simon shook with fear, soaked to the bone in cold sweat, insisting they'd personally take charge of him right here. The old man calmly waved the guards back from the gate. He didn't need any escort at all. He spun around and finally threw the cards out. Right there in front of the stunned kid stood none other than Robos Bakira, the ruler of this country. The lord tossed the formalities aside, clamped a solid grip on Uruma's shoulder, and personally hauled the alchemist in for an invite right to his side. The advisor stared at the king's lavish carriage, then leaned in and urged him to hold the meeting right there inside. Their spaceship-sized space was absolutely massive, so the moment the monarch saw it, he launched into praise and heaped credit on Uruma for his masterful expansion magic. He thanked the young man for saving the capital from that awful stench with all his heart, then told him the public banquet was cancelled because they couldn't afford to lure the enemy's eyes. After the recent sanitary crisis, the guard kept the streets under control, refusing to let chaos creep back in. Uruma nodded with full seriousness, finally getting exactly what it meant to be shielded by the Bakura kingdom. The ruler squinted like he was satisfied, but his fingers dug into his trouser fabric, betraying a jittery nervousness. He pledged a real, meaningful reward would come someday, and the boy's face lit up as he accepted it with heartfelt gratitude. His hand clenched the fabric so hard the cloth bunched under his grip. Once again, the king burst into a warm smile, completely captivated by the wisdom his companion just dropped. The king leaned in and promised, "Tell me what you need, I'll pull any amount from the treasury, no matter how massive it is." Uruma bowed, pressed his hand to his chest, and thanked the monarch for cutting the fire away from him just in time. The boy lit up with a huge, shining smile as he answered the ruler's brand new proposal. He nodded yes instantly, no questions asked. The monarch let out a breath of relief, stunned that a talk this huge could happen with so much ease. Meanwhile, the ruler snapped up the proposal, joyfully hopping into the brand new carriage. The shocked young man just froze, blinking hard as the chaos exploded around him. The cold-faced men snapped back that they got the order. That bright smiling young man waved them aside and urged them to wait. Right then, the new carriage's test drive was about to kick off. Suddenly, both of their faces warped with real, gut-dropping horror. A massive horned beast slipped in from the shadows, and with a playful shove, it nudged the terrified guest in his suit, completely silently. A terrified gasp tore through the crowd when they saw exactly who the beast had snatched. The guests barreled up, demanding, "Are you okay?" And he just nodded, totally confused, telling them everything was fine. Meanwhile, inside the lavish Holy Empire temple, Princess Elizabeth got hit with horrifying news. Someone had unearthed a deadly pagan artifact. That quirky little sealed item has already slipped into kingdom after kingdom, and the magical investigation came up empty, no answers, nothing. She let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Her father was absolutely furious at her helplessness. Kneeling in the dust, the scouts swore they'd finally found the shadow distribution channel, and he'd shut down the evil spreading from it no matter what it cost. Elizabeth's gaze turned knife-sharp, and with a single imperious command, she ordered her subordinate to unleash the divine power. She stepped in herself, determined to burn the seeds of darkness before they ever had a chance to sprout. Under the hall's arches, a chilling vow boomed: wipe out every seed of despair before it ever sprouts, no matter the cost, even if that means you handle it yourself. With a sly little smile, the blonde woman lifted her palm. Then a magical circle ignited above it, and you could feel she was moments away from unleashing her grand plan. He was casually jabbing the console buttons, eyes on the screen as he geared up for a special episode about to kick off. The mysterious tattooed blonde tore open a subspace, a dream hell world made of illusions, one that'll vanish without a trace the second she wakes. It all kicked off for one reason only: to hype up the big, incoming release of the 6th comic volume. The host snatched the mic and blasted a shout into the hall like a starting gun. The backdrop tore open with a violent snap, and the whole scene flipped instantly. The young man couldn't wait to tally up the chips from the new tome, praying this fresh leva would finally back him up, not just for crafting, but for the kind of real adventure that changes everything. The fox girl snapped her breath in total shock, staring at that sudden wave of attention like it hit her out of nowhere. The heroes beamed at their fresh cover, while stern Sophia read out the praise, because Leva's gentle smile had people talking. That little fox awkwardly mumbled thanks, and inside his head he panicked at how painfully Sophia was turning into a picky editor. Sophia gripped a notebook packed with hilarious rough sketches like it was her lifeline. Right out of nowhere, the host blared that the debut idol group Alchemist was next, and everyone's like, huh? Except Sophia, who instantly flipped into full marketing mode. With a sharp flick of her glasses, she snapped that those contextless ads would just leave viewers feeling numb. Suddenly, she snapped around on her heels. In a ruffled, bright dress, the smiling idol leaped onto the stage and proudly declared that this mysterious group was them. Then the whole team got crushed. The blonde girl and her tiny sidekick just stood there, completely stunned. The dress ribbon jerked in the air, and the boy beside her just stared, blinking like he couldn't make sense of what he'd seen. In the blink of an eye, he clutched the fan light sticks tight, eyes locked forward, shock hitting him like a wave. A wild commotion erupted. Girls started firing off angry cheers to back their master, Takumi, while he, totally panicked, begged them to please slow down. Silhouettes shot past in a blur, the whole world streaking with speed. The company refused to shut up, and they all roared in unison for one thing: give them their chance. Takumi shot into a cold sweat, shot his hand up in panic, and begged, "Stop this circus, please." But the red-haired girl clung to him with wild excitement, pushing him forward like she couldn't wait another second. Suddenly, the blonde snapped into the perfect idol pose right into a big heart, and the crowd erupted with wild applause and spinning lightsticks, even as she kept yelling no, in denial. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the royal advisor couldn't shake off what that magic-bending boy had unleashed, because it made no sense, not even for a second. The man grabbed his head, replaying the terrifying smile on Takumi's face as he flaunted those abnormal abilities. The Grey Monarch sat in crushing silence, realizing deep down that an ordinary person could never pull something like that off. In front of them, a brand new toilet sat there like a miracle. An alchemist had just conjured it out of thin air calmly right before their eyes. A crushing silence smothered the whole room, like it was waiting to explode. In the end, the advisor fidgeted with his glasses and finally blurted it out: "This kid is a straight-up madman." Suddenly, the king snapped around and threw every audience out, then even shoved loyal Knight Simon out the door. The men froze in pure jaw-dropping shock. The monarch snapped his mouth shut and barked a brutal command: total silence. No soul in the kingdom was allowed to learn the truth about Takumi's real power. A few days later, inside the alchemist's estate, the girls buzzed with joy, faces bright, pride fully on display after that victorious run to the capital. One of them lit up as they joyfully recounted the lingerie order they'd placed for Mrs. Rockford herself. They were bursting with joy because the master himself handed them a major task personally. Now they had one mission burning in their hearts: use every last skill they had and pull off this plan no matter what it cost. A soft, almost dreamy grin flickered across her face. As she watched her friends laugh and rush about the room, a bold new goal ignited in her mind. Meanwhile, the girls skipped through the moment like nothing could touch them, laughing and calling to each other with pure, carefree joy. Meanwhile, inside the guild, the clerk grinned and slid a brand new adventurer's card to the hooded girl. "All set, your registration is officially locked in." Takumi scratched the back of his head, instantly realizing his team was nothing but a bunch of weirdos. The clerk snapped open the dossier, and even with that dreadful overall rank, their real combat wins and gathered materials were every bit as elite. But the real problem sat in the composition. Every last avant-garde move was riding on one single Takumi. The boy snapped into a fierce frown and swore, with shaking certainty, that he'd do every single thing he could to stop the team from going under. Suddenly, a terrifying presence surged into existence right behind him. A heavy palm clamped onto the boy's shoulder, and the stranger calmly introduced himself as a humble alchemist. Takumi spun around, shock hitting him like a punch. With his gaze lowered, he admitted in a soft voice that all he wants is one thing: to become an even stronger fighter. Hearing that, the burly bald giant erupted in roaring laughter across the hall and swore he'd put Takumi through pure hellish training, so hard it nearly turned Takumi gray on the spot. Digambo erupted into laughter as the drained Takumi groaned, clinging to the barrel like it was the only thing holding him together. Winter dragged on, and with no jobs left, the barracks started hunting for fresh recruits to throw into training. The blacksmith narrowed his eyes with sympathy, knowing those sadistic instructors were about to make their lives a living nightmare. The moment the boy heard "Winter Hell," his mind snapped into motion. The ruthless coach was hurling the recruits through the air like nothing but dirty rags. Just the thought of that kind of reinforcement drained the color from Takumi's face until he looked like a corpse. Miku suddenly slammed into his panic, cutting it off mid-surge. Digambo snapped at the boy that from this moment on, he wasn't just any alchemist anymore. He had to learn how to defend himself and keep everyone he loved safe. He demanded everyone be ready for anything. The fox girl snapped her eyes wide in shock, forcing herself to play the role of the newcomer in the forge. She whipped her hands into the air, stunned by the mountain of raw materials they'd already prepped. Miku burst from table to table, eyes wide as she finally laid hands on real magical tools for the very first time in her life. The wooden crates were stuffed so tight with ore they nearly burst, and the masters had one brutal plan: forge the whole arsenal in one go. Zidoravan stood tall and declared with pure pride that winter was the best season their guild had ever seen. As Takumi scanned the brand new, totally remodeled space, it finally hit him: this wasn't just prep, it was an insane, never-before-seen scale of everything. The bearded blacksmith grumbled that he desperately wanted to beg Takumi for help. Then the boy got yanked away before he could even speak. Leva beamed and praised him hard, saying their collaboration sharpened her skills and raked in a mountain of orders. When she heard the guild might be short on hands, she swallowed her fear and quietly volunteered anyway. The dwarf froze on the spot, his surprise hitting like lightning. Hearing about the host's winter training, she blurted with pure passion that she's desperate to get stronger too. Takumi burst into a shocked gasp, completely thrown off. Digambo narrowed his eyes with a sneaky, knowing smirk. That tiny fox dug in her heels, swearing she'd sharpen her skills and prove her worth, no matter that she was just an ordinary assistant. Then the blacksmith leaned in and grilled Takumi about her skills, and he promised that she learns at lightning speed and will absolutely shine under a master like that. Leva sucked in a breath and held it tight, like the moment might shatter. With a thunderous clap, Digambo slammed his fist into his palm, then snatched her away from the student. Takumi didn't hesitate, he gladly gave his full consent. The giant swore he'd hunt the fox all the way to the seventh sweat, and she dropped into a deep bow, pouring out her gratitude. So Winter slammed into the workshop, grinding, exhausting days stacked up, while secret thoughts brewed in silence. The cat-eared girl sprawled back and slowly slurped her drink through a straw, while the dark-haired guy watched her with eerie calm. Meanwhile, someone leaned in and expertly cranked that paper bag full to the brim of shaped cookies, squeezing it like they were trying to make every last one fit. Takumi's signature tracksuit, custom-built for total freedom of movement and cushioned to blunt every brutal hit. They decided to unleash the brand new gear right on the Adventurers Guild training field and see what it could really do. The light-haired boy shot up from his seat in a flash, grinning like he just found his moment, and he hurled a punch straight at the bald man with the mustache. A piercing whistle-like slash tore through the air. But the giant didn't even blink, he just took the hit head-on with a mocking grin. He pushed through the chaos like it was nothing, not a single bead of sweat ever breaking free. Right then, the giant snapped back with a brutal strike, yanking the boy backward as he swore through clenched teeth. A massive fist slammed into the void, blasting a brutal wave of destruction everywhere. The boy snapped his teeth shut and slapped open the magic circle like he meant it. A giant fist crackled with ominous power, swelling with pure destructive energy. The shining barrier cracked under the enemy's assault, and he roared through the chaos that in battle you can't bank everything on magic. Seizing the opening, the young man lunged in and drove a vicious punch straight into the stunned giant's chest. The girl beamed as she hovered over the battered young man. Takumi's 296th round ended in defeat, so now it was Uruma's turn to step into the ring. The battered boy just let out a heavy sigh as she pressed the healing herbs into his hands, her hands, not his, her smile fading as she realized he de-brewed them himself. The giant leaned in and kept urging the battered student, "Don't you dare quit now, not when you've already reached this far." Sophia watched that brutal training unfold from the sidelines, stone cold and completely unbothered, like it was draining everyone but her. The bald man's face contorted as his frenzied scream tore out of him. His fingers clenched the handle so hard it turned the color of bone. Staring up at the stormy sky, Takumi clenched his teeth and raged at the fact that he'd always wanted to be a plain alchemist, never someone forced to take these beatings. The witch clamped down on her magic wand like it was about to decide her fate. She flashed a confident grin and declared she was starting right now. With a sharp crack, the staff slammed the ground, and magic runes exploded outward in a blazing ring. A giant block of ice loomed ahead, and Sophia's sharp command cracked through the air, "Everybody get ready." Right then, the ice exploded into shards with a bone-rattling crash. The elf snapped her staff through the air, and the space around her erupted in swirling magical runes, blazing like pure power. Sophia surged into the fight, weaving magic on the fly, determined to crush every obstacle that dared stand in her way. The giant crystals exploded with a bone-jarring crack, and the fox-eared girl snapped out a sharp, terrified scream. The obstacle shattered under a storm of shards, and the long-voiced heroine charged straight through to the frozen fox. The elf girl practically gushed about the fox's wind magic, but her smile faded fast. She hated that controlling its raw power was impossible without a catalyst. They slammed on the brakes right in the middle of the yard. The blonde instantly lit up at the idea, ditch the extra baggage and forge a spell as mighty as the wind itself. She stared up at the sky, lost in thought, as fresh formulas sparked and clicked inside her mind. Instead of guessing, they leaned in, locked their eyes on the past, and dissected every mistake they'd made. The elf girl bowed her head and begged for forgiveness, admitting she'd slowed her friend down right before training with Mr. DeGanbo. The moment the stern giant mentor popped up and the crushing grind of processing materials began, the fox's nerves snapped and it shrank back fast. The blonde stepped in and soothed her down, like pulling a storm back into the sky. The moment her mood snapped back to bright, she hugged the tome to her chest and burst into excited readiness to study ancient Elvish. The elf finally confessed she's been dreaming of stealing her author's exact formula and using it to train for herself. She smiled warmly at the shocked girl, then grabbed her attention and said they'd learn the ancient language together. Suddenly, the fox blurted out in pure joy, like a memory just snapped into place. The elf leaned in and whispered that with the catalyst, her friend's power locks into a flawless, perfect ideal. The elf girl clutched her gloved fist tight, eyes burning with resolve as she vowed to master magic, no catalysts, no excuses. Under a sky packed with stars, a majestic estate loomed in silent, breath-holding stillness. A dim little light still flickered in his window, like it refused to go out. Years of brutal work slammed together into one dizzying blur. The room was swamped in papers, and the girls could barely keep their feet under them. Maria collapsed onto the couch, trapped in helpless silence while her assistant's loud complaints filled the room. The bespectacled girl snarled at the trade guild, cursing their daily scribbles that sucked the soul right out of every sketch. She stared at the battered, exhausted Maria with worried eyes, checking, again and again, whether she was still managing to hold on. Eventually, exhaustion crushed them and all three just collapsed, passed out in the living room, surrounded by scattered documents. Papers scattered across the floor, swallowed by the massive living room's pitch-dark silence. In the middle of her sleep, Maria thrashed and groaned with panic as silent boots slid past her doorstep. She knitted her brows and felt something unfamiliar lurking nearby. A towering figure in a black cloak loomed over them, but the girl's sleepy fog just couldn't make heads or tails of what she was seeing. Suddenly her eyes bulged with terror. She finally recognized her master. She lifted her head and stared, baffled, straight at that grim male silhouette. A stranger grabbed the elf by the collar and yanked him hard like he was nothing. Her body snapped out of control the second it hit, and panic screamed through her as she realized she'd been poisoned into paralysis. The spell of sleep already knocked everyone else out, and the girl crumpled helplessly in front of that masked mystery figure. The enemy ruthlessly clamped a hand around her throat, and as she fought for breath, despair shattered her as she stared at her unconscious master. After breaking free from paralysis, the elf maiden slammed the blade to the attacker's neck and growled for him to stay away. Her savage scream burst through the tense silence, screaming like armor to shield her master. With her final ounce of strength, Sophia slammed magic into place, throwing a shield up to protect the unconscious Takumi from the assassin's blades. A blinding shockwave slammed the enemies apart, blasting the whole room to splinters. With every ounce of strength drained, she collapsed onto her back like the fight had finally punched her out. Tears streamed down her face as she reached out with a shaking hand, begging her master to snap out of it. Takumi's mind kept sliding into pitch-black nothingness, until a scream ripped through the air and forced his eyes to snap open. The boy wouldn't quit. He clawed his way out of the void, and Sophia snapped her eyes wide with shock. He grabbed her hand tight and steadied her with calm, like the storm inside her finally got silenced. The girl's despair vanished in a flash, and a predatory grin snapped onto her face. She stood over her master with unshakable pride, swearing she'd take the attackers on herself. The image snapped away mid-beat, replaced by a blinding white flash that stole the screen. The whole scene shifted. Now Takumi was peacefully passed out in a giant plush spider's hug while the girl scrambled and desperately shook him awake. The boy groaned with half-lidded eyes and begged for a few more minutes of sleep, but a stern, mustached giant instantly loomed over him. The man barked that they were inside Takumi's mind right now, and snapped at them to wake up immediately. The boy shrugged it off and clutched his toy even tighter. The fox-faced man snapped black energy to life in his palms, and the white-haired kid gasped, trapped, helpless, pinned under a brutal stranger's boot. Zdoravan cracked a vicious, fierce grin like he couldn't wait for trouble. The boy grimaced through the agony, straining to push himself up out of the mud, only to fail again. Right then, two masked figures burst from behind the bald man, and the blonde girl beside him went stone still. One of the killers tore free from the group and lunged at her in a flash, blade first. The white-haired man lunged in front of her, snapped up a magical seal, and slammed the blade to a stop, just in time to yank the girl back from certain death. The enemy pressed right up to his face and hissed, "That foolish mercy is the reason you'll never survive." Those words hit him like a shock, and his eyes went wide. The killer snapped a brutal strike to his face, but the young man refused to flinch. He ripped the enemy's weapon apart with his bare hands. The ground buckled as a brutal impact slammed down. Right then, the boy whipped around and slammed a crushing punch into the attacker's head, tearing the mask apart into bloody shards. The enemy's body got launched backward like a ragdoll, going totally limp. That brutal strike whistled through the air like a blade, screaming as it tore past. The young man shot a cold stare at the stunned enemy and basically ordered, "Wake up now." The mustached man shot the amulet into the air and declared, loud and unshakable, that it was time to wake up. He praised the light-haired young man, and the kid whipped his head around, stunned. Sudden silence. Someone's fingers brushed softly over the massive, dark stone sitting at the heart of the pearl necklace. Zdoravani told him the girl had been trying to wake him up for ages, and the boy just gave a quiet nod, like he finally understood it all. A dark shadow slid across his eyes, and a tiny, barely there smirk tugged at his lips. Seeing how deeply she cared for him, he watched her sudden burst of motion tear her away from where she stood, while the mustache's spirit drifted away and calmly vanished into thin air. The sudden attack left the air crackling with tension, like the whole world was holding its breath. A stranger's hand drifted onto their shoulder, and for a beat, everything went deadly quiet as they stayed perfectly still. Sophia snapped her eyes open, panic bursting out as she cried for her master. Then she saw Takumi's calm face right in front of her. The girl barreled forward, but the boy calmly caught her and assured her the danger was over. Amid the wreckage, Takumi barked at her to rest, while two attackers, cinched up tight, slumped in the corner. Bloodied men lay there, all but frozen in some unnatural sleep, and the boy knew for sure these weren't just ordinary thieves. Sophia stared at them in total shock, unable to wrap her head around how anyone could still be standing after injuries like that. Takumi just kicked back, shrugged it off, and somehow the threat completely vanished. He made it crystal clear, from this point on they'd need to set traps, because these two weren't moving alone at all. The boy crept up to the window, reached out and brushed the frame like it might change everything. His eyes sharpened fast. Right then, all that mattered was locking in a rock-solid defense. The mutilated captive clammed up, and the silence exposed way too many blind spots around him. Right then, a chilling stare slammed through the window, horror detonated in a scream, and Takumi jerked back hard from the glass. But then their giant ally strolled in and casually spilled the truth. Those strangers were lurking in the garden and they'd already dug up the workshop. She calmly said she could feel the intruders, then went hunting, while those tightly bound bodies were already hanging above them. The boy nearly burst into a howl of pure shock. He stared in shock because she had wiped out every attacker by herself, then he gently ruffled her hair and snapped, "Check the house again, now. You had to make sure no more night surprises were ever going to sneak up again." The shadow bowed once, then slipped away like it had been waiting for the cue. A single heartbeat of total silence. The killer's weapon flashed into view, and the whole game was suddenly over. The divine light sex emblem blazed clearly on the knife's handle. The whole team snapped into action and cooked up a plan on the spot. Report the guild's attack straight to the local margrave. All the comrades shouted in unison to rush straight to the guild and report the attack at once. At the same time, drag Mulan into the investigation and let her get her hands dirty. The moment the sun crept up, he jolted the sleeping girls awake, because only the local slave traders had the map to the client's trail. The whole crew bolted straight for the lord's estate. The prisoners were marched straight to Mulan's people for interrogation. No ceremony at all, while a trusted guard stood watch outside her house so she could finally exhale and breathe like herself again after a whole day of tension. Hans leaned through the open window and told the boy straight to his face, "Rest today." He told the kid to get solid sleep that night and drop every worry from his mind. He stepped into the room, sized up the team's fighting spirit, smiled to know the familiars would stand guard over their master too, then barked at Takumi, "Don't leave the estate until tomorrow's signal." The boy leaned in, eyes locked on every instruction like they were the key to everything. A tense little silence snapped into the room, hanging there like it was waiting to explode. Hans flashed a warm smile for the goodbye, soaked up that heartfelt "thank you," and then he was gone. Just then, the maid burst in with a fresh cup of tea. The elf wasted no time. She blurted that she'd already warned the guard about their dragon. The door handle clicked with a quiet, dangerous little sting. The girl said it with total seriousness. The Lord's orders could not be ignored, while Takumi, in the quiet of his own thoughts, doubted Keed could slice through enemies that easily without guards backing her up. Snapping out of his thoughts, the boy whipped his head toward the voice. Suddenly, the elf girl's shoulders slumped with guilt, her hand pressed hard to her chest as she berated herself for missing the night killers, and for nearly getting her master killed. She insisted the enemies had slipped in paralytic poison, but Takumi only shook his head. He never saw that coming from mercenaries. Meanwhile, outside, the stunned guards were grilling the dragon, totally baffled at how it had even managed to wake up. But this didn't soothe him at all. He hung his head in bitter shame, guilt crushing him because he'd fallen for the sleeping pills too. Takumi told us he built up his poison resistance by swallowing herbs, while Keed and Tsubaki were born with that protection already in their bones. He snatched Sophia's gifted necklace and felt the magic thrum to life inside it. The young man gripped the stone so hard his knuckles went white. Only then did he manage to wake up. He said Sophia forged this amulet so it could stand guard over her master forever. The girl's eyes went wide with shock when they realized the jewelry wasn't just pretty. It was packed with powerful protective formulas she'd hidden inside. The elf just smiled softly, beaming because she finally got to help. Takumi shot her a heartfelt smile and thanked her for everything. The tension in the room melted the moment the maid poured that soothing herbal tea. And right there, an invisible, anxious tension kept swelling, like the air itself was about to test their team. Right now, the friends just finally slowed down and caught their breath by the sofas, all tension easing for a moment. Takumi grinned, clenched his fist, and ordered everyone to get a solid night's sleep, because tomorrow's going to hit like a truck. Night crashed over the estate, muffling the shocky little gasps as they realized their bond was growing way faster than they expected. The young alchemist thrust his blade straight at the giant armored dragon, daring it to come at him. The metal glimmered in a cold, dim light. With his tiny spirit buddy at his side, he was getting ready to square up for the confrontation. Every single move is aimed at one mission: forge your way to the greatest alchemist the world has ever seen. A monster's shadow swallowed them whole, stretching over their trembling silhouettes. A suffocating silence slammed down like a steel door. In the quiet Mulan office, a long-haired man finally ripped the truth into the open, revealing the enemy's name: Divine Union. These fanatics of the Sidonian Empire went berserk, slaughtering anyone who refused to bow to their faith. The old man's eyes turned ice cold as he warned, under the sex rules, any outsider who wields light magic must be wiped out. The boy shot a calm look at the scroll beside him, because his enemies were about to get hit with his brand-new cleansing artifact. For years, the church fed on the aristocrats' fear, squeezing them for outrageous sums to cleanse their families with rituals. Only their priests could wield this light magic, and they demanded brutal offerings to the god of sacrifice. The boy shrugged like it didn't matter. His invention let anyone wield magic with zero cost, smashing the sect's iron grip. The guests narrowed their eyes as they bragged that the boy's new invention was punching a hole straight through their enemies' wallets. The map snapped into focus, showing just how bad this was. This brand new product swept the markets of 3 nearby kingdoms in an instant. The boy blinked, totally baffled. He tensed up and demanded, "Am I the target?" But the guest stayed cool and calmly shut it down, saying he was. The interrogation report dropped a terrifying bombshell. 8 killers, an entire squad, were sent hunting for his soul. The mercenaries charged into the wilderness for an easy payday hunting the kids, but they never even made it to their real target, the securities. The young inventor smirked with total confidence. He'd cleverly stashed every single drawing and recipe inside his spatial inventory. The man swore the guard was already ramping up city patrols to stop any fresh visitors from sneaking in. The kid quietly took a sip of tea, and then it hit him. Somehow the enemy already knew his squad got wiped. The guest kept rubbing his chin in pure anxiety. This wasn't going to be just one attack, not for a second. The boy tiptoed forward and quietly proposed they slip into another country to hide. The aristocrat shot to his feet. No way out now, because the church's grip abroad was even tighter. When the boy heard the king himself would personally stand guard over him, he dropped to his knees and bowed in pure, grateful relief. He turned away and softly told him he didn't need thanks, because that crown would do everything it could to keep him safe. The man kicked off a chat inside the guild about winter training, and he even bragged about how Barak had described it with insane vividness. He gave Uruma a friendly shoulder pat and warned him to stay careful, and the boy grinned and promised he would. "Must feel brutal out there," a voice echoed through the lavish estate. "Not that word," someone snapped back. A woman with a fluttering butterfly pin swept up to Uruma and poured out heartfelt thanks, even as Uruma was already gearing up to bolt for his next business errand. She squinted lazily, cheeks flushing as she asked for more slaves next time, and the boy jerked back, staring in shock. Nervously grinning, he marched toward the waiting carriage, knowing full well the watch wouldn't loosen and he'd stay under close eyes. As he turned to go, she flashed him a sly grin like she knew exactly what came next. Already at the gates of Uruma, he spun around and his breath caught, because right there on the cobblestones in front of the carriage, a stranger was kneeling. The boy froze in shock as the old man crumpled right in front of him, pleading for any punishment at all. Tears poured down his face as the old man admitted, mouth trembling, that he deserved every bit of the contempt. He sobbed his heart out, begging for permission just to bring him home, and the young man nodded in a rush, anything to finally get Mr. Takumi on his feet. Already packed inside the carriage, Takumi told him how the shocking news hit, and moments later, he slammed security teams onto every major client. Thanks to Lord Godwin, their security system got brutally stronger overnight. The man bowed his head again in crushing guilt, blaming himself for the guild's failure to stop the attack on that young man. And the moment his worst suspicions showed up, boom, they became real. The boy's eyes hardened, like steel snapping into place. He slammed the apologies to a halt and lit a fire under everyone. Focus on tomorrow, not the past you can't change. Takumi scowled with heavy dread, realizing his punch at the church's finances had sealed their fate. and the attack was coming no matter what. The young man suddenly grinned and shot back full confidence that there was absolutely no reason to worry about his safety. Takumi's eyes ignited the moment he realized. Then he launched into a fierce, eager plan to defend at once. Even though he kept his cool, right outside the city guard had already closed in, plus 2 of his own brutal, powerful monsters. The old man stumbled back in shock, blurting out, "So you really don't trust me at all." Takumi snapped to action, forging protective artifacts at once, because underestimating the church could get you killed. The young man swallowed hard and vowed that from this moment on he'd have to guard not just his own life, but also the lives of his friends. The old man's chest buckled with emotion and he erupted in a scream, vowing he'd do everything, no matter what, to keep them safe. He snapped his glasses into place with a confident grip. Takumi melted into a bright, warm smile of pure gratitude. Outside, the streets hummed with a totally normal life. In the yard, the girls have just wrapped up their work with the papers. From above, their shadow wolf kept the whole estate under deadly watch, guarding it like a living nightmare. Takumi slammed a glowing seal into Keed's hands, swearing it would blanket their whole territory in a perfect, impenetrable magical dome. He set out to forge the house into a total fortress, so everyone could finally breathe easy and train in peace. After reading the fresh report, the guy snapped to the truth. He couldn't keep betting everything on the guards and the girls' strength alone. So he decided to forge a deadly spell into the barrier, one that would instantly spot intruders and wipe them out. Keed's eyes blazed with excitement, and she immediately threw her full support behind the idea. But the moment the imagination lit up, it screamed disaster, an uncontrollable killer house tearing the entire kingdom apart by mistake, so the wild idea got tossed out fast, sweat pouring as nerves hit. The girl lit up and proposed making a golem, but the boy shut it down and demanded simpler safety steps first. The girl lit up, praising the dream of an autonomous house. Then the boy shut it down and demanded they chase something simpler first. Tail wagging like a drumroll, she insisted that if the core was enchanted just right, that alchemical statue would turn into a perfect guardian for the estate. In the blink of an eye, he pictured a nightmare, some giant monster spiraling out of control and blasting their house into scrap with a laser. Pale with terror, they darted glances at each other and without a single hesitation, shut the idea down. Dead silence slammed into the room, gripping the air like a chokehold. Takumi burst into carefree laughter as he sat in the snow beside his dark-haired friend. But this piece was a lie. After those hired killers attacked the house, Barak's mentor slammed their training straight into a living nightmare. The Fox Master quickly raised a hand and declared, "That's enough for today." Every single day, that young man burned every ounce of his strength on this playground. Takumi coughed from the ground, rasping, "Looks like my skills finally leveled up," and his friend just calmly nodded like it was no big deal. The comrade nodded with quiet certainty, like he already knew it couldn't end any other way. The boy jolted, eyes wide, as his friend carefully lifted a hand and brushed it gently against his face. They kicked off the conversation and the dark-haired one leaned in, saying the guild master had praised Takumi's hard work to no end. Then he revealed the estate was finally sealed behind a magical barrier, and pushed the young man, asking whether he'd ever considered building a golem. He instantly said, "Let's look at the drawings," like that would spark the perfect ideas right away. The alchemist let out an awkward laugh, basically admitting that his breakthroughs right now are still more like childish fantasies. When his buddy promised him rare books on golem construction, the boy's face lit up like a firework. The dark-haired man flashed a warm grin, making it crystal clear he was ready to help. Takumi was on the verge of remembering something when, wham, he jolted, because a desperate scream tore through the silence and shouted his name. After school, Uruma beamed and invited his friend over, and his friend nodded right away, totally at ease. The little one's eyes lit up like fireworks, burning with pure anticipation. Just as the training idol felt safe, Barak, the bald instructor with a storm in his eyes, snapped him up and barked orders, shutting down every whiny excuse about how training should be over. Sophia and her friend shoved into the room, totally clueless as to why they'd been yanked in on an emergency alarm. Just when the students thought they were safe, 2 unexpected faces stepped into the room, the grin of the Dorn Knights commander and Sasha, the boss of the Mage Order. Barak slammed his powerful arms together and completely stunned Uruma, because from here on out, he and Uruma are sealing the deal and joining the winter camp together. The boy stood there, totally frozen, unable to wrap his head around what was happening. Dorn leaned in with pride and said Lord Godwin himself had handed them the charge to protect and help. But Uruma's stomach sank as the terrifying truth finally started to click. Sophia whipped her gaze upward. With horror, the students pieced the nightmare puzzle together inside their own minds. As Uruma panicked, completely clueless how brutal battles could ever make him an alchemist, Sophia's face warped into a predatory grin. Barak flat out declared, "You won't beat these fighters, so we're training together from here on out. No conditions, no doubt." The girl clutched her fist so tight it trembled with rage, and her wild intensity sent her friends scrambling back in fear. The instructor snapped the book up high and barked, "Start right now." The blonde boy went rigid in shock when a heavy, solid hand suddenly shoved a thick book into his arms, an earned reward for all his hard work. The scarred fox lunged forward and slammed his paw onto the foliant. It turned out the trade guild had sent a full catalog. Pick whatever ingredients you wanted, and they'd cover it all for free. The girl snapped her eyes to the pages, and the moment the truth hit, both of them froze, eyes blown wide in pure shock. The boy beamed with real gratitude, and you could practically feel him waiting for something wild and unforgettable to kick off. And just like that, he hit the jackpot. Right in the catalog, real rice and fresh milk appeared. The girl's mouth watered as she daydreamed about the feast waiting for her in the future. The boy seized the book with a triumphant grin, holding it like it was the greatest treasure on earth. The moment that cow sketch hit the page, every doubt snapped and vanished. Tears burned in his eyes as he raged about how long he'd been stuck in their kingdom, living on weird fake grains and tasteless milk from savage beasts. "Rice, milk!" they screamed like maniacs, both ready to burn through anything just to get that reward. Zidorovany burst into a sincere laugh and waved them on to grab whatever they wanted, while the dark-haired young man by the shelves just smiled softly at the kids' bright, carefree joy. The man shot them an immediate reassurance. He promised their other friends couldn't join, but everything would still be all right. Out by the workshop, a stranger's hand casually flicked a small stone as quiet relief settled in, like a whispered promise that she was finally in safe hands. The fox girl crumpled onto the barrel, choking back tears as she apologized to her mentor for the umpteenth time. Once again, her magic refused to turn into a crystal. The man slammed a full bucket of mana potion in front of her and coldly barked, "Drink right now if you want to start all of this over." She swayed with nausea, while a bitter thought about how absolutely nothing had changed kept hammering in her skull. Suddenly she snapped her head up and locked eyes forward. The mentor calmly told him that if you kept pouring mana into ordinary black stone, it would slowly transform into a magical crystal. He slammed into the harsh truth. If she wants to prove she's useful to Takumi, she's going to need an insane amount of energy. The girl bowed her head and gripped the bucket so tight her nerves practically screamed. The stern man leaned in and hammered the truth. If you want something truly valuable, you've got to pour out your entire soul. In his giant hand, a clear gem flashed, turns out making it was the quickest way to refill his magical stash. Her mentor didn't sugarcoat it. He said her current strength just isn't enough and she already knew it. Her eyes went wide with pure shock when she realized that the flawless crystal was crafted by Takumi himself. She stared at the stone, eyes wide with awe, amazed the kid could juggle so many elements at once. And when the mentor pointed to the whole box of blanks and asked if she could pull it off, she froze for a second, unsure. Even when everyone else was working with plain old magical ore, Takumi's creation still screamed multifaceted masterpiece from the start. The mentor bought it instantly. Only top-tier monsters drop something of that caliber, and that's when it finally clicked. This kid's knowledge ran way deeper than anyone could fathom. His fingers clenched tight with nerves, and he couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. The giant towered over him, roaring, "Can you handle this, or are you done?" A tense silence slammed down between them, heavy as a threat. The second Takumi let slip that he wasn't sure, the bearded man snapped, growling that he didn't need hints. He needed one clear answer. A massive fist slammed into the barrel with a brutal crash. Takumi went totally quiet. "I can do this," he declared at last, voice steady and unshakable. Every last doubt evaporated in a single heartbeat. With a wild gleam blazing in his eyes, he practically shouted that he'd absolutely crush his goal. On that same day, the team got thrown into brutal, hellish training. All winter, they pushed themselves past the limit. Every night they crashed in a heap, wiped out from sheer exhaustion each time. As summer rolled in, their skills blasted higher and higher, unleashing pure fire in brutal battles. The mentor flashed a proud grin and fist-bumped Takumi, giving him the full-on thumbs-up for earning his win. Staring at the system in front of him, ranked martial arts master, the boy went wide-eyed and spit out his drink, while his friends just smiled and calmly threw out congratulations for the new record. He remembered Takumi, the Lion's Fang leader, pouring out his honest dream, finding a name for his crew that was just as badass. Someone shot me an encouraging thumbs up like, "Go on, top this and don't make it worse." Those thoughts refused to budge. Minutes dragged by, and still the right option never showed up. His head was jammed with total nonsense, like women's panties or rice balls, and he'd always wrestled just to come up with a decent name. He shoved aside his pointless thoughts as his partners rolled in and set up a rest stop right by the old ruins. The maid beamed as she rattled the basket, yelling for everyone to rush to lunch. The tiny demoness sped up to him, chest puffed out, and bragged loud about the bird feather she just found. He locked eyes on the prize, flashed back to Takumi's endless grind, and then, click, everything in his head snapped into place. That boy's grin lit up his face like a signal flare, then he slammed down the final decision. From this day on, their team would be named Wings of Norn. The tall, thick-bearded man shoved a steaming full plate into the hungry beast girl's hands, and her eyes practically sparkled with need. A few days later, once the job was done for real, the girls finally kicked back and savored the calm. Meanwhile, in the workshop, the alchemist and his assistant huddled over the table in tense silence. Both of them just froze, staring in pure shock. In that spell-lit glow, a real golem core hung right in front of them, pulsing with power. The alchemist remembered the day the guild handed him this ancient artifact, not as a reward for his rank promotion. The girl stared at the dim sphere with pure suspicion, convinced there was no way that broken junk could ever be fixed. The boy stared down the battered runes, then tore into the formula from zero, like he was about to break the world open. The case spiraled into something way bigger. Those damages were so brutal that the original structure basically vanished without a trace. With his partner backing him up, he shoved those doubts aside and threw himself headfirst into the work. She practically bounced with excitement, scooping up every last herb and magical tool she'd need before heading into the workshop. Then the alchemist grinned and declared that the first trial was about to kick off. To keep everyone safe, they put the basic motion formula through the ultimate test on a tiny clay figure. Seals erupted in brilliance, and he snapped his focus into the magical streams, pouring the first burst of power straight into the artificial body. Takumi and Levi's eyes snapped open wide, like they'd just seen something impossible. That tiny stone golem sitting on the table suddenly split with a sharp crack, and then started convulsing like it was fighting for its life. A knife-edge second of silence froze the whole room. With a thunderous blast, the shell tore apart and launched the magical core straight into the sky. Levi's hands shook with pure terror. His body went out of control because the core just couldn't lock in its movements. Takumi snapped up the heavy sphere on instinct, right as the maid squeaked and ducked behind his back. The young man let out a heavy sigh. He didn't think he'd win on his first try, but the loss still bit hard and left a sour sting. All that's left of the golem is a pathetic heap of rubble. As Takumi braced himself to redo everything from the ground up, a chilling voice echoed down the corridor. A voice kept hammering their names again and again, refusing to let them go. Levi blinked hard, thrown back into reality by sheer confusion. Takumi snapped back to reality, realized the time was totally gone, and blurted, "Break." From behind the door, another maid popped out with a bright grin. Lunchtime was finally here. But the second she slammed that terrifying black lump of unknown origin onto the table, her appetite vanished in a heartbeat. At last the dinner bell finally rings. It's time to eat. The girl swung open the big pot with pride, and out came her creamy stew, made from every ingredient she'd gathered. The whole company burst into astonished gasps, stunned with pure delight. The moment that hot dish hit the air, its mouth-watering aroma blew through the whole room like a spark. As the steaming stew got ladled into their plates, the girls kept darting their eyes, then swallowed hard because they knew the cook had followed Takumi's recipe to the letter. The young man grinned and said the delicacies were his reward, while his buddies were already drooling over tender meat and fresh milk, debating like crazy between rice and fresh rolls. The beast woman nervously asked if there was any way they could mash those side dishes together. Takumi flashed a smile and nodded back while the girls buzzed with excitement, chattering nonstop as they picked apart the toppings. When the fox girl blurted out that she wanted to stir the stew right into the rice, everyone at the table just stared, utterly baffled. She realized how brazen she'd been, then shot her face into her hands, cheeks blazing with shame, while the young guy fumbled awkwardly, trying to soothe her. With her hands trembling, she worried at her clothes' hem and tried to talk her way out of it, blaming the ways of her hometown. She couldn't help it, she blushed, bowed her head, and apologized again for her immodesty. They nicknamed that mix blacksmith's food because it crushed lunchtime, and when he finally got it, everything clicked. The elf finally admitted with a soft tone that she was just shocked by all of this, and the young man grinned as he let the fox chomp down on whatever it wanted. Her fluffy tail blurred with excitement, and the girl whooped to her friend as the friend slid over a fresh serving. Then the fox dropped into a deep bow before its master. The boy whooped and clapped, grinning as he blared that the feast was finally on. The whole company slid into their seats at the giant table, ready to dig in and taste that dish for real. The fox tiptoed a cautious bite of the unknown curry toward her mouth, while the girls stared at her with tense, unblinking eyes. They went dead still, hands trembling, breath locked in their throats. The fox's face lit up in an instant, and tears surged in its eyes. She snapped into stone mid-bite, spoon still jammed between her lips. The girl with the ears practically glowed with joy, praising the dish's divine flavor like it was pure magic. The others just stood there, jaws dropped, staring at her appetite like it was unreal. In the very next second, the boys snatched for a second helping, and the girls, shy as ever, quietly reached for their portions too. In the end, they scraped up every last crumb of rice and stew until not a drop or grain was left behind. The boy nodded happily, cheeks stuffed full like he'd barely paused to breathe. Everyone cheered because the rice and tender meat hit the perfect harmony. Every bite was pure magic. Staring at his plate, the boy grinned because he'd nailed the exact curry flavor from his past life. He flashed a genuine smile. Feeding my friends turned out to be way more fun than I ever expected. A terrifying calm stretches for just a heartbeat. All that remained on the table were empty cups and a whole lot of heartfelt gratitude for the dinner. The crew dropped into the living room, and that guy grinned as he promised he'd make cheese stew the next time around. The second she even thought about cheese, those adorable ears shot up and she squealed with pure, bubbly joy. The boy stared at his friends and realized, if he were cooking alone, he'd never push himself this hard again. The boy crossed his arms over his chest, smirked like he knew a secret, and said they'd never tasted anything like that before. No way. The company threw a warm little tea gathering, because for the girls who'd once been slaves, those quiet moments after brutal training felt like a straight-up miracle. The boy shot to his feet, set his cup down, and declared straight up that he needed to talk serious business, and right now. The fox stood there, totally frozen, staring in confusion. He couldn't figure out what he was even hinting at. Everyone snapped silent and whipped their eyes to him like he just dropped the bomb. A tense pause snapped through the air, thick enough to choke the moment. He stared them down and snapped, "That slave contract ends now." Her eyes snapped wide with pure silent shock. Meanwhile, magical seals throbbed and shimmered over the workshop table like they were alive. A savage energy blast slammed into the stone blank with a loud crack. The empty eye sockets in that mechanical head flared with a razor-bright light, and the whole detail suddenly felt alive. Through the magical screen, a massive armored golem loomed in ruins, still, silent, and ready to ruin anyone's day. The silver sword girl strutted forward like she already owned the battlefield. The fish on the hook was still alive, thrashing and wriggling as it twisted and fought for freedom. Takumi sprang up in pure joy the moment he hooked the very first fish on his line, while Hans lounged there with an easy, relaxed smile. But that rush of joy didn't last, because suddenly the real question hit. Why did his friend drag him into the water in the first place? Hans confessed he'd spotted Takumi worn out, digging through mountains of books in the archive, and then he swallowed his pride and apologized for failing to dig up even one record about golems. A wild fish gasped, then flopped hard onto the grass like it had nowhere else to go. Hans stared at the water like it held the answer and told him straight, this kid needed a breather. He sprawled on the ground like he owned the place, and Takumi just couldn't help facepalming because Hans wasn't slacking by accident. He was hunting for any excuse to dodge work. Suddenly, Hans leaned in, demanding to know why Takumi was terrified of being alone when friends and loyal servants were right there. but the boy's mood collapsed, and he muttered that it was never that simple. "I want to free them," he declared, and the moment the words left his mouth, Hands instantly remembered the contract termination. Takumi blinked hard, totally lost by the hint, while Hands narrowed his eyes with a sneaky smirk. Hands leaned in and slyly summed it up. Breaking free of slavery and marrying someone his equal was a heartbreakingly touching tale. "Marriage, right?" he shouted, painting this wild picture of Takumi standing at the altar with a multi-armed monster girl. Then the kid beside him sucked in a sharp breath. Takumi flailed his hands in panic, swearing those wild fantasies were impossible, until the name Sophie hit the air. Then he snapped his eyes down behind his bangs and muttered that none of it made any sense at all. Crouched in the tall grass, Takumi dropped his eyes and finally confessed under his breath that he only wanted them to walk away. The boy in the white hoodie just nodded, cool and steady. He leaned in and stared his friend down, like he was trying to catch every detail. Right in the middle of it all, the memory snapped and cut off the moment. The night crashed down on the quiet estate like a heavy blanket, smothering every sound. Takumi said with a dry edge to his voice that the enemies would soon find out about the winter attack, so he couldn't let Maria stay in harm's way anymore. She flared with indignation, snapping back that she knows every single risk inside and out, and that she's already gotten way stronger. Tears streamed down her face as she urgently begged him to remember their joint training and all the work they'd fought for together. Suddenly, her excitement crashed into his brief, icy agreement. Takumi's face stayed stone cold, showing absolutely nothing. He flatly promised her severance for now, then told her dead certain that once she found her new strength, she'd handle life on her own with zero trouble. Maria sobbed hard as he scrambled to explain. He wasn't pushing her away, not now. Takumi swore he'd let the girl go the instant everything was done, but the familiars clung to him to the very end, while little Tsubaki was already pressed against his side, shaking with pure terror. Maria slammed the brakes on that order and begged over and over to be hired again until Keed suddenly caught on. This is why Takumi was rushing with the core. The young man calmly declared his final order, but Sophie snapped, refusing to carry it out. The elf clamped down on the crying Maria's shoulders and barked that slaves weren't allowed to defy their master's will. The girl tried to fight back, tears streaming down her face as she grabbed his hand and refused to let go. Sophie shot out a cold order to leave the gentleman alone, and the crushed Maria immediately shuffled off to her room. The gloomy girl slipped through the doorway, and the moment it clicked shut, an ancient memory snapped to life in the elf's mind. In front of her eyes, the memory of the day she swore her loyalty to him burned bright. Then the young man, out of nowhere, snapped and decided to break their contract. Sophie spun away and kept hammering the promise into her mind. She'd protect him to the very end of her days. She leaned to the window and finally saw the master's real plan. He's letting them go to save them, not to strip their dignity. The elf girl dropped her eyes, still in shock that freedom was actually within her grasp. The thought of seeing her family again lit a fire in her chest, so she yanked her sword free with fierce strength, ready to defend her homeland once more. But then, right out of nowhere, she froze, fingers trembling as she crumpled the fabric of her skirt. She flushed bright red and clutched herself tight in pure awkward panic. Then, out of nowhere, a desperate scream ripped through the silence. The beast woman burst into the room, crashed to her knees, and begged her for help with trembling desperation. The terrified guest snapped toward the door and screamed that everything was about to go wrong, snapping Sophie back to reality in an instant. The elf girl jolted in pure shock, snapping her sentence about Maria right in the middle of a word. A hush fell over the estate, like the whole place was holding its breath. In the estate's courtyard, chaos erupted out of nowhere, and the boy blurted, totally baffled, "What on earth is going on?" Her eyes locked on something, and the moment she froze, the air turned deadly tense. Suddenly, the maid slammed down a huge mop with a loud bang and told Takumi straight up, she wasn't here to play around. She snapped into a combat stance in the blink of an eye, leaving the poor elf utterly stunned behind her. "Dead serious?" she snapped, taking aim for war while Takumi stood frozen right on the blade's edge. Maria stared into the magical mirror showing Takumi, and she refused to let his decision to break up the group stand. Her fingers clamped down on the dress so hard the fabric crunched under the pressure. Her patience snapped, The maid swung a broom at Sophie and the elf jerked into a razor-sharp block just in time while Takumi blurted in pure shock, yelling for her to stop. Sophie snapped coldly that it was only her own problem, but Maria crumpled to her knees in tears, begging, no, refusing to accept that answer. "Don't think I'm some kind of fool," she snapped, staring into the elf's stone-cold face. "I won't lie to myself like you." Sophie knew she had to force her eyes away, because if she didn't, she simply wouldn't be able to. Then their ear-tipped companion cut in fast. Being a slave wasn't an excuse to stuff your feelings down or hide behind lies. Maria grabbed her courage, then blurted out she wanted to stay in Wings of Norn and keep fighting with them. She shot to her feet with fearless pride. Nothing was going to stop her anymore. In a blink, the girl was ripping weeds from the ground with wild, comedic fury, and Sophie, already miserable, was dragged into weeding right there beside her. The elf girl clutched that broom so tight her nerves were practically shaking. Soon enough, the ice finally melted, and Sophie, voice barely above a whisper, confessed that she felt the exact same way. Vuhesta practically bounced with joy. Then she swung her stick so hard she clobbered Takumi right on the head. As the boy gripped his bruise, the girls finally banded together and it all clicked. They owned their real feelings. A brutal strike to the back of his head snapped the pain through him, and he grimaced instantly. Before he even got his breath back, a tiny horned girl pounced on him and screamed that the master was an idiot. Chaos detonated, a black mini-dragon shot for his head, and the familiar screamed not to dare to say goodbye to them. The boy groaned in total helplessness, howling that toothy monster's jaws had shut his view completely. The elf suddenly went still, staring down at a mysterious object gripped in his hand. He tossed the find onto the pavement, and the girls huddled in fast, staring at it like it was about to explode with secrets. The tall, long-haired companion strolled right up to the master and spoke coolly, acting like the dragon perched on his head wasn't even there. After the fragment was inspected, the company snapped to one chilling truth. It was a clue, eerily shaped like the golem shadows creeping out of the workshop. The boy's eyes lit up at the thought of taming living machines, and he pushed for a run to the Guild of Seekers to dig up every detail. The girls shot each other thrilled looks, blown away by the sheer brilliance of the plan. But just as they were locked in, an unexpected question snapped their focus. Could they even recognize Keed's victory? That snapped the air with panic. Girls shrieked, jolted sideways, and refused to back down that easily. Instead, the boy let out a heavy sigh, dropped his head in shame, and owned the guilt straight to their faces. The boy cradled the stone golem's head in his hands and told his friends he'd play it safe, staying back and keeping distance, all for their safety. He pressed his palm into the cold stone and right there in the silence, admitted he'd been selfish all along. His eyes dropped. The young man finally cracked and admitted he had zero clue where to even start hunting those mysterious ruins or the other golems, and in the end he accepted the brutal truth. He couldn't pull this off alone. The girl stiffened, bracing for what was about to hit. The moment he offered a heartfelt smile and asked for help, the maid's eyes welled up. She practically begged him to believe they'd never leave their master behind. In his head, the nightmare played on repeat: piles of wrecked books, utter devastation, and total failure from his so-called solo journey. Or a sudden abduction, strangers in cloaks snatched them away without a word. The moment he saw those paintings, a cold sweat erupted on his skin while the maid was already swinging a broom like a weapon, barking that nothing, not a thing, would get in their way. She slammed her hand to her chest and swore she'd always stand beside him, fighting tooth and nail to protect him. The elf girl thrust out her palm and offered her alchemy skills, and the young man let out a breath of relief as the other girls gently clasped his hands. Right when the tension hit its peak, a horned familiar swooped in and nipped the boy on the head, and the kid burst into laughter, then immediately apologized for doubting it. He smiled warmly, then admitted to himself, no way he'd survive without this team. The girls shot each other bright smiles, practically vibrating with excitement as they waited to uncover what they'd discover together next. The energetic maid blurted out, full of passion, that she'd definitely stitch a brand new outfit for Takumi, so intense it totally spooked her friend with her obsession. While Takumi panicked over her wild ideas, Sophia swept the conversation aside and pushed them into tomorrow's trip to the ruins. The elf girl stared at him with a gentle, slightly confused look, like she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. He awkwardly thrust his hand out, like he didn't know whether to shake or retreat. Snagging the magical sphere, Takumi finally snapped back into focus, and nodded, ready to follow the plan. Sophia's smile lit up the room and the boy shot her a grateful thank you, like the weight finally slipped off his shoulders. That evening, Sophia burst into the bedroom and found Maria crushed, utterly dejected. The girl hunched over with her head buried, guilt crashing over her for how vicious she'd been just moments ago. She confessed she'd gone to apologize to Takumi, but before she could even get the words out, he beat her to it and apologized first. That kindness finally snapped her composure, and right after, another maid let out a wail, her shame exploding as she realized what she'd done. Maria froze, totally thrown off and unsure what to do next. The maid choked on tears and fell into a full hysteria, screaming that she was a totally worthless slave. Sophia slipped in beside them, soothed their nerves, and made it clear that even after their behavior went too far, the host still got it. He understood their feelings and accepted them. Hearing those words, Maria crumpled into even louder tears, finally realizing the truth. This whole thing was never as simple as it looked at first. A ruthless hand snatched the bewildered girl by the collar and barked that starting now, their only job was to serve with total sincerity and unwavering devotion. The elegant blonde just smiled, soft and steady, and told him the truth. This situation isn't nearly as simple as it looks at first glance. A sudden brutal tug yanked the fabric. The woman warmly thanked Maria for her understanding, and the moment it landed, Maria crumpled. She launched into the woman's arms and wailed like her heart had cracked, while the friends in the back froze, blinking in stunned silence at the sudden punch of drama. After the hint landed, the fox girl's excitement exploded, and she couldn't wait to dive into a real golem hunt. The guild's archive tore open the past in a flash, digging up an ancient document packed with records of how these stone monsters were wiped out. Uruma read the message and it hit like a punch. Because the ruins rotted away, the whole surrounding land had turned completely unlivable. The trail tore straight into the old, abandoned stretches near Halawas. Most adventurers wouldn't even step foot there. Golems chew through you, the rewards are barely worth it, and in that dead wasteland, resources just don't exist. Now it all makes sense, the fox shouted, grinning like he'd just won the whole world. But Uruma clocked another truth. If that brutal land can't even scratch the golems, then those things might actually live out there just fine. When he said he planned to tame the stone giant, his companion nearly choked, because nobody had ever heard of anything like that before. The boy blinked hard, completely baffled. Uruma thanked everyone for the prep, and just as things settled, the mention of hands missing for ages slammed into the conversation and cut it off cold. Turns out he ditched the day with the guild master and vanished on a whole new mission since yesterday. That tiny fox was so furious it couldn't even hold itself together. It shuddered with outrage. She shot out a nasty wish that he'd finally pay for every one of his absences, and Uruma just gave a nervous laugh, secretly thrilled he'd managed to dodge the whole meeting. He jerked back in a panic, remembering how hands had snatched his serious words away so suddenly. Takumi sat hunched over, fighting back tears, because the moment he chose to free the slaves, everything split and their paths tore apart. Right then, their dark-haired friend popped up on the doorstep with a carefree grin, holding a fresh pot of tea. Everyone went dead silent, like the whole room just got hit with a shockwave. A tiny fox bounded up to him with pure joy, chirping that the golem's coordinates had finally been found. As the guest grilled him about the route, Takumi threw both hands over his face in total despair, because that meeting moment was painfully awkward. The dark-haired man just grinned warmly and wished his friend a monster hunt that would end in glorious victory. Not a single bit of offense, nothing but pure, unshakable restraint. Overwhelmed by that heartfelt kindness, Takumi crumpled to the floor with a pained groan, clutching his chest as shame flooded him. The comrade burst into a big, hearty laugh. In the packed, book-filled archive, the girls hovered nervously, crowding the whiner as if the air itself might snap. A dusty wasteland stretched on, while ancient ruined columns lay shattered like they'd been crushed by time itself. Far outside the city, with no one left in sight, Takumi snapped with a jittery, sticky unease the moment it hit him. The companions tiptoed through the nameless wasteland, eyes wide as they scanned every shadow for danger. A dead, stony silence crashed down and smothered everything. The young man drifted through the blinding white ruins, and a deep, inexplicable dread kept swelling inside his chest. A girl inched out from behind his cloak, peeking out like she was terrified someone would catch her. Among the white ruins, he couldn't shake the eerie gut punch that he'd stood here before somehow. She jabbed at the wall where an ancient drawing loomed, and then she chanted the goddess Norn's name like it had power. As the little one skipped through the ruins with pure carefree joy, he blurted his hunch to the monk. This place was a sanctuary of the goddess of light, Anat. Arms crossed, the young man tried to figure out if Anat was really in the divine realm, while Norn stayed totally mum. The monk listened to every guess, but none of them could pry a clear answer out of him. Suddenly, this bizarre cracked stone, eyes missing like something cursed, ended up in someone's hand. The girl snatched up the find, and when she saw it flicker and vanish, she ran to the boy with pure confusion written all over his face. They slammed to a stop at the cliff's edge, staring into the ruins as a long-lost faith's secrets suddenly felt buried right there. Takumi stared at that sphere, baffled, because instead of the harmless radar, he'd somehow triggered the control core by mistake. A wild, intricate spell pattern erupted inside the stone, lighting it up like it had a pulse. A blinding flash detonated in front of them, and the whole team flinched back, stunned and scrambling to understand what just hit. Terrified, the girl clung to her friend, panicking like her world was slipping away. Warrior Keed snapped her blade out in a blink and roared, "Retreat." Sharp movement. With one rapid burst, only a blurred streak whipped past. Right then, his partner lunged her hand forward, pleading with everything in her to make him stop. But Takumi insisted everything was under control, then strode forward with calm confidence toward the colossal stone monster. A deafening whisper of despair clawed at the air. The comrades went stone still, their voices cracking as they screamed about the deadly danger closing in. A magical seal snapped open in midair, blasting the rock apart into a shower of shattered pieces. The dust finally cleared and the girls' mouths fell wide open, while that boy calmly strolled back, dragging a tiny tamed golem by his side. He flashed a careless smile, and just like that, the monster got surprisingly easy to control. A gigantic stone wall shuddered in dead silence. The girl with braids stared in shock, because taking down the giant felt way too easy to be real. The blonde softly called for her master. The boy stared up at the giant and realized it wasn't just that he'd tamed him. Somehow, they'd been bound together from the very start. For centuries, this giant has stood watch over the ancient ruins of Norn like a living wall. Keed skipped onto the stone shoulder, grinning like she'd won the lottery as she bragged about her brand-new, powerful assistant. The boy gaped at his own palms, feeling divine power surge through them like a heartbeat. Someone tossed out Titan as a name for the stone giant, and the moment it landed, everybody jumped on it. The blonde's face tightened with worry, because the giant's real look didn't match a single thing in the control core's drawings. While everyone else stalled, the braids girl smiled, clapped the monster on the leg like it was a friend, and practically couldn't wait to meet it. The boy clutched the dark sphere and figured the golem's real body had vanished, taking the temple down with it. A deafening crack ripped through the air, then the mighty Titan collapsed into a lifeless pile of stone, and everyone just froze, stunned. Staring at that heap of lifeless stones, the friends froze, shocked out of their minds, unable to accept that the giant was just gone. But then, in the blink of an eye, the beams snapped back into shape, so the now weakened Titan could stride right beside them, grin intact. The girls crowded around the tiny golem with bright smiles, practically cuddling him in their excitement because he was finally joining the journey with them. The white-haired kid balled his fists with pure adrenaline and swore he'd build Titan a brand new body at home, starting right now. Turns out the golem just went rogue, reshaping and shrinking its own body all by itself. Suddenly, the little one jerked away, then slipped off in complete silence. He inched his way up the jagged stone rubble. A colossal giant loomed over a black sphere, buried deep in the shattered ruins. With a bone-shaking crack, it split clean in two. While the girl stared in stunned silence at the shattered control core, Titan spoke softly that he needed one last goodbye to his friends. The young man nervously blurted, "Are you sure this is the right decision?" With the go-ahead in hand, the updated crew snapped into action and charged down a brand new path. After he nailed his work at Riva, a sweet reward always stormed in, an entire table stacked with fresh, steaming cakes. Clouds lazily slid across the sky beyond the window. In the chaos of an alchemical workshop, a razor-thin silence snapped into place. Takumi and Riva toppled forward, face first on the table, and when they finally stared into the Titan's core, the magical circle inside proved so mind-bendingly complex it might as well be impossible. The fixed piece was just a sliver of that brilliant machine, and the worn-out boy collapsed back into his chair, all but spent. As he tried to figure out how long the transcription would take, the girl nervously stepped in and offered to help. Takumi snapped his eyes to that tiny plump core. "Do you honestly believe that?" he demanded, leaning in and staring the robot down. They both went still at the table, eyes locked, trying to figure out what kind of secret was buried deep inside. Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up like fireworks with pure, electric excitement. The alchemists towered over the helpless core, grinning with pure menace as they lunged toward the artifact, itching to tear it open and see what's inside. The second Takumi's fingers brushed the metal, a sharp ringing call sliced through the silence. The researchers startled, then spun around in total confusion. Their friend was beaming on the doorstep. She chirped that lunch was ready, snatched the frightened core straight from under disappointed Takumi's nose, and left furious Riva fuming. The red-haired girl shut down every last excuse with iron resolve. That kid kept that forced grin on his face and swore studying titanium was their top priority. But the partner with the ears ruined him. He confessed it all for 3 straight days, then refused to eat a single bite. Suddenly, the redhead yanked a plate of meat and smashed it straight into his face. She slammed her lunch onto the table and barked, "Sit down, eat right now," like everyone's about to learn the rules the hard way. A mouth-watering steaming pile of hot food hissed on the plate. The scared boy nodded on instinct, while his partner stammered out an awkward apology for putting so much pressure on him. At the table, the red-haired woman lifted the tiny titan from the glass flask, her eyes lighting up at its brand-new cute form, while the boy leaned in and explained that this temporary body was built to study the creature's properties. A tiny black baby blinked, staring out from beneath a clear, glassy dome. Titanium's ability to reshape itself on a dime still blew minds. The boy said the monster devours core magic, and if anyone wants to trap it in a moving body, they've got to hunt down mithril or adamantite. The girl lit up with pure excitement and hoisted the flask high over her head. The beast human paused and realized that once you pick your materials, you've got to factor in how fast the magic can conduct through them. She lunged forward so hard, it made everyone realize magic was absolutely essential, and the poor, bewildered boy could only stammer that the whole task was somehow insanely complicated. A dark shadow swallowed the boy's face, and with a predatory grin, he snarled that he'd go for both options. At the table, he leaned in and laid out his plan with fire in his voice. Install that magical crystal to siphon energy straight from the air and leave space for bigger upgrades down the road. His eyes narrowed, brimming with suspicion. A thick, crushing silence slammed into the air like a weight. A thunderous slap thundered onto the table. Then the girl yanked them back, reminding them to live like normal people, even as a weary sigh admitted they'd never listen. After that, the company realized Keed, locked in her spider form, was practically radiating pure joy. She blurted out, bursting with joy, "I can't wait to help my friends." The girl winked with a mischievous grin, and you could feel the real excitement pouring off her. Staring down at the buzzing city crowd, she could already taste her main reward, finishing work, then diving straight into the Titan and playing to her heart's content. That towering elf announced she'll be walking the little one straight to the Adventurers Guild today. The girl couldn't figure out why they'd come in the first place. Side by side with the round arachnid familiar, they marched down the cobbled street. On the move, the elf leaned in and said they had to go on a quest, because this new gear needed real proof and Titan's fighting skills had to be tested. The moment the business wraps up, they'll rush straight to the food right away. Suddenly, a chilling premonition slammed into her. Dark thoughts erupted with the image of a shattered building and bodies scattered across the shadows. She shut her eyes tight, breathed out, and reminded herself that this was exactly how it was supposed to play out. To finally snap the tension, the girl smiled and promised lunch for everyone, and the whole room erupted in a joyful hooray. Spinning a quick look at the puffed-up elf girl, the elf immediately clocked her trick. She'd bait them on purpose, so the other girl could slip away and get stuck alone with their master. At last, the company finally stormed up to the registration desk. In the workshop, a fair-haired young man stood tall, grinning as he proudly unveiled the masterpiece he'd forged through sheer hard work. His partner stood there, completely frozen, stunned by what they were seeing. 15 grueling days of non-stop work forged the Titan's new black armor, massive, unbreakable, and hammered entirely from mithril and adamant. With a huge grin, the boy pitched the same familiar idea to test his brand-new, totally impenetrable body. With joy blazing in his voice, the boy burst forward and tackled the massive black golem into a giant hug. The hulking, armored giant suddenly blared out in a human voice, and the nearby elf startled so hard they nearly fell over. The boy crossed his arms with a smug grin. Getting the giant to talk was the brutal part, and now his friends were screaming in pure disbelief at the magic they'd just witnessed. Maria only lowered her head in silence, hiding her face in the darkness. A suffocating silence slammed into the room. The girl's hands shook as she let out a small, defeated whisper. She'd tried everything she could. While everyone else cheered the golem's wins, she shoved herself harder and harder, straight into a dead end. The elf tried to soothe her, but Maria snapped her words away. Nothing the elf did could reach her. Meanwhile, Sophie snapped her head up, fire blazing in her eyes, and blurted out that she finally got the whole thing. Her eyes spun in frantic spirals, and then she understood it. That craft wasn't just working, it was yanking her in like a black hole. Bottomless, Sophie shrieked, and in the blink of an eye, reality slipped right out of her hands. The boy and the beast human were drenched in nervous sweat, eyes locked on the terrifying trance like it might swallow them whole. The elf yanked her possessed friend by the shoulders and begged, furious and urgent, for her to snap out of it and come back to herself. In the end, the team tore themselves away from all that chaos and kept moving, while the beast human just chilled, riding carefree on the back of the giant. The magical Bolton wasteland always lures fresh faces in, because its weak monsters make it the perfect place for newcomers to jump right in. The girl in the hood spun her head in panic, because the research team still hadn't shown up. The group pushed deeper into the forest, trading whispers about brutal rumors. Monsters were multiplying fast in the darkest depths. That cap-wearing kid grinned and pushed for clearing the area right away, then tested their golem's powers in true, real combat. The girl beamed and nodded hard, and the golem rumbled as he swore he was ready to warm up before the report. The light-haired kid only gave a shaky, nervous smile, convinced, deep down, that they didn't stand a chance against the whole horde. Suddenly, he lunged forward, thrust out his hand, and blared out a command to act. The ground rumbled as a massive blast of energy exploded through the air. A massive magical circle burst open in front of his eyes, crackling with raw lightning energy. The girl and the golem traded confused looks. Why summon anything when the Titan is right there, towering over them? A blinding flash tore through the sky. Smoke churned, and right there, another identical armored giant rose up, freezing the entire team in stunned silence. A wild childhood memory slammed into his brain. Back then, he'd park himself in front of the TV for hours, glued to a cartoon robot like it had him under a spell. The past's grip finally loosened, and all those old images faded into nothing. Right in front of him, a real metal machine loomed, humming like it was about to strike. His face cracked into a huge, kid-like grin that lit up the whole moment. A colossal armored golem towered motionless in the clearing, while a line of girls stood nearby, holding their breath and waiting for the spectacle. The giant was gearing up to rise into something absolutely legendary. The young man snapped his arm forward, shouting that the Titan would transform right now. With pure theatrical fire, he bellowed the order to trigger the alchemical activation. A gigantic magical circle roared to life under their feet, and the massive armor snapped open with a thunderous clatter. Suddenly, the robot's body tore free and blasted through the air with jet power, rocketing to that weird, happy nonsense music. While one girl wrinkled her brow, hunting the melody's source, the others erupted in cheers and shot their fists straight into the air. The tiny spacecraft plummeted straight into the fresh armor and snapped onto the body parts like it had always belonged there. The revamped mech ripped through the sky, spinning with pure show-stopping power. With a booming thud, he slammed down in a totally heroic pose, straight up finishing his unification for real. A deafening rumble ripped straight through the space. That giant armored golem crashed into the clearing with a thunderous thud, then dropped to its knees in perfect obedience before the young man. The team's girls erupted into squeals the second the magnificent Titan showed up, tears streaming down their faces as they welcomed him. They skipped around the steel machine like carefree ghosts, jumping and cheering because they'd just won. Just when the piece felt untouchable, a bright interface flare ripped it open, radars snapped to attention, spotted a swarm of enemies, and the system barked one cold command: eliminate the target. The robot snapped into action with one deadly move. With a deafening whistle, he snapped his clenched fist forward like a cannon blast. The next instant, the massive explosion tore the world apart. Everything in front of him blasted straight into the air. Earth and dust choked the sky, and all that remained was the dark, lonely outline of a car right at the epicenter. A brutal shockwave slammed into the boy, nearly knocking him right off his feet. "What?" he blurted, utterly stunned, just standing there frozen beside the scared elf girl. When the smoke finally cleared, the Titan coldly announced the threat was gone, and loomed over the land it had pulverized to dust. While the beastmen gawked at the beast-like power of that hit, the young man's eyes jittered to the massive crater he just carved into the ground. A cold sweat poured down his face as that gut-churning thought hit. Yeah, he definitely pushed it too far. She blinked hard, totally thrown off, and asked, voice shaky, if everything was truly okay. Takumi's rage flared as soon as he heard about that mysterious music, and how it had been secretly declared an extremely important detail. That same night, the boy was yanked into a tense, no-nonsense talk in his office. The leaders admitted they'd crushed the monsters, but then they tore into the hero for leaving the land in total ruins. That stress finally snapped, and out popped the great Titan's tiny toy, waving its little arms right there in someone's hands like it was having the time of its life. Norn, rocking a fan t-shirt, radiated pure happiness, and Princess Elizabeth couldn't help but catch every second of that joy. The moment it happened, the Norn went ghost-white and snapped into stillness. Elizabeth calmly drilled the bulls, and lately Norn can't stop obsessing over Takumi. With her cheeks burning, she panicked and shoved the toy right in front of him, begging him to believe the Titan really just sings beautifully. Norn mumbled under her breath that it was kind of thrilling to see the boy fumble around, awkwardly shoving her face into her collar. Sam Takumi stood close by, barely smiling, and hugged a plush monster to his chest like it meant the world. The court lady huffed with blazing indignation, but the princess just smirked and teased like she couldn't possibly calm down. The princess couldn't shake him off. Her nerves spiraled straight to the night spires of the Holy Kingdom of Sidonia. There, the old advisor snapped at Elizabeth with pure fury for sending Kamui without permission, warning her that any harm to holy magic would unleash terrifying consequences. Standing by the window, Elizabeth calmly soaked up the old man's rage-filled threats, saying not a single word. She flashed a cold smile and spat that it was contempt for faith and a brazen desecration of holy magic. Beneath the midnight sky, they realized the enemies had swaggered past every warning like it didn't even matter. Under the cover of night, those towering spires loomed as the conspirators huddled in silence, trading their wicked plans like secrets that could ignite the whole world. Barkir's power has grown so wild and unstoppable that it's tipping way past control. She snapped that they wouldn't let anyone slip by and hoard all the knowledge in the dark. In her grip, a dark artifact flared with danger, time to grab power with ruthless force. On the temple floor, a magical circle from the age of the gods blazed with light, and digging into that ancient artifact was a nightmare, but it was hiding power on a whole other level. The old man's eyes narrowed as he demanded, with a grim voice, exactly how much time the preparation would take. The activation demanded jewel-sharp precision. This ritual only kicked off after it gathered enough power with zero damage to the spell's structure. The woman spoke in a calm voice, saying this kind of magic wouldn't fully awaken powered by the earth itself for as long as 2 years. The old hermit smirked to himself, like he already knew the ending. She shut her eyes tight, drinking in the thunderous echo of that god-tier power. Against the cold glow of the moon, their shadowy forms towered, gods blessing in hand as they geared up to seize everything. Heavy night clouds crawled across the empty balcony, swallowing the silence inch by inch. The hand in that embroidered glove tightened until it shook, because one question slammed through his mind. Would the plan actually work? 3 baffled schoolkids stood dead still on the glowing magic circle, staring at it in panic and whispering, "Are we finally supposed to start the summoning?" A trembling hand drifted toward the ethereal mirrors, and right away faces began to surface, like the mirror itself was taunting him with the promise of a meeting with Takumi. A sudden burst of magic tore through the air, and her long hair whipped wildly in the wind. Meanwhile, the Adventurers Guild buzzed with an unusually tense, anxious panic. Some time has gone by since that brutal Titan showdown, and the whole world still feels the aftershock. The whole team dove back into the dungeon to hammer their muscles and haul in fresh materials. The forest of the Beast King hit them with a wall of tangled thickets. Then the companions lit up, grinning as they bragged that every monster nearby was wiped out. Takumi finally let out a relieved breath and started thanking them, like he'd just gotten his life back. Right when everything felt tense, he blinked in confusion. Sophia, the red-haired beauty, started sweeping the forest clearing with a plain old broom while the elf girl lit up, finally getting that long-awaited break. From the bushes, their tiny companion burst out, soaked head to toe in the monster's black blood, and pure panic hit. She sobbed for purification, dragging Takumi and the elf into a frantic scramble as they blasted magic to wash the filth off her skin. As the chaos finally died down, Takumi lifted his head, and the sun hit him like a punch, blasting through the dense tree canopy while he still couldn't wrap his mind around the fact they were somehow still buried deep underground. Sophia casually jabbed the ground with a shovel, claiming that weird anomaly came from the dense magical energy buried underground. But for Takumi, this normal game landscape felt wrong in a way that made his skin crawl. For years, mana soaked into the earth and birthed true forest ecosystems, and as the boy strode the path, he realized the name Beast King's Forest fit the tangled maze perfectly. Invisible energy kept surging through the soil, feeding that whimsical underground world again and again, without end. The squad crept forward through the sunlit forest, step by step, closing in on whatever waited ahead. After the monsters were wiped out, the whole force finally backed off. Maria crumpled to the ground in helpless defeat, and the young man had to shout for everyone to stop. He barked, "Rest up," and then bolted off to scout the area for traps. The elf girl's eyes widened with panic as she realized, exhausted as he was, her friend couldn't possibly fight like this. Maria clutched her halberd and fought to rise, but her friends slammed the brakes on her. The boy slammed the weapon's handle down onto the ground with a brutal, sharp hit. With a wide grin, he pushed the girls to back the ones who still had the strength, because danger was still lurking right around them. That sudden blackout yanked everyone into panic, so one person snapped the lights on at once, and the leader barked for all of them to stay on guard, convinced a deadly trap was waiting to spring. Then the corridor swallowed them again, plunging straight into pitch-black darkness. Solid darkness. The blonde shuddered hard, cold sweat flooding her skin as the walls roared and shook with that brutal rumble. The vibration surged faster and faster, like it was about to explode out of the room. The dungeon's stone vault started to quake and groan. In the pitch-black night, a pair of eyes snapped open and glinted with pure menace. The light snapped back on, a furious voice barked, "Freeze right there!" and the stunned squad instantly sensed disaster closing in. The girls yelped in pure horror. A colossal boulder barreled straight at them through the tight tunnel, and the whole crew erupted in terrified screams. A roaring lump charged ahead like it meant to smash everything in its path. Meanwhile, out in the distance, the young secretary rushed up to the guild's gloomy boss with a pile of complaints, convinced the man was getting hammered again at the monthly meeting. The mustached master slumped and snapped that it had nothing to do with management at all. The boy froze in shock, staring ahead, hanging on for the real reason to finally show up. The kid in the cap let out a disgusted sigh over the papers. Turns out the Bellman family was in trouble again. The Fox Guildmaster's voice went cold as he said, "This time it's dead serious." Bellman botched the land pollution, panicked, and ran off, leaving the settlers to face the fallout alone. A crushed crowd of people who'd lost their jobs and homes packed in near the guild, desperate and ready to be heard. "Bad business," the young man muttered under his breath. On the wall, grim lists of the settlers the Count abandoned were nailed up, left to rot in the fate he chose for them. Count Lud von Rockford took in the homeless, and just when no one expected it, Baron Godwin stepped in and offered his help. The guildmaster had a bad feeling, because Bolton was suddenly skyrocketing, and it screamed that those two were definitely cooking up something. The assistant cut straight through the chief's thoughts, yanking him back to the brutal stack of urgent requests on the table, because nobody wanted another Bellman tragedy. The man just stood there, lost in thought in the middle of the room, wondering if the aristocrats had kicked off some huge joint scheme. Meanwhile, in his lavish estate, Count Rockford paced in panic, demanding to know how the rescued refugees were holding up. Countess Rosa broke down and admitted the truth: people are drained, and some have even fled the shelter because they don't trust the nobility one bit. A crushing silence slammed into the air. The woman winced as she relived the families torn apart by this chaos, and then she snapped that the crowd's harsh reaction was exactly what anyone would expect after Bellman's brutal rampage. The sheer weight of grief crushing those tormented people left her frozen, speechless, completely overwhelmed. A maid cut into the men's chat and spoke straight to Lord Lyad, and he answered her in a cold, dry tone. She dared to ask if he'd really carry Baron Godwin's plan into action, but the only answer she got was a crushing, dead silence. In the distance, by the refuge for the displaced well, A lone figure in black stood frozen in silence. The woman stared hard at the antique pendant, its dark stone pressing into her palm like it knew her secrets. The girl with animal ears raised her eyes, and a wave of quiet sorrow swallowed her whole. She clutched the coat collar like her whole world depended on it. Sharp flash. Darkness. The moment the girl flashed that warm smile and handed him tea, his rabbit ears twitched, and for a heartbeat, he clung to a fragile memory of happy days that were never coming back. In the dim glow of the shelter, Lady Rosa clasped her hands tight and prayed in silence. Then Marnie slid in quietly behind her. Local women surged in a hostile mob, jeering the Count's wife for being too kind. And while Lee the maid snapped to her mistress's defense, the angry crowd instantly shifted their knives toward Marnie. "You suffered because of him," the refugee screamed, glaring right into her like it was fire. She dropped her gaze and barely managed to beg him to stop, but the cruel words about her husband were already out in the air. The woman exploded into a scream and flung the words at Rosa's face, calling her no better than the scoundrel Bellman. "Enough," Marnie snapped, cutting her off before she could finish. Then the refugee shot Rosa a vicious glare, seething at Bellman's lie, how he blamed the villagers for the village's destruction. Marnie tried to get in the way, but she shoved her aside and lunged forward. "Only because Marna's husband stepped in," she snapped at the aristocrat's stony face, furious that to the nobility our lives are just as worthless as the pollution we're drowning in. The carriage lurched forward, leaving Leah behind in its wake. Inside, she bounced in her seat, furious that those so-called common folks were shamelessly venting their rage on her lady. The maid's rage hit boiling point as she snapped that their words were pure, unprecedented audacity. Rosa calmly snapped at the girl, because her husband knew this hatred all too well and still opened his lands to shelter the refugees. Rosa soothed Leah with a calm whisper, making it sound like the whole mess with Bellman would be finished any moment now. Inside the carriage, the old woman steadied her breath and said she'd take whatever fate throws at her, then admitted she never even guessed that Marnie's husband had rescued the abandoned village. She fought to keep her eyes shut and finally forced them closed. Then she snapped her eyes up with pure determination, locking onto the person across from her. The woman instantly got how crushing Marnie's despair was when she finally learned the truth about her beloved. Meanwhile, a massive caravan of wagons hauled the displaced families away from the flames, racing them toward safe ground. Right by the group, the blonde shot up with worried eyes and demanded of the coachman, "Did everyone leave already?" The organizer blared into the crowd, yelling for everyone to stay calm and cling to their families. Suddenly, it hit me. Marnie never got into that wheelchair at all. The girl snapped around in a panic, frantic and blurting out, "Has anyone seen me?" She couldn't stomach the idea that she'd ever do something that foolish, so she locked herself in the village, staying there on purpose for her husband. Marnie stood in the empty house, silent and surrounded by the scattered mess of everything. Night crashed down on the abandoned village, swallowing every last trace of light. Suddenly, the quiet shattered as a familiar voice cut through. The scarred man froze in shock, staring at her like he couldn't wrap his head around why she was still standing there. Shocked out of his mind, he kept blurting the same question: why would she stay here in this dead village? The rabbit-eared girl bent over her stack of papers when a stranger's shadow slammed across her path, and he demanded, "Are you from this village?" No pause for an answer, she got yanked and slammed onto the floor. The big, smug guy swept his eyes across the room and barked, "Strip it all, take out every last bit of trash." She fought to keep her tears in as helpless strangers hauled away everything she owned. Outside, a bonfire roared to life. Mercenaries hauled their sins to the fire, burning proof of land pollution like it was nothing but trash. Spotting Chad's research in the mess, the girl burst into a frantic scream and charged straight at the man. She clutched those documents like they were life itself, yanking and shredding at his grip as he shoved her back from the flames. The book slipped from his hands and, like it had a mind of its own, shot straight into the flames. The attacker barked in irritation, and the girl's face snapped into pure panic and helplessness.